Hello.
Okay, we are starting stream and the call at the same time. I'm so sorry I didn't have a
All
moment's
right.
time to call you ahead of time for a few moments private chat, but we'll cover what we can. And if you happen to wake up before I retreat into the day, then we'll have a few minutes to talk then.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
okay, at any rate, to everybody who's listening, let's check into the studio and going to see if there's any other incoming notifications on the Skype. In the meantime, our dear Aristides will wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving while giving them the lowdown, the blurb on exactly what we do around here. And we're going to have him multitask and bring in everybody that he can remember at the same time.
Yeah. Well,
There.
yeah. All right. Happy Thanksgiving Eve,
Yes.
everyone. And
Yes.
yes, I will be multitasking, as you say.
Yes.
And
Yes. In the meantime, T-Tank Berry is with us. He says, "Good evening, crystal clear, brothers." He hears us both. Thank you so much, T-Tank Berry.
good.
You are the man. Oh, T-Tank Berry. Yes. Just the I've confirmed that what you asked me to look at and translate. It's definitely a goddamn. What's the English word for it? What do you call it when you have something? I don't think that there's an English word for it because we don't really have this kind of tradition in the Western world. I'm trying to think of what might be similar, but it's an invocation for good fortune, basically. It's what someone would put over a property to invoke to bless the property. It's a blessing on the property. It was very old Chinese, probably taken from a stylized Chinese. How would I say it? Either from a much older Chinese piece of work, copied onto the paper that it was inscribed on, but it's definitely a bringer of good fortune. So best to keep it around. And so wanted T-Tank to know about that I followed up on that. And of course, I'll try and give what other details I can remember. It's not going to be a very coherent message. It's simply the message of bless this place, bring good fortune upon all those who are abiding within this domain, so to speak.
Yeah.
So hopefully that sounds coherent enough.
I think there's many forms of those things, all over.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think in this culture, other cultures,
Sure. Yeah, it's just I wanted to take it was my mother could have interpreted that literally in a heartbeat just by looking at it. But of course she was expert in the old languages. It was probably copied from an older script by a more modern person, but this was done during the gold rush. So T-Tank Berry lives in California, where he finds various things from the gold rush in his travels, and will often. And T-Tank, El Nemo's with us as well, so go ahead and join us, El Nemo. Oh yes, the blurb, of course, whenever you're ready. Yes.
Sure.
And hello to Brendan. Oh dear Brendan, say hello to everyone. Okay, we hear him. We hear the wind. Okay, all right. He's preparing to speak. You heard the wind.
No, sorry. There's some noise. I gotta go on mute for a second. Hold on, then I'll do the word.
Oh no, I thought that was him. That's you, right, Brendan? Okay. At any rate, we're gathering the viewers, and we will provide you as much of a Thanksgiving dinner as we can. I took, of course, the road of the more historically conscious and conscientious reference to this holiday as the Native American Holocaust No Thanksgiving Memorial Day of Mourning. We need to make people cognizant of that without necessarily dwelling on the history of that tonight to evade killing people's appetites. And so how many of you are fasting out there just so you can stuff yourselves later? At any rate, you can answer that question first, Aristides.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry. There was just
No
noise where it was just better to go on mute. So,
Okay.
all right, the blurb. As soon as you show up, please hit the thumbs up shaped upvote thing, and that is very important because we need it for the algorithm purposes and to fight down boats that are placed by enemies of Douglas, but that cannot be seen. And so, the algorithm, influences how many people can hear the program or are likely to happen on to the program, and therefore eventually the amount of donations that Douglas might get. So please do that. Please make sure you have hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to be notified when the programs start, either on time or especially not on time, if you don't hope for too many of those. And if you're very ambitious, since you have some type of YouTube, Google, etc. account to do these things, you can go under your account settings and create sub channels under your main account. Each of them should be capable of independent upvoting. So, which is a nice little perk there. So it's under, for me, it's under Switch account on the PC. I don't know how it is on the phone because I don't do it on the phone, but it's there. You can go on a Switch account and create add account. Yeah, it's called account, whatever. Anyway, you'll find it. There it is. So yeah.
Okay. That was interesting. That was the Indianapolis 500 where John Doe is at. By the way, that scared the fuck out of me. When I saw that JD, all I could think of was Joyce Dietrich, my sister. And I was thinking, what the fuck is my sister doing? And then, that's T-Tank Barry, of course. Welcome aboard. How are you, sir? Yes. Happy Friendsgiving, as he's saying. Well, is it still the Friendsgiving season? Let me check my calendar. That's kind of a season that's just beginning to gel. It's I believe Friendsgiving season ended yesterday. Because once you get closer to Thanksgiving, it's kind of like obviously people can carry on the Friendsgiving till a little after Thanksgiving, but it's usually
you're over it. You're over it at that point.
Yeah.
yeah. Right at that point, you had to go see, all your family that you may or may not like, and you're like, "I'm over this." Like, let's just coast into Christmas and just do it all over again.
Oh yeah, true enough. And in terms of we can get into that later. It's just that how do I say it? Friendsgiving is developing because, of course, there's less and less people who have family to return to. Say someone like Brendan Zogi, there's no one in his family he would want to be eating with. I'm sure that goes for plenty of others. Dear John, or T-Tank, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us, and have at it. Whatever you wish to talk about. Obviously, I won't go into certain things that I know about you in terms of what's been going on recently, but you're welcome to share them if you're willing to. So, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about recent events, please go ahead and do so. Say hi.
Good evening and God bless. Good evening and God bless you, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sounded good. And oh my God, you've been through so much lately, like so many of us. And I hope things are things stabilizing in that regard. Everything.
I'll plead the fifth on that one,
Yeah,
and
okay.
then go from there.
Okay, that sounds good. And I understand completely. So aside from that, anything in particular that you'd like to talk about, bring to our attention at the moment?
Life is good, and I'm glad to have 5 days off from the shithole job. And other than that, I'm just glad to be here with you guys and listening and being a part of this.
Think you so much. Well, we're honored to have you. Very gracious of you to appear, and I just think we'll all get more comfortable with your presence, and you'll get comfortable with ours within a very short period of time. You've been around with us forever, and certainly I've made everyone on Team Dietrich, to a degree, aware of yourself, and aside from that, just glad that you're here to talk. And how do you, of course, you don't need to answer this question if it's a bit too private, but any family plans for Thanksgiving? Seeing any family?
Not immediately. I don't. I was supposed to go up north. May still happen, but as you know, I don't stay in one place too long.
Yeah, true. But you're anyhow. You're definitely you stay in one place in the heart. You're definitely very much a Californian, West Coast kind of individual, and I appreciate that profoundly. So thank you for joining us. And yeah. Have you seen anything lately in terms of the places where you travel that stands out, or that bears retelling? Any kind of recent experience that, casual, something that's just harmless enough to share?
Yeah, I mean, from the Red Crescent on back down here to the Bay Area, it's kind of it's a fold. It's kind of, who knows what can happen next, and so I just pray that people get the message that you have to spread and convey the context in which it's going to help all people that deserve it. And with that, I can't say much more.
Understood. Well, I definitely appreciate what you have said. Matter of fact, maybe we don't want to advertise this individual, but T-Tank was trying to introduce me, or have me check out somebody who was interviewing this German sociologist or psychologist. And they were, one of the questions that they had, that they addressed an entire video to in their interview, was whether or not Adolf Hitler was a socialist. Before Brendan joins us with his conversation, I'm wondering, T-Tank, if you could summarize for us what they said about that. Is that a message that you could convey in succinctly?
It was really only something that, pardon me, it was really only something I sent to you because this character, who I think we already have interpreted, I
Yes.
I sent you that message. Understand, he's not above board, and I guess you were saying that, your interpretation within the first 2 minutes obviously was that the scientist, the German native who was speaking about Hitler's and his socialism, that you interpreted as being harmless. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, because I haven't really had a chance to observe what he said. However, his interviewer, I took a look at his channel, and it struck me as, yeah, it was Trump punk. Mostly Trump punk is what I saw in that. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in some of these clucks, it would be, the only reason I conveyed it to you was to say that, okay, if this guy had a platform which to speak on, which there's a lot of hits, a lot of views, that if he had something to say, well, then possibly, obviously, the next interview he would want to do would be yourself.
I would welcome you if you ever had contact with someone like that, and I don't expect you to have this kind of, shall we say, invest too much time in trying to network with these people. But if you ever happen to meet them or something, don't be afraid to suggest that. You never know, it might happen. Most of my experiences, thanks to Peter Moon in particular, over the past 5 years, were just nothing but a series of ambushes, which is, he was always setting that up. And without going into reliving the horror of that over much, just my schedule is such that the time for any potential interviews leaves them as just that, generally potential. Matter of fact, I want to give a shout out to this wonderful young lady who left a comment on the episode preceding tonight's, or the one before that, asking about my interview with Dr. Rita Louise, or rather she was interviewing me, the one titled The Third Reich Never Died. I believe either Nemo or John Warrington might have that uploaded, and hopefully they do. We can refer her to that because she'd like to review that, and that was a long time ago with Dr. Rita Louise, who was Jewish, and seemed to take no offense at myself or anything that I was saying. But sadly, I had to come down hard on her, and I'm certain alienated her forever because I just wouldn't let her publish one of these other interviews that she had conducted with me, and I self-published that, and that's probably lost. A different one from the Third Reich Never Died, but it was like part 2 thereof. And the reason why was because she was just trying to publish these things far too late, and she had this backed up schedule where she decided it was more important to publish these stupid things involving George Norrie first, because she was on George Norrie a number of times, but it was just it then threw my interview back so far into the future by a few months that I just said, I'll just call, copyright on it. Essentially, it's not legally what's happened, but it's just more like, yeah, that's what I did. I pretty much threatened her with a lawsuit. And that was just to grab the audio and just publish it myself, because it looked like she was never going to get around to doing it, and I felt that it was offensive that she was even, holding me up so that she could put on crap about George Norrie. It was just something she thought was advantageous to herself, but I told her it wouldn't be, and of course, ultimately, it was not. I mean, nobody remembers her anymore. If she's ever still showing up on Coast to Coast AM, let me know. If anyone listens to that, that would just be morbid interest, or curiosity would be the term for it. Not even interest, but curiosity. So that being said, thank you, T-Tank, and he says happy Friendsgiving, and how about Brendan? Say hello. Let's check your audio, and we'll return to T-Tank.
Yes, good evening.
Hanging around.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good. And give us a update that you feel comfortable, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your situational report, your status.
Yeah, I mean, everything's status quo, but I personally do not celebrate the genocide giving
Thank you.
Time period.
Yes.
So,
yeah, believe
so
me.
like there is some family visiting and all that, but I just did my pleasantries with them, and
God.
we'll see what happens from there. But I'm just kind of maintaining myself, I'm in a mode where it's just I'm working on myself, and that's all I need to do.
Yeah.
And these so-called family, like they're not helping anyway, so it's just I'm just keeping neutral at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's like the analogy that I made. There's certain snakes that are egg layers, and then there's the snakes that are the live birthers. And your family was definitely like the boa constrictors and titanoboas, the big crusher snakes. They're live birth givers, where they just they squeeze you out and just leave you on your own. If they don't eat you.
Yeah, and it seems to be their karma's ripening, so it's just whatever. I don't want to get caught up with that.
Yeah.
So I'm just maintaining neutrality, so it's whatever.
Yeah, look, it's not like you haven't identified these people. There's the person I think of as the uncle, and then the rest are just kind of vague to me at this point. I know you care for the grandmother, I mean, literally as a care provider, but when you visited with family, aside from those two, who else would it be? Not your sister. You haven't seen her for fucking ever, right?
I don't speak with my sister.
Yeah.
So I got the feeling that when you saw the initials, you were like, "Fuck that." Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
I've
God.
had the same feeling.
Yeah. When I first saw the JD, the first thing that came across my mind was Joyce Dietrich. And I was thinking, what the fuck would she? And I don't want to think about it. But anyhow,
it would just be like a infomercial for the Joves.
Oh, that would be. Have
you identified Jesus?
That would be if we're lucky.
If you repented your sins.
Oh man, yeah.
Imagine having to repent your sins. It would be take months.
Months, years. That would be like,
years.
That's at any rate.
Imagine being in a Catholic confession. So I'm possessed by Lucifer, and it's just like just start with that.
Oh, it would start there. It would end there.
They would freak out. They'd start sprinkling holy water and shit.
I'll have to relate the details behind this another time, but I there was a period there where I was.
She kept showing up to your door.
No. Well, I mean, don't even get me started on that. Oh no, her fucking church kept showing up, and thank God that finally stopped after a number.
So predictable.
No, it's awful. It's a form of terrorism. Just a form of terrorism, really. They're just.
Well, I remember when I was 12 or 13, we had them come into the door, and then I started just shutting the door in their face, and then they started putting a bunch of Jesus cards in the door frame for months, and it was basically harassment.
Yeah, that was how they were getting back at you. Yeah.
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 Like hundreds of cards. It was
Yeah.
like, why are you guys fucking doing this shit?
Because they're demonic. Because they're fucking demonic. That's why they're sick.
It must be something like that. Like those Watchtower people.
They are. They're fucked up.
I had a friend describe to me that one of them had like actually slit eyes and shit.
Yeah.
So I have reasons to believe it.
Yeah, I have no doubt. They're so obsessed with demons.
Yeah.
That's because they're full of them. And these are lower order ones, of course, just like parasitic ones that kind of like but you know, if you speak to a Jehovah's Witness like, hey, let's tell ghost stories at Halloween, I mean, that would get them all started on a bad tangent anyway, because of course they think all holidays are pagan. They don't allow, by the way, you do know they don't celebrate birthdays. Birthdays are pagan to them. They
don't celebrate anything as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
right?
nothing.
There's like barely any holidays.
Yeah, no holidays. No holidays.
Yeah.
It's like no birthdays. Yeah, no birthdays, no holidays, and they're just but if you say oh, let's tell ghost stories, something casual like that, then they would say, well, we don't believe in ghosts, but they'll say, but we believe in demons, and then they'll go on and on about all the supernatural shit they see because of demons, and they're all seeing it, and they're buried in it all day long. It's the supernatural phenomena around them are incessant, and well, guess what? That's because you're carrying all that shit inside of you, you fucking idiot.
Right. Takes one to know one, right?
Yeah, that's right. And they just project it on the outside. You know, they think they're under constant demonic siege, and it's like, well, if you're so holy, why would you be? Right? But no, they don't think like that, and but that's just the beginning of that nightmare. But we
don't have to get into it. It's just funny. It was just funny thinking about that.
It was
like it's worse than her showing up at your door. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. It's well, if she did, I would just slam the door in her face like I would any other Jehovah's Witness. But yeah, she had her own share of sins. It took years for her to quote unquote purge while she was with them, and while they pumped her full of whatever other demonic crap that they do. Oh yes, I did promise John Henry that I would read something that he had sent me. So let me check, follow up on that. And let me see if I can just say hello to John.
Other than that, myself, I'm stable, so we can carry on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, John.
I haven't been able to reach Brooke, but we can deal with that later.
God, oh Jesus! It's not that I forgot to ask. I was thinking about her till the moment I had to go through all the process of getting the show started. Of course, then I forgot. I forgot her in the midst of all those responsibilities. But everybody, maintain Brooke Gibson in thought and prayer. We're trying to reach her. Her phone doesn't seem to be working, or she hasn't paid the bill for it, whether that's intentional or we don't really know what's going on. We spoke with her.
Well, according to her, she paid it. It's just that they haven't been able to switch the number over.
Oh,
it's just it's a situation that has to do with the occult siege, of course.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this is an actual occult siege. This is external, and it does have to do with everybody that we've stood up against. And chief among them, of course, is Vinnie Barbaric, who goes by the criminal alias of Peter Moon. He is someone who, it has been relayed to me, has stated openly that I'm not going to tell publicly who relayed this to me, but it was someone who still maintains contact with him, or was still contacted by him would be the better way to express it. And he's maintained in that he's not going to die until Brooke Gibson dies, at least. You know, he certainly wants me to die as well, and Brendan Zogit, but among others, he mentioned Aaron Tice and Aristides is left out of the picture. Poor guy.
Oh yeah, he probably gets a cramp writing down all our names every day.
Yes. It's
for all the spells.
Yeah, it's there. There you have it. It's Samuel Romero's lucky on this one. He gets left out because Peter never considered him anything other than some legal immigrant who would be a good errand boy or something, maybe a gardener or something for him. But he's one of the good ones, as Vinnie Barbaric would say. And the unconscious way in which he would say that, especially for somebody who considers himself a black man. Again, we referenced in our latest episode before tonight's, the mockumentary by Spike Lee, where called CSA. You found the title for that. It was CSA, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And
Confederate States of America. Yeah.
Right. It was the acronym for the Confederate States of America.
Yeah.
And in that film, there is they show a white man speaking to a black woman who's turned in several runaways or exposed. The vernacular or the colloquial would be ratted them out. She ratted out several subversives or runaways, and so then the white man is congratulating the black woman by condescendingly patting her on the thigh and saying, "You're one of the good ones." And that's how Peter Moon referenced Samuel Romero. Is one of the good ones. And it's like to claim that you're black and then condescendingly say that towards a member of a minority group just goes to show you the twisted nature of his unreality.
Well, he probably said that about the Moors. You're the good ones. That's why I'm one of you. You know?
Yeah. Oh, he's so sick. Yeah. At any rate, so here's from, I think I can find it eventually. The guy writes me so much, and this is fine, John. You know, shout out to John Warrington. Hopefully you hear this. If not now, then later. So he says, okay, here's a statement you can reference. What was mentioned on my statement on the case, by that he's referring to William Warrington, his brother who killed his mother and father. His brother who killed their mother and father. There we are. What was mentioned on my statement on the case was only skipping the surface, of course. Yes. Somehow we knew that. Then he goes on to say, okay, here we go. He says, Mum married a CW, Clive Warrington, Charles Windsor. These are both in parentheses, these two names. In 1981, there's a John Spencer who died, in parentheses, brother of Princess Diana, possibly, in quotes, the child is dead, of the Omen opening, though I don't think he could be John Windsor unless he took that name. George W. has the same initials as George Windsor, William Warrington, same as William Windsor, and other coincidences. Okay, so so far, if I were to try and interpret this, what he is saying is that there is the Omen opening of the child is dead. He believes that that symbolically represents the brother of Princess Diana, and his mother married someone who he believes is a Windsor, which would then make him, by definition, royalty, John himself. Obviously, he's not trying to claim the throne. It would indeed go a long way towards explaining the morbidly inbred insanity of his brother, which would be possibly congenital, and it would go a long way towards explaining the intrinsic eccentricity of John Warrington himself, who then goes on to say, the wedding of Prince Charles, in parentheses, later King Charles III, and Lady Diana Spencer took place on Wednesday, July 29th, 1981, at St. Paul's Cathedral in London. Then he says, extra interest, which, by the way, I believe that the anniversary of that date was when his brother killed his parents, if I'm not mistaken. So that seemed to have a very occult significance. Then he says, extra injuries were incurred to the corpses of Mum and Dad. The details were read out during the trial. These post-case date, March 2nd, 2022 injuries included eye gouging. That apparently, I would presume that this was done after they were dead. And only Rosanna Grace Warrington was in the room with their dead bodies after myself, and the siblings saw them. As the coroner, she asked to see them after the first viewing, where the corpses were seen to be in pristine condition, their faces exposed, eyelids closed, although the siblings had delayed until the last moment to agree to the cremation, and so they would have deteriorated inside. We were warned. Perhaps this was more of a warning to Rosanna. Now, just for the sake of, shall we say, contextualizing this, what is going on here is that with many funerary displays, what the mortician will often do is he will remove the eyes and replace the eyes with glass eyeballs and close the eyes so that the eyelids will have a inflated effect that's normal for people who are alive. A little slight bulge, because dead people, their eyes tend to lose the viscousness that helps to maintain a fullness. The interior of the eyeball is hollow. So what happens is when somebody dies, then that begins to desiccate that fluid that helps to maintain the shape of the eye. And so the eye tends to sink. So dead people tend to have eyes that are sunken in. And most people find that to be repulsive looking. So the mortician will generally just remove the eyes and put in glass eyeballs. That may be what happened here, but why would they report that on as a post-mortem injury? So he's saying, though the eyes were closed, he feels that this woman may, having been left alone with him, may have gouged out the eyes. Yeah, but hopefully what I said in context might, put some other options there. Rosanna, he goes on to say, Rosanna, Rosianna, Roseanne, Rose Hanbury, alleged bummer pegger of William Warrington, known as Rose Hanbury, even though her first name is Sarah. Okay, so thank you. So he gave us further details on the case concerning his brother, and we have made that public now. And so thank you, John, and we love you dearly. Certainly, he's done his best by us, and we hope nothing but the best for him. He's had it very hard throughout his life. And so that being said, I'll check back into the call now and see who else might have joined us. And so Brendan says, be right back. Other than that, how about yourself, Aristides? Any status update, situation report? I do hope that...
Okay.
Yeah. And
yeah. You hope what?
Oh, I hope that... of course, again, this is your private matter. You don't need to share anything in particular, but
I'm gonna be busy for a few minutes, so maybe like 20.
Okay.
So I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. We look forward to that. Thank you. And I was just saying, so how are you spending Thanksgiving? Family? Or...
gonna go see family that I don't see enough. Not so much to celebrate Thanksgiving, quote unquote, but it is a good downtime where pretty much nothing else is going on, and extra time off work. So if you didn't see your family lately, then it's a good time to do that. So other than that, things have been going pretty well, actually, getting a number of things squared away and going pretty well.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that, and glad for you. And it's and just so people know, I'm not trying to guilt people out of from celebrating Thanksgiving. We need to appreciate that positive which has been superimposed over the genocide. I can't even say negative at that point. That goes so far beyond negative, it's unspeakable. Yeah. The betrayal and the genocide thereafter. Let me check on a few things here. Oh, yes, getting questions already about the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And I do want people to know that of course, is not in my own home, but it's a play on my own home interviews where I have often sat in front of the bookshelf. And so it's basically, at this point, I just get so, how would I say, confounded at what my own home place has become, that I rather even try to emulate what it used to look like before my parents both fell ill and I had to become their care providers for 10 years, and that forced everything to basically pile up around me as I dedicated every day to taking them to hospitals and then bringing them home and then taking them to the hospitals the next morning again. When it came to that horror story that never ended for 11 years, and in a real sense never ended at all in many ways, it never really does, the repercussions of the choices you make, and when you become a care provider and you sacrifice your future because when you care for your parents, of course, that's time away from what otherwise could go onto a job resume. And the only thing people would think you're fit for after that is being a care provider. As people should know, when you go job hunting and you go through the employment and development department or some kind of employment agency, the only thing they're ever going to look for in potential employment for you is based on what you've always done. And after 11 years of care provision, I remember, again, one of the reasons I so hate my sister and her husband was, of course, they kept insisting I should, become a care provider professionally. I mean, like, that's the last thing on earth I needed. And it just goes to show you how sick these people are. Fucking sick. And have no understanding, just totally oblivious to anyone else's suffering, despite 11 years of my asking for help. Which they the only thing they provided was the pretense of help, and everything they did sabotaged everything that I was doing. They would come by to wash dishes, or my sister wouldn't, just break dishes, shit like that. Just passive aggressive bullshit. There's nothing positive to say about them, not a single thing. And but in order to recreate a happier memory in the studios at the estates, my son recreated the bookshelf which I sit in front of for my interviews as best as we could on site the estate. Obviously, these are some of the older grimoires that I had to take out of the basement and my own home, because otherwise they would have moldered. And that is on site the estates, but it's definitely myself trying to look as much as home as possible in what we recreated of my home at the studios, with books that came from my home and are restored there, and as well as some items that I took out of my home that are a bit more, shall we say, they're less dangerous in nature, occult items. But everything you see on that table, the scales, the birdcage, the shoe stone, or the crystal ball, as your average modern person would take it, the jewel box, the magnifying glass, etc. These are all occult items that have some history behind them. So, again, that was last Thanksgiving, and it's the perfect photo to put up for this Thanksgiving, where I'll probably dye my hair again to blonde, and as soon as I get on site the estates. So we'll probably take another photograph. Then the next time you see me, I'll be looking quite similar to what you see in this photograph, because of course I don't age that badly, or shall we say I don't age as drastically as many people do. So when it comes to the matter of fact, that woman that I dated had met me 10 years before. The woman I had dated a few times recently had met me literally a decade before, and the first thing that she said when she saw me was, "You haven't aged a goddamn day." So I'm gifted with that, at least, and for that I can be grateful. But of course, what I was also told by this individual that contacted me, who was contacted by Peter Moon, expressing the desire that he has, what's keeping him alive is this incredible hatred, the hatred that drives him to stay alive until, at least of all people, Brooke Gibson is dead, which is why she's under severe occult siege right now. And myself and everybody else, apparently secondarily or tertiarily, depending on how much they fly under or onto his radar. The other thing that was expressed was the fact that he thought that apparently it was thought that I would commit suicide after the surgery because my nose was broken, and that I was vain enough where that would drive me to that point, because it wasn't expected that the doctor would reference me to a reconstructive surgeon. That would not normally be covered by insurance. But of course, what happened in the surgery was so egregious. By that I mean during the time of the procedure itself, incidents apparently occurred that were so egregious that the hospital, Kaiser Permanente, the hospital system, automatically placed the order through for reconstructive surgery. when I did come to, and things healed far quicker than any normal human being would heal due to the nanoplasma and my vampiroid bloodline combined, that again served as a major disappointment to Peter Moon, who had been seeking to disfigure me with his cohorts, who were apparently networking with him when I was, for lack of a better word, assaulted amid the surgical procedure. Not by my doctor, it must be emphasized, but by somebody who was involved with either anesthesiology or something. I really don't know, because I don't remember. I remember the individual who seemed the most questionable among the team, because he said questionable things, namely referencing medical phenomenon that I do not have, and could not have been in my record. And then apparently this was an individual who followed up on that by doing something that could have threatened my life or would have killed any normal human being. At any rate, so I came out of that, and here we are. Such being said, we'll start just a bit slow tonight, but once I get started, of course, I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room, and I will do that. When Brendan Zogit returns in particular, because he's our talker, we're going to go into a more aggressive roundtable and, of course, address several of these things that I have brought to the attention of people on Team Dietrich. I want to thank as well Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice, I received this incredible care package from him that includes the Brookstone electric blanket and many other things besides. I have not had a chance to fully inventory the contents of his care package, but I want Aaron Tice to know out there, thank you so very much. There's no way I can ever thank you enough. And he's invested both in that and in the incoming resupply of my Gerolsteiner mineral water, which I've used to replace my Coca-Cola habit. And that is something that is cold and bubbly, because there's no, I really don't prefer carbonated beverages. But you have to make the exception for Gerolsteiner, because that's the only way they can maintain the mineral content of their water. They have so much mineralization in their water from that source in Germany that if they didn't render it carbonated, all the sediment would be untenable in the bottle. It would look very unattractive, because it would all settle and look like it was mud water. So the only way to prevent that is to keep it constantly in the evenly distributed, which the carbonization does with that brand of water, Gerolsteiner. So that's something that actually satisfies my need for something cold and carbonated, which I was addicted to, not in the normal sense, that I don't like things carbonated otherwise, but I was addicted to Coca-Cola because of the sugar and the caffeine, and it was carbonated, so it's psychologically part of that addiction. So the Gerolsteiner satisfies that as being cold and carbonated, as well as tangy enough, metallic enough, because the mineralization content is so high. Most people, their system can't take it. Most people who would drink Gerolsteiner, many of them would suffer diarrhea, or it just wouldn't sit well with them, because the taste is so strong. But this is obviously something that replaces the Coke for me in a healthy sense. So the Coca-Cola, well, it definitely had, it was something that I never really thought about just how bad it was. Of course, I always knew it. That's bad. But I guess the only thing that'll do it justice is there's a documentary, I think it was National Geographic, might be some other serious kind of, production company like NBC or something. And they produced a documentary on diabetes in Mexico, where where Coca-Cola is the cause of Mexico's national diabetes epidemic. And they just so if you watch that, starts with this sinister bruja, this witch, literally a witch, literally someone practicing as a witch and open about it, a bruja, and she's making everybody drink Coca-Cola, and talk about a black witch. Anyhow, all that bullshit you ever hear about Mexican Coca-Cola is healthier because it's made out of cane sugar instead of, it doesn't have the high fructose glucose corn syrup or whatever they're always bitching about. It doesn't fucking matter. Sugar is sugar. Just understand this. Sugar is sugar. It doesn't matter if it's raw sugar, brown sugar. Sugar's just plain bad for you. It's and after a while, when I was drinking 3 16-ounce cans of Cokes a day on average, I have every confidence that it was just not doing me any good. However, such being said, we know by the blood test taken thereafter that spike was caused by Halloween, and I'm pretty much a savory man. I'm not much into eating sweets. However, those little sugar plum fairies over at the estates, the blood boys that I tutor, and in exchange for their blood, they do eat sweets. And on Halloween they gorged, and when I gorged on their blood thereafter, yeah, my blood sugar spiked up to 131. And it was enough to make me realize, well, I've got to give up something. I'm not going to give up drinking blood. So I had to give up the Coke. So there we go with that. Okay, all that being said, rambling, meandering on, but if we could see if we could recall, could we reach out to some other people? Have you tried Troy Bellamy?
Yeah, I think I've added everyone. I want to.
Okay.
I'll double check, but
yeah, yes, and I presume George Knight as well, of course. And
yeah. When I sit back down, I'll double check. But yeah, as far as I know, all of them.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Shout out to Amy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Shout out to.
What about Amy?
Oh,
Sorry.
Don't get me started on poor Amy. Yeah, hopefully she's doing all right. I mean, it's just hard for me not to always identify her instantly with a scenario that I find well nigh untenable. Just really concerned about her in a constant sense. Okay, checking into the text box here, the chat room. And Sheila Gavin says, "You're beautiful, Douglas. Appreciate the lovely image in your library. Thank you, Douglas. Greetings to all Team Dietrich. I love you, Sheila. Kisses. And I wish you the happiest of Thanksgivings. And yes, we should think of the positive aspect that has been superimposed over this holiday, which is that of giving thanks. And we have much to give thanks for. So thank you so much. I'm thankful for you, Sheila Gavin. Mwah. Love you." And Eric Cradle says, "Happy Thanksgiving, Team Triple D, and welcome aboard, Eric Cradle. Thank you so much for always joining us. Very much appreciate your being here." Aside from that, what else comes to mind? We were, yeah.
Oh, I will say, in fact, before you get too far, and I will say, if you had two products in front of me, all else same, and one was made with, organic cane sugar, and one was made with high fructose corn syrup, I definitely would choose the former. But I'm not saying it's good, but I believe it's less bad. Or
Oh, I mean, your point's well taken. Your point's well taken. Obviously, if you're going to go for a poison, go for the organic poison.
Right, yeah. Use the organic poison, people.
So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I would do the same. Well, actually, I wouldn't, because I actually appreciate the chemical bite. The high fructose corn syrup in the American manufactured Coca-Cola had a chemical bite. The Mexican Coca-Cola did not. So the Mexican Coca-Cola would have been something I would have saved for something that I would have considered, I don't know, a more meditative or it's like decaf coffee. That's what it was like to me. It was like decaf coffee. But such having been said, I'm not drinking any of it now. So in terms of other things that come to my mind, yes, my schedule. So, just to reiterate to what I said to Aristides at the beginning of the transmission tonight, got to take a look at my calendar here. And what I'd like to emphasize is, of course, as should be understandable, We are going to basically run the show for, if I can help it, the full 10 to 12 hour length of time, the 12-hour length of time. So we usually stop a few minutes before a full 12 hours because we don't have a choice. We have to, because otherwise they cut off the end of the show. Not they in some oversight sense. It's simply the way the YouTube or the online broadcasting software works. I'm not quite sure which. So one of them cuts off and uploads basically the show, whether you stop it or not, at 12 hours. So that having been articulated, my son picks me up at 10 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. So between whenever the show ends till 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time will be when I'll try and speak privately with a few of my friends on Team Dietrich. If they have anything they need to say to me, it would be in that span of time. Then once I'm picked up, of course, then I'm checked out. I check my cell phone shortly after that into a PO box. We go on to the States and the estates, and then I'm gone. I'm not going to be back until Sunday.
Wait, tomorrow or wait? I'm sorry.
Tomorrow the 28th.
And you're saying tomorrow?
Yeah, at 10 a.m.
Talk about tomorrow. Right.
Yeah, so it'll be a few hours after the show ends.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The show generally ends.
Yeah, I mean, I could check in.
No.
I can check in for sure then.
Yeah, before 10 a.m. Pacific time would be 10 to 11, 11, 12, 1 p.m. your time. Yeah, it'd be 1 p.m. your time. And
yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, and then I won't be back after that until returning home on Sunday, which will be the 1st of December, I believe. And so I won't be back until World AIDS Day. So December 1st is World AIDS Day. And then make a note to remind me, Aristides, if you would be so kind, make a note to remind me that about all of the AIDS researchers that were shot down on the Malayan flight by Vladimir Putin over Ukraine. Yeah, that day. We'll speak of that on December 1st, obligatorily. So I'll be home in time for that, and we'll address that at least a bit. I'll probably go deep into Russia at that point. And yes, believe it or not, there are wealthy Westerners who are moving to Russia. I don't know why now that Trump is running America, but hey, believe it or not, it's a fucking thing. So
because they already bought the property there. So.
I guess I guess. I might go a bit more into that later, if not tonight, then maybe on December 1st. But that means that it's almost like seeing people next year by the next time I come back, but it's not. It'll be the last month of this year. But what's the other thing that comes to my mind while I'm going over this calendar here? Let me see now. In terms of that period of time, let's see. Okay, we'll go into that on Sunday then. And what we can go into tonight will be, again, we're going to hit tariffs. That goes without saying. That's inescapable. Also, I just want people to know that, okay. I guess that covers it for telling people about my schedule. I can't. My greatest issue with myself is when I'm on the transmission. You obviously, I feel obligated because it's suicide if I don't. I have to burn bandwidth. So I'm constantly talking. And because of that, I become very vulnerable on transmission when I get incoming notifications that I just read them aloud. So I'm trying to prevent myself from doing that right now. So that being said, there's a few incoming notifications that caught my attention there. Other than that, let's get back into some form of conversation. I think I've covered a lot of the basics, for general stuff.
If it's, slow, like that, and you're looking for stuff to talk about. Sorry, I'm chewing something, but
no worries. I
usually have a couple things to talk about.
Oh yes, you brought up your questions. Yes, you were asking about the Jewish stuff with the Russians.
Oh, okay, yeah, forgot about that, but yeah, the Russia. Oh no, I found it too.
Yeah, it was
Russia maybe dealing.
moves, yeah,
Let me scroll up. It's
with
right here.
Iran. It's dealing with Iran.
Yeah, yeah.
And
so
then,
yeah, if they get too cozy with Iran,
Yeah.
you know, how's that gonna affect Israel relations?
Yeah, not to mention that, as the other article you sent me was about Israel finding large troves of Russian arms in Hezbollah's hands. Yeah, so yeah, we'll get into that in a second. But the other thing to bring up that oh yeah, what was your impression or opinion? Did you even get a chance to review that madness of? There is something extraordinarily bizarre about this. Elon Musk. Again, they keep calling him the world's richest man. He is not. He is the second richest man in the world. And this is only from what we know that's publicly on record. Say, for instance, the classic old Riche, meaning the Rockefellers and the old robber baron dynasties. They, of course, have not gotten any less wealthy. They've had generations in which to invest and recycle their legacy to the point where their wealth is astronomical, but most of it is not on public record. Most of their wealth is hidden, distributed, sequestered. It's under ghost accounts, etc. So, such being said, from the nouveau riche are those who are just, it's impossible for them to hide what they have because they have so fucking much. Then that includes people like Bill Gates and Elon Musk and this whole wave of dorks and geeks and nerds. And so the most wealthiest man on earth, however, that we know of so far as can be ascertained, is Vladimir Putin, without a doubt. He's the king of money. He's sitting on it all. And that's because he nationalized everything in his country and then personally took ownership of it. In other words, when he came into Russia and took over Russia, he took everything. He literally took all the Gazprom and all the nationalized agencies, all of these agencies that were under these Jewish robber barons that had come in and plundered Russia. He killed a few, imprisoned a few for the rest of their lives in animal cages out in the gulags to freeze to death. And he put everything under the nation's name first, and then he personalized it. He nationalized it, and then he personalized it. So he's got untold billions and billions of dollars, an entire nation's wealth. So he is undoubtedly the richest man on earth right now. And so Elon Musk is second to him, but motherfucker is now suspiciously conflating my own identity with the Vinnie Barbaric myth of Peter Moon, Hume, Dr. David Lewis Anderson into this fantasy that he is a time-traveling vampire. So, by all means, Aristides, Brendan Zogia, what is your impression of
Vampire
this man?
alien.
Yes, he had to throw that in there.
Time traveling, comma, vampire alien.
Oh, God.
The grammar's important in this case.
Yeah, oh, man. It goes to show money can't buy mystique. He really, no matter how rich you are, Elon Musk, you're still an empty nothing. You are still an empty nothing with nothing to you. So empty, you have to go there. To so many places all at once. Now you remember how Brooke Gibson was really harping on me saying, you're a vampire, the son of Hitler, and the peacock angel, because she misunderstood what I was saying about that as being possessed thereof, not the angel himself. She was going on about that without even including the nanoplasma, just to, kick in the cyborg aspect.
Right.
It's like she,
and a super soldier.
Yeah. Well, the super soldier thing, I never liked that. Yeah, but I could see why that gets.
But I'm saying, like, the optics. If someone were to.
Yeah.
Someone that had no idea what was going on, that's what they would say.
Yeah, that's true. That's what they would say concerning the nanoplasma. That's right. They would just, or the cybernetic.
You're like X-Men,
Yeah,
X-Men.
Right. They would like. possessed X-Men vampire son of Hitler. Yeah, there we are. Yeah,
Yeah.
not to mention cross-dresser.
Yeah, and if someone were to choose all these, why did you choose the ones that have like the most adversity attached to them?
Thank you.
Fuck.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's like, yeah, like for instance, whenever I'm cross-dressing as a Japanese child prostitute, and they keep saying I'm cosplaying, and I'm like, what cartoon is that from? What cartoon was about the child prostitute assassin? Yeah. Oh yeah, that one, the one we all grew up with. Yes, I remember that, right along with, Marine Boy and Astro Boy and Kimba, the White Lion. There was the one about the child prostitute assassin, of course. Yeah, it's but all that being said, Musk has to, he has to say the alien, because that's almost just like a spite of my trying to tell people there aren't no fucking aliens the way the government is trying to tell you there's aliens. But he's a DOD contractor. He is a federal contractor, so of course he would say there are aliens. As a matter of fact, he would say, I'm one myself. So it all becomes part of that pattern, and he has to throw that in there with the other shit. So yes, take it away. What is your what? Why? Why would he do this with all? It's like, how does this not damage his politics? That goes to show how insane his politics
all
are.
those nerds love it. They love it. They fucking love that shit. Yeah.
Oh.
It's got something for everyone. It's got something for the Ians of the world. It's got something for the nerds. It's got something for, the ghost hunters. It's got some. It's just a PR move, really. He's just playing along.
But
it's like very video game-esque,
Well, it's. I would say it's more than just playing along. I would say that he's so psychotically insecure because he has nothing of himself that is of any experiential essence, that he has to go there to fill that empty gap of nothingness.
Yeah, of course. That goes without saying. Of course. I mean, he's just like, some computer nerd that his parents paid for everything, but he has to, have a backstory. Because everyone's expecting him to be like a James Bond villain, but it's just everything was handed to him from fucking MI6 and the Commonwealth fucking shit.
Thank you.
And they said, go fuck up America.
Yeah.
And he can't tell everyone that I'm a spy, so he has to say something else.
Yes, either a double agent who's also collaborating with Putin, or a traitor. Or both. And but you're right.
It's just all of the above.
Yeah, it's all the above. It's all the above.
The Brits basically gave him carte blanche to just like they did with Lenin or anyone else. They don't give a fuck who it kills. They say, here's an unlimited amount of money. They probably told the parents, send him to America and then see how far we can get with it. Look how far we gotten into the sewer.
Oh my God, he's taking us down. He's taking us fucking down. But the one thing, it's
and
like you said.
Speaking of the irony about it, is I saw the Starlink right before we got on air. I was outside doing some grounding and some meditation. I saw the Starlink balloon chain, or the satellite chain, quote unquote.
Oh my God.
This like etheric blue chain of dots going through the sky, and I have a video of it. I saw it, in person. So
how do you take that as a good or bad omen or neutral? Just kind of like a sign of.
I noticed they do it on holidays, so that way people aren't outside. Yeah. They run them very often on holidays.
Interesting. Yeah.
So people aren't there to like videotape it. And then when I tried to video it, the phone became instantly grainy, like. Just fucked up the ability of the phone.
Yeah, like you suddenly found yourself in a found footage horror film, right? And it
it did. It like grayed out. It like grayed out everything. So
Yeah, that way, of course, you're instantly discredited, and everybody says, "Oh, you're just running around shaking it while you while you film."
Yeah, because if you look at even online all the videos that have like paranormal or UFO or UAPs, they're always grainy and shaky, and that's the first comment on all the videos. Why is it always blurry?
Yeah.
So,
and
that's the number one discreditor, is that there's never a clear video.
right, and they always, of course, blame it on the person taking the film, or the who it's there you go.
Yeah, no one's sitting outside in the cold 24 hours waiting for a UFO to fly by. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Yes. Rather, there are some lunatics who do, but that's a whole different story. They're not the norm. Most of these films are usually taken by anonymous people, or shall we say, anonymous to that point, just unknowns to that point. But you're absolutely right. That is the term I was looking for with Elon Musk. He had to give himself backstory. He just had to give himself backstory because he has there's nothing there to make him look. I mean, say for instance with Bill Gates, when they were trying to make him into a James Bond villain, and I don't know how many people
he got hit in the face with a pie.
Oh,
that ruined that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it didn't even take the pie, though. The pie was the nail in the coffin. The pie was the nail in the coffin, but it was like, he's such a dorky looking idiot anyway. But what made it even dorkier was that his own personal office at the Microsoft, when he originally was still there and was still the captain of industry that he was projecting himself to be. Claiming to be, yeah.
His father was also like either a judge or someone high up.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I mean, he was, Bill Gates was never an inventor per se. He was just a very clever copyright thief.
Yeah, none of these guys were. Like, whether it's Elon or whoever, they always say, oh, he's revolutionized electric cars. Yeah. He basically just read an autobiography of Nikola Tesla and then stole everything, including his name.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't really do much other than like streamline the process, which he just hired a bunch of engineers to do. It's not like he was sitting there crunching the numbers.
Thank you. No, it's beyond offensive. I mean, it's
it's dumb.
But people idolize these thieves. It's, if you go out there and you market yourself, it's not even like if you steal the idea and you just market it as and you're the first one to get to people, they'll think you're the source. Yeah. That's basically
exactly.
Yeah, that's what Peter Moon was hoping he would do with the book, and he was hoping. But then again, after that, he's died, or he may be attempting or plotting to do something with the book, but I think what holds him back.
He pivoted to those videos, but we don't need to get
that's right, which is all the better. He's
trying to mine the what is it called, like dredge for nothing, mine the empty mine. For Montauk.
The term they used to use was plow the seas. He's plowing the seas.
It's like you already made money off that, just give it up, man.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, no one associates Montauk with Pete anymore. So
that's right. Oh my god!
Like, they think Stranger Things and shit. Like, like, that experiment I saw on TV, Stranger Things. Like, Pete's gone out of it. Like, they've edited him out a long time ago.
Yes, there is that, and well, he knows if he ever tried something with the book, we have all this evidence of all the shows he's ever done on this channel. It's all right there that he was just getting everything from myself, so that wouldn't stand up in a court of law. Cheesy. Yeah, and so there you go, Pete. Just reminding you, Pete, in case you ever think of doing something because you're so fucking stupid. So, and half brain dead now. And so all that being said, oh great, now I'm getting a notification. Could AI be used to replace striking workers? Well, fat fucking chance.
They wish. They fucking wish.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind was labor. But then I realized they must be talking about office workers who are virtual, home office workers and shit. So, there you go. They're probably considering replacing them with AI, but good fucking luck. Yeah, that's you saw what Peter Moon produced with that shit.
Yeah. So, you would have to hire enough workers to make them freaking program it right. It's just like, it would be redundant.
Yeah, thank you.
What, fire a bunch of people to hire engineers to redesign the AI to make it work? It's just like, why? It's just... Waste of time.
Yes, but then again, people have done stupider things.
They'd be better off just paying these people peanuts like they're doing, you know? Like,
yeah, it's so true. It's so true.
What's a couple $100 a month, you know? Just give them what they're asking for.
I know. It's like this is like kind of a stupid question, but I have to ask it because it doesn't make any sense when I read about
me, or is this
just the world in general. Just the world in general. It's almost rhetorical, but when people are complaining or exposing the fact that Elon Musk destroyed any attempts to unionize in his companies, and he's paying his workers absolute bucket bottom minimum wage, why do they work there? Is it because they have no other choice? It's just they can't find employment anywhere else, and they just kind of
no, they have options. They have options. They feel like working for a company like that is like a resume pad or something.
Must be. It must.
Because I remember early on, I had I was good friends with the class president of my high school.
Yeah.
And like I stayed at his house, like I knew his parents or whatever. But he tried to go work at Tesla in 2012 when he was when he started uni and stuff. And he thought it was going to be like this. By the time he made it out of college, he would have this huge position in this new company, and they were like lying to him the whole time. And then I saw him later, and he just said, "Yeah, that didn't work out." So these people think they have this like idea of like this is a Fortune 500, it's the highest value company, new company, and then they go there and it's like, you know, it's fucking Elon Musk sleeping under a desk, waking up to yell at you and shit.
Yes, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
No, literally, that's what it was in Fremont. This was in Fremont at the time when he was still in California. The Fremont plant still exists, but it was like they had this, what is it called, the ice cream in the sky kind of thing?
Oh, I forget.
You know,
I remember the saying. Go on.
Yeah, where you're like pie in the sky. Like,
yes, pie in the sky.
Yeah, this is gonna be, you know, this is gonna be like the crown of my career, and then they go there and it's like wah, wah, wah. So that's what he told me. He said, yeah, I got out of there. So it's still on his resume, of course, but it's like he didn't see it panning out because it just was, the management was crazy. All the engineers worked like 80-90 hours, like slave labor essentially. Like, you know, like even though they're getting paid good salaries, it's like it's not worth having that dude jump from under a desk in the middle of the night and yell at you, you know, why are my cars fucking up, you know? It's just, it wasn't worth it to them.
No, it wouldn't be worth it to anybody with any semblance of self-respect. No, that's just horrible. So aside from that, in terms of like I said, we're kind of starting slow, burning a few hours, waiting to see.
And you could tell by the way the cars are built, like in Tesla's case, that those people don't give a fuck about their job.
Yes, thank you.
Like I've been inside, I've driven it, the Tesla, and it's rubbish. I mean, this was even pre-pandemic. I mean, they're rubbish. Like,
thank you. And
stuff doesn't fit together.
Thank you.
Like the body lines, it would be called like the body gaps.
Yeah.
Like totally fucked up. Like all fucked up. Like Japanese and Germans will smoke them any day. They take pride in their work and everything works.
Well, that's why Trump's trying to set up the tariffs so people don't have an opportunity to buy the foreign cars. They'll be
or you have
stuck
to pay
with
an arm
this
and a
crap.
fucking leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and ask anyone that's bought an American car in the last 10 years. They're literally ticking time bombs. Like I saw something earlier today where the Dodge truck, it was like a 2019 Dodge truck, and there was a recall on the airbag, and the company Dodge, who's owned by Stellantis, which is this like evil fucking conglomerate from Europe, basically Fiat. It's like bottom of the barrel. They own Fiat and all the worst car companies on earth. It's like they're trying to collect them all or something. But their quality is so bad that they said, oh, well, there's a recall on this airbag. It could kill you, but we don't have the repair parts. So they left these guys hanging for 4 years, and the family's like sitting in their house and they hear an explosion, and the airbag detonated with such force it blew the roof off their truck.
Oh!
Yeah. And then the company said, we didn't have the part in time, but we warned you not to keep the truck, or not to use it. So therefore we don't owe, they're arguing with the insurance company saying, we don't owe them shit, basically. So that's American cars for you. I'd gladly pay the tariff just to fucking not deal with that.
Yeah, it sounds like just for the sake of your own safety.
Yeah, where I don't have to work. I mean, I've had the cars I've bought personally are all Japanese or German, and I've never had an issue with any of them.
Yes.
Like to the point where they blow up or stop working. And then the one American car that I had, it just fucked up. Like I left it parked for like a week, and then like stuff started breaking on it. It was just awful.
Oh my god.
Never had that with it. Yeah. So the Germans and the Japanese are the superior peoples on Earth. Just gonna say it.
Thank you, or at least cultures, to avoid the controversy of everyone complaining about the yeah,
it is, but it is cultural. It is cultural.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And for a time, I was going to work at a Japanese firm out here, and I saw how they operate, and it's no joke. I mean, it's no, like they don't. It's like American way is so bad. I mean,
thank you.
It's a joke. It's literally a joke.
Oh, it's sad. It's sad, and I remember people were trying to during the 80s. People were trying to emulate the Japanese business model, and they just couldn't get it established here. It's like trying to get people to convert to metrics. Remember, they were trying to get people to convert to the metric measurement system, and it just didn't work.
Yeah. No, they can't. Yeah, it's not possible.
Oh, and that was before we were all dumbed down. In both cases, that's before we were all dumbed down by the modern communications. By
the cell phones.
Yes, honest to God, all I can say is one of the advantages I have as a tutor is that obviously the estate adopts these youngsters at a young enough age, and they're usually from foreign countries, though they tend to be overwhelmingly Caucasian for reasons I've gone into before. For those of you who think that that's somehow racist, understand that it's been found that a lot of the different ethnicities, their blood transfusions that are conducted between ethnicities often do not take that well. Or rather, there are implications or that can simply be avoided by segregating the blood from donors. This is a fact that hospitals will never, of course, allow in a regular hospital setting. If you're just some average peon who's a working man or woman and gets injured and you're brought into a hospital and you need a blood transfusion, you're not going to argue, and you shouldn't argue about whose race it is, because you really don't have a choice, and they're just going to give you what's according to your blood type. But understand that if you're wealthy, you would have a choice, and you would be getting racial or ethno-specific blood because your body would work with it better. It's just the way of the world. It's just like organ donations come ideally from relations. It's like, this is why usually a loving relative would donate a kidney. Go on.
I think even in the hospital, they do try to adhere to that. Like when you go to donate blood, they certainly do ask you, to indicate your race, have a form, and even kind of, indicate why.
They definitely have all the stats for sure.
Yeah.
So they'll try. In an emergency, of course, they're going to grab whatever.
Yeah. So I believe you. Of course, I believe you. I do know that they ask these questions, and like Brendan says, they maintain these stats. It's not like they don't know. So it's but when they do that, that must be, I would think, like you say, in an emergency they're going to grab whatever. But I'm wondering if they make a conscious attempt with your average patient to match up ethnicity or something like that. I would be surprised if they did, and impressed if they did. I would be surprised and impressed, because the political ramifications of somebody protesting that, the trouble they could get into, you would think that they would almost just randomly, almost at random, other than the basic necessity of the blood type itself, just give you man's blood, woman's blood, whatever was there. So that'd be something interesting to find out more about. Which, interestingly enough, as a vampire, I never did. So I do want people to understand something, because I do get these questions a lot in my inbox from email. And people do ask me a lot of blood questions like that. And I do want to emphasize to people, even though blood is important to me and has become very much a part of what I work with, I do want people to know that it's not like, I mean, look at yourselves. You eat food, but that doesn't mean you're all chefs. It doesn't mean you all know how to cook. Matter of fact, the majority of you who eat food can't cook worth a damn. So it's the same here. It doesn't mean that I know every aspect of blood physiology and science and the industry that you
Yeah,
might.
why don't you become a phlebotomist instead? Make some money. Yeah.
Oh God, don't even.
Because I always called them vampires.
A lot of people do, but the reality is, of course, that that fucking sucks. I mean, there was this one chick I actually had a short intimate relationship with, who was a phlebotomist, and she wound up stalking me for the next 10 years. I mean, it's just uncanny, bordering on the supernatural. She became so stark raving mad she was homeless. I mean, literally, I encountered her digging through the garbage, literally, and then still years later, she wound up winding up in salons where I was getting, served and shit. It was like she would just show up. She found up. I think she shows up in the chat fairly regularly, a chick with the exact same name. I mean, love you dearly out there, Maureen Dragian O'Brien, if that's you out there in the text that shows up every once in a while.
Damn, you're definitely not helping.
Yeah, she's not. Yeah, well, at least she's not hurting anymore. God damn.
Yeah.
But so far as I understand, she was finally taken in by some big protective bull dyke or something who got her on antidepressant meds or antipsychotic meds or something. So her life took a turn for the better in the sense that she was essentially adopted. This chick was a phlebotomist. She actually, just to add to the surrealism of my life, there was one point when my mother began her health issues, when she began to spiral in the last 10 to 11 years of her life. At the very beginning, there was one time she was hospitalized. And that chick, Maureen Dragion O'Brien, was the phlebotomist who took her blood while she was hospitalized at one point. That's, just to show how surrealistic my life is. And but
that would happen.
Of course it would, right? Yeah, it would make perfect sense. Yeah. And it was, what was it? It was. There was that element of my mother where I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like, I guess we all do this. That though I will say this much, it didn't make any sense. There was a period of time. They changed all this after a while, because all they were doing was fucking people up. But in the old days, when you'd get inside of an ambulance ride, when you were calling the ambulance and you were going to the hospital, they would just do everything en route to the hospital, like a miniature fucking triage. They would take your blood sample. They'd do all this other shit. They only do a shadow of that these days, just a shadow of that. But in the old days, they went all out and were literally taking blood. And there was no goddamn good reason for it. All they ever did was injure you, collapse veins. They were just there was no point in it. I mean, you're in a moving fucking truck. And then they would try and, do it by stopping the ambulance so they could do it. And it didn't help. I mean, they just, anyhow, they finally stopped it, probably because they were infecting people with AIDS or something. They were probably proven to be doing that, these fucking ambulance drivers. But at any rate, so when my mother's blood was taken, they would take enough of it where you would begin to wonder what the fuck they're doing. And so she assumed that they were literally drinking it, but that was her projection of her own, what she would do, onto the paramedics. So she didn't really feel that way about the men necessarily. Most of the time, for whatever reason, her paramedic or responders would be female. And maybe that's why they were trying to get the female on the team to work with another female. That would make sense. But I guess because they were female and she was female, then there was that projection that they were almost stealing her blood almost for the sake of like a snack. That was she always had that feeling because it didn't seem to be doing anything constructive towards treatment. So I could understand why she would think that. But again, projection of one's own.
Well, that's why I call them vampires, because they do take like ridiculous. Even for like a normal sample, they'll take like 4 vials. It's like,
thank you.
What the hell are you doing with the rest of it?
Thank
you.
You
Need like a couple drops, right?
No, the question's your question's well taken. I mean, yeah, that's right, because it's not a donation. And are they
like a donation? Yeah, they take a lot, but they're like, they tell you how much they're taking. But when it's like a test, they take. I remember they took like 4 or 5 vials, and it's just like, why? Where's that going?
No, it's pretty weird, and there's no other word for it. And again, I'm not too familiar with why they do that. Probably a phlebotomist might give you an excuse, or maybe they wouldn't. I bet if I asked that chick, Maureen, she probably wouldn't even have a coherent answer. It was like, but there you go. So I dated a phlebotomist once, and it was not. I paid for that experience for the next decade, so it's not something. Why would I want to do something like that? But then, and again, just because Troy Bellamy.
Well, some people say that no offense, chicks out there, but the chicks that are in the medical industry are like some of the least loyal and the most sketchy ones. Especially when it goes to nurses and stuff.
Interesting.
Like marrying a nurse is like a big mistake, apparently, because they're just gonna fornicate and just not give a fuck about you. Partially because they're so burnt out.
I was gonna say, the reason I would
you'll never see them, and they'll just cheat on you. That's basically what the image I got from it.
Well, the reason I would say that that's not necessarily inaccurate, I'm sure there's exceptions to every generalization, but I could see where that generalization would come from, and that comes from the fact that, first off, they have basically a limitless access to drugs, and so to continue working through what they're going through, they're just gonna be taking those drugs all the time. And so you're instantly dating a druggie. You're also dating someone who's got endless access to all kinds of people, all day long. So it's not like they don't have other options. So you could just go on. And so I get it. So all that being said, do me a favor. What I'm going to try and do is just kind of center myself, breathe, get ready to go into monologue later, which will be, we usually do the monologue after about 4 hours of roundtable. So we'll try and keep the bandwidth burning with our roundtable for a while longer, see if somebody else shows up or other people show up. But in the interim, do me a favor, Brendan, and just help me by keeping the bandwidth burning while I think of what I'm going to monologue about for a good 8 hours, because I do want to give people my all before I retreat into the holiday, because like I said, I won't be back till Sunday, and incommunicado from basically everybody. And that's why Brendan and I were trying to contact Brooke before I disappeared for Thanksgiving. But one of the things that we could, just take it to a subject that you feel is relevant, Brendan, and I can just, like I did for Peter Moon, kind of just grunt and Twitter and not Twitter, titter. I would titter with Peter. I would titter and coo. That's so what was it? Brooke would call it cocksucking. She'd say it was like hearing me suck cock on air for 3 hours. She couldn't bear it. Well, do you remember that horrible time Peter Moon wrote that god-awful, he considered it poetry, but it was just stupid little quips and quotes where he replaced whatever they were talking about with the word evanescer, and he was just reading off a list, and I just had to titter.
No, I probably turned that shit off.
Oh, man. That was like, the only reason I could get through things like that is because I was never mentally there. I was just never mentally there. I was just always like really just going through what I was going to say in monologue, kind of like throwing some notes together to remind myself of directions to go into, and either that or just communicating with other people, or writing some of my own columns, which people know I do write. It's like Well, I'll do kind of like something like that, except with a lot more earnest engagement right now while Brendan goes into whatever topics he feels are relevant. One of the things that our man Aristides brought up was the fact that Israel has found a lot of Russian weapons and ammunition with Hezbollah in Lebanon, who they've already made a ceasefire deal with, which I'll put into context, as soon as I start monologue. And also the fact that Russia is cooperating heavily with Iran, which has been known for quite some time, but as are the Chinese. But so he was bringing up the fact is this going to put a crimp in Russo-Israeli relations? So I can obviously comment to that, but I was wondering what you can take it first and just kind of get me into that space where I'll give a preliminary kind of response to that before going into monologue later tonight. Brendan, your own impression about this, aside from the fact that they're all a bunch of about the Israelis and the Russians, and would that put a crimp in their ability to basically conspire with each other to do evil on the rest of us, essentially. So when you hear about the Russians cooperating with the Iranians and Lebanon, does that, in most Americans' minds, then that places them in an alignment antithetical to Israel, which then automatically, in most American minds, places Israel in alignment with us? So if you could comment to the naivete of that.
No, it's not even that. Yeah, it's that Iran is a weak enough enemy that the Israelis are happy to have them.
Yes.
Always harping on them, because it's like that gives them the victim card more, saying, look, we have these people that want to kill us and wipe us off the face of the earth and all that. And that's why it doesn't matter to them that Russia helps them. It's like they have the weakest currency on earth. I mean, they're doing to themselves more than any enemy could damage them. Those mullahs are the worst fucking rulers on earth. I mean, literally.
Yes.
There's nothing like you can't do anything from the outside worse than what they've already done to themselves, so yeah. And we don't have to get into the history, but if the Shah was there, it would be a different story. If there was a competent leadership and stuff, then they would of course take more issue with it. But the Russians and the Israelis all know that they're just a weak power. I mean, they have no force projection. They can't do anything.
Thank you.
Especially with the mullahs in charge. I mean, it's just, they brought that country back to the 1400s. It's the worst thing that could have ever happened there. So, to the great Aryan Empire that was once the greatest empire on earth, and like the Achaemenids and the Persians, the original Persians. There's a reason they were subjugated and put under this kind of false religion or this doctrine, because even a lot of Islam doesn't consider the Shia to be very reputable. There's a schism in Islam itself, so I would consider them to be the less noble part, the Ismailis and stuff like that, the Shia Islam, as opposed to the Sunni.
Okay. Yeah. And
I have nothing prepared. I just I'm gonna take a walk, so maybe I'll stimulate some brain activity.
Yeah. Sure.
Is anyone else on the call?
I'm here.
Yeah. Did you have any thoughts on that?
On that,
before we go into
the
it,
Israeli thing.
Specifically what you just said, but as far as the general Russia-Israel relations, and I think
What does that
you can't always compartmentalize things by country, because there'll be factions within there that are working behind the scenes and together, even if they're overtly enemies, etc. We always tend to think in teams like that, but we know the real teams are more complicated than that, I think. So, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah. I mean, right. Yeah. Your guys in this country and your guys in that country, they could be the enemies on the surface, but they're still making calls and moving chess pieces together and whatnot.
Yeah, and a lot of the overt rulership is definitely not what it seems. It's a smokescreen of sorts. So there's a whole hidden hand, as they say.
Right. Yeah. Never forget the hidden hand, because you know, you'll get the reach around you didn't expect.
Yep.
Oh, that's delightful. So you're handling this pretty well, and in terms of answering it myself, of course, what I'm afraid is that I'll go into some tangent that'll take too much of my brain cells right now before I go into monologue when I should be burning all my brain cells. Besides, I do want people to know I'll probably be trying to maybe chew a sandwich on the side. I doubt I can manage that though, because it just takes too much. When I chew, of course, I don't want to be heard, and I don't want to, unless we got a good conversation going already between individuals who, maybe Nemo, if he jumps on after he receives his package, he's waiting for a delivery, then I could get away with something like that. But otherwise, nothing to really worry about. I'm just trying to, of course, get a
How
little.
has the ginseng been going?
Good.
What's your thought?
Good.
What are your thoughts on the ginseng effects?
Oh, good. First there's the American ginseng in the crystalline form that I use in the green tea, and then with my second crock of tea that I prepare when I go into monologue, then I use that liquid red ginseng from Korea, or I think it's from China maybe, but it's Korean ginseng, the red ginseng. Yeah. And of course, V is almost, how would I say, hyper cautious about such things. And she was saying, oh, you shouldn't combine them because they're different. And but like you said, I'm just basically keeping myself energized through the night till I get something from her like ginkgo biloba or something that can really juice it up. But there's a few other things I'm trying to get from her. We'll see how she gets together with that herbal supplementation. Which is, of course, always important to me. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. No, it's great. I feel really good about it, and I think it's a much, yeah. I'm getting back into taking care of myself even better than I did before. It's amazing how people might not understand this, just how really I was ignoring myself for so long. It basically came from being a care provider for my parents. And that was, you wind up destroying yourself. You ignore yourself completely and your own needs. And how much of that was still a remnant of that lifestyle. My not attending enough to my supplementation. And I should supplement myself a lot more than your average person, really. As for the sandwich that I'm considering even chewing on, it is by my side. I might not eat it at all. I might throw it away because it's basically the Meals on Wheels delivered salmon cake. The only kind of they do have fish that they put in. There's cod. That's usually a piece of fish. Then there's like the kind of other fish that they put inside of the breadcrumbs, and then that's pretty much like a fish stick. There's nothing much to that. But the salmon cake at least has some punch to it.
Yeah, you need supplements, man.
Yeah, that's it. Supplements. Yeah, the Meals on Wheels just isn't. No. It's just filler food. It really is, and it's not to insult them. It's not to. Yeah, but obviously.
No, they definitely just go by bare minimums. I mean, it's a free service, or it provides. It's a life sustaining service. It's not just. It's not a thrive, it's a survive.
Yeah, and there you go. That's what it is. Yeah, but I put that salmon cake between two pieces of bread. I might gnaw on that later, but it's just basically like gopher wood in a fireplace. It's something that it's empty calories to burn for me. It's not necessarily nutritious like blood. Just so people, because I always get questions about that. Why do you eat? Well, I'm only a quarter vampire, and I'm 3/4 human. So there you go. I do.
Yeah. How are the full vampire colonies surviving? Like,
you mean now?
No. I'm saying like during the Russian experiments. Like, you said like. They were being given like gulags full of people or something, or
yeah, basically,
they must have had to eat something, even like a full-blood vampire.
Well, they were never out. The one thing,
like a fish, like Gollum, they had to eat something.
Oh, dude,
like a raw rabbit or something.
The one thing, the Russian vampires that were kept in captivity by the Soviet Union and experimented on, the one thing that they never suffered was starvation. There was an
Right.
endless amount of living bodies that were supplied to them at all times. That just the Russians that's how they operated. They would just take them out of the gulags and feed them to them, shovel them in by the truckload, for vampire feed. Yeah, so
that makes sense.
Yeah, that was never an issue.
Because like if you go by your breakdown of the biology is like they would basically it's a mutation that would show up in high levels of population.
Yeah.
As per the salamander conjecture by that Russian scientist.
Yeah. Yes.
So it would just be able to, if the mutation happened and that happened, then it would be able to survive off the population around it. So they wouldn't be congregating in big places, heavy populated groups or tribes.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Yeah. Yeah. That's normally that's quite true.
By their biology, they're like cats. They're not gonna like herd.
Yeah, that's right.
Or like lions or something.
Yeah, no, quite true, quite true.
Or wait, like pumas.
Yeah,
lions,
better
they
example. Yeah, better example is the pumas.
Like hardcore carnivores, like they're usually solo hunters.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they can lay low and not, have to fight over food or whatnot.
Quite so. And so just to kind of address what the conundrum that was brought up by Aristides, when it comes to the Russians and the Israelis, you have this relationship that, like most such, shall we say, it's an axis of pure practicality. So pragmatism is a more academic word for practicality, and when it comes to their alliance, it is based on complete and total cynicism. The Israelis finding a bunch of Russian weapons with Lebanon's Hezbollah is nothing to the Israelis.
I mean, that's cheesy. Yeah, that's cheesy. That's just like just leftover Soviet junk that's all they can afford.
Oh no, it's like
maybe like a little bit of post-fall stuff from the 90s, but it's not going to be anything. They're not going to be giving them the good shit, that's for sure. They've already wasted all that. Ammunition and shit. Munitions. They wasted all the munitions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very much
and
so.
And how we know this is because the North Koreans are producing missiles for them, so they're scraping the bottom.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like surplus that you'd be throwing away. And so when it comes to the point that I'm making, it's nothing compared to the strikes against Russia. Go on.
Those Hezbollah guys have plenty of time to polish an old AK-47. Like they got time to grease it up and make it work again.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think they're bothering to do that.
They're just they're just basically finding crates from the old days.
Yeah,
crates of weapons.
Yeah, that's true.
Unused munitions.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Hezbollah hasn't even expended them yet. I mean, that alone shows you all you need to know. It's like so when it comes to I've gone into this before in some depth, but you think about the times that the Russians have sold the Syrians their various Russian anti-aircraft missile systems. The most common one that I can think of is the S-300, but obviously what goes on is that whenever the Russians sent them their most advanced anti-aircraft missile systems, then they obviously didn't work very fucking well, because then the Israelis would send in a unit of basically a aircraft strike force to take them out. So it's almost like the Israelis would instantly test their aircraft against the Russian anti-aircraft system. And I have never heard of many instances where they came out scathed. In other words, most of the time they would come out of their attacks unscathed. And they would, now it's not every case, but generally speaking, but it was almost like they were just giving their planes a training test run to run against and destroy the Russian anti-aircraft missile systems that the Syrians had purchased. Now, because the Russians had sold this to the Syrians, the Russians officially could not complain. They couldn't complain about the Israelis destroying the equipment they had just sold to Syria, because it's like they're fucking selling it in a sense illegally. They're like supporting a known rogue state. But the impunity with which the Israelis would do it. Say, for instance, if you think about any other nation on Earth where, say, for instance, Mexico. If Mexico purchased a bunch of Russian anti-aircraft missile systems, and then America flew in there a fighter unit and just took them out. Think about the diplomatic optics. The diplomatic optics are simply unacceptable. Say the Canadians purchased something from communist China, and the Americans just flew in there and took it out. Just the diplomatic optics are unacceptable. And don't think that, people don't take offense on both parties. The Chinese and the Canadians would both take offense. The Mexicans and the Russians would both take offense if such a scenario were ever to happen. So don't think Russia did not take offense. I mean, Russia sells these weapons, and then the Israelis prove that their weapons are, can be turned into a pile of rubble in a single strike. That doesn't do good for Russian sales. So then the Russians, ultimately respond by giving weapons to Hezbollah, try and get back penny ante at the Israelis. But
yeah.
And
so your point being, is this isn't like a full friendship. This isn't like we're not talking like allies in World War II or something.
Yeah.
This is like. It's there's no honor among thieves. Like knowing they're just scamming each other essentially. Yeah. They don't give a fuck what happens. Yeah. Other than for their own interest.
Yes. Thank you. So and by the way, allies in World War II, when it came to the Allied side as opposed to the Axis.
Well, I'm saying the mythification.
Thank you.
We gave them everything, and we all cooperated, and that's what people are thinking when they think these two countries are working together. Right? Yes. It doesn't always work like that, like you said.
Yes. Yeah. And so that having been said, when it comes to what Russia and Israel have, however, what they actually have is a symbiotic relationship that's actually quite deep. And that overcomes their petty insults to each other. Say, for instance, on Putin's birthday, he invited the leaders of Hezbollah over to the, or was it the leaders of Hamas? He invited the Hamas leaders to, and just so people understand, if all this is confusing to you, Hamas is Gaza Strip and Palestine, whereas Hezbollah, or Army of God, is Lebanon or Lebanon. Yeah. And so it was the Hamas leaders that were invited to see Putin on his birthday. And that was, of course, the date of the attack on Israel. So in a very real sense, Russian weapons were used in that attack on Israel. The Israelis could have claimed, the Russians were attacking us. But they didn't, indirectly, through a proxy. But they didn't dare to say that because Russia is part of their big business network that they maintain for oil and natural gas, which they get from the former Soviet satellite state, the former Soviet Republic, an integral state. In fact, it wouldn't be a satellite state. It would be an integral state. Say, for instance, the United States, an equivalent or a parallel might be a satellite state would be something like Samoa, whereas an actual state would be something like Texas or California, or some chicken shit little piece of land that you could stand to lose, like Rhode Island or something like that. That would be like Azerbaijan was not some chicken shit little thing you could lose like Rhode Island. It is a oil superpower. So Azerbaijan, it was a state of the Soviet Union, just as integral to it as, say, California or Texas. And now they are the primary ally of Israel, one of, among their top three. And so the connections that Israel has with Russia are just so intertwined that they're inextricable. They are inextricable. They're not going to go at each other's throats, no matter how much chicken shit stuff the Russians will pull with Iran, because, as Brendan said, Iran is harmless. It is sadly harmless. And you take a look at their at any attempt they make to strike back at Israel. It's so fucking sad. It's like they can't get anything through their Iron Dome. Of course, that's because the Americans are helping immensely, along with many other people, to make certain that the Israelis are invulnerable. But at any rate, what else comes to mind that you can think of at the moment?
Not much, really.
Okay.
Not on this topic, anyway.
Okay. Yeah. So that's understandable. Okay. I'm just I'm trying to look around for things to talk about when I get into the monologue mode. But let's see if anyone else has joined us. Heather, oh, for God's sakes, Heather, do me a favor. When you come on, just shout your appearance. Just interject yourself.
Boo!
That's cute. You're so adorable. Tell us what's going on with yourself.
Oh, nothing's going on. I just watched the Motley Crue movie, and I'm just getting ready for bed. And I forgot that tonight was the night. So I'm sorry I didn't show up sooner.
Oh, that's okay. We're glad you're here now. And tell us a bit about and tell us a bit about.
You know what, Douglas? You're just so far beyond your years. It's impressive. I don't know how you know so much or how you do it, but you do a great job.
Oh my God, you're so kind. You're so delightful. I adore you. And Nemo has joined us as well. So say hi to everyone, Nemo.
How's it going, everyone?
Yeah.
Well, hello to the listeners.
Yes. And well, both of you, Heather and Nemo, both of you, tell us how you're spending your Thanksgiving.
I don't celebrate that shit. I'm Australian.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. Well, don't you have some genocide of the Aborigines that you celebrate as some hypocrite? Ow!
Oh, shocking.
Yes. Yes. You didn't hear that, people. That's just awful. Oh my God.
I'm a sarcastic person.
That's so bad. Yeah. Oh my God.
I don't celebrate any festive holidays and shit like that. Stupid.
Yes. Understood. And
I can't believe Americans are still fucking celebrating that day. You're like celebrating the death of roughly 100 million Native Americans.
Yes. Beyond that, no, it's awful. It is awful.
This is why they deserve every bad thing they get.
Yeah.
The Americans.
Yes. Yeah, the Yanks. I totally get it. It's so that having been articulated, which I can go on about, but like I said, I'm not trying to ruin everybody's appetite before Thanksgiving. I think what I have to share during monologue will be bad enough, talking about tariffs, the usual suspects, Musk and Trump, and then going into geopolitics. Of course, it's all bad enough. But all such being articulated, how about yourself, honey, Heather? What are your plans for the...
I am gonna have a few. I'm just having Vinny's mom's coming over and his brother is here from California.
Oh wow, that's great.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have a few people and just eat here, just family. Mm-hmm. Last year I had a whole bunch of people and it was just too busy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is butterball turkeys. Is this from you?
Yeah, I heard some things about the turkey recall, so we're having a ham.
Okay. Oh, that's delightful.
Because that's what they like. I have to make ham. I have to make meat.
Okay, and how do you feel about your own cooking?
I don't like cooking meat. I think it's bad.
Oh, right.
It's good. I mean, people eat it. I just got it pre-cooked anyways from the store.
Do you yourself ever eat any of it?
No, not the meat. I like turkey.
Okay.
I do like turkey.
Okay.
But not after reading this.
Can you tell us a bit about this? What are they saying is the danger from the turkeys that they're recalling?
Because the turkeys were abused or so, they were mishandled and things like that, and so there's all kinds of evidence saying that, that the turkey is bad and it should be recalled.
Okay.
You should see how they kill them now in their enclosed fucking, what would you call, free range fucking canopies. Like they drown them with the foam bath. Like you just see a big fucking wave
Well,
of
yeah,
foam
and they
going
throw
over
them at
them.
each other, and they just do mean things to the turkeys.
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
mistreated. Yeah, they're never fully like free range. Like it's rarely that you can get a fucking full on open free range.
It's
turkey
definitely not halal.
in America.
Halal. That's Muslim kosher, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How are you familiar with that?
I worked at a place called Doghouse, and they only had halal meat
Why would they name their restaurant the Doghouse?
because it was for hot dogs. They served
The
hot
irony.
hot dogs and sausages.
Oh my god! Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
guys probably have barely had any Muslim customers with
Yeah.
that name.
I was about to say.
Is that not the case? Or?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, wouldn't that
I didn't
deter
hear the
them because
question.
don't they hate
I
dogs?
didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
What our man Brendan was saying was, you will repeat yourself, Brendan, so she can hear what you say this time.
Oh, I said you probably didn't have many Muslim customers with that kind of name of the joint.
Oh, Doghouse.
Yeah.
We had a couple. There were a couple of people that brought their families in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the people who search out for Cobble Creek Farm or whatever the place is that we got our meat from.
Oh.
Cobble Creek Farm. That's so cute.
Yeah, there are not very many halal producers, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I feel worse about it. I mean, I think it's pretty brutal. I mean, but is it more humane? No.
No.
Killing anything is wrong.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, halal and kosher is definitely not more humane, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen how the Khazars run their beef factories. They just slice the throat of the cow after they
Yeah.
put it in a machine. They tip it upside down, and it's just drowning on its own blood. And
That's bullshit.
that's going to
Yeah,
stress
it's
the
the
shit
same.
out of the
Yeah,
meat.
it's the same.
I say, why would you want to eat that? You just stress the shit out of the meat. It's going to taste like crap. And it's been
Yeah, well, that's
tortured.
the idea. Is they jump that step where they don't stress them out. It's like they don't even know what happened.
Right.
Oh.
Or I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Like the most humane way they do it now is just put a spike through their brain. It instantly kills them. By cutting their throat, by putting them in a machine, like flipping them around and shit. Yeah, you're just torturing it, and meat's gonna be shit.
Okay.
So it's bad to eat on many reasons. Yeah.
Right, but when you say killing anything is wrong, Heather, not that I mean to challenge you in some way that's how would I say, adversarial, but would you have a
Well,
cat?
no, it's just that you're not even supposed to kill a cow if it's suffering.
Well, I mean, whoa, wait a second. I mean, what you mean to say is kill it so it doesn't suffer. What you're trying
Like
to
people who put the animals out of their misery, they're
Right.
not putting them out of their misery. That's not. They have to live out their karma. You can't take their life.
But what about a cat? You have a cat.
A
You love your
cat?
cat.
What about it? I'm not planning on killing my cat anytime soon.
No, I understand that, but I would hope not. But what I mean to say is that cats are obligate carnivores. They kill. I mean, if they were
I
in
have to feed my cat food with meat in it, yes, and it is kind of gross, but it's what she needs.
right.
I gotta be real.
And those cats in the wild, they kill. So I mean, they're not building up bad karma just for being what they are, right?
No, that's what I mean. Like if I were
Yeah, well,
to put a cat out of
animals are
its
different
misery,
because they don't have free will.
Okay, there we are. Thank you.
That's why.
then it has to relive its whole life again, and it doesn't play out its own natural fate.
Yeah. But by the way, I was just hearting, how would I say it, instinctively without looking at it. Then I realized what I was looking at. So this is, what's his name? Elon Musk. We're going to use different terminology here. He's with, who is he with? Do you know these people?
He's that Argentinian.
Oh,
leader or
that
something.
idiot. That Argentinian.
Yeah, he met with Mile. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Right.
Oh, God.
And look who Elon has behind him.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Where the arrow's pointing. It's obviously a Kaiser.
Okay, it's
How obvious.
And just read that second, or you want me to read it?
Feel free to read that. That's you know,
What's his
probably a
jacket
historian.
say?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a quote from Theodore Herzl.
Actually, before you
1897.
read that, could you tell Heather what is it that Elon Musk's jacket says? What does that patch say? It looks like a NASA patch, but it's probably his Starlink bullshit.
Yeah, it's his own brand.
Oh,
with the
Starlink.
Yeah.
number 22 on the side of his shoulder.
Yeah, why is it the 22?
Probably
What
something.
do I know? It might be his rank in Freemasonry or some other occult bullshit.
That's a thought.
So he has no. This isn't for the government efficiency logo, is it?
No. Oh God.
No.
Okay.
No, that's his personal space jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his.
Does he really go to space a lot?
He never goes
No.
in outer space.
He knows they can't make it up there. I mean, with the current
He's never
technology,
going
it's
to
not gonna
Mars.
happen.
Yeah. They're going to fake it. They're going to fake their trip to Mars. That's what they'll
No,
do.
like,
Oh.
they've
It's
never
so
gone.
dangerous. Why would anyone want to go out there?
Oh my God.
Good question.
How about this? They're not even going to try, honey. They're just yeah. It's like the guys
They're
are
just
saying.
scamming people.
Yeah, they're just scamming people.
Rockets are such an outdated technology. This is the Third Reich. Yeah, this is why they had to make something far more advanced. They're not going to use rockets to travel in outer space.
Yes, I know
Yeah,
that.
and the people in the know about the mercury ion generators and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if you just rotate, I mean, Tesla knew about it. You just rotate a magnetic field and you get levitation. I mean, they just won't tell the public about it, because then people will ask, oh, why can't I have one? You know, why can't we just levitate to the next, you know, no planes needed? You know, like if you had a Vimana in your garden, you could go from here to like Australia. I can go see Nemo in 2 hours, right? Like they don't want, the Desperati can't have that. Like, passports
Well, the
would just be
Vimana
irrelevant.
takes such intricate ways to make it that nobody's ever going to be able to get like a huge
No, it's
tortoise
simple.
shell.
It's actually simple.
Doesn't it
it's
take,
a
like, some-
rotating mercury drive. No, they've done it. They've already replicated. As
Well,
we
yeah. Well,
talked
the
about.
directions say that you need like a certain kind of animal skin for the seat, and it's like all intricate. Like it seems impossible to like. It would.
Yeah,
be
but
possible.
an engineer can. The Germans reverse engineered it already. But the Reich has it. I mean.
So it's not the same thing.
No, it is. That's how they got it.
Huh.
What is it called in English?
Oh yeah, Flugelrad. Yeah, you're talking about the.
Flugelrad.
Yeah.
Flugelrad.
Yeah, that's not English, but that's what they call it.
No, I call it Schallplatten.
Yeah,
like the plate.
There
The
we are.
disc.
There, yeah. Whereas Americans would simply call it a fucking Nazi UFO, is what they say. Look, it's a fucking Nazi UFO.
Yeah, and you won't believe how many people say it's called Die Glock, and it's like, no, that was not. That's different.
Thank you. But go on.
I'll
Heather.
quickly read this out.
Oh yeah,
The
go ahead.
Flugelrad.
Quote from Theodore Herzl, 1897, Switzerland. He says, Masonic lodges are established all over the world to help us achieve our independence. Those pigs, the non-Jewish Masons, will never understand the final objectives of Masonry. Freemasonry was created by and created for the actual Khazars, and then Gentiles are just there to serve them and pretend like they're achieving a goal of enlightenment, but they're never going to understand the true nature of Freemasonry, why it was created. Only for the chosen people.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
seems
And that's
like
from a Khazar. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's telling you,
Oh.
it's not for you, it's for us.
or another way of phrasing that would be that's from a Zionist. So I believe that the term Hazar or Khazar, either one is correct. But I mean, no matter how you pronounce it, it just comes down to who's, you say tomato, I say tomato. But it's a term that is probably better used. I don't know exactly how to disambiguate it. I'd say historically, plus at the same time, when you're speaking of the ethnos of the people of Israel, the founders, particularly the founders of the modern pseudo-state or parastate of Israel, or even posier state of Israel, then you could use a term like that the majority of the founders were ethnically Hazarian or Hazar. But when it comes to this kind of political statement, you would say that this is a Zionist who is expressing something that is exclusive to a particular... I mean, this is the whole problem of talking about Judaism, is that they have taken themselves to so many rabbit holes of layering. They're so layered. It becomes, no matter what you say about it, nobody's going to be happy anyway. So I guess, yeah, it's fine. You might as well just say what you've just said. But I would use Zionist in this case.
Right.
Myself. So aside from that, yes. So when you bring that up, what else does that bring to your mind to bring to our attention?
Don't get involved in
like an airplane?
Freemasonry.
Thank you. And Heather, dear Heather,
So it's like an airplane.
how so? The Vimana?
The Vimana, is that what they think of it as?
They being the Third Reich, or just people in general who try to reverse engineer these technologies?
The actual Vimana, is it like an aircraft? Or
Brendan?
is it a spaceship?
Brendan?
It's a
It can be
it can
both.
travel. It can travel.
If it has an anti-gravitational field around it, it can go through water, air, or outer space.
Yeah.
It defies the
dimensions?
laws of physics and gravity.
It's just a travel device. Like Vimana means traveling. Yeah.
Okay.
So it
I
goes
can
into
bring-
the
I
black
can bring
part
up
of the
the
sky?
translation.
Yeah, I'm looking at this
Well,
thing right
it's
now.
not-
It's
well,
always
there's,
intriguing.
like, there is the one. There are different types, of course. The one that's on the physical that we have can only do like Earth stuff and like near Earth travel. So,
Okay, so it doesn't go into
but
the black.
there are cosmic ones that can dimension hop, like the one that Ravana had and stuff. Like it can go anywhere, you know. And then the higher beings have their own. That's what like you see as like when you see like meteors and stuff, especially the big
Yeah.
ones. Like those are like beings traveling in the higher dimensions. It's not what they say it is, you know. It's not a physical item.
What is a Yojana?
Yojana is like a distance, measure of distance.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking like Puranic stuff here.
Explain to people that
Vedic
term,
history.
please.
Yeah, Purana is like the history of the multiverse. So it's like the Vedic mythology slash histrology, or not histrology, the history of the Puranic studies, which is like the ancient stuff. We're talking like millions of years of history. The Aryan history.
So they've been doing this for 5,000 years.
Way more. I mean, way more. All this stuff is like all the principles of the universe are eternal. So it's millions of years we're talking here.
Sounds like a trap.
Traps as in
Life is
How
a
so?
trap. Time is a trap.
The caltraps of
Well-
time. Go on.
Yeah.
yeah, but it has its purpose.
Well, why don't we see more Vimanas hanging around if they're so well known?
Well, that's people see them as UFOs or like lights in the sky. Like I said, meteorites.
Depends where you are in the world too. If you're closer to Antarctica, you're gonna see more of that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Like
and,
Australia, we
and
get
there's
a
a
lot of that
general, there's like a general quarantine on Earth, like from the higher realms. Like it's like we've been cut off because of how bad shit is here. Like, yeah, it's like
That's
a
too
quarantine.
bad.
There's like a quarantine, so like the higher beings and are not allowed to come down here unless it's like dire or something. So
Is it because they
'cause
don't
in
want
the past, no, it's like a command from like the higher force. Like it's like Earth is in quarantine.
They're not
Like,
getting
that's-
involved in this shit. We got to fix it ourselves.
Yes, thank you. Nina. Yeah. That's like the decree that's been given.
When we
From
fail, if we fail, then they're gonna erase a slate.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be reset.
Yeah, they can like reset the game. So if you guys watch like Dragon Ball Super or something, like some animes like reference like the realms and how the realms can get erased. You know, if things aren't going, you know, well enough. So it's
That's
basically
so hard
like
to
a period.
understand.
Well, we're in like the Kali Yuga. So if things don't upgrade or people don't evolve, then why is the Earth going to support everyone if no one wants to evolve and everyone's devolving? Like, the Earth's not going to support people for free. You know, it's like into perpetuity, like forever. So it's
Yeah,
like it's just
we become like a virus or a parasite ourselves.
yes,
Instead of being one
Yeah.
with the nature and the cosmic, going with the cosmic flow.
precisely. So we're in that situation. Is like we have a chance to evolve, and then now, like as the internet's come out and like the age of Aquarius is coming, like we have all the technology. We're in the most productive point in human history as far as resources and everything. Like we can order anything online. Anyone can order anything online and just get it to your door. So it's like there's no more excuses left. Like no one on Earth, like everyone has a cell phone. There's no one on Earth that could say, "Oh, I didn't know," or "I couldn't find out." So like Divine is gracious and gives us the opportunity to have that, you know, knowledge. And we have more knowledge on our phones than even the richest people, like even 100 years ago, had in their library.
So,
Like
so wait, so do you think that the internet has always been there? We just had to figure it out, or did we invent it?
well,
Excellent
Ethernet.
question.
I mean, it's Ethernet. Yeah.
So explain to her the
principles are always
Akashic.
there.
Explain to her the Akashic records, which is a term I'm certain Heather has heard before, but it's more for the sake of our listeners.
Yes. Yeah, the Akasha, the Akash is ether. So Akash in Sanskrit means ether. The fifth element means space or sky. But it corresponds to the etheric element. So when someone says, "Oh, you can look into the Akashic record," that is like the noosphere, this like in-between world that has all the information of every being and every kind of knowledge. So that's the Akashic quote-unquote record. But the Ethernet, the internet we have is based off ether. So it's like, it's our emulation of that. So we've created like the cyber dimension that has all of that info in it for us to access easily. And it's connected to the ether for the other dimensions to use and see as well.
So do you think AI has access to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only way it can learn is through all that info
Thank you.
and data.
Yeah,
Thank
you got to feed AI. Yeah.
Yeah, it has data. Yeah.
And it dreams. Tell them about these machine dreams.
Machine dream?
It hallucinates. AI hallucinations, they call them.
Yeah, yeah. So it can create, it can amalgamate its information and imagery to create entirely new, quote unquote, artworks or concepts or items.
Like an idea?
Yeah, an independent idea.
Well, I said something to my AI on my Skype about Douglas Dietrich, and they sent me the funniest picture of what they thought that he looked like. It didn't look like him at all.
You showed us this before, right? But I'm happy to look at it again.
Yeah, I don't even know where it's at. I'd have to find it.
You should see
It
this.
looked like a hunter or something.
Interesting. Well, you should see what John Warrington produced. Did I show you? Perhaps.
No.
Oh, okay. It shouldn't be too difficult to show you that. Just for a second here. Let's take a look at live streaming and then go over to sharing screen. Here we are, honey. Let's take a look at. Oh, I could load them up. Here's what I do. I don't need to share screen. I'll just load them up. So let me stop sharing. And then load that up. I love the frogs. I love the frogs. They're grooving with Brendan. Brendan knows what it's like to be green.
Are those real?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
No, Brendan is a psychotic who carries around toy frogs that he ribbits constantly as a pathological need to keep himself company. Of course. You didn't know that?
No,
I'm
it
kidding.
sounded like one of those YouTube videos, falling asleep.
No, it's a real thing. It's adorable. It's like
cute.
he's bathing in a fucking swamp. Yeah. So
It's good background noise.
It is. Yeah, I enjoy it. Yeah,
Yes.
don't think otherwise. You didn't need to go mute, Brendan. You didn't need to go
I'm
mute.
not mute.
Yeah,
They felt your
They just-
vibe.
So they heard us talking about him.
Yeah.
Oh, now I feel bad. Oh, that reminds me. That article that had that image of the deluge that Nemo found. You should put that into the chat box of our listeners. Our listeners, and also where Heather can see it as well. Right now I'm going to upload this for Heather to see. And
Thank you.
Yeah, and let's see if this works. Press the open button.
I can't find those pictures. They must have been a long time ago because I go all the way back and I can't find them.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is what our friend John Warrington produced. And he was critical of it. He's not happy necessarily with the result completely, but they're nice. They're cute. They're adorable. At any rate, in terms of a thing that I'm... oh, yes, so Nemo, you know what I'm talking about,
What?
right? Oh, yes, that image that... Oh, I'll upload the image. Don't worry. So this way that... here we are. Let me upload this. Here we are. There. I'm going to enter that. The link of the article that had that image, if you could put that in the chat box for our listeners. That way they can reference that later. That was an excellent image of the deluge from the sky that you found. So what I was curious about, Brendan, is whatever you feel comfortable talking about. This might be private for you, I don't know. I'm just trying to burn bandwidth while I chew on this, get some more calories and myself some empty calories to burn for later when I go into monologue. When I do take my break, I'll be taking a number of supplements and making another crock of tea. So that'll take probably altogether about 10-ish minutes, maybe 15 at the absolute longest. But that won't be
Posted in both chats.
Excellent.
Just ours and YouTube's, yeah.
Thank you so much. And but the only reason that I'm bringing this up is so our listeners are, kept up to date as to why I'm doing what I'm doing. But with Brendan, what I've always been curious about is when we speak of two things. There's the conceptual question I have for you, which should be the easiest to tackle. And then there's the more personal question in which you're invited to share only what you feel comfortable sharing about your guru. Is that I have this feeling that, like myself, you have a historical figure that you truly identify with, or is this person alive? And if he is alive, have you ever met him in person, or met him in England, or and you could tell us a bit about him, because obviously there's different interpretations of the yugas, and many people. Like, for instance, as I give an example of one time I called an Englishman who had been in India long enough where he had gone native and had converted to the Vedic culture, or at least some Hindu interpretation thereof. But when I asked him about, say, I project up to the year 44,000, which is this English company called Games Workshop has this horrible franchise called Warhammer 40K, which is supposed to take place in the year 40,000 AD. And I was saying they have a very dystopian perspective of the future. And he said, they are correct. We will still be in the Kali Yuga. This was actually a British guy who had been hanging out with the Indians so long he almost talked like he was Hindu or something. But he was actually British. And so obviously you disagree with that, and your interpretation is we're actually on the cusp of entering out of the Kali Yuga and finally ascending. Yeah. And so, if you could give us a bit about that cosmology and about your guru, because I am curious. Whatever
I
you
agree
want.
with that. We're coming out. We're actually coming out. Actually,
Thank
probably
you.
just out of the gate, but still just like stumbling around like retarded.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, the internet is clear.
Not all at once.
Okay.
It's not all
Like
at
all
once.
this electricity.
It's like
Electricity
the-
was the starting point.
But like the yuga doesn't just like snap one day and all of a sudden it's like a whole different time. It's like
No,
it
It's not like
eases
a
out.
clock.
Right.
It's not like a clock.
But I
Thank
think
you.
we're like technically are out of it. We're not still in the Kali Yuga from what some sources I have said.
Excellent.
So it's very simple. So Kali, not Kali, but Kali Yug means the age of darkness, ignorance. It's an allegory for ignorance, right? Or like a metaphor,
I don't know.
right? The age of ignorance. So any light, right? Any kind of light, any truth, which is called sat, the truth, the real truth, that comes out automatically gets you out of the Kali Yuga. So now that we have the ability to see, even like, it's like a sunrise. It's like you could see the light coming, right? So we're already in that transition period. If people have come to know all these things already, it's not like 100 years ago and like 200 years ago where like the peasants couldn't even leave their village, So
It's so strange to me how there's still villages and stuff where people don't even know about the whole world.
yeah, but there's very little of those left. But I'm saying
Really?
like the truth of like the human soul and the truth of reality, like that light, that's the light that's coming. That is what like the next yuga will bring. And also technology, because it's also an Aquarian precession. So there's two cycles. There's like the precession of the equinox, which is the different star signs that rule over time periods. So, in like a few thousand years ago, it was the sign of Aries was the last age. Then we went to the sign of Pisces because precession moves backwards through the zodiac. So yeah, so that's why you had like the rulers like thousands of years ago. They were called like Ramses, like right, the ram,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So that means he ruled under that time period. So the Egyptians knew these big cosmic time periods. So the
What
age
was
of
their
Pisces is the age
lifespan?
of belief. Same as ours.
Oh,
Like 120. Like Ramses lived to almost 100 years old. So you can imagine.
I don't want to be that old.
Yeah, but imagine that in like 3,000 years ago, like living to 100.
No
Like-
way.
Like it was a different thing, yeah. So, but the rules of being human have always been the same. Like none of that changes. So, but in the context of the yuga, so it's the age of ignorance into light. So now that the light has been shown, and then everyone has an opportunity through the technology because of Aquarius rules over electronics, new technology, electromagnetic waves, because it's an air sign. So it's an air sign. If you look at the drawing, it's a person pouring water, the water bearer, right? Everyone knows
Yeah.
this. So that water is not water per se. It's the electromagnetic spectrum of waves, of magical waves. That was the water bringer, was the water of the heavens, of pure essence. So that's what Aquarius, the age of Aquarius is. We're already in it because electricity exists and we can harness electricity, and we're using it like every day. You can't see the cell phone signal that we're talking over right now, but it's going through the air, like, right? So
Right.
we're already using stuff that's in the Aquarian realm of like we couldn't have this unless it was already Aquarius, age of Aquarius.
Well, that was in the 60s, isn't it?
Like late 1800s, we got it, the stuff like that. Yeah, like electricity when we can harness it properly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that in the old days back then, they had copper and gold and capstones on their buildings, and they were harnessing electricity from the air to power their shit. Free electricity.
They knew etheric technology and stuff. Yeah, that is there, but but for everyone to be able to use it like freely,
Yeah.
that's what Aquarius is. It's an egalitarian sign. Like the Aquarian principle is everyone gets to share it and openly, and it's a humanitarian sign. So all beings are on equal footing. That's the essence of the internet. Put everyone on equal footing. No other time period ever allowed that. So that's just a dead giveaway. Because the Piscean times was all about faith. Like Jupiter ruled. Pisces is Jupiter ruled, so it's all about faith. You have to believe. You have to have blind faith. You just get told something and you do it. Which
Yes.
worked for 2,000 years.
Yes.
But
Just
that's failed. That's failed in the last 100 years.
Mhm.
No one is faithful anymore.
in general.
Go
Yes.
ahead, Doug.
Oh, I was just going to say, yes, just so everyone knows, because, I am getting some incoming communication. So if you're taking your break, no, I haven't taken my break. I'm just chewing in the background on silence. No, you guys are doing so great. Don't worry, you'll have no problem when I take my break. You guys are on a roll.
Well,
And what I was going to say
yeah,
was,
I never stress about your breaks. It's not, like, do
Good.
you have a new handler? Because Pete used to shout you off. He'd be like, "Douglas, take your break. Take it now."
Oh, that idiot! Oh, that don't even get me started. Don't even go. Oh God, it's so. I just get.
Oh, it just reminded me of that.
Oh no. Oh God, no.
He would like literally yell at the host. You know what? What a rude ass.
No, he was so stupid. He was just so stupid, and everything about him. Well, he did his best to
And like
sabotage
we
the
all
program.
make jokes and we we harangue each other, but I've tried to at least be cognizant that you're hosting and it's your platform, but some people don't care.
Let's just put it this way. I could go on so long about that. He was just we'll go back to what we're saying right now. There are times when I need to vent and cathart, but
no, we don't need to. I'm just
we don't need to do that right now. Yeah, no. Your observation is well taken. It's well taken. It's he was just. I remember the time that I asked him. I was begging him that I could take a break. I said, please, because I would tolerate his droning on forever. And I'd say, let me take a break. I need to go to the restroom before you step away. And I said, just burn the bandwidth for 5 minutes while I take a quick trip to the lavatory. And he was like, he went mute and killed the show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That fucking piece of shit. He's just such a fucking piece of shit. Just human garbage. He's human fucking garbage. It's not even human. He's just hot garbage juice and a douchebag. Anyhow, so all that having been said, and please continue with what you're saying. But just to explain again to Heather, because she brings up these wonderful questions, continue asking your questions, Heather, because they lead to everyone getting educated and learning more. But certainly the 60s may seem like it was a completely different age. Certainly feels like it, but it was just the beginning of the age of Aquarius.
That's when they had that song, the Age of Aquarius song came out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's become forever identified with that, and it makes it almost impossible to educate people on the the subject.
Yeah.
But let me go mute again. Continue chewing while our man Brendan, Nemo, Aristides, and Heather, our wonderful lady, all these gentlemen and she go on about this, and then eventually meander your way towards your guru. We do want to know more about whatever you're willing to share about this individual.
I'll go with it.
Yeah.
But just to answer the question about this, so that's the precession of the equinox. So anyone who looks up precession will find that information. So that's what determines the overall vibe, the overall energies of the time periods, the 2,500 year, 2,400 year time period. So it goes, right now it's gone from Aries, Pisces, now we're transferring to Aquarius. And the reason we know that is a very practical reason. We have this technology where waves travel over the air, everyone can use it, everyone's on an equal footing, but it's ruled by Saturn. So it boils down to the individual work that beings can put in. So there's always two sides to it. It's a double-edged sword of sorts, right? Like Saturn, it demands discipline. So we have all this access to information, but if you're not disciplined, you'll get waylaid by it, as we can see. So Aquarius, Saturn is in Aquarius as we're speaking right now. We'll probably like turn around and see it somewhere. Let's see if I can find Saturn, just to like do a bow of respect. Let's see. Taurus, Pisces. Yeah, so Saturn's like right there. So I'm gonna bow to Saturn in respect. And yeah, so Saturn rules the sign of Aquarius, and it's currently in Aquarius, as I just looked at it just now. So it demands, as the celestial energy of being Kronos, the Lord of Time, it demands discipline. So it gives us all these things, but it's a test. Saturn's very test-based. Like, it will give abundance, but you have to use it correctly or you'll get waylaid by the karmic, aspects, doing wrong actions costs a lot in these times. But also doing good actions can get you a lot more. So
I let a homeless man use my phone this morning outside the grocery store.
Who would a homeless man call?
His dad. He says he calls
He's
his
drug
dad around
dealer.
the holidays.
He's drug dealer. That's his dad. Hey,
Yeah,
Daddy. Oh, yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
they got to speak in code. Yeah.
No, he was mentally ill. You could tell something was going on with him. He just wanted to
I
talk
hope
to
you
his dad.
disinfected your phone after.
I was
you
about to
used it.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I cleaned it.
I hate to say it. Before you go back to conversation, it reminds me of in San Francisco, there was this scandal where for a while, I cannot remember the company, but there was some startup cellular company, and they were passing out T-shirts along with Wi-Fi routers to the homeless, so the homeless would become mobile living Wi-Fi routers. And so they gave him a T-shirt that would say, "I'm a Wi-Fi router." So I saw a bunch of homeless people going around for months with these T-shirts, "I'm a Wi-Fi router," and they had been given these radioactive or pulse emitting, whatever the fuck they were. They were deemed to be unhealthy for these people to be carrying on them.
yeah, EMF just strapped to you.
Yeah.
Might as well make some use out of them.
That's always that pragmatic.
Yeah, but they're not functional. The San Francisco guys are not functional enough to even charge that shit.
Yes, no, they weren't. And I remember for a long time after that, seeing the homeless people running around with these dead cell phones, but they're talking to their heads. They're talking to the usual conversation they hold inside of their heads, but they're just using a dead cell phone to talk to themselves, kind of like Richard K. Cole Jr. Using the internet, and where he holds three-way conversations with himself about me all day. Seriously, online. I mean, Brendan can testify to that. That's what goes down with this guy.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, that's all it is.
So thank you, Heather, for
Does
this.
he have arguments? I wonder if he argues with himself.
He does. He does.
He literally does.
Yeah.
Threatening to kill himself.
Yeah.
Fucking rip your head off.
Oh, unfortunately, he never gets to that point that I saw. But then again, I've never bothered, looking too deeply. Thank you for this, Heather. This is her AI image. This is what AI came up with myself. I find it's not bad. It's it definitely
It's not you.
Well, it's very academic looking, very academic looking. So I thought that's nice. And no, it's definitely not me. At the same time, I could see the spirit of myself in that to a degree.
The essence is there of dog.
Yeah, thank you. The essence is there. And
One of the pictures has somebody
this is just like
behind
a
you.
San Francisco tech bro or something.
no, tech bro would look like an asshole. The guy.
If Douglas was working in Silicon Valley,
There we are, in a more conventional position. Right. What were you saying, Heather? Honey? You said there was another image or something, honey?
Yeah, one of the pictures you could see at the bottom, it looks like there's somebody sitting behind you.
Interesting. Yeah, could you find the larger image of that? Because I can't make
Yeah,
it.
I would just click on it and just with my fingers. Yeah, because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, it's an old guy ghosting behind.
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's supposed to be probably AI's concept of Peter Moon at the time, where he was just leeching over my shoulder. Yeah, stealing all my work. That's the old fuck Peter Moon, the AI image of him stealing all my work. Only they've really complimented him by giving him hair, and
Right.
yeah, there you go. That's funny. That's funny. So back to what we were saying about the yugas, the ages, and ultimately Brendan will let us know.
Yeah, I
about,
haven't even got to that yet.
Yeah, so take your time. No rush.
Yeah. So that was the precession of the equinox, the general time periods of the energies of that time. And then on top of that, there's the cosmic time scale of the yugas and the kalpas. So each yuga is then an overall how do I put it? It's like an overall concept of righteousness. So each age can have different levels of righteousness or adherence to dharma. Dharma is cosmic law. It's translated. That's not exactly what it means, but that would be like the Buddhistic translation. So in the Kali Yuga, there's only one pillar of right action left, where people are only 25% in the mode of goodness, then this is very simplified, but this is the concept. Then there's the Dwapara Yuga, which is the second phase of the time cycle, the yugas. Dwapara Yuga would be people are 50% righteous. Then there is Treta Yuga, the third period, the Silver Age, where you have 3/4 of righteousness, just as a base template of beings, right? Like you come in and people are operating pretty much 75% in a proper way. We're not talking good or evil here. We're just talking about just purely by cosmic law, everything's working. You know, it's not just this kind of negative vibe like it is in this Kali Yuga. So then there's the Golden Age, which is called Satyug, the age of truth, like pure truth, where everyone knows all the rules and like, yeah, there could be good, bad, all of that still there, but everyone knows all the rules. Where there's like, you know, everyone's like operating on full consciousness, fully conscious. We're in the Kali Yuga, the age of ignorance, where there's like, you know, especially towards the nadir where we're at, is like that everyone's on like 1% consciousness. Like there's not a lot of brightness or righteousness in the heart of anybody, including myself. You know, you have to work for it, or find out, or get enlightened, or divine can show you if you're an honest seeker. But the base stats, like if we're talking video game terms, your base stats, you're like in the negative. So that's why everything in our world operates on negative. Everything's all loans, you know, like all the stuff that inherently, like, you know, anyone, if you just were like a blank slate, like tabula rasa, like a baby or something, and they grow up with no concept, and you say, you describe you describe to them something like a credit card, they would just be like, they wouldn't understand it. It would be like, like it shouldn't operate like that. Or just anything in our world now is like so backwards, ass backwards. You know, they call it satanic conversion or whatever. Nothing works. So that's like the base stats of this age, where everything
Maybe
is.
it's because they legalized marijuana.
That's got nothing to do with it.
No.
No, it has nothing to do. Yeah. Well, it just can't. I mean,
Oh, no need to be defensive, Nemo.
No, it's just anyone's gonna blame a plant. That's
well, I'll
that's
tell you.
ignorant,
That's another example of why this age is a demented age, because yeah, just making a plant illegal is just insane. I mean, that's just crazy. Like, it's like going outside and saying like, this plant is illegal, and it's like, you can't kill all of them. Like, it's like, you know, like there's no one on earth like you can get all the governments in the world to say we want to eradicate this one plant, and it would still survive, because it's like, it's beyond, you know, human laws.
Like
Divine gave
tumbleweed.
it to us.
Yeah, tumbleweed or anything. And like, you can't eradicate anything that is from nature. Like, you can get everyone on board and like, it'll still spawn. Like, even those extinct animals, they're finding them now. Like in the deep woods or whatever, they'll find like 1 or 2 left. Like so-called extinction like can happen, but it's only by divine right. And they could still spawn later. Like, the template is there.
Evolve. There's still evolution, right, of things.
Yeah.
It's always everything's always evolving.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, in that sense, like, so that's like what I'm saying is everything operates on this negative, like loans, mortgages, whatever, you know. So that's the Kali Yuga, is this kind of backward system as the base. So then you add on the transfer of ages, which happens to be Aquarius, then that's what we're in right now. We have all this high technology, but the people are all fucked up. So that's where we're at in the cosmic timescale. Now, when it comes to the timing of it, where they say it's 4 lakh, I'm using the Vedic, like the Hindi timescale, but 4,32,000 years. So that's 4,320,000, right? 4,000,000.3, yeah, 4,320,000 years. That's what they're giving as the age, the entire age of the Kali Yuga. But there is no Puranic story that ever gives that number. This is something that came later. It was a mistranslation. It was a total misinterpretation of the text. So in Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam, which is an ancient text, like we're talking 5,000-10,000 years of history in this text, that number is never mentioned. And they talk about the yugas, they talk about the precession of the equinox, and they give time numbers. They give 12,000, they give 2,400 years per precession sign. They give, you know, the different time scales even of every realm. So they'll say our realm is 1 year, then the realm of the gods is 360 human years is 1 year of the gods. Or I mean 1 day, excuse me, 1 day of the gods. And then 1 day of the gods is 360,000 years, becomes 1 day of Brahma. So we're talking like 300 million years is 1 day of like the full time frame of the universe, which the astrophysicists have come on and said that that's how it works, that the universe is like billions of years old and all that. So they had known this and they had written this down in Bhagavatam, but they never mentioned Kali Yuga being 4 million years long. That's a total false number that is propagated by these people in India for the last like couple thousand years, and there's no basis for it. What they did is they took 12,000 and multiplied it by 360, which is Dvitya years, divine years. So they took the realm of the gods, their time scale, which is 360 human years, and they multiplied it into human years. So why would you use another plane's time scale on our time frame? It's like they deliberately did the calculation wrong. So everyone is in this soup thinking, oh shit, like, and anyways, if you just practically look, like we're not even gonna last another 100, 200 years the way it's going. So like it's almost irrelevant. 4 million years, another 4,000 years or whatever they say is left. I mean, there's no way. So like, it's just not practical, whether it's practical or even logical, because the Bhagavatam, the actual Hindu, the Vedic history never gave that number of 4,320,000 years left of the Kali Yuga. Like no one's ever, and they still use it in India.
That does not seem doable.
Yeah, so imagine the last 1,000, even since like the Middle Ages, right? Let's say the Dark Ages. Like imagine another 1,000 years, 5,000 years from the Dark Ages. Like there's no way it's gonna last. I mean, like it doesn't matter. Like look, and people thought then, like technology will save us, and then look, technology made it worse. Like unlimited tech and unlimited resources. I mean, compared to the Roman time, we have unlimited resources at this point, comparatively, relatively. So that hasn't fixed anything. So that's why that calculation is nonsense. What they did, like I said, is they, instead of saying 12,000 human years is the full cycle, and then you divide it by, whatever. No, it's 24,000 is the full cycle of the precession of the equinox. Then you divide that by 12 and you get 2,400, I think, something like that. We can get the calculator out, but it's all there in Bhagavatam. So we can find that canto, the shlok, that phrase, the section, the stanza. In English, it's called like the stanza of that divine, of that history poem, epic called Bhagavatam. And they'll give the number 12,000. They'll give the numbers of the different realms, how the timing works as compared to Earth years and all that. But you never calculate, they never say multiply 360 by this. Like that was something that someone did later. And it serves Kali, like the demon that rules over this age. Like so that way it's like it serves his side by saying, oh look, he gets another he gets another 5 million years. that's the only person who it helps. Like
I thought Kali was a female.
No. Kali is
That's
a
Shiva.
goddess. Yeah, Kali is a goddess, but Kali, the word Kali means darkness. Kali means time. Kal is time. Kali means dark, black. So the demon that rules over this time period is called Kali, the demon of ignorance, of pure ignorance and negativity, and that's the being that rules
Not the
the
goddess.
world. No, she's fine. Like Kali is the female version of Shiv, like what Nemo's saying. It's the destroyer god. Like everything has to be destroyed to flourish. So there's nothing wrong with Kali, and that's
time
why
will
they
destroy
confuse
everything.
people. Yeah, time destroys. That's the point. So that's Kali. Yeah, but they demonize the goddess, who's actually benevolent, in order so people never figure out who's actually ruling is actually a demon called Kali. And you can go into the Puranas. It's there. Like when Krishna died at the end of the last Yuga, like 5,000 years ago, like then Kali came in and the king
Brandon.
Bharat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Whenever.
Yes.
Was that it? Okay. No, because I wanted to, before we get too far, back up just a little bit when you talked about the precession of the equinoxes, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to make clear, like, what's Doug? You're there, right? Well,
I'm here.
Where's Doug?
Right here. I'm chewing.
Okay. Okay. No. So I know I'll talk with Brian. I just want to make sure you're there. So let's make clear with Doug. So so because of the precession, the point where the planet's pointing at its like pole star, that swings around, that changes over that time. So like things weren't always in the same position as they are now. So we didn't quite get the like Big Dipper swastika, there, but there could be other swastika forms that.
Well, there's 4 stars that it goes through.
There was
the precession goes through 4 stars. Yeah. One of them being Draconis and the other is Bened.
Yeah. There's also almost like a different wiggly swastika pattern, like some thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but those are bigger time periods.
Yeah, but anyway,
the one we're in right now is
just to make clear that, but it wasn't always aimed at that spot. Like so, like by saying no, because Doug talks about like the swastika in the sky, right? But like it wasn't the same back then. So
it's still the Saptarishi Mandal, the Big Dipper is still the same. Like
but it wasn't rotating around the same spot. Like the sky wasn't rotating around the same spot.
Yeah, but it's always a single point. The north,
but that changes.
The axis is there.
It's okay. It's like a gyroscope when they put it on the table, and like at first it's standing up, and once it starts to get weaker, it starts to like do this like kind of spinning around like a drunk guy thing. Like that's what it does.
Yeah, but the Mount Meru axis doesn't change. There's a bigger axis. There's like a cosmic axis. That doesn't.
We haven't had the same pole star over time. That's what I'm saying. So therefore, we wouldn't have the same unchanging swastika pattern in the sky spinning over time.
Actually,
no, it's still there. Saptarishi Mandal stays.
That's right. I looked
Big
into
Dipper stays.
Yeah, I looked into this before, and I know what our man Aristides is saying.
Yeah. I'll look for a picture of what it looked like, and there was a different
right.
As long as it made some kind of swastika pattern. I mean,
would
that be chill enough?
No. But what is say for instance when H.P. Lovecraft is referring to the anti-gods and warning us of the Edomite cults, what they are all waiting for is a time long agone, which Aristides is referencing, when in the non-cosmic sense, in the more regional sense, the swastika was not in the skies, and therefore the stars were right, and the anti-gods and other relict populations evolved that were antithetical to our creation. We are created in the image of a god that is not their god. They are created in the image of anti-gods, the relic populations in general. So what happens is that what the cult of the kings of Edom is trying to do is hasten the coming of the stars being right again by taking the earth and tilting it off of its axis. This is one reason why they're behind all of the massive campaign for climate denial, because the melting of the oceans is tipping the earth further and further off its axis, along with other factors that I've brought up before. Therefore,
like those giant dams in China.
Yes, and the Three Gorges Dam in particular, yes. And literally concentrating so much water in one place that the earth tilts further and further off of its axis, which is aligned with the pole star. So, but that being said, we have to do our best to fight that effort. But such being said, otherwise we have millions of years before the stars are right again for the anti-gods without that kind of interference. So we just have to prepare ourselves to do our best to rewrite the earth when necessary. But at the same time, I will have to go back into my notes because I actually answered this question on air in the past, not too long ago, as a matter of fact, where I went through all my notes and I would have to go through all of them again. But there is a larger swastika in the skies that Brendan is essentially addressing, albeit he's addressing it through the culture of the Vedic. The Vedic. In other words, there's a further cosmic phenomenon that may be a kind of a, shall we say, a kind of a backup to this swastika in the skies or the Hakenkreuz in the heavens. But as it is, what our man Aristides is pointing out to is that millions of years from now, then as we enter a different age, then theoretically there's a change of the pole star, and therefore the swastika in the skies which we see now would be different to the point where the anti-gods would be able to break through. Right now they are very much held at bay by that.
Which is kind of what I thought. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
So I wanted that. I've been wanting to bring that up for a long time.
Right. Well, you brought it up in the past, and I answered it, but apparently.
No, I think you thought that it wasn't changing, like.
Well, that's
where the pole star was.
No. I went through my notes and I gave you an answer about that, but I think that I'm trying to explain to people what you're saying, but I think my conclusion was actually somewhat different from yours in the sense that in a manner that Brendan will explain his concept of that, but I'll explain my concept again later, but I'd have to go through all of my notes to go back to that again. Right. I'll probably get that somehow into the book.
Okay, yeah, it's good. You're continuing to find out that I'm right.
Yeah. So back to what Brendan's saying as well, and continue to participate and interject, all of you, of course. So let me go mute, finish this up, and then get ready for
a picture of what the sky would have looked. Here we go. Yeah. I'll have some in a couple minutes. So just if you go, that's fine. Come back and we'll.
Dude, we got millions of years theoretically. Yeah. Either that, or we've got no time at all, depending on the rise of the ocean levels and whether or not the Earth tips off of its axis due to other factors. But yeah, either way, we got a few minutes. So take your time.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine. I'm expecting we'll all be alive in a few minutes. I'm looking for the pictures.
Yes.
Well, what I was saying was that there are 4 stars that have been the pole star in the past.
Yeah, but it moves around.
But the overall, the Big Dipper does not change. It just points to the other star because the axis moves. So the axis is stationary. It's like a line. So it just shifts. But the actual Big Dipper doesn't shift. Like the constellations around it don't shift. And it's a very slow movement. It takes millions of years. So Dhruv, like the Polaris has been there for millions of years already, and it won't move again for millions of years. And that's well known, like the astrophysicists know about that. The axial tilt and all that. Yeah. It doesn't change the overall picture. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems like we all somewhat mostly agree. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious. What was your point? Like, just
where the pole star moves around, like the pole star like has a circular, path in the sky.
Well, bear in mind what Aristides is talking about is what Lovecraft was referring to in terms of the Adamites saying when the stars are right, meaning for the anti-gods, then the anti-gods are no longer held at bay by the Hakenkreuz in the heavens or the swastika in the skies. Yeah. Yeah. But
there are cosmic forces that can deal with that. Like,
thank you. I mean, we are talking about what hopefully would be millions of years in the future, unless, of course, they break through with all of their
Well, it's already happened. I mean, it's already happened. Yeah. That's why they got banished in the first place.
Thank you. That's the whole point from our perspective.
Like, once again, you could reference Nemo and I have been talking about this. Like, you can reference like the anime for this, like this Dragon Ball Super. Like, there's like the Omni King, who's like the being at the top. He could neutralize any dimension, like an entire universe. He could just erase on a whim. Mm-hmm. So Divine has that power. Just if something goes awry, it can just snap its finger and just erase anything. That's why they got banished. those beings
Yes.
in the first place.
That's why what?
They got
That's why
banished.
those beings got banished in the first place.
Oh, okay.
You know,
It's kind of like
And they
a
were-
sick game for the top god. He like doesn't really give a shit until it really gets serious. And all right, I gotta wipe this all out.
yeah. So it's like checks and balances. Like it's what's the Vulcan concept? Like non-interference. Like it allows beings.
It's
free
actually
will,
a
and then-
federation concept, but yeah, yeah,
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Federation.
As opposed to
Well,
Vulcan, that's
okay,
federation.
got
But yeah,
Got it. Yeah, the Vulcans did intervene, actually. Yeah,
yeah.
but they
Well,
regretted that
if
shit.
you ever watch the series, all the fucking feds do is intervene everywhere they go. So always breaking the Prime Directive. Yeah, Prime Directive.
That's what it's
Yeah,
Prime Directive.
yeah.
Yeah, so the dimensions are the top dogs, the top divine beings, like they operate like that. It's do not intervene unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
So they will have no issue doing that. But it's intelligent. It's not like on a clock or something. It's their intelligence. It's a divine cosmic intelligence. So. Yeah.
Right. Hey, so I put a picture in right now. It's because I had it elsewhere, not online. I put it in the Skype chat.
Okay.
But you can see if you look at it, like where Polaris is like
Yeah.
nowish, but as you back up, it used to be Alpha Draconis. So the sky was spinning at that point and not Polaris. So I guess the Big Dipper was still spinning around it. Plus the other Draco formation there was spinning around it also.
That's right.
Where, yeah. So there's that.
Yes.
Back there.
Yeah, that's it.
It would have been like it's squiggly swastika, and you
Yeah,
do see
and
that
at the-
pattern in a lot of ancient
there's
artwork.
Deneb as well.
Yeah, it's like a more squiggly. It's not like kind of the very abrupt all 90 degree swastika. It's a little squiggly. But
that's
you do
right.
see that in ancient stuff a lot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, it's a good example.
So, Brendan, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's Bhumandala?
That's Earth. Bhudevi. Bhumandal is Earth. That's the Earth plane. Middle Earth. It's Middle Earth. But it's also a goddess. Mother Earth. Mother Earth. Gaia. It's the same
Yeah,
concept.
Gaia.
Yeah. So Gaia is Bhumandal.
And
The
what
Earth.
is it about the circumambulation of the stars?
I
Like
mean,
it goes,
you could see it. Like,
going so far one way that it looks like it's going backwards at some point.
yeah, if you just go outside and observe, like you'll see it. Like it's pretty weird. It's strange the way the sky moves on the ecliptic, like from our view. So.
And is that what they mean when they say the Earth is spinning around really fast, but it's really not?
Okay, as far as Vedic is concerned, like Earth is stationary, and like the sky goes around it, but it wouldn't. I mean, it really wouldn't affect.
That makes
Like,
sense
either
because
concept
I
wouldn't
never
affect.
could understand if the planet's spinning around so fast, why don't we like fly off?
Yeah, but all that stuff is like we're getting into conjecture and all that, and
What's conjecture?
like guessing games.
Okay, speculation.
Like it's speculation. Basically, like it can't be proven 100% whether it's this model or that model. Like it's designed like
it
that.
doesn't make sense.
So it's just going to cause people to, just argue indefinitely about whether it's flat or not flat or all this. And NASA's
The
not
Earth
helping.
isn't spinning fast; it's just moving fast with the solar system. Because we're in we're in a track with the fucking binary solar system. And each solar system's binary solar systems collide into each other after a certain amount of years.
Yeah, like there's
We're
like a
traveling at
galaxy.
like the Earth
Andromeda.
is traveling around 67,000 miles per hour with the solar system.
Yeah, I always think when I feel the wind or if I see wind, when the wind's blowing, I think we're cruising.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, see, there's like a lot of fun that can come with it. But the point is just to focus on like what we know on the ground level, and that like what you could see from the ground level is like, the stars are moving, we're standing, so the sun and the moon move around us. So that's what they're talking about. It's just like from what our perspective, the viewer's perspective here on Earth, because you don't get more perspective until you go to higher dimensions. Like then you have more time to work on. That's why it's like called divine science. Like they have time to sit there and decipher what each star sign is. That's why astrology is a divine science and all that. What each one
Speaking of
means.
time, it gets dark at 5 o'clock here, and that's
Yeah.
just so weird. The day is so short.
Yeah,
You know, you wake up and all of a sudden it's dark.
There's a term for that. It's called daylight saving has fucked us all up. At any rate,
Right.
Elon and his coon cadre member, God, what's the guy's name again? Vivek Ramaswamy, I think. They claim they're going to
Vivek,
tackle
yeah.
daylight saving. That'll be a laugh. And
More power to 'em.
yeah, we'll see what they run into with that.
They're probably going to make it worse. Not better.
Yeah. By the way, so we'll tackle this as you continue with this topic, and of course go on to your guru. But Heather asked the most adorable question in the text, which many people do ask. Christine Joanna Hart once asked this of me. So it seems to be a common question that seems to crop up a lot about Nazism, and if you could read her question, it's right there. Nemo answered her in a way that I thought was actually profoundly articulate. So why don't you read out her question and your response, Nemo, while I take my break. I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes, 15 at the absolute longest. Going to take care of everything I said I would, make another crock of tea perhaps, or that can wait till after I take the pills, but my supplements, that is. And so let me tend to all that, and I'll be back, okay? All right.
Yeah. So the question was asked by Heather, were Nazis Christian or satanic? Well, I think this has been established multiple times, but to go over it again, no, they were not satanic. They're primarily they were polytheistic, but they utilize and synergize Christianity with other ancient pantheons. They were anti-satanic, anti-Edomite, anti-Freemason. Adolf Hitler and upper command of the Third Reich were affiliated with the Bavarian Illuminati, and the Bavarian Illuminati was an anti-Freemason, anti-Edomite establishment. So no, they weren't satanic. Christians and polytheistic.
Yeah, they knew the truth about Christianity.
Well, we know
the
that they
Christ
weren't
concept.
Jewish.
I mean, they did have some in the Third Reich serving them who were loyal to them. But
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, do you care to elaborate, Nemo? I have to go mute for like a few minutes here. Just like 1 second.
Yeah. Well,
About,
yeah,
like-
Christine Joanna Hart keeps fucking repeating herself. Oh, the Nazi satanic, and she gets her memory wiped most likely, and she constantly needs to be reminded over and over again of the facts that we've gone over regarding where they stand with the divinity and all that shit. But yeah, the National
So what
Socialists.
about the Polish people? Were they Jewish or were they Christian?
I mean, after they were taken over for that period of time, I'm sure they would have been forced to convert to Catholicism or Christianity during the Third Reich era. But yeah, they did have Khazars in Poland. They all over East Europe had Khazarians. That's where they immigrated
You are
to.
so
The
smart about the
traditional-
Khazarians.
They
The traditional
immigrated.
beings were all pagan.
Yeah, all Europeans. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
primarily traditionally pagan,
Yeah.
polytheistic.
Yeah.
This is why Norwegians and Swedish people, they despise Christianity because it destroyed their traditional pagan roots. And this is why black metal became predominant in Northern European eras. They didn't; these bands didn't really actually go by the satanic pantheon. They just took on the image of Satanism just to piss off the Christians. Like, they didn't really believe in Satanism. They just took on that image, and they usually go back to their pagan roots when they get older. They realize, oh, we don't have to take on the image of Satan to oppose Christianity. We
Right.
we just worship Odin, Thor, Freya, all the elder gods. That's what they eventually will get back into.
Yeah.
Christianity is shit. Modern Christianity. It's not like it used to be. Just like Islam and that. It's all
Yeah.
just fucking corrupted and filled with ignorance, deception. Go back to your traditional pagan roots.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with pagan. Even if you're a monotheist, you can understand that there is one supreme force, divinity. there's one source, we'll call it one source, the source, but there are aspects of the source. So that's what, these archetypes are just different shades, different frequencies in the overall power house of the Godhead or the Force. So there's nothing wrong.
Can you say magic? Is it this magic is the Force?
Magic is like everything's magic. I mean, creation in itself is magic. Like, how does nothing make something? How does like vacuum or Big Bang, like how does that happen? Like what? That's magic in and of itself. Just being, just the beingness is already magic.
Magic's a tool to create and alter reality.
Yeah. But I'm saying everything is magic. Like
yeah.
Like how does creation come into being? Like there's no plug, right? Like if you go all the way, right? Like what's the universe plugged into? Like no scientist will ever be able to answer that. No one, not even myself, nobody will answer like fully what that means. Like how does the universe come out of nothing?
You'll probably get that answer if you ascend to the higher realms. If you get to ask that question, they'll tell you maybe.
Yeah, but you just get higher realms, and then like even they don't know the full story.
Right.
Like even in Dragon Ball Super, right? There's like the Kais, and then there's beings behind beings that like no one knew about till later, right?
Yeah.
You have to just keep going up. So that's how the universe works, basically, in essence.
Nice.
Yeah. But there's no answer to that, like immediate, especially in our language. Like it's just like what is the universe plugged into? How are all these stars like producing light, and then we could see it, and then also we have all this tangible stuff around us. Like what is it plugged into? Like there's no wall socket.
I'm not going to get an answer yet. It's kind of pointless pursuing trying to get an answer for that question that people do. Oh, how did it all start? Who started it? I got to find the answer. You're not going to get it. You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Just focus
you could make it your goal, and you could like live a life in such a way to go to higher realms and like figure it out. That way.
Oh yeah, but
like,
just
human life is limited. You only get
exactly
like a limited time.
That's what I meant. In this realm, it's pointless pursuing something like that.
Yeah. So the best thing to do is to become practical and become disciplined.
Yeah,
and then
develop yourself.
Evolve and develop yourself and evolve. Like the Christ said, know thyself, because without knowing thyself, like, and on top of that, the whole universe is within, anyways.
Yeah.
Like all the stars you see are all within yourself first, like, or whatever. The fractality outside is the same, as within, so without. As outside, as above, so below, and all that. As inside, so outside. So in that way, the Hermetic principles, like because it's Wednesday, we can just go there. The Mercurian principles are like, that is the best way to operate. Like the intellect.
Right.
The Mercury, the Bud, they call it Bud. The Buddhist, the Buddhi is the divine mind. It's above like the regular mind of the senses and all that.
You know how you're going on before about how meteorites that we see burning out in the skies.
Yeah.
From what you said, are high cosmic beings and that.
Yeah, it's just like
is that
traffic.
is that the same, you reckon, with this upcoming meteorite that's coming in 2029 called Apophis? Like, you reckon that's the actual entity?
Well, all that stuff, all that stuff is like NASA stuff.
Yeah. And why do they want to call it Apophis?
Because they worship Apophis, like the Egyptian anti-god.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like anytime you hear, so they'll never tell you anything real. Like, so even if there are like bolides and stuff, they're not going to give you, when they publicize it, that's not what actually is happening. They're not going to tell you that. So they'll just say, oh, look, our Lord is coming back. Like, that's basically what they're saying. Like,
that's how I
take
it.
To come back
and
that's
destroy
how the earth. Like,
I interpreted it. Like, I didn't interpret it as like a meteor, like just the coming back of Apophis to bring chaos and darkness and shit.
That's what they want. It's just you know the whole backstory of NASA. They were all like magicians and shit.
Yep.
Like, you can't believe anything they say. Like, period. And especially now they make it so bad. Like they don't even try anymore. Like it's just all pure shit and just pure satanic shit. Or beyond satanic. Like APEP was like worse than Set. Like Set even fought like OPEP. Like him and like Ra and Set had to team up and like banish OPEP. So it's like an anti-god basically.
Yeah,
Apophis.
like I've tried to do that to distinguish a common conception of like Satanism from the real evil, not that like, you know, garden variety like harmless shit.
Well, you don't want to deal
shit.
with Set. I mean, Set is not fun to deal with. Like the demon of plagues and crossroads and the wilderness and, you know, destruction and all that. Yeah, like it's not that being isn't cool per se, but
exactly,
it's still a cosmic energy. That's why it's there. You know, it's the yang, the yin of the yang of Ra. Like it's the dark side of the sun. You know, like the sun can, you know, grow plants and be beautiful, you know, when it's all cold, but when you're in a desert, the sun is like the worst thing you could ever deal with. Like, you know, like it'll kill you. Like
it's just death.
Even
it's
death. Like so, even the Sanskrit word, like one of the words for the sun is krur. So it's where we get the English word cruel.
Yeah,
it's like that's the name for the sun, krur.
The giver of life and taker of life. That's why it was worshipped as a god.
Yeah,
like ancient minds and all that shit. They acknowledge we can't live without this thing. It gives us all life and takes our life. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you had nothing but moonlight, like you'd freeze and die and like nothing would grow. But if you had nothing but sun, then it would just be a desert.
Yep.
So it has to be like balance. That's why the Taoists, everyone, like all the ancient cultures, Druids, Tao, everyone understood that balance was the most important. Like that's like you have to have balance, otherwise nothing works. That's why there's an axis, a fulcrum. You know, even if you just go by like the laws of physics, right? There's always a fulcrum, right? There's always a center. There's always a balance. It can't be you can't create what is the like an object in motion will always what is it? Object in motion will always stay in motion and all that. So that's all just basic, like even basic physics is all based off natural law because Newton was an alchemist first. He wasn't a scientist, he was an alchemist.
All right.
And so he knew about the principles of energy, nature, you know, the yin and yang, the different alchemical concepts of that stuff.
He synergized spirituality with science, logic, and that.
Yeah. Well, after he died, they stripped all of his stuff and just said,
just said, he's just
like gravity. He just, you know, he thought of gravity. Like that's all they give him credit for. But he was actually an alchemist. Like he had way more works that are locked away and they'll never give it to us. Of what the reality, the nature of reality, and all of that.
They just keep it to themselves.
And even if you look at the original table of the elements, the periodic table, that originally was based off of the first column was the etheric elements. So like hydrogen, helium, all those things were, he actually classified those as coming out of ether because they were the lightest elements and they were the closest to ether. So that first row or whatever, like you can look it up, the very first draft of the periodic table had the concept of ether and etheric elements, but they had to strip that out and they just made it all physical after the guy died or whatever. Yeah, they just said, oh, it's all physical. They're just atoms colliding and stuff. But they they couldn't take out the concept of balance though, because it needs a proton, it needs a negative and a positive and a neutral charge to even function. So they can't strip it. They couldn't even strip it even if they wanted to. That concept.
Yeah.
Like you have to have a positive, negative, yin and yang, and a neutral point, the fulcrum. So the ancients knew this. Everyone knew it. It's just
we got to all relearn it again.
Us.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just won't give it to normal people, like the common folk. You know, and if you see the movie Dark Crystal, like the common folk were all subjugated and they're all peasants and shit. And then they like bring them in front of the Dark Crystal and they absorb their life force and then they drink it. Like the Skeksis in that film. The Frank Oz film. Yeah, Jim Henson. Yeah. So that film had a lot of information encoded. It was like encoded into the art form. Where like there was like the good guys were all connected to nature, like those beings. But at the end, it was like they basically, spoiler alert, the end, they were one being to begin with. So the dark and light side of like the beings that ruled that realm. So they kind of showed you that they actually got split when the crystal broke and all that. So if you watch Dark Crystal, you'll get kind of an idea. But the point is, you have to have balance. That's whether it's
you can't have good without the bad. Yeah, can't have heaven without hell.
Yeah, or just the principle of the universe. There's no good or evil, actually. Like there's either going against divine or working with divine, and there's like no in between. So like even like the demons and Set and stuff, like they still have to operate within like the divine laws. Yeah, the divine law they have to obey.
Yeah,
and it's nothing. They don't hate that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, they thrive off it.
Yeah, it's how you get power. So that's what the Vedic says about like nature and stuff, is the more in tune you are with divine, is the more power you get. And like that's why we're not allowed to know about it. So they want people weak and to not have power. So
and then you got this other force that wants to completely destroy the balance of the cosmic ecosystem that's alien to our universe. The Kings of Edom, that was sourced from a completely different universe before our
but that's like pure
entropy.
Created. Like they don't have the ability to do anything. Like that's why they can't operate for long here, because they're just pure entropic. They need to be ported in and all that. So they're also terminal. I mean, there's no way to put it nicely. Like,
what beings do you know of that gave the beings in this world the knowledge to usher them in, those anti-gods, into our realm? Like, who taught them that?
Not nice beings. like the beings that are just not cool, that know about that stuff.
It definitely wasn't the fallen angels like Ashley, because they said not even they would fuck with that shit.
No.
Like they didn't give the humans or that knowledge to summon them over into this realm.
No, the fallen angels wouldn't do that. No, this knowledge came from like really dark sources that we don't really need to go into. Just like beings that, just the darkest of the dark, or the lamest of the lame, whatever.
Like the Edomite tribe, they weren't the first to get the knowledge from this dark force to usher them into our realm.
It's like this. It's whoever is able to tap into a frequency like that demented, like they'll talk to you. Just like any entity. Like if you're on a level, then they'll approach you. But doesn't mean you have to listen.
Oh yeah. I'm just curious to how
those beings had beings that were like remnants of them, and like the Tolkien thing, like we were saying, the forgotten things in the depths and all that stuff. Like I don't know if you ever read that part in the Lord of the Rings, but
you were telling me about it a while ago. Go on,
yeah. There's like stuff, like when the dwarves went into Moria, there's like stuff that's like even that they saw that was like way down in the caves and shit that they didn't even. They just called them unnamed things. Like even Tolkien wouldn't even mention what they were. So those things, like even if you contact them, like you don't have to listen to them. It's just that some people listen to them. So that's what it was. Yeah.
Then the Canaanites killed that Edomite tribe, but then they took on their theology and pantheon and became the new Edomites.
Yeah. It's Yeah, it's a parasite. It's a cosmic parasite. That's what the best way to put it. It'll hop onto a new host. It's like that.
Right. Interesting.
It's like
we gotta find a way to abolish that shit.
The way Doug talked about it, it's like touching, like touching a sewer. It's like you'll get sick.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So.
Things will change. Cool. Yeah.
Well, they won't ever. I mean, they'll never make it out fully. Like, it's just not possible.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
Like, divine is very powerful in that sense.
Yo. They're just trying
it's
to
not-
keep control as long as possible. They'll get thrown into the pit.
One second, I do something real quick. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I audible?
I'm actually,
Yep, yep.
I'm actually
You got
around,
something to say?
yeah.
Go ahead. Whoever was
Aristides?
a point.
No, I'm just saying I'm around if you need me.
Cool.
What are your thoughts on what we were just talking about?
Which part?
The kings of Edom and the Edomites and all that. And how
I
they got the
think-
knowledge to bring
yeah.
them in this world.
Yeah, I think they generally suck, all those people you just mentioned.
Well, of course, that goes without saying.
The important thing is to evolve yourself, and like that doesn't include, dealing with anything that's gonna take your energy or waste your time here, especially that kind of stuff. Those beings. So they're doing the wrong thing by even.
Oh, yeah. They're just going to chew you up and shit you out anyway if you serve them. You're a fool.
Yeah, that's why that's called the abandoner and all of that. It'll has no
There's
problem.
no honor or loyalty among them.
No.
Right.
Much.
Yeah, that's why I brought out what that actually means. Like Cthulhu comes from, it's an anglicization of the word khalla. So somehow like Lovecraft changed it into Cthulhu, but khalla means to abandon, to leave somebody in like a really negative sense, like khalla.
Right.
Like leave it, to drop something, to abandon it. so
Right,
it's-
his father.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. His father had like ancient Islam scripts about the abandoner and all these other entities. That's where he
Yeah,
learned them from.
pre-Islamic, yeah.
Yeah. Goes way back. And his
Yeah.
father was a Freemason, yeah.
There you go.
But how the fuck did he get a hold of those ancient scripts? Like, how powerful was his father? What connections did he have? H.P. Lovecraft's father.
They just dig scrolls. I mean, they find scrolls.
And just take it for themselves.
Yeah, and then there's someone that, translates it and they don't know what they're translating. Like that happens a lot. And then when someone finally realizes it's too late, you've already poured it in some shit. So there's a reason that shit's buried in the desert.
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't be dealing with it typically.
Treat it like it's radioactive waste buried. Yeah, don't ever dig it up and touch it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so there's what's important is like I said, evolution, focusing on, the elements, what's around you in the proper way. Like bliss, going higher towards truth and stuff like that. Yeah. So.
And we have all these tools, occult tools that can help us get the ancient runes and the magical words and symbols. Utilize them to help benefit ourselves and develop ourselves and protect ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's there.
And this is why all these symbols are getting banned, especially in Australia, these ancient Nordic and fucking just overall European symbols, because they're being labeled as white supremacist Nazi symbols, but these are powerful ancient symbols that we can use to benefit us and oppose the parasitic rulers. But they say, oh, it's because of white supremacy, but really they just don't want us using that power.
I
Go on.
I actually have a book that shows all the they said these are all neo-Nazi white supremacist symbols.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was a school book that was teaching,
Yeah.
indoctrinating kids that all
Yeah.
that all of the Aryan culture was evil and shit. By the way, I was just checking in because I'm steeping the tea. I'm going to return right back to the kitchen, finish up putting the ginseng, the red Korean ginseng liquid into it, but I'll be right back soon enough. But continue where you're going, please, by all means. So this book, this school book, thank God you found it and were able to recover that. That's evidence of a kind of truly evil form of persecution of a culture. So continue. Yes.
Yeah, the Simon Wiesenthal Foundation. Yeah. So what? Yeah, those were all like, it said, it basically said Algies was the SS rune that's like pure evil. If you see it on someone, they're like instantly like worshiping the SS and all this shit. Like, it was just so offensive the way they put it. I mean, it was just crazy. Like saying, like, yeah, the Zig rune, like, and they had the whole runic alphabet in there saying, if you see someone using this, that means they've, you know, they're white supremacists or part of the Aryan Brotherhood. It's like, I mean, it's so offensive. It's just total disinfo, stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, they got to promote ignorance into the children, and they'll be completely helpless and won't know how to defend themselves spiritually, and they'll be fucked for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, that's the point. They don't want people to be able to defend themselves. Like, yeah, that's
what they got to bank on us being clueless and helpless to be victims of these scum.
Yeah, it's hard work, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, you just keep going at it. Fucking, I've been able to fight off these fucking entities in my dreams. Like, turn them into a paperclip or just scream at their face and they fuck off. Just develop yourself and you become more powerful.
Right.
Anyone can do it. Like the paralysis demon, a lot of people are getting those experiences. But buy yourself a four-headed dragon swastika pendant and wait till you go to bed at night wearing that. You'll be surprised what you can do with your spirit body.
Very true. Yes. Yeah, so you.
I was able to see the paralysis demon. Like the night I went to bed when I started wearing this, because my spirit just hopped out of my body, and it was just a big black silhouette, human-like being. And, you know, I just screamed at it 4 words exactly, and then it fucked off and never came back again. And I was getting those paralysis experiences, like, over the years, far and few between, but I never got to see it until that specific night of wearing this wood.
Yeah, so it's
real powerful.
Profound. That's profound.
So, listeners out there, buy yourself a 4-headed dragon swastika pendant.
Yes. Yeah, and there are many symbols that can help.
Yeah.
And it looks like Heather sent us a book from Prabhupada or something.
That is my all-time favorite Prabhupada book. It talks about the science of the whole cosmic manifestation, like what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Wait. Hey, guys. I have something for you guys. You got to check this out. Wait, stay tuned.
Sure.
This is good. This is important. I forgot about this for a minute. Look at that fucking site.
Yep.
BlackSunJewelry.com.
Cool.
Yeah. www.blacksunjewelry.com.
Interesting.
Yeah, those were cufflinks. I posted a picture of cufflinks with it looks like a dove, but it's like some kind of an eagle with the.
I feel like if you order off this, you like be on a list or something.
Oh yeah, automatically, and they'll confiscate it if you had that shit shipped over here.
I like that.
Oh, whatever. Are you worried? Like, what list? What other list are we getting on now? Fucking order thing. Like,
I know.
I like the grenade pendant.
I'm not against it.
I know, but some people are so like just ultra security conscious, and it's.
I know, but in Australia, you can get arrested wearing Third Reich stuff.
Right.
They'll put you in jail.
Yeah, we have like the benefit. Aristides, you already know this.
Yeah,
we live in a country that's a lot more lenient. They still will put you on a list, but they won't. Like Australia will like fine you. Like England, they'll like you can say shit online and they'll fine you like literally thousands of pounds. Like, so it would screw someone over like myself or something. So, but we have an advantage here getting these things. These are actually really clean though. They're well made. They look.
I
nice.
know.
Yeah,
like, it all looks so.
I
good,
like
right?
the gold folk knot. That looks
Yeah,
really
the
cool.
Volk nice. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's another symbol. The Falknut is like an ancient symbol that is now like, oh, you know,
Considered
it's like
racist. Yeah.
Yeah. stigma. Like, that's silly, but whatever. These look like more homemade stuff, like the person's making them handmade or something, or most of it. So this is quite nice. Let's see. Yeah, they have a nice algaes one. Yeah, but I'm not worried about the runes. Like I don't mind using them. I don't care what people think. I put them on my car and everything. It's like this is like thousands of years old. Like, first of all, like, it's older than any Nazi ever. Like, all these symbols, like, way
thousands
older.
of years old. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's nonsense to say that, oh, it's a Nazi symbol. Like, that's all just dumb. Yeah. But like
you can easily educate anyone who starts giving you shit about it.
Yeah, exactly. It gets dicey.
But sometimes they won't even want to listen. Like, no, I was told at table I'm going to think that for the rest of my life because I'm a dumb fucking retard.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. So.
This is why I'm not going to give a shit when the majority of population does, because they asked for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Idiots.
There's a lot of, there are a lot of reasons to think like that. Yeah, it's not a problem. Let's see. What's today? The 27th?
Yeah, 28th for me. Yeah. 18 hours ahead of you.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have Thanksgiving in other countries, just in America?
Yeah, it's an American holiday, but Canada has one, but it's in August, I think, or it's in September or something.
To accommodate the American tourists celebrating that.
That's weird.
Well, the Canadian one is I don't know what it's about. It's like, I think it's one of their like Independence Days or something. I don't know exactly. I'm not Canadian. Yeah, the American one is so silly. It's like, basically what it is, if you want the real interpretation of what it is, it's just a harvest festival. So, like, Halloween is when the sun becomes debilitated, and then you have a feast. So that's like the last day to start harvesting, from summer solstice or winter solstice. The equinox, the fall equinox, is on the 21st of August. Or is it September? Oh my god. Yeah, I think it's September.
So what did they eat after Thanksgiving? If they harvested everything?
You store it. You just store it. But you just have a big feast to celebrate that, like, the earth gave you all that stuff. It's the Thanksgiving to the earth. It's not Thanksgiving to whatever bullshit they have nowadays. Like, you give thanks to divine for supplying you with food for the winter.
Yeah.
So
and then you can it or whatever.
Preserve it.
Yeah, you preserve it for the winter. So you would be thanking the earth, saying, thank you for letting me live through the winter because you produced all this food when it was warm. So, but they've demented and obfuscated all that.
Yeah, I don't think living off the land is even possible too much anymore.
For most people, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could still be thankful for the earth. Like,
yeah.
Totally.
Like, you could still say, I appreciate this food and, thank God, divine. Because the energy
they totally leave God out of it, it seems like.
Yeah, most people. But yeah, Thanksgiving for divine, for Bu Devi, for the earth goddess. So that's what it's for. It's the end of the harvest. That's what's the celebration, the feast at the end of the harvest.
Did they even used to fish during the first Thanksgiving?
Of course. Anything to survive. I mean, it's different times, yeah. Resources were limited. Like, you have to do whatever you have to do to survive.
Even
I think it's crazy, the story about how they caught all the fish, all the miracle of all the fish.
That's like the Bible story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What era was that you're talking of?
There's a story in the Bible where Jesus cast out his net or something, and it got like millions of fish, or a whole bunch of fish.
The story I heard was, I know what you're talking about. Like, a kid walked past with a fish sandwich, and he asked the kid, "Hey, if you give me that fish sandwich, I'll be able to feed everyone around here." So he used magic ability to multiply and make copies of the fish and bread to give to everyone.
Oh, that
Just
was
basically
a different one.
saying
That's
he-
when they fell out of the sky.
Yeah, that's just saying, yeah, he had the magical ability to make copies
Yeah,
of
walk on water.
whatever
I
matter
think it's
you
when he
have.
walked on water. That's when
You give him any
alchemist-
type of matter, and then he can manifest multiple copies of it. That's what I interpreted it as.
Okay,
Fish
so
for everybody.
yes, honey. So what's that for everybody, honey?
Fish for everybody.
Fish for everybody. Oh, that's so delightful. You're so cute. And so let me acknowledge some of these other statements entered by people. And this one from Heather, of course. This one was from Other Planets. What's this one about, Heather? The one beneath the what Aristides entered.
Oh, my number one read.
Yeah. Oh, is that what that is? Prabhupada. Prabhupada.
It's the best Prabhupada books. It's one that they distribute commonly. It's very common. It's a short book. It's 108 pages, and it talks about the cosmic manifestation. It talks about anti-material worlds.
Okay. Very good.
And stuff like that, yeah.
Wonderful, delightful. And did Brendan ever get to the point of speaking about his guru?
No.
Oh, then by all means, Brendan. You can't keep holding that off.
Yeah, so in regards to my personal guru, I've been through many different groups, let's say, like different Vedic Hindu groups.
By the way, I'm going to presume your original initiation. I remember when I was very young in City College, of course, because I graduated from middle school, early high school, early. I wound up at City College at a very young age. And at some point, our Tai Chi instructor, because I had a favorite guy, his name was Terry Hall, and he actually taught Tai Chi, of all things. I've never gone into this because Peter Moon so turned me off to the subject that I never wanted to bring it up. But he was very much a kind of a mentor of mine in many ways. And he brought us one time on a field trip to a Vedic culture center, is some kind of temple in San Francisco, and they had all of these little Vedic comic books of the gods and their battles in comic book format. Was that your original introduction to?
No, actually, I found Amarchitakata later, so that's what those are, the Vedic comic books. But that's a really good, fun way to get into it if anyone's interested, because it'll give you it'll show you the levels, there's a lot of Indian culture and Hindu culture smashed into it, but the essence of it will give you the Vedic backbone, how they interact, how beings interact on the higher realms, and how you have to manipulate, different, how they manipulate different weapons, celestial weapons, and all that. All that stuff is in there. It's just more fun because it has pictures and stuff. So it's got the Puranic stories, the history of the cosmos.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to I wrote that down because I had never heard Puranic before. Or do you want to post? Can you find just a tiny summary on that to post what Puranic is?
Purana, the Puranas.
Purana, yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to actual Vedic texts, we have it. It's in existence. It's preserved in India, and so there is the Bhagavad Gita, which is a small portion of the Mahabharata, which is a small portion of a larger group of texts, of which the Srimad Bhagavatam is part of. And then there's also the 12 Puranas. So that is the bulk of the Vedic knowledge that was written down by a rishi called Ved Vyas. So the Veda, the soothsayer, the person the being, it's not a person, it's a cosmic being, a sage, a cosmic sage that wrote down to preserve it for the Kali, for this time period.
And what was the name of the you just mentioned a name?
Ved Vyasa. I can put it in the chat box here.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty good at sourcing links on stuff, so can you put something about it?
Yeah, Vyasa is a divine sage, but basically anything that was written down by Ved Vyas that we have now, that's even translated into English, that's going to be the best and really the only information, basically. And they claim he lived 1500 BC. I mean, there's no real evidence of when he lived. And these rishis are cosmic beings. But the point is, it was written down and it's attributed to Ved Vyas, one of the rishis, the sages, and that is the bulk of the Vedic text. Really, anything reading anything that was written later is going to be convoluted and mixed in with different like lineages and like fallen knowledge. That's like Middle Age stuff, like India. You know, when the Hindu thing came, it is like 180-degree opposite of Vedic. It really degraded over time, just like anything can degrade, just like the pagan stuff, like everything. At one point, the original knowledge was all intact, like they call it like the Tower of Babel, right? Like the fall of Babylon and all that. So there was a time when it was all like accessible to everyone on earth, and the language was like pure and all that. So if you want to get close to that, you would read Ved Vyas, which is the Puranas and the Vedic history. So let me just send you this into chat. And
No rush, but please send something along, so I'm like pretty sure I have something a little more solid on the thing than just trying to transcribe what you're talking about.
You can get library books or whatever, but like I said, the Amar Chitrakat is going to be more fun, especially from our perspective, like the American stuff. Like a comic is way more fun than like reading this. Like imagine like a book that's like a Bible and it's just full of stanzas and shit. And it's just like reading like the Old Testament. It's like just like hours of people's lineage, like different houses and kings and shit. It's like it's hard to get.
By the way, there's a lot of Japanese anime just like that. And your average Japanese drama is just like that. But that being said, it's your point's well taken, and it reminds me, of course, that of all things, God, I shouldn't even promote this shit. Promoting it just by mentioning it. I'm not going to name it, but they decided to do that with the whole Philip J. Corso trip on Roswell. They put that into comic book format, and just so that people would have a visual, shall we say, graphic, a representation of the story, which is all it is. It's just a fucking story. It's a fictitious narrative, but this fictive narrative that they put into a graphic storyboarded format, as what most Americans would say was comic book template. It's so hideously funny on so many levels, because first off, they're all just graphic images illustrated in a storyboard format of ugly old fucking white men talking about encounters with some kind of alien technology, quote unquote, and this is my day job, but I'm really doing this. See, everybody thinks I'm just some old retired National Guardsman, but I'm really dealing with the top of the line, top secret technology from Alpha Centauri that we've managed to interdict, and this is my real secret life. I mean, this is like so pathetic. It's the Elon Musk trip. It's set by people who are relatively poor, and it's like just so fucking stupid. But it is the power of the visual medium, and this is why the storyboarded format is so important for actually learning. It's one of the ideal ways to learn, and should have been integrated into schoolwork generations ago. But continue, by all means, go. Had to get that in there. By the way, the tea that I'm making, somebody asked a question about it. It is Korean. It is Korean red ginseng, because V wouldn't get the Chinese one that was selling at Costco because it was all fucking sugarized. The red ginseng syrup that was from China was selling at Costco, and they sugarized the hell out of it. So she got me this Korean stuff, which is Korean ginseng from Korea. You can't get better than that. But the American ginseng, interestingly enough, that's crystallized, that I was using earlier, that's actually from China. So that's intriguing. And God knows how all of this is going to be affected by Trump's fucking tariffs. I mean, we can only hope. I'll say this aloud right now. We can only hope somebody kills the son of a bitch before he even enters office. Because if he enters office and follows up on what he's threatening to do, we're all going to die. I mean, it's just like, that's not even an exaggeration. We're just going to... we're all going to be... the economy will collapse worldwide. We're all going to be... I'll get into that, in monologue. But continue, by all means. You were talking about, of course, how you were young and introduced to, ultimately your guru through various whatever you were doing. So go back to that.
Well, that's later. Yeah, that's later. But basically, I was always curious. Like, so originally, my first introduction to all of this would have been when I was very young, maybe 5th or 6th grade. We had a field trip that took us to the Buddhist temple in San Francisco. There's a very famous one out there at the time that was like well known. So we went out there. They took us on a field trip because I went to this special school that took us on hundreds of field trips, in the whole career I was there from 0 to 8th grade or whatever. But one of the main field trip that changed my perspective on life was going to the Buddhist temple. And then the monks there described to us the philosophy of Buddhism, which is the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, reincarnation cycle. So I was intrigued originally by that. And I actually have a funny memory of that where we went there and kids were like worried about, they saw like the swastika, the manji on the Buddha and stuff. And we had Jewish kids in the class, like people saw it and the kids were like, oh my God, what is that? Like they were like all worried about it.
Oh my fucking God. See how effective the indoctrination is?
Yeah. Yeah, the kids were concerned about it. And the monk, to her credit, actually told us, look, this is actually a positive symbol. This represents the heart of the Buddha. So that calmed everyone down, and then we understood, okay, it's actually a cultural thing. And so we actually got a good education, and a lot of the people I went to school with, they came from well-off families.
Oh, this was that Montessori school, right?
No, this was something else. It's called, Montessori was like my preschool, but this was like the charter school, essentially. That's the best way to put it for people to understand. It was like a public school, but they used parent donations and stuff to take us on field trips. And because the parents and it was a school that was just nearby my grandparents' house, it was just pure luck basically that I even went there. And because it was a public school, they couldn't deny me access to the events or anything. So my parents couldn't afford to pay for all those field trips, but because it was a public school, they were obligated to take me anyways. So I got lucky in that sense, where I got this basically private school education through this like special private school, which the school district actually ended up destroying that school and moving it to another site, and thereby making that program null and void. So it was awful what they did, but they basically, that school had the best testing kids in all of the county, and so the school district, they felt that it made them look bad, so they told the principal, oh, we're gonna close this school because we're gonna sell the site, private sell it, like the schoolhouse. But they never actually ended up selling it. It's still there, but they moved the school to a different site and basically disrupted the whole program. And I've been back there recently to work, because it's from this district I work for, and like I talked to some of the teachers that were there when I was young and stuff, and they said, look, the school that you grew up in is no longer here, but we try our best to kind of keep some of the, it was called an open fundamental school. They try to keep some of that, but the school district basically destroyed it because the Department of Education here in California is really draconian. So,
Jesus Christ.
But I was lucky enough to go there and get the full experience while it was still around. And we had a lot of hippie teachers, and they were all very open and egalitarian. And so I was able to go to all these field trips, and we went all over the state of California and did cultural trips. And that was one of the ones that got me into understanding different cultures and all of that. And the one that affected me the most was probably that Buddhist adventure. Then we went into Chinatown and went to like the herbal shops, and that's where we learned about Chinese herbs and stuff. So it was a lot of fun. But the point is, that was a Vedic, so Buddhism is Vedic. It's just a derivation. It's like a later incarnation of it. So but the Buddhism thing will give you everything you need to know: reincarnation, karmic, karma, dharma, all of that. You just have to sift through it because it's been affected over time, as everything has, the degradation of time and knowledge, how knowledge gets messed with. But so that then later on in high school, I was, like I said, open to this idea. Then I discovered the Bhagavad Gita. Then Vedanta. Then there's like the Hindu philosophy called Vedanta that I was going to meetings and stuff in high school with that. Then I was also a part of like the group, like the Sai Baba group is like Satya Sai. I went to a lot of their events. Then ISKCON, I also was in a lot of ISKCON events. So there were many beings to get me to the point. But then later on, I got into Vedic astrology, and then just by chance, I discovered this being that he's like someone that revealed a lot of the Vedic astrology for modern times, like the nakshatra system, you know, and his name is Prash. So if you look up Prash and the nakshatras, then you'll get this being. And yes, I have visited them in London and stuff, but I was asked not to really speak too much about it. Okay. Not in any kind of nefarious sense, but it's just more, some people want to be more private. Mm-hmm. But he's very public. Like if you look up the nakshatra book, like that, he's very public about it. But and there's like a whole channel, like he's on YouTube and everything, but just the point is, like, you don't want just every random person like going there and trying to talk to them or whatever, it's like a lineage and stuff. And there's a lot of stuff that, like, when you get into gurus and stuff, there's so much fakery that's been happening in the last 100 years that it just, the minute you say you're a guru, it opens you up for a lot of bullshit, people coming after you saying you're a fraud and all that. Mm-hmm. So I just don't feel like revealing like too much about it. That's just what I would say. Nothing, and it's like nothing nefarious. Like people right off the bat would say, "Oh, it's a cult" and all this, but I've been a part of actual cults in a sense, like the Satya Sai Baba thing. Like, I mean, they were super.
Yeah. Just don't trust any like New Age cults, like period.
Yeah, New Agey kind of cults. So when I went to visit, they basically asked me, "Look, don't we would prefer to stay private with the matter, but like he does his thing publicly, so it's just like I said, you could look up the nakshatra book and find all you need to know." So basically my guru is the person that brought out Vedic astrology to its full extent in the modern times. Like this book was written in 2003, so there's nothing really crazy about that. But the point is you take responsibility for yourself and then you do the work and evolve as per the Vedic knowledge, which is really just the laws of the multiverse. So that is just inherent in every culture, every race, tribe, and culture. So it's just about distilling it and getting to the essence of it. Like, in the European magical tradition, it's there. The Druids, the alchemists. In the Far East, it's there. In the Chinese concept. So the background knowledge is the same for all of these cultures. It's just a matter of how you get to it. It's that's how it is. So that was my journey. There you go.
Wonderful. Thank you. And such being said, what about yours, Heather? We know that somewhere along the line, you've been involved through your family, or rather your family was involved with Freemasonry, yet your mother became involved with more of the Hare Krishna movement. So how does that differ from ISKCON? Explain that first, or is it the same thing?
It doesn't. Prabhupada is the founding Acharya of ISKCON. He started ISKCON, I think in 1960, Brendan? 1968 or something like that?
Yeah, 67, 66, 67.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he passed away in 1978. Mm-hmm. And I don't really have a guru that I've been initiated, like I've said before. I just think of Prabhupada as my guru.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And
because he's the spiritual master, and in a way he's a spiritual master, mm-hmm. because he's not on the planet anymore, but it doesn't mean that he can't communicate through his teachings and things like that.
Mm-hmm. And Michael Cremo, the author of Forbidden Archaeology, is a member
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. That's funny.
Yes. And yet he may have murdered or been part of the murder, but certainly exploited the death of his co-worker, his partner, his co-author.
Covered it up. It's more like he covered it up.
Yes.
Something, I mean, maybe he didn't really die. Who knows?
Well, one can always hope such things, and
Yeah.
Another question, since we brought him up, but why does Sri Baba look like that? What exactly is Sri Baba? He looks like he looks like one of the villains in a Hindu film.
Wait, which one? Which one? Because there's Shridi Sai Baba, then there's Satya Sai Baba.
Oh, okay. Good point. So this is what they're giving me. This is what they're giving me is the guy with the fro or the natch. He looks like the kind of guy who would be portrayed as one of the primitive tribes, the dark tribes that the Hindus are fighting in their films.
Yeah, So Satya Sai, he claims that his hair changed. He he got in some kind. He did like a Michael Jackson. Something happened to him. No, I'm dead serious.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And so his hair never grew back normally, and it ended up becoming a fro.
Oh my god. Pour guy.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'd rather be bald.
Yeah. Why doesn't he just shave his head?
So he can claim he's African and,
Well, the thing about Satya Sai is he's not really he's definitely nefarious. I mean, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
There was a lot of accusations.
He
of
looks
black magic
nefarious. He looks nefarious.
When he was alive, there was accusations of black magic, and he was there's videos of him materializing vibhuti, which is a sacred ash, infinitely from a jar, and the British scientists went there and they filmed it, and there's no way for him to fake it. He's actually materializing stuff. So this dude's using jinn and shit, and he also made millions off his followers. We're talking multi-millions.
Oh man.
So, so this guy was not.
Why can't you get into a scam like that? Why can't you start making me some fucking money, get involved with that kind of jinn shit, and start raking in the bucks so that we can
he doesn't need to scam though. He's got real knowledge. Yeah.
You have to pay the debt. It's not free.
True.
Difference with Brendan, he could offer his service for offering real knowledge, not scamming people.
Oh, understood.
For
you do understand, of course, I'm being facetious. I am. Yeah, but
he should do that.
He's doing that now. But go on. He's doing that right now. But yes, go
He's
on.
Not getting paid.
Sai Baba. Yeah. Well, according to Brooke, we're all getting paid.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Brooke says we're all.
Everyone get your COVID shot. Pfizer, pay me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, as if Pfizer would pay anyone, fuckers. They're just stealing money. But
dude, that's hot tea going up my nose, you asshole.
Yeah, with Sai Baba though, he's on film. You could find the videos, and we were going into it this was 10, 15 years ago now at this point. But when I was into the Sai Baba thing, you could find videos of him materializing what are called lingams, but they were made of pure gold. Out of his mouth, he would spit out pure gold lingams and stuff.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
But materialize it, actually materialize pure gold, out of his mouth and stuff. So that's not nothing human, and that's nothing normal or okay. So this guy was doing black magic for sure.
Yeah.
The accusations were, the controversy is there. You can go and find it in the history in India. But yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. They use jinn. I mean, a lot of these holy men, they use jinn and stuff, and it's nothing to deal.
Go on. Complete your thought before I ask the question.
Nothing good can come from dealing with those people, and
let's put it in a way that people can understand. Even though they are people in a very real sense, let's say with those with that race of that how would you say it, non-human race perhaps, that are non-terrestrial. We would just say other ethereal beings. How would you refer to them so that you don't confuse people by simply calling them people? The jinn.
Oh no, I'm saying the gurus. I'm saying as people, the people that deal with these beings.
Okay, yeah, nothing.
So when they call themselves,
yeah,
the guru word's been a bad word. It's a bad word now because of these frauds and fakes and these fuckers that ruined it. But guru is actually a good word. Guru means the gravity of Uru, the serpent, gravity of the So beings with the fully awakened spinal, like the Jedi, the fully awakened Kundalini. So there's a real aspect to that, and they would work with nature properly and be able to, to repair the nature and raise up the nature's vibrations. Like there's real ones. There are real beings like that in the multiverse, like rishis and stuff. But the beings in the last 1,000 years that have used that word guru, and then even nowadays they bring it down and say like car guru, music guru, like it's become a bad word because it's not right anymore. It's not used properly. Like these aren't gurus of any kind.
What is it, Brendan? What is a Diksha guru?
A what?
The Diksha guru, I think it's called.
Diksha, I don't know. You'd have to spell it for me.
I think it's Diksa or Sya.
I don't know. I'd have to go into the Sanskrit to find out what that is.
Oh, I think it's just a guru that initiates.
It sounds like a Randy word, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Let me look it up.
Dick suck is the first thing that comes to mind. Yes.
Yeah, that's not a way to initiate someone. That's for sure. Yeah, but it just means like imparting your knowledge onto another, like frequency wise.
A Diksha guru is a spiritual initiator and preceptor who initiates a disciple into a religious ceremony through act of Diksha.
Yeah, so we can make a bunch of Randy jokes from that. Basically, it's just the point of a guru actually is to imprint like a frequency onto a being. So there are certain things where you can come to consciously with a consciousness, but then there's a frequency barrier, and then there's beings that can bring you past your own frequency barrier. So in the past, when there were real gurus, then being in the presence of a real guru can actually show you the frequency past your own frequency. That's the point. So like in the book Be Here Now, he has an explanation, very well done explanation in there about how the guru is like a crystal, and your consciousness has to go through the crystal and it gets refracted and all that. So the guru is like this kind of a rectifier in like technology terms. It takes your frequency and puts it into, and then exposes it to the divine frequency, like lifts it. So that's what a Diksha guru is. But those don't exist anymore. I mean, and whatever's going on in Hinduism is all just fraud anyways. Like,
well, what the big controversy is should women be able to initiate? That was the last Diksha guru kind of scandalous.
There's no, when it comes to enlightenment, there's no gender specific anything. That's all Hindu bullshit that's been propagated by all these pundits and fuckers that have come in the last 5,000 years.
Yeah, they didn't want one of their leaders to be an initiating guru because she was a female.
Yeah, they don't allow. Yeah, and it's funny they talk shit on the Muslims, but they don't allow women into the inner sanctum of like the temple or anything because they're dirty or whatever. So yeah, they're all a bunch of assholes. There's nothing good. Yeah. So like that's why like Prashan, he says like Vedic is 180 degrees opposite of Hinduism. Like Hinduism is totally wrong. It's just it has the background of it, but it's not the real thing. It's just this demented version of it.
Well,
like,
some Hindu.
There were no temples. There were no temples in Vedic times. It was like the body was the temple and the nature was the temple. It wasn't all the shit that's going on in India now.
Wow. It sounds like the difference between Gnostics and the church.
Yeah.
In Christianity.
Yeah, exactly. It's direct knowledge and direct experience versus you just have to believe there's some asshole waving a flame. Yeah. No, that's true. There's truth to that. It's like the Gnostics would only accept actual thing, actual gnosis. Like it wouldn't be like someone tells you have to experience. So that's how all the ancient cultures were. Like they had to live like that and be one with nature.
Yeah, that's where the good times ended. After that, it was all downhill.
Yeah, once Prabhupada left the planet, it just all went to shit.
Yeah, I would put Prabhupada in with all this, but not to disrespect you or anything. I'm just saying, like, he
He's
also
a smart man.
Yeah, but he also propagated the 4,32,000 year Yuga cycle. So,
Okay.
like, and then also when he died, like, ISKCON just, like, even George Harrison, you can find that interview where someone asked him, "Oh, are you still part of ISKCON?" And he said, after Prabhupada died, like, all these charlatans tried to take over it, and
It was done.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of scammers, and that's the same with any of these so-called gurus. So, yeah.
Was George Harrison the guy who was in Love at First Bite?
He's in the Beatles.
No, it's the Beatles.
Oh, the Beatles guy. Sorry, I'm getting confused with who else am I thinking of? The guy he's as orange as Donald Trump is, and he was in that movie. Who the hell was that? That's all people remember him for, really, is Love at First Bite. I remember it, of course, because it was a vampire, comedy. And so let me see now. George Hamilton. That was George Hamilton was his name.
George Hamilton.
Yes.
Different.
Yes, different from George Harrison. Okay, there you go. I don't know, but I'm not a musicologist. I'm deaf in my right ear. I'm atonal, so don't expect me to remember the Beatles. That's
yeah. Well, the reason why we brought it up is because George Harrison actually funded ISKCON when they first he went Prabhupada knew him personally, and George Harrison gave them money to buy the Radha Krishna temple in London, where I visited recently, and all of their stuff in England he bought for them and all of that. George Harrison.
The Bhaktivedanta Manor.
Yeah, I was trying to visit that, but it was too far out from where I was.
Oh.
That's cute. Yes, and well, all this has been fascinating. Let's take a look at the time. Okay, we've been on for approximately 4 hours. I'll be diving into the monologue soon enough. We've maintained good numbers, but let's go on for a while longer. I feel that we still haven't exhausted ourselves yet with some of these fascinating topics. Obviously, I'd like to do more justice to the subject that Aristides brought up, but we can save that for another time, the procession of the equinoxes. And all that being said, do continue, Brendan and Heather. Our man Nemo is away from the keyboard for the moment, so the two of you speaking is pleasant to my ears enough, and continue speaking a little bit about these wonderful exercises in your exploration into the cosmos. I thought that what you brought up about Sri Baba was fascinating, incredible, and certainly always interested in the politics of ISKCON, because they certainly are fascinating in their own right. They've been such a part of American life, and it's just sad to see some elements of negativity in the sense of people. Basically they're for homeless, desperate people, from what I understand, because I remember people who were homeless and desperate and just joined the cult so they could get their little bowl of liquid rice gruel and sugar 3 times a day. A place to
the Sunday love feast.
Oh my God! Well, I think that's a bit more substantial than what they're getting on a daily basis. So let's take a look at see if just checking in here. Brooks got what is that?
They fed me quite well when I was in Hawaii and I went there.
Yeah, there you go. That wasn't no rice gruel with some sugar put in it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And
it was actually like a whole feast, and the lady that was there that took a liking to me, her name was Gora Primanandi. She was this lady, she gave me a bunch of food to take home, and I was trying to explain to her, look, I'm going on a flight tomorrow, I can't take all this, but they wouldn't accept no, so I took it.
Wow.
Well, yeah, yum.
Yeah. Well, it was good food, but I told them, look, I'm leaving tomorrow, so. And there was a lot of hot chicks there, but they I explained it before when I on air before. It was just they were nice, and then I talked to them, and it was oh yeah, I just do this to feel better about myself, the rest of the day I'm drinking and eating meat and shit, and I'm what the fuck, it's they literally said that. I was just man, this is whack. So they like party and drink and drug themselves, and then they go on Sunday. They go to like do like a fake like, yeah, I'm doing yoga now, to make themselves feel better. It's so stupid.
Well, because Krishna purifies the heart to chanting the Maha Mantra.
Yeah, so they can feel that, but the point is, you don't just do it once a week and then fuck up the rest of the 20.
It's a lifestyle. It's definitely a lifestyle that you have to live.
That's not what it's for. Yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. And I know that intrinsically Heather is agreeing with you, but what she's expressing is that it's a lifestyle for many people, but it's sad in the sense that they're misinterpreting it. They're misinterpreting it in the sense that they believe that this is something like going to a Roman Catholic priest for confessional. When people go to a Roman Catholic priest for a confession, he can forgive you for your sins. He can help do this for you, where it's kind of a detoxification, a cleansing for at least a person's psychological well-being. They can feel like, okay, I purged myself of that guilt, that I am once again good in grace with in the eyes of God. So this is how these women are treating it. They've westernized it in a sense, Catholicized it, and turned it into something where they feel that it's a spiritual cleansing or detox, and then they go back out to
detox. Exactly. Yeah. But you don't. But the detox thing is like, you don't tox and then retox and then detox. It just doesn't add up.
Well, I did that. I got fucking deviated septum repaired and then went back to doing coke. But it'll take another 20 years or so before my septum's deviated again. So, but anyhow, that's different. Go on with what you're saying. I get it.
It's not the same. You can do whatever. But you're not. But you don't have the pretense of saying, "Oh, I'm like evolving" or something. You don't care, right?
That's right. Yes. I am, in that sense, closer to the animal, as you say, without free will in that regard. I can't stop drinking blood. Rather, I can, but then it impacts my health enormously. Like somebody force-feeding their cat vegetarian food, which some owners try to do.
But when it comes to biology, you've done it. It's like you have to drink the blood, but you found a way where you don't have to go around killing everybody for no reason.
Right.
It's there's you don't get penalized for your genetic predispositions in the basic sense. Animals, animals aren't getting bad karma for killing other animals to survive.
Yes.
But then there's the human aspect where you can actually game that out. That's what's given to us as humans.
Yes.
Where we have and stuff. So animals don't have that.
Yeah. Yes. And so thank you. And a very important thing to emphasize. Heather, what about your relations who were so heavily involved with Freemasonry? Were you ever invited, or did they ever attempt to seduce you into becoming a Freemason yourself? Tell us a little bit about when you were exposed.
I found a sweatshirt from the Job's Daughters, and I asked my grandma if I could be in it, and she said I was too old. It was too late or something like that.
Interesting. Oh, you get it? She's too old. It's too late. God knows
I was like 8 or 9.
That's
my dad. My fucking nose. Oh my God. That hot tea went up there just again. You people have a talent for doing that to me. Yeah, that's right. You were too old for them. Jesus, honey. How could you? How do you live with yourself, withholding of yourself like that? So selfish.
I don't. It's a separate. I suffer every day.
Oh my God. So
that's probably for the best.
Yeah. Oh God.
Wasn't Job the one that was supposed to sacrifice his children? It's like, that's suspicious.
Yeah.
Job had 3 daughters, and they were taken away from him, and then at the end of the story, they came back to life or something like that.
That's even more sketch.
Came back to life.
Yeah, I can't really understand it. It's like, kind of confusing.
Let me look this up.
Yeah, because Job went through all the suffering, and then his favorite daughters. There's 3 daughters that were the most beautiful women in all the land, and then they got taken away by a windstorm, or what it insinuates is that they got in a hurricane and died. What I thought, but in the end, he gets reunited with them, I think.
Right. So at least it's not Lot's daughters. Lot slept with his 2 daughters. Genesis 19, book 19, verses 31 through 35. Ask me why I remember that. Lot's daughters sleep with their father. Yeah, it's like, oh man,
It's
your
almost
mother.
like you referenced it multiple times.
What's that? I have.
It's almost like you referenced it multiple
Well,
when he was writing his book or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like this, right? The guy said, "Oh man, I told your mother not to look back at the city, and now she turned to a pillar of salt." Well, you better honor your father, daughters. Yeah, that's and...
Fuck.
As soon as you hit puberty, you better get as far away from your father as much as possible.
Or he sells you.
Oh, yes.
She reminded me of her mother.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, they always say that shit. Yeah, they're fucking sick in the head.
Yes. Oh, Victoria joins us. Victoria, please jump on the call. Buy me a little more time before I dive into the night and suck up all the oxygen in the room and everybody suffocates to death. So, she says, this is more affordable jewelry. Oh, I believe she's talking about national type jewelry. There we are. Latvia. Excellent. So this young girl in Latvia is making the swastikas and other forbidden Sigrunin, the other forbidden runic jewelry. That is forbidden in our extremely Judaicized culture, our Judeophiliac culture, in disambiguation from Judeophobic, for those of you who don't get the words. And that may still not explain it to you, but philiac means lover, as in necrophiliac, like somebody who fucks dead bodies. Judeophiliac means you're a Jew fuck. That didn't come out diplomatically, but you know what I mean. And whereas Judeophobic means you hate Jews or fear them. There you are. And look at this lovely example that she provides. Swastikas cycling in the opposite direction, but yeah, she's tending to put the swastikas in the opposite direction, which is not the wrong direction, quote unquote, but it's the wrong direction for me.
Maybe it's the way the picture was taken, because sometimes the camera will...
reverses image.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Hopefully that's the case. Yes. And yes, Victoria herself was dealing with that. Victoria, jump on the call, please. Honestly.
I like the wool socks. That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like how it's titled Grandma's Knitted Wool Socks.
Yeah.
And they're sold out. Real popular.
No, of course, that goes without saying.
I gotta get a pair of them.
Was it the German grandma?
One would assume. I doubt any Jewish grandma.
She's Latvian.
Latvian. There we are.
Teutonic.
Germanic. They're Germanic. They're Teutonic, yes. They were under the Teutonic Order for hundreds of years, so they're Germanized, or Germanicized would be another word for it.
Douglas.
Yes,
do
honey?
you know why in Utah there's the Zion National Park? Why do they call it Zion?
Oh, because they're Mormons, and they believe
Mormons,
that's it's nothing to do with Jews. Not really. Yeah,
Different Zion, just like with Rastafarianism.
Yes, thank you. Very good.
It can't be if it's the same spelling. It's got to be the same Zion.
No. It's the same spelling, but it's a different concept. Does that make more sense, honey?
Well, I just think of Zionists and Zion.
Zionists and Zion. Right. Yeah, no, I understand that, but...
research the Rastafarian religion, and you understand the different concepts of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, iron like the lion and Zion.
We've all listened to Bob Marley.
Rastafarian would be spelled I-A-N, not I-O-N, but at the end. But that's an interesting confluence there, honey. And Everybody let me know if Victoria jumps on. Victoria, oh, wait, she's with her family, right? Didn't you fly, Victoria?
Yeah,
she's, what? She's telling you something.
Yeah, she's with her family, like hanging around with them. I don't think she can probably chat, maybe.
Right, okay, so she's typing. Yes.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. She's not wearing those socks where she's at.
Yeah.
Maybe she is, but I don't know. I don't know if they know that about her.
Yeah, she says it's just how the jewelry was made, I think. Yeah, it's probably they're doing it in this kind of different sense that it's
Well, the girl calls it the Latvian fire cross. So
yes.
Maybe it's cultural. It's just different.
It's,
just like the pendant I have, I found out it was made in Ireland, or the ring I have, it was made in Ireland, and it's actually the symbol that is on it is a swastika, but it's called it's got some kind of traditional name from the Caledonian. What is that? What are those people called?
I'm sorry. Say that again. The Irish, the Caledonian. I'm thinking of New Caledonia.
What are those people in Spain? Oh man, what are
Celtic?
they called?
They're you're talking about Basques or the
the Basque.
Oh, okay.
So they have a native swastika that is on this thing that I have. So yeah, there you go.
I'm
trying to find the name of it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm trying to remember the name of it. Sorry, just.
Oh right. Oh, no worries. No worries. Do you need to look that up? Oh, because we'd all be interested.
Well,
of course.
I'm basing on the name of that little country, the Basque region. What is that country?
Well, in the Basque region, it's I forget they have their own special name for it. Basque land.
Like the seed from Spain.
Yeah, Basque land. Other name. And okay, let's look at this up. Euskadi. It was one name. Hegual. I mean, they got all kinds. They've been around for Euskal Heria or Heria, Haraya. Euskal Haraya. Catalan. Yes, Catalonians. Well, Catalonia as opposed to Catalia. If I'm not mistaken, Catalonia is on the other side of Spain, unless there's a very similar term that's used with the Basque-landers, because they're on the opposite sides of the peninsula.
Okay, so maybe it is the Catalonians. They're more Celtic people.
Right. Right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I'll try and find the name of the symbol.
Yes. That's right. Yeah. And just because I'm getting another question on the coming in on the email. No, Job, like I said, it was Lot that slept with his daughters. Job apparently basically his 3 daughters are born again to a living hope and inheritance, which is imperishable, undefiled, and will not fade away. So there we go. They say it's an inheritance among our brothers, if I remember correctly, certain Christians speaking of it. The daughters of Job, no, they just died and came back. You know, the way Heather explained it. She did a real good job of explaining, by the way, Heather. You've got check my public comments. Oh, yes, I need to check back with that. Give me just a second here. And let me heart her what she said here first. Okay, and let's see what's going on in the text box. Here we are, live stream. There we are. Oh, man, she's back with Amor Fati. Blessings, everyone. I'm spending time with family. That shop is pricey, the one that was mentioned earlier. I'm hanging with a young cousin, or I would, laugh out loud. Hi, Nemo. You'll be proud of me, Douglas. I brought up the gas chamber thing to my father around my brother and cousin. Then Amor Fati says the Basque region is called Euskaria in their language. Thank you.
Euskaria. Thank you.
Then she says because he brought up the new Bonhoeffer movie. Okay. Then Amor says the Basque symbol is called Laburu. Yes, he lives in Mexico, so he knows a bit about the Spain. Then he says, Victoria says, I hung out in...
Yeah, Laburu. Thank you. That's what it's called, the Laburu.
Yes. Thank you. And Victoria says, I hung out in Pamplona, Spain, in the Basque region for almost a month, where the bulls run. Excellent. Okay. Amor Fati says, The other three distinct cultures, languages, and people in Spain are the Gallegos in Galicia. They are the Celtic descended people in Spain you are referring to, Brennan. Galicia is in the northwest. There we are.
Yes.
And Amor Fadi says the Basque people are in central north of Spain. They have the Laburu symbol, which is a curved swastika. And then Amor Fadi says...
I'm impressed by our audience. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That we got that answer. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Amor Fadi is one of... He's been here forever. He's incredible. And, of course, the incredible connections to new jewelry from Victoria. Amor Fadi says the Catalans are in Catalonia in the northwest of Spain. Thank you so much, Amor Fadi. We love you dearly. Hugs, dear brother. God bless you. He suffered so much. He really has. He's been victimized so relentlessly throughout his life. And then Victoria, of course, we're so glad to have her. That's right. Pity you can't join us on the call, Victoria, but if you do get a chance to, go ahead. And she says, a lot of RH negative. Yes, RH negative blood. And Amor Fadi says, hello, Victoria. How fun that you went to the bull run in Pamplona. We used to have more bull runs in Mexico, too. So dangerous and so fun. Yeah, that's, he says, hugs to you all. And she says, Amor, what beautiful people. Some blood symbols there, blood emojis, heart emojis. Yes.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yes, there we go. I'll take it as such. And but by all means...
Well, I'm not drinking blood.
Yeah. Heather's provided an image. Let's see what that is. Okay, and here we are. Order of Job's Daughters.
That's just their icon for the Job's Daughters International.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, that's what my mom has on her headstone.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'll be fucked. International Order of Job's Daughters.
So I found a sweatshirt in the closet, and I was asking my grandma about it. That's how I found out about it when it was too late.
Why do they look kind of colored? Are they supposed to be black or just this golden Mediterranean?
I believe that they are. They're fair. They're fair-skinned, so they have light skin.
Okay. Well, they're shown here to be white. They definitely look white in this symbol, but in the other triangle, the metal, maybe it's just the metallic nature of trying to make them look golden bronze, makes them look like they're...
Because of the white background, they gotta have a different color skin.
Okay, interesting. Well, they don't have to, but they'd wind up looking very ghostly.
Yeah.
I think one of their names was Jemima.
Jeez. Yeah.
And Jemima.
Yes. That is funny, but of course, a lot of the blacks had very biblical names, and so
yes, that's true. Yeah, because they were adopted. Well, not adopted, but owned by religious owners. Yeah.
Yes.
Not given those names. Yeah.
That's right. And so, other than that, before I start diving in, I don't want to go just yet. Want to give myself further time to breathe. By all means, continue a little bit of the conversation here. And
did you get your blanket?
I did, from Aaron Tice, yes.
Do you like it?
I haven't had a chance to even really open it yet. I just opened the box to make sure what was in there. But thank you for asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love those blankets.
Yeah, well, I couldn't live without them. It's not a question of love; it's a question of survival. Yes. Such being said, though, people were kind of...
If I had the money, I'd get you a nice bear pelt, keep you well insulated and warm.
Oh, thank you.
That's what you need. Nice. You deserve to have something like that. I don't encourage people wearing animal stuff, but someone like you, you'd need it, and it'd keep you nice and warm, and you'd be worthy of wearing a polar bear or bear pelt.
I'm very flattered. Very flattered. Thank you so much. You're very kind. You're very kind and gracious to even say that. Yeah. Of course, I would probably swelter in that. I would probably swelter to death in that thing. The electric blankets are fine. I'm used to them at this point.
Like a genuine sheepskin that was made in England.
Yeah.
And you'll cook inside of that if you're not in freezing temperature.
Yeah.
Right.
They're very insulated. The animals are given frost resistance, to be able to survive outside and stuff.
Yeah. And in terms of We all remember that poor crazy guy. I was thinking of him earlier. John Miranda. Wonder if he's happy now that his man is back in office. But John Miranda was a Trump cultist who was bordering on defecting to Russia. Poor son of a bitch. He was flirting with it, and he was claiming he was living out in the snow in Sweden and shit. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor bastard.
Yeah, I remember all that shit.
Yeah. Oh God. So you were there when he
was it John Miranda?
Yeah.
Miranda, right?
Yeah. John Miranda. Poor bastard.
Writing this down because I take notes. John Miranda.
Yes, and you can write him down as poor son of a bitch. Poor deluded son of a bitch.
Poor son of a bitch.
Yes.
Roger.
God, what a dude. He's,
That's the guy that couldn't figure out why his wife hated him, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. He couldn't understand. He marries this young chick who's from Georgia, which, by the way, just so people who don't get it, Georgia's not the state in the United States. I'm talking about the original nation the state is named after. The state's named after you could say it's named after George Washington, like a feminization of George Washington, but really...
Actually, after, I think, King George, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be that as well, now that you mention it. Yes, that's probably more accurate, but... At any rate, King George would have ultimately gotten his name from the nation of Georgia because that's one of the original Caucasian nations. It's in the Caucasus Mountains where, of course, as I've mentioned to people, where the term Caucasian fucking comes from. Where Adam was. Yeah, Adam was right beneath the shadow of the Caucasus Mountains. So
Georgia, the state, was named after King George II, who approved the colony's charter in 1732.
There we are. Thank you. Originally a colony then. And so when
Georgia is the Western exonym, meaning outside of the country, it's called Georgia. In the Caucasus, originally known as Sakartvelo.
Oh yeah, Sakartvelo. Yeah. Their name is unpronounceable to outsiders. Yeah. Just stick with Georgia. Georgia
was recorded in an Italian Mappa Mundi in 1320, so it was a Latin word.
Yes, thank you. And it's
likely derived from Gurgan, Kurgan, Persian descending designation of the region, from the Parthian Wurgan.
Thank you. And so they're as Caucasian as you can get. And so he marries this young white chick, Caucasian, and basically, her family's been massacred by the Russians. And so he marries her, and she's thinking, oh, great, I got some white sugar daddy who's going to take me back to the U.S., which is like heaven in the sky. And she never made it to the United States. She never made it here because dumbass fucking American... crazy, treasonous motherfucker John Miranda said, I want to stay here in Europe and help Putin liberate Europe from the American capitalists. And it's like, she, of course, at that point had 2 kids with this son of a bitch, and just pretty much slapped a restraining order on him, moved to Norway, where he had built a house for her. She moved into the house and then said he was a madman and extremely dangerous to himself and others, and the Norwegians wouldn't let him in. Wouldn't let him into the country. Whatever she told them, which was probably just the truth, he says he wants to help Putin liberate, quote-unquote, Europe, and they said, fuck that bastard, he's not allowed in Norway. And so he was stuck in Sweden forever, just trying to get a chance to see his wife, getting into trouble, winding up in jail, and then, according to himself, living out in the fucking snow and ice fishing. I mean, at that point, dude, why don't you just fucking, say, hey, honey, I give up. I'll take you to the U.S. But no, he's just and the Russians aren't even fucking paying him. It's not like the Russians are paying him. That's all these guys get on QAnon. He was a big guy into that whole pizza... what was that thing called? Comet Ping Pong Pizza. He was buying into that Spirit. What do they call that?
Pizzagate.
What's that?
Pizzagate.
Yeah, and what do they call that? Pizzagate spirit soup or something, where they say they're cooking the kids or something. Yeah,
Spirit cooking.
Spirit cooking, yeah.
The shit that Wes was telling us. Oh, they put them in ovens. They have special ovens and shit.
No, he was saying the pizza ovens are for just the right size for the kids. Only when he was saying it like it was a realization to him. Like it came to him all of a sudden when he was looking at the pizza box and
like
realized,
an epiphany.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, tell him, Nemo.
Epiphany.
Yeah, epiphany, like he had an epiphany, like the light bulb went off. Eureka moment for him.
Yeah.
I figured it out.
Yeah, I figured it out. The pizza ovens are just the right dimension for babies.
Meth will do that to you. Meth will do that to you.
Well, if you want to see the effects of drugs, remember what Brooke was tripping off of with Sean Connery, who she said was the man who she grew up wanting to fuck. She would do anything for him. She said he could have slapped her around like a bitch and she would have given him what he wanted. And then she saw this picture of him Daniel Larry Martinez, meth head Larry. Daniel Larry Martinez was doom scrolling, and when she brought up Sean Connery, he looked Sean Connery up and found the picture that turned her off, where she said, "Oh God, I would never want to fuck that guy." And that was when he was relatively young. And when she was mentioning that, it was some awful picture. He looked so gross. It was disgusting. and I said, Zardoz.
It was the fucking Zardoz.
Yeah, I said, Zardoz. It's Zardoz. And then, and then we showed her the Zardoz, and she was just all, oh, God, that's it. Oh, God, that's what it is. Oh, and then, but if you watch Zardoz, that will show you what drugs did to people in the 60s and the 70s. No different from fucking Ian West's meth head epiphany about the fucking baby ovens. And in the end of the movie, he's like folding a book. He's folding a book up because he's trying to read it and he doesn't know how to read. But he's scrunching up the pages, thinking that they'll give him information like he's juicing an orange. And then he puts the pages of the book Wizard of Oz together, and the title page comes out as Wizard Oz. Get it? Zardoz! Yeah. Then he has the epiphany. Yeah. Zardoz! Zardoz! Yes. It's the Wizard of Oz! Oh!
Yeah. Yes.
The man behind the curtain! The man behind the curtain!
Gun is good. That was like their mantra. Gun is good.
Yes.
Basically, that movie was the Brits like making fun of like America in the future. That was but it went over everyone's head. It, like the Americans didn't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Well, who could? It's incomprehensible. But by the way, for those of you who do not know, the British are alluding to the fact that Frank Baum, who sounds suspiciously Jewish, his name, who wrote the book The Wizard of Oz and this entire franchise around it, was someone who was a rabid, fanatical proponent of the extermination of the American Indians. So he actually was a newspaper editor who wrote extensively about we need to kill off all the American Indians. So that's the allusion in the film to the extermination. Get it? All the men are being passed the guns. They're throwing the guns. Exterminate the subhumans! Yeah. That's the order at the beginning of the film. That's what that's alluding to. Hence, then, the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. You get it?
Yeah.
See, there you go. Take enough drugs, and everybody watching that film thought that was the deepest thing in the fucking world. Oh!
Gun is good, yeah.
Yeah, Americans. Gun is good. Kill the subhumans, and they all run around, and they all run around looking like faggots.
Like stupid. Yeah.
Ah. Oh.
He belongs in a certain bar.
Yes. Oh, yes. So
YMCA.
The Village People, yes, the gayest group that ever lived. Are those guys still alive, or did they all die of AIDS?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
You live in San Francisco. You should know. It's like, what is it called? Like required reading or something.
Required knowledge, like just general knowledge in the area. Well, all that being said,
They're from New York. In your defense.
yeah. Thank you. Though they were at that horrible. What was that Jewish guy who runs the music hall in San Francisco? I forgot what it was. His name is on there. Of course, closet faggot Peter Moon used to speak of that guy. Bill Graham, the Bill Graham, not
Yep.
Billy Graham, the religious guy, but Bill Graham, the Jewish guy, was running the music hall in San Francisco. And he was big friends with the Village People. I mean, to the point where they were making fun of it on Saturday Night Live, of course. And
they had like over a dozen members. They've changed over the years. They had different members. Most of them are still alive in their 70s.
I had no idea. I had no fucking idea. That sounds like Menudo almost. Like they're always getting fresh meat.
Yeah, they were just like mixing a lot of stuff.
I'm sure they were. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Yeah, they were mixing and matching, as they say. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I find it offensive that they have a Native American character in there, like trying to dress them up as pretty as possible.
I guess that could be said to represent the twin-souled Native Americans that did exist, and
all right.
Yeah, society in Native America was able to accommodate them. They didn't have like hang-ups about them. That's where the term twin soul comes from. So if people ever wonder about the 2S that I referred to in 2SLGBTQIA+, that stands for twin souled. Like I said, I years ago developed what I thought would be a much better acronym for that whole alternative lifestyles community, but it's never caught on. It's just too, I would say, erudite for most people. They can't handle the history behind it, so they have to go in for just a alphabet soup. And so all that being said, we can speak about that another time. So other than that, what about you gentlemen, Heather? Other things to bring up before I, proceed to start diving in to the night? Surely there must be.
I just wanted to quickly say, Twin Soul Community would be a lot better title than the
Village People.
No, just like for the LGBTQ plus, it's just Twin Soul Community or something like that.
I understand what you're saying.
Better.
Yeah. In the Native American times, that's what they simply would have said. They would have either said twin-souled or contrarian.
But they,
they
could adopt that,
Yeah.
that concept.
If only they had the brains, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah. It's like people are just too, they're hung up on sub-identification, which alienates the rest of the community. So that being said, continue with other subjects that you feel are relevant for the moment.
Well, after James Bond, Sean Connery just looked like a fucking troll, a homeless bum. Like the first few 007 movies, he looked like that handsome man that every woman wants, but when after that, he just went downhill and looking like a creep.
Do you feel that
was...
Okay. You feel that was the stage he was at with Zardoz?
Right. He was way past his prime at that movie, 74. Like in the mid-late 60s, that was when he was in his prime, I guess, with his looks. And after that, it just went downhill. He beat the shit out of any woman he was with, like, for little to no reason. Like, he had no good excuse.
Yeah, he was just awful. He was just awful. And yet he was a multi-millionaire, and he was someone who, good God, he was someone who just...
And he's Irish. Like, I thought the Irish were hated in fucking America. Why are they giving him all this fucking big top roles and all this money and fame?
I never knew that.
I didn't get it.
I thought he was Scottish.
Well, I thought he was half Irish and half something else.
Okay, so here's what we got to do. Got to go to... here we are. So it says it got free up storage space right now, or the computer's going to shut down. So let me do a screen share, see what we can do, start sharing. That means we're going to have to cut off some of these older episodes, so please make certain that you're storing them. So
he was Scottish. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Continue. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and so here we are with the screen share. Can you see this, Brendan?
Yep.
Good thing we're taking care of this before I go into any monologue. God
What's
knows.
going on?
So here we are, Brendan. I got a notification that my computer's about to shut down if I don't free up some space. So we all know what's taking.
Yeah, why is it full? Holy fuck.
Oh, it's the videos. We all know that. It's so we just got to go to the videos and start like deleting a bunch of them to free it up. So
you just can't have enough terabytes, man.
yeah, that's right. That's right. So you
Well,
can.
If you have money, you can.
Struggle.
Yeah.
It's a struggle.
Well, I know the computer you purchased for me will have much more space than this has got.
That I don't know. It just has like a local thing, but not really like an archive drive. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 1 terabyte just functioning, in the computer drive.
Okay.
But if you're stuffing a lot of radio shows, like you're gonna need multiple terabytes at some point.
Yeah, yeah. So can you, Aristides, and Brendan Zoget both, as well as Nemo, can you see?
Yeah.
I'm sharing screen. You can see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just give me the instructions. Tell me where to go so we can start deleting the videos. I presume.
Where it says manage storage and the more settings, and it should give you an option just to wipe a whole freaking file.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Those
Thank you.
temporary files, that's all. A lot of that's going to be junk files you need to remove from your system. You don't have to do that now, but I recommend
Later.
getting rid of all the redundant, useless temporary files because it'll make your computer slower.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So right now, where is it that I go, gentlemen? Where am I going to move my cursor?
There's more storage settings down at the bottom.
Okay, there we are. Okay, and then manage storage
Yeah.
spaces.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, there we are. So let's go over there. So it's not doing anything. Oh wait, yeah, it's coming up.
It's slow.
Yeah, damn, it's slow. So manage storage spaces. You sure this is where we go? Why don't we just go to the videos? There's got to be a way to do
Yeah,
that.
just click on your video tab.
Yeah. So let's.
Yeah, just click on it in here, and it'll should shortcut you.
So here we go to pictures. Where
Yeah, just
were?
make sure you're not. Well, make sure you're not in your backup drive.
Okay, that's the backup drive, but it can take me to the PC, right? This PC.
Yeah. There you go.
And there we go. And that's not this videos,
Yeah.
but this one. This one is the one that's so full as the Windows, correct?
Yeah, no, videos up there. That was the right one, I think. Let's
Yeah,
check.
but
Check it.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
are. Okay, so there we are. So that's what's choking it. Okay.
Just
So
remove your oldest ones in the list, I guess.
yes. And so how far back should I go to? I mean, how far up to the soonest is well, we'll wait till all the pictures come up, and after that we'll decide which
Well,
one.
theoretically, Warrington has all of them, so just delete all of them.
Well, not just Warrington, but also our man, Mr. Nemo Albano, who's right with us.
I haven't downloaded every single one. Like, I got to get another portable hard drive just for all of your stuff, solely that, because I don't have enough room on mine. Because I download shitloads of other things.
Do you need help? Do you need someone like Aristides?
No, I don't
or-
need help. I just got to save up money to get a 6 terabyte.
No, I mean, do
portable
you
hard
need
drive.
someone to order that for you right now so you can?
No.
Okay. It's. I'm sorry. So okay. So, but if I were to delete these, then
Delete the ones because from 2019 to 2020 is on your Rumble. They like automatically uploaded, so we have a backup of those older ones.
And you can create a folder, put them all in there, then compress the folder.
well, we're just gonna get rid of the ones here. To what day?
Alright.
Like which one? Which one? Like up to?
2020. Just scroll down till you see 2020, and then just delete all of those.
Well, no, the latest
It's
one
all
is
2024.
It's all 2024, dude. We got rid of 2020
No,
a
it's
long
not.
time ago.
No, it's not.
What?
Scroll.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's all 2020. 2024. It's all 2024, dude. This is all that's
Well,
in there.
Their folder that because we remember when we looked at them the other day.
That was a different
Well, that
one.
must have been your-
That was no.
actually.
You're talking about another channel. That was a different channel, I think. You know,
Okay,
somebody
so-
else's channel.
Just delete all of them. Fuck it. Delete all of
Yeah.
them.
Well, I'll delete the overwhelming majority of them. Maybe I'll save the last few weeks since maybe about the time of up to Aquino's a good bookmarker. Let's start with basically everything around his
Yeah, we
time.
can delete all the ones that Pete was on.
Yeah. Oh God. Yes. Oh God. Good idea. Let's make that the. So that would take us right to right here. Okay, just everything that had Pete on it and a few thereafter. That'll easily give us plenty of room right there. Yeah. And okay. So
Like a waste. Talk about a waste of space on the hard drive.
Yeah. And so I click that and
Lying about publishing your book and shit.
oh, it was so sick. It's so
almost
sick.
done. He kept saying that's almost done.
Well, beyond that, then it was that now it's done, and I refuse to add anymore. Too big to recycle, permanently delete them. Yes, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm publishing them tomorrow." And then he was up there, "Yeah, I'm publishing them tomorrow," but no, he didn't go to publish them tomorrow.
No, he was. What about that one where he's like, it would be a shame if Douglas died tomorrow, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
In the surgery.
Yeah, just what a piece of shit. He is just so I think we've got enough room for now. I deleted him back to the birthday of Michael Aquino. He's a good bookmarker. Yeah. So okay, so then we could shut that down. All right, thank you. Couldn't do this without you gentlemen here.
Make sure you delete your recycle bin in case it wasn't permanently deleted.
Delete the recycle bin?
No, the shit in the recycle bin. Like clear everything in there.
Oh,
because sometimes it doesn't always permanently delete. It stays in there and still takes up memory.
Okay, so let me see now. I'll share screen, and so let's. I'm sharing screen now. So say that I go over to the recycle bin and I open that up. All right, and it says working on it. Okay, so with all this shit, what am I supposed to do?
Delete it. Yeah,
really?
Just highlight and delete. If it's all trash, you don't want that.
Right.
Or you can left click on it and do it that way.
Or just delete it all.
Yeah, but how about I do that later? Maybe when I'm like, if I do it right now.
Whenever you can.
Well, right now then I guess it's the best time to do it. So you're just saying like left click it. What do you mean by left click it? You mean all of it at once, right? So what do I do?
Just icon it. Go back to go to the desktop and find the icon and then just click empty trash.
Oh, okay. Go to the icon. You mean right here?
Right click.
The main desktop. Just like where all the pictures are.
Oh, okay. So main desktop.
Like minimize all your windows.
Okay, so let me do that. Shut this.
Or cancel out of them.
Yeah. And then shut this off, and then go over to the main desktop, and then look for like
the main screen, like
where your wallpaper screen is.
The wallpaper,
just the original home wallpaper desktop screen.
Oh, okay, the original home wallpaper. You mean the porno one that changes every minute?
Yeah, go back to that.
Wherever your wallpaper is, that's your home desktop screen.
So if I go back there to here, there we are, the recycle bin.
Be a waste basket.
Okay.
Right click it.
Right click it. Okay.
Yep.
Empty recycle bin. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure you want to permanently delete all these items? We say yes. Okay.
Holy shit, that lady has huge tits. That's crazy.
Fuck yeah.
That's Minka. She's
famous.
Yeah, she's Korean.
Are they natural? That's like intense. Like
no, she had implants.
No way.
She had implants. Yeah. Okay. But they hang well on her, and
it's perfect shape.
Yeah. yes. I've always admired her for that. Yes. It's she's one. Yeah. She's one of the originals in that regard. Okay, well, there you go.
This is one of the more tame photos.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. So all such have been taken care of. Real Tech Geek joined us. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. We all must be thankful for our wonderful Douglas Dietrich, our national treasure. It is the end of the month almost. Generous donations are greatly appreciated. Thanks. And Matthew Bush says, what's the difference between jinn and demon and angel for that matter? There you are. Now that's something to occupy a little while. Gentlemen, begin your explanations. Brendan, we'll start with you.
Wait, what was the question? I missed that. What?
Okay, let's go over to the live stream and I'll share screen. Here we are, sharing screen. And so Matthew Bush says, what is the difference between jinn and demon and angel, for that matter? Well, that's a pretty complicated question. That's the entire cosmic hierarchy to a great degree. So, okay, take it away.
Well, angels and demons are, of course, cosmic forces, the archangels, the energies of divine light that have been split up into different archetypes, like, you know, the archangels. But the jinn are beings that were created after the angels and before humans. So it's a whole nother group of basically there are beings that are outside our frequency range, like a physical frequency, but they live on Earth. And so they're very close to our electromagnetic visual spectrum, and they can interact with the physical. And they're beings of smokeless fire, as it's said in the Islamic, reckoning of what they are. So they're just, it's like some people would call them ghosts, but they're just a different type of being. So angels and demons are of a higher order, but jinn are also powerful, but they're not physical. They're closer to our realm. So
they're earthbound spirits, aren't they? The jinn.
Yeah, they're trapped beings.
Yeah.
They're also called genie. They're supernatural creatures from Islamic mythology. They're invisible spirits that inhabit the earth. Their abilities include shape-shifting, supernatural power. The word jinn in Arabic translates to hidden, reflecting their unseen nature. And pre-Islamic culture, they were sometimes worshipped as spirits that could influence nature, inspire poets. That's where we get the word genius from. Genius comes directly from the word jinn, means you're possessed by a extra-human intelligence. So jinn, genius. The Quran mentions jinn as placing them, just like humans, as creatures capable of choosing between good and evil, similar to humans. They're able to take on human form or animal forms, but they mostly cause mischief, possess people, and can grant wishes, of course. So that's what jinn are. Yeah. So,
thank you. And so again, angels, demons, and in terms of, say, for instance, a question logically would follow: are genies in hell?
Are jinn hellish beings? No.
Okay. Yes, and explain that.
They're not. So we can also go take from the Buddhist thing. It's like they're on a different reincarnation cycle. Like the Narak, the hell realms are not like any being can make it to a hell realm if they fuck up enough. Like Narakas are something that was created later. So no, they don't inhabit being, but they can inhabit the lower dimensions, but they're not. Those are not hells per se. So hells are like a whole nother dimension for like beings that need to be, like if they don't learn their lesson in a nice way, then they get taught in like a worse way. So that's what hells are. Hells are Naraks. If you look up what Naraka is, like those are the hell realms, and those are not fun. Yeah, but when it comes to jinn, in an Islamic doctrine, they're associated with the story of mankind because they would rebel against creation. When the leader of the jinn, Iblis, refuses to prostrate himself to bow towards the image of Adam, as punishment, he was expelled from the heavens, and so the war against God and man becomes apparent. He later tricks Adam and Eve. This is like the Islamic concept. So that it wasn't the serpent; it was actually the leader of the jinn who tricks Adam and Eve in their fall from paradise. They were made from a smokeless fire, who Iblis and the jinn, like him, are nevertheless spiritually similar to man in that they are capable of independent moral judgment and have free will or freedom of action. Not all jinn are devils in Islamic tradition, but many have served as friends or helpers of mankind, although the interaction between the two is discouraged. In Muslim imagination, the jinn occupy a shadow world. At once they shared with humans, but transcend time and physical space. They can see and hear things that humans do, and some have the ability to influence human action, quietly influencing men and women to make choices that may not be in their best interest. Ones that constantly accompany humans are known as the Qar'een. Just as one type of jinn, there are several types of jinn, some that live in our midst. The word jinn comes from the Arabic triliteral ja-nana, which means to hide or conceal, in an apt description for beings that are kept hidden from the human vision. They exist in a parallel world known as al-ghaib, or the unseen world. Amara al-Zain, author of the Islamic Arabs' Intelligent World of Jinn, suggests that they were worshipped by pre-Islamic Arabs,
Yes.
who associated them with the elements of nature. Some researchers of the jinn actually associate them with the Mesopotamian mythology because jinn-like entities were worshipped as gods. In some Arabic tradition, the jinn are said to be the original inhabitants of the earth and once ruled the planet after battling with other life forms known as hin, made of wind, and bin, made of water. An 11th century Persian cosmographer, Zakaria al-Kazimi, placed the origin of jinn early on God's creation, before humankind. Kazmi also said that he also produced the supernatural drawings and named other mythical creatures. His book was known as Al-Jaib al-Muqat wa Gharib al-Majawat, or the marvelous things and miraculous aspects of living things, which was also translated into Persian and Turkish from the original Arabic. And his description under the animal kingdom, he wrote a chapter on monsters and demons and jinn, so there are all three different ones, whereas the latter were described as imperceptible creatures who were able to shapeshift. They were revered by pre-Islamic societies who worshipped them as deities, and the Quran mentions them as being made of a smokeless flame. In the entire chapter, Surah Jinn, which is in the Quran, it is dedicated to them, and through the holy book, readers are reminded that salvation is offered to both jinn and humankind. In one mythological tradition, the earth was once inhabited by a hotbed of chaos caused by the hin and the bin, who are other ancient supernatural beings. The hin were mentioned as pre-Islamic Arabian lore, and their acceptance was accepted by the Alawi Muslims and the Druze. The Druze also believed in.
But go on, yeah.
Yeah, Druze, yeah. Yeah, Druze. They were also believed to that bin exists, and they were once known to live in what is now called Yemen. They also refer to Rim and Tim, which are also described in the biblical book of Genesis as the Nephilim, mysterious giants who existed in a time before humans. So and here's where the aspect of the angels come in. In some traditions, which were adopted by Muslims, the jinn defeated the hin and the bin, and they became masters of the earth. But instead of peace, destruction followed, until angels made of pure light were sent to the earth to battle the bad jinn who were causing this carnage. The story had been told in the book of Enoch, a battle between angels and demons, and may have been the interpretation for later descriptions of jinn by the Muslims, such as Al-Qazawi and Ibn Kathir. When the angels won the fight, the bad jinn were cast to remote parts of the planet, such as islands, caves, and forests. They later featured in Arabian tales as haunting spirits laying in abandoned terrain, lying in wait for passing travelers to torment. Others have said to build homes in the ruins of civilizations like Madin Saleh, now in Saudi Arabia, a place where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have walked through quickly to avoid the jinn. And
man, if he thinks it's bad, you know it's bad.
Yeah, and they actually, it's a very famous site, but they don't like the locals don't go there, but stupid like Westerners will go there. Like
like who?
Just like Petra and stuff. Like
Yeah.
like the locals will never step foot in there unless they're getting paid, you know, because they know shit's in there. In places where jinn were assumed to live, Muslims are encouraged to recite prayers for protection, because they, in case they become annoyed with your human presence in their unseen homes. Some of the jinn were captured and taken back as prisoners to heaven, where they were taught by the angels. It's here that one jinn, sometimes unnamed, or also sometimes named as Azazel, came to be known as Iblis, or Satan, after his pride.
Azazel.
So
Yeah, Azazel.
yeah, Azazel. So these people are saying that they can get mixed in with the angels or whatnot. But I would consider the jinn to be a completely separate thing than angels or demons. But yeah, he is thought to be the leader of the demonic jinn who caused the fitna, the troubles that led the people to their own destruction. And then it goes on to say that's the point of the Hamza and the evil eye and stuff like that. The amulet of the evil eye. Yeah, and it goes into the whole lineage of Iblis having the sons and Islamic possession, which is considered to be jinn, you know.
Yeah.
Jinn possession, all of that, yeah.
Yes, with the Muslims, I noticed that they usually interpret people who are possessed to be possessed of the jinn. So, and yet, do they not acknowledge demons in the Muslim cosmology? And when would they finally acknowledge a possession to be demonic as opposed to be jinn? If ever.
Well, jinn possession is clear, like you get powers and stuff.
Okay.
So, but demonic possession is totally different. It's like you become negative, like you have negative actions. Like the jinn possession's not necessarily, you don't go like murdering and pillaging and stuff.
No, instead you go out on stage and you start making millions of dollars as a magician, basically, right? Is that often the case with these guys?
Yeah, they make deals. Like the jinn are more like deal makers. Like this for that, you get this for that, right? So the demons, on the other hand, they just want your soul. They don't give a fuck. Like they're not giving.
They're not giving you shit.
Yeah, they're not giving you shit. Just ask people.
Oh my
like,
god!
You don't get any.
You know, so here's what it says here. It says, some people say that the jinn cannot physically possess human beings. What they can do is plant thoughts in the mind, leaving it up to the individual to accept or reject. Their existence and their form remain open to interpretation, Muslims saying that they're purely metaphorical, while others believe that that jinn are in fact real, but they do not negate someone's belief in Islam if you believe in them or something like this. It nevertheless remains widespread amongst believers of Islam and traditions passed on, etc., etc. So, yeah. It's considered, I mean, in the Muslim world, jinn are considered real.
Of course.
Like, and I did like a presentation on the jinn when I did my public speaking class, and it scared the shit out of the Turkish girl.
Of course.
That was in the class. And she came up to me and she said, like, why did you do that, basically? And she said, when I was growing up in Turkey, I actually saw the jinn and I had to deal with them, and that was really scary. And like, you know, so she acknowledged that they were real. And so she was just, I guess, trying to make me feel bad that I brought it up or something.
Well, you seem to have a habit of this. Tell people about the time you brought up the Cho with that Asian lady. Was she Cambodian?
Laotian.
Laotian.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so tell people about that and how she basically, it's almost like she quit the job or something because of you, right?
Oh, yeah, she straight up disappeared. Like, literally the next day, she was gone, never heard from again.
So, yeah, she took me around, like, all the Cambodian places down in the south area where it was, like, it's called, like, Little Saigon. So, like, we went there. We had a great time. You know, she showed me all these, like, shops, local shops where they had all the Cambodian stuff. And then when I was taking her home, I was asking her, I said, have you ever heard of these things called Cho? And she's like, no, nothing like that. And so I didn't get the hint. I was an idiot. I didn't catch the hint that she just, like, these little pygmy things that are like black magicians and stuff. And like, they'll put you in your sleep. And she got weird. She was like, oh, nothing like that. And then, like, I just didn't get it. And then, yeah, she disappeared and I never saw her again.
Oh, so sad. Yeah. Oh, that's there we are. And what about when it comes to the chocolate itself? Now, Selena Khan, years ago. Now, for those of you who don't know, a lot of people, for whatever reason, when I was, I never had a sweet tooth. Yet people oftentimes give me sweets, which is kind. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's just so people know it's really not what I'm into. Things have changed in that department slightly because I no longer drink Coke. Whereas in the past, when I was drinking 3 16-ounce cans of Coke a day on average, then I was, of course, I didn't need sweets. I was completely sugarized to an unhealthy degree. So I had no taste for sweets. Now, I haven't drank Coke since I said I quit Coke on the liquid Coke on this show. So I haven't drank Coke since then. So I was able the other day, just yesterday, I think, to eat finally one of these. I think it might have been, of all people, Penny Bradley, who had sent me a bunch of, what were they? Those bars, those peanut butter bars. I think they call them Paydays, where she's the one who said they were all just burnt caramelized sugar and shit and peanuts. And so I was able to eat one of those the other day because, it wasn't overwhelmingly sweet like it otherwise would have been back when I was drinking a lot of Coke. But such being said, I have, when I stopped drinking Coke, started finally indulging in chocolates people had sent to me that I had stuck in the freezer, not the refrigerator, but the freezer. And so there'd been some chocolate bars that had been there since the days of Selena Khan, which is like, what, 4 years ago by now? 4 years? What? I don't know. How long's it been?
Like 4 years at least.
Yeah, holy shit. Feels like a long time. So
3 or 4 years.
Yeah, so there were these she sent me chocolate bars, intentionally, of course. Yeah, because of our talking about the show. There was not an episode for a while there, 3 to 4 years ago, there was not a single episode that would go by without Peter Moon just raving on the show. And then it was replaced with the Vox Arca. Remember, for a long period of time, it was Cho every day. Then it was Vox Arca every day. And he would get on these, these monofocal fixations, these fetishistic monofocal fixations. And because it's one of the signs of a true psychotic, really. But at any rate,
I still didn't understand the obsession with the Cho. It's like, why?
It's because he's well, remember what? Tell people about that. This is thanks to Aaron Tice. Aaron Tice pointed out an episode in which Peter Moon brought up the Cho before I did, which then led to another episode reference in which our man Brendan
knew
reviewed
about
the times.
it before. He knew about it before when you worked with Bartsis, because he was supposed to be on the call with you, Bartsis, and Laura Lee, but he never showed up or something.
Yeah.
So he's not on any of the recordings. So he listened to them, but he just never showed up to talk or something. So he had known about the show from before, but he acted like he never heard of them.
Right.
He kept saying, "Oh, I never heard of this, Douglas." Yeah.
Right. Well, but then again, he's so insane, you never know, because he
would personality compartmentalized or something.
Yeah, his personality is so fragmented by his programming, which is performed by Joel Derrick. Joel Derrick takes him in and puts the VR glasses on him, and he sees stuff that he never is willing to describe to us, which, like Brendan said, is probably just a bunch of sado porn, and or pedo porn more specifically. But at any rate, so they go with that. But what happened was that this caused Brendan to check out a timestamp, and then Brendan pointed out, so tell everybody about this. I had essentially described the summoning to Peter Moon, and he was fucking drooling about Ubosathwa, and this was years ago. What was it, a year or 2 years ago? That I was
like,
just...
it was like 22 or something.
Yeah, so tell people about that. And he was like, you could hear him, like, Brendan says you can hear him breathing, and, like, oh, for all intents and purposes, it sounded like he had pulled it out and was stroking it. So
No, it's in the recording. You could hear it. He's like, all of a sudden you hear this like you know, like stuff like that in the background, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And it's like, there's only one explanation. Like he started like convulsing or something. It was weird. Like he was like so excited. You just hear typing. You just hear him typing, and then like heavy breathing. It's really bizarre. Let me see if I can find what I sent you so I can remember what the fuck it was.
Yeah, well, I was talking about Ubosafla and basically gave him the basics of the summoning. And that's what he had then built around that for the next few years. And all this thing about writing the book was just bullshit, to the point where he got to the point where he was confident to summon Ubosafla with the black book he had gotten.
So this was, let me see what I said. I said, oh, is he conjuring on air? What the fuck was that? Or is he breathing into the headset? And I said to Douglas, I said, you bastard, you told him how to summon it, albeit incomplete instructions. He was drooling over that info for years. That's why he was so against it, even putting a portion of it into the book. Because he felt like he was trying to like capitalize, or what is it called? Like monopolize, like, oh, only he could know how to summon it and shit.
Yes.
But the thing is, you didn't give complete instructions, so whatever they did, like, fucked them up.
Yes, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah. And
Doug gave a warning. He said in there, you had said that the beings that tried to summon it without the use of modern technology and electricity, like Q was doing, they all melted and their skin fell off and shit.
Yes.
But apparently he didn't hear that part.
Yo, he ignored it. No, you know, he truly believed that
he thought he was above that. Like, I'm so powerful.
Yeah, no, he was really convinced about that by Scientology. He felt Scientology had given him the gift of, you know, some kind of fucking, you know, immortality, in a sense, combined with the potential for immortality, combined with this kind of immunity, a kind of cosmic immunity, because he felt he was a clear. And in the Scientology church, and I may be misinterpreting this, but in the end, we're talking about a cult that was based on the workings of a lunatic anyway. But it basically...
I have no thetans in my body. I'm good.
There! That's it! Yeah. He felt he was a clear, and that he was immune to the kind of repercussions a normal human being would face with almost anything, or basically everything. And therefore...
What a delusional fuckhead.
Thank you. Yes. Beautifully said.
Let him think that, oh yeah, you're safe, you're clear. Now do these rituals and destroy yourself.
Yeah. What a fucking idiot. And now he's just alive, burning with hatred, waiting for Brooke to die with his constant, endless assaults. And of course, he's totally fixated on her. You'd almost think it was like love. But you know what she is? She's his... What I am to Richard K. Cole Jr., Brooke Gibson is to Peter Moon. It's like
adversary or
some kind of bizarre obsessive nemesis in their brain, where they feel we're the source of all of their ills, that if we die, their world is yeah.
I'm just guessing she said something that he didn't like, and he just kept that grudge till
he
died.
It was
like
multiple things.
Not getting over it. Yeah.
Well, multiple things. I mean, we discussed them. One of them was that
he's so insecure.
Yeah.
Fragile, emotionally fragile.
Yeah,
pussy.
I mean, yeah, well, there were so many things. One of them was that she confronted him about joining Scientology to cure his homosexuality. The other was she convinced him that she had run off with his wife, that his wife had left him for her, which actually was not her fault. She alluded to something like that as just this kind of, what would you call it? It was a organic, spontaneous insult that then somehow... our girl, Paula Masson, the wife of Peter Moon at the time, then found out about and basically capitalized on. And then when she left Peter Moon, one of her last words to him was, "Oh, I'm leaving for Brooke," and that like, that
really fucked him up.
Yeah,
really fucked him up.
Yeah. Oh man. And so there was at least those two reasons. I know there were many more besides. in which he was just, you know, he hates her beyond, it's cosmic. It's fucking cosmic, his hatred. But then again, that's the same way with Richard K. Cole Jr. about myself. For reasons I've already articulated in the past. For those of you who don't know, I was given illegal orders in the Marine Corps to rendezvous with him and fuck him in a porno film because the Marine Corps has an entire homosexual, these days they'd call it gay, porno industry that specializes in real Marines with their tattoos and uniforms all fucking each other with abandon, to the point where it's such a growth industry that there had to be Department of Defense regulations that were installed where they told them to stop doing it so much because it was becoming a thing. But for those of you who just don't believe me and you think that this is all, oh, Douglas Dietrich is like on some bitter hate trip against the Marine Corps, just remember that during the Clinton administration, Clinton had to personally step in because the commandant of the Marine Corps ordered that no married men would ever be allowed in the Marine Corps, and that he was going to purge all married men from the Marine Corps because he wanted only gay men in the Marine Corps, because that was the ultimate bonding of a united force of, if they're all gay and loving each other and they have no need for women or families, their only family would be the Marine Corps. And so that was what he was going to convert the Marine Corps into, was a united gay Marine Corps. And Bill Clinton had to step in and say, hey man, all I said was don't ask, don't tell. Don't go wild with it, dude.
Who's going to do that?
The commandant of the Marine Corps at the time, let me see, we can look it up. Commandant, Marine Corps, no married men, no married men, Clinton, okay, so it's like, yeah, here we are. So here's what I get when I look it up. I'm going to start sharing. So here we are. Marine Corps, New York Times. Here we are. Marine leader contritely admits he erred on singles only order. And then, of course, they put it behind a paywall. In retreat from marriage ban, Marines defend idea. Here we are. The Commandant of the Marine Corps admitted Thursday that he blindsided President Clinton by failing to warn the administration. Yeah, no shit. By the way, I'm going to turn the entire Marine Corps gay. And even Clinton, who we know is one of the most progressive, that's like, hey man. All I said was don't ask, don't tell. Anyhow, Clinton sees Marines as a family unit. Yeah. It would have meant new Marines could not have been married.
So, like, they didn't just stop at that. They had to make it incest too.
Yeah. Look at this. It would have meant new Marines could not have been married, but could have been homosexual. Yeah. And of course, you know, they're claiming as long as they did not practice, that's all a bunch of shit. I was given illegal orders to fuck a man, which I never rendezvoused with him to fuck him, and he hated me for that the rest of his life. And he even said in statements that he would enter under various YouTube videos, I'll never forgive Douglas Dietrich. This is Richard K. Cole Jr. speaking. I'd never forgive Douglas Dietrich for not fucking me, for not rendezvousing with me. Yeah, here we are, a few good married men. Marines have won battles from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, but not in the Clinton White House.
You could have tricked him. Like, get him in a false sense of security. When he's bent over, you just stick a bayonet in his ass.
Unfortunately, he was filming it all, so that wouldn't have got that. Then there'd be that added problem. Marines want singles only. Yeah. The Marine Corps. Yeah. By starting on September 30th, 1995, the Marine Corps would not have accepted married recruits. And then finally, Aspen reverses ban on married Marines. Defense Secretary Les Aspin reversed a new Marine Corps directive that would have barred enlistment of Marine recruits after September of 1995. So bear in mind, I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps in about 1991. So this is like only 4 years later they were pulling this shit. So we're talking about 1993. It was really only 2 years later they were pulling this shit. That shows you how gay the Marine Corps fucking was when I was in there. But here's a trick we can pull. I'll show you something that, you know, we experts do. All right, so there goes the paywall. And now let's go over to this and just pull up a blank document. And there we are. See if that works. Voila! We have the article. So there, okay, Marine Corps leader contritely admits he erred. Okay, here.
That was quite impressive for your technical level, Doug.
Oh, hey, you know, you're talking about an expert porn cruiser, right?
Right.
So here we
No paywall's gonna stop the,
Yeah.
the debauch.
Oh, there we are. So here we are. The commandant of the Marine Corps. Let's see if they name him. The Secretary of Defense was Les Aspin. That's not the guy. To the Commandant, General Carl E. Mundy Jr. And the rest of the Marine High Command. So it was Carl E. Mundy Jr. who was the general. General Carl E. Mundy Jr. and the rest of the Marine High Command. The new policy had seemed a simple personal matter. How is it a simple personal matter when you're getting direct orders from your commandant? What the fuck? I mean, come on now. It's like, they say it was to avert the disillusion of young families put under pressure by the travel demands of Marine Corps life. And improve the re-enlistment rate among Marines. Improve the re-enlistment rate among Marines. Hey, I can't be married, and I want to go back to an all-male bonding corps. Yeah, that improves re-enlistment. Yeah, oh yeah. That goes to show you what... Astonishing among civilians. Yes. It's, oh my God. It's so there you go. General Mundy defended his belief that married life interfered with the performance of young Marines. Yeah, and all those fucking homo porno films they were filming. Yeah, it sure as hell does. Yeah. But he expressed regret for his failure to advise the president of a politically sensitive decision. Now notice, he gave the Corps, he gave the Marines this order without consulting his executive commander-in-chief, Bill Clinton. It really just goes to show you these fuckers in the Marine Corps these are the guys who tried to kill their own president in the book as outlined in the Roswell Deception. Forgive the title, someday it'll be changed to A Lie So Bold, which was always my intent for the fucking title. Yeah, Peter Moon want nobody to be able to find it. Nowadays, anybody looks it up, all they find is the Roswell Deception, another book written by another guy, and that's all they can find. Like the black cab driver who had driven me home the other day tried to find my book, and that was all he could find when he tried to look it up online. So there you go with that. When it comes to all this now, hopefully that puts it all into some perspective as to where Richard K. Cole Jr. was coming from. He was part of all this bullshit. And so he was thinking that he was going to look forward to getting a piece of my ass, which he never got. Hates me for it the rest of my life. And maybe something like that's going on with Peter Moon and Brooke, but I doubt it. It's more along the lines of he truly hates her because she saw right through him. She just saw that he was... Oh, yeah, that was another thing he hated her. When there was some kind of occult, magical, Scientology, deprogramming thing that Peter Moon was trying to teach her. Maybe he was trying to get her to do colonics or something. But he was like telling her, you now make me say a sentence that you think I wouldn't want to say. And it was like a challenge where he had her say a sentence she didn't want to say. I think this, if you remember, when Brooke first came on this program, Brooke was gay. At the time, Brooke had a bull dyke who had abused her in a relationship, turned her into an alcoholic, and so she was, for all intents and purposes, she considered herself gay. Then you remember she switched. Now, she was trying to do that with the help of Peter Moon, which was actually why she asked him, did you join Scientology to cure your homosexuality? So she was trying to switch back to straight, and Peter Moon was trying to help her, because he thinks homosexuality is a pathology. At least that's what he tries to project consciously. And so he said, you've got to say sentences that you will bring out a confrontation in your subconscious mind. And then so when you audit somebody, then you have to have them audit you back. So she audited him back, and the sentence she made him say was, Dr. Oz kills puppies. because at that time, Dr. Oz was running against that other guy, and Dr. Oz lost the election. And so Dr. Oz, she had found out, was participating in animal experiments where they killed puppies. So, and Peter Moon was a big Republican cultist who, you know, loved Dr. Oz and, you know, all this other shit, whatever was recommended by the alt-right. And so she made him say Dr. Oz kills puppies, and that choked him up. And he, like, looked like a fool in front of her because he couldn't say it. He was like, and he couldn't get it out. And she said that exposed, theoretically, that he was not clear. And I think that was another factor, perhaps worse than all the others, that really got him to hate her, is that she saw he wasn't clear, that he was really full of shit. There we are. So what's this one from Brendan Zoget? Tell us about this one, Brendan. Trump names Kellogg special.
Yeah, the latest fiasco. It was the same guy that him and what's his name Pence had before, so it's just some retired general that he's gonna have in charge, you know, over Ukraine and Russia scenario. It's like, yeah, I'm sure that'll go well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, five-star general. I'm sure he'll do great. Like you said, those people don't know. They're not tacticians. They've never fucking done shit.
It's so true. They're politicians in uniform.
Yeah.
So.
Dude, he looks so he's all beet red from all the whiskey he drinks all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, he looks like he's gonna drop dead any moment.
Yeah. Yep. That's about right.
Oh my god. Are you driving right now, Brendan?
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Yeah. Were you? Oh, so you had a day off today because of the Thanksgiving or what?
Yeah, the holiday.
Okay.
Well, someone in payroll miscalculated our yearly total, so we got like an extra day off.
Okay. Hey, tell the guys about those two guys who are married at your workplace.
Oh man, I mean that's a kind of a low blow. I mean, yeah. So I work with, you know, like obviously it's not going to be like the most highly functioning people in these kind of jobs, and the new hire we just got, he's like clearly exhibiting, like he's a nice guy and all that, positive and whatnot, but he's definitely on the spectrum of Down syndrome for sure. And then the other guy is he's claimed, both of these people have admitted they're not like shy about it, you know, they're proud about, you know, what they've accomplished. Yeah. And the other guy, he's like severely autistic, but like functional. What is it called? High functional.
High functioning. Yeah, I forget the term.
But it definitely impacts his ability to communicate stuff, his autism or whatever. But he told me that himself. This isn't just me being rude. But I was telling Doug, I was like, both of these guys are fucking married, and one of them is like, the guy with Down syndrome is like, yeah, my 4-year-old daughter. I'm like, holy shit,
he's got
they're
kids.
Married and have kids. Like, fuck, what the fuck am I doing?
Retarded people shouldn't be allowed to have kids.
Look, well, first off,
At least it's not a boy. At least it's not a boy. Well, if I see two men who are married and they go out their way to adopt a boy, that's very suspect.
Oh my god!
Oh, it wasn't by adoption.
What?
Oh, like
he
he had one
actually,
of these sperm. Oh my god!
No, like
he
actually. I guess maybe the Down syndrome isn't severe enough, but he definitely has a. Yeah, who knows? I didn't.
He had his sperm put in a surrogate.
No, he's got a wife, dude. He's actually.
He had a. All right, he was married with a woman, then married a dude. All right.
No, he didn't marry a dude.
I'm confused now.
No worries. What Brendan is saying is that there's two dudes at work, but they're not a couple. They're totally separate dudes.
No, these are two separate people.
Yeah, and each one of them.
I thought he said they were married.
Oh, no. They're both married, but not to each other.
Oh,
I understand the confusion.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't outline. properly.
In wake of what I had spoken of, the confusion is understandable. No, they're married, but each one of them is married to a female partner.
Yes, that's right.
The one who's developmentally disabled, the only reason I laugh is because our man Brendan says he's positive. He's a really positive guy. And I'm like thinking to myself, of course he has to be, or he'd kill himself. Right. I mean, Jesus Christ, the thing that's in common with all Down syndrome people is they're all positive, because if they weren't positive, they'd fucking kill themselves.
Well, actually, I didn't say that. I was quoting the guy, my supervisor that hired him. He said, you guys will see, he's really positive. He's got a real positive outlook. That's what he said about him. But he is, I mean, he's of course chill and nice, but it's just funny. It was just funny. It's just like, damn. Like, how are they both married and I'm over here, like, just getting my shit on.
I see that shit. I see these fucking ugly, inbred looking retards getting married and having family, and I'm here by myself. And I'm a decent looking guy.
Yeah, it should give us confidence that
just the world saying, "Oh, fuck you. We're gonna tease you having all these scum reproducing and having sex. And you suffer."
Yeah, Doug, you take it from here. You brought it up. Yeah.
It was let's put it this way: we should take inspiration. We should take inspiration from these individuals, and my God, if they can find themselves in a constructive relationship, yes, we should endeavor.
No, it's just an unfair world. That's how it goes.
Well, don't think like that. That's negative. See, be positive, like the developmentally.
The world isn't meant to be fair. It's like a big fuck you to everyone.
By the way, Nemo originally said the word retarded, and I know Nemo knows this. That's something that we should maintain for private conversation. Like, people can say such things personally.
Right.
But
I'm just old school, but yeah, I won't say that.
Yeah, publicly we should use the term developmentally disabled or down. I think developmentally disabled is probably the best we can come up with, or developmentally differently abled. We try to get rid of the word disabled. So we try to use
backwards.
The word.
That's what my grandfather would say, backwards instead of the R word.
Yeah, but that of course is that's considered insensitive.
All right.
This day and age. Oh my God, it's like Australia is.
That's
like,
what he said to me when I was like 17 and not having a job. Well, what are you, backwards or something?
Oh my God.
I'm just fucking lazy.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are so. Wow,
He's a nice guy.
If you say so.
Yeah. Oh, he is. If you met him, you'd like him, but he's not going to hear anything. Like, if you try to tell him the truth about history, he's like, nah, I don't care. I'm sticking with what I believe.
So, oh my God. Excuse me. While I'm trying to think about. Again, I'm putting together just a kind of outline for what I'll dive into, and I think I'm about ready to dive into it soon. Before I dive into monologue, of course, what I'll do is basically take another short break, and then come back and dive into it. But by all means, I think all of you gentlemen are doing great. This is a nice Thanksgiving episode. We're covering a lot of good issues, and our numbers are good. And by all means, what else comes to my mind about, say, for instance, what was I going to say to, I was just thinking of something. It had to do with, anime. And I knew I should present this to both of you because both Nemo and Brandon are very familiar with anime. So there was something I was going to bring up historically about anime, but I can't remember it exactly. So I'll dwell on that for a few minutes. Both of you continue talking. And I know both of you were talking about anime privately for a while. Was there, maybe you can help me remember by talking about what you were talking about concerning that subject.
Like I was telling him about a very well-developed fan-made manga of Dragon Ball Super, which continues on from the latest Broly movie series, which has to do about all the 7 universes out of the 19 that were destroyed by the Creator, and one of them destroyed by the Grand Priest, the Father of Angels. They were all brought back, and all of the gods and angels of those destroyed universes came back, and they're declaring war against all the angels and the Grand Priest and all that, like they're trying to take over. It's similar to what you've talked about, the anti-gods from a destroyed macrocosm, and they've been brought into our unit. It's similar to that. The person that created this has that knowledge, and he's putting it into a fan-made manga of Dragon Ball Super.
Okay.
Brendan found it interesting. I don't know if he started watching it though.
No, Brendan.
Yeah, no, it was very cool. It was very cool.
Okay.
Yeah, they like expanded upon like what Toriyama put forward about like the universe concept, which all comes from Vedic and Buddhist cosmology and all of that, which is very important.
Okay.
And the top god doesn't give a shit. Like he realizes the Grand Priest is responsible for fucking destroying some of the universes, and they came back and he blew up the Grand Priest's arm, says, "You clean up your fucking mess." He don't give a shit about these gods and angels wanting to take over and that, because he's above them and he can wipe them out if they become trouble. So funny.
Wow. And well, what does that remind you of in terms of anime, or what does that bring to your mind, Brendan?
Not much, actually. I'm just kind of blanking out right now.
Okay. Is that a good thing? A good blanking out? Go on, Nemo. Go on.
I'll have
really,
to send you a link to this, and I'll
I just went into a shop and saw like the American experience. So I'm just like,
oh, jeez, describe it. Describe it.
Oh, just a bunch of people that smell like weed trying to get their last
Thanksgiving.
Jesus, so sad.
Yeah.
So sad.
That's what I get for going into a discount store, but you know,
Cheetos
I just
and
left. Yeah, I just left. Fuck that.
Yeah. Oh my God, so depressing. Oh well.
Yeah. America. Like it's just like it's day and night. Like this is like basically this is the redneck Walmart. That's what I would call it. The acronym for the store is all the states that it's in. So it's Washington, Idaho, was it N for Nevada? Yeah, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, California, Oregon. But it's just this like big box store for cheap food, but it was awful. It was awful.
Anyhow, I still feel Sprouts that you used to work at should sell Sprouts because of their name. I mean, all they need to do is do at that Taiwanese guy.
I hope to God they did by now, because people would come in and get mad. They would get like mad. Like, what do you mean you don't have Sprouts? Why can't you put Sprouts on my sandwich? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm not ordering for the store. Like, I don't fucking own it. Like, yeah, it was bad.
Yeah. Now, we know what our, by the way, for those of you who don't know, there was a famous Taiwanese cook who used to be on television, and I can look him up, Taiwanese cook, owner of Blue Ginger. Blue Ginger was a restaurant franchise. You remember him? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and his, it was, let's see, Chef Ming Tsai. Yeah.
Yeah, Ming.
Yeah, so.
I love Ming.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, Ming Tsai, the former Blue Ginger restaurant in Massachusetts, Wellesley, Massachusetts. And so he is Taiwanese, and his father or uncle, I can't remember which one, but it was his father or his uncle, during World War II, fought with the Japanese and the Germans, and actually went to Germany to teach the Germans how to use these special lamps. Like these days, what are the kind of lamps they use to grow marijuana indoors? Like that fucking Danarola was using to grow an Amazon rainforest of pot in Texas when it was illegal.
Well, in those days, it would be sodium vapor bulbs.
Okay, so thank you. So
or halogen.
Thank you, halogen or something like that. Yeah, he was teaching.
Nowadays they use LEDs, but yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
Yeah. So what happened was he was teaching the German U-boat captains to use these lamps to grow sprouts in the U-boats, so the U-boat crew would have vegetables. So
nice.
Yeah,
that's pretty smart.
Yeah, and so if he could do that in World War II, why can't Sprout Market grow their own fucking sprouts and they'd be fresh on site?
Right.
Yeah, I
because
mean,
that would make too much fucking sense. It would take an Asian to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Someone with brains.
Yeah, thank you. And then what happened was during World War II, Hitler heard what this Taiwanese guy was doing, and when the Americans were bombing the cities, Hitler had all of these bunkers in Germany that the Germans are still using today, where he had all of these lamps set up in massive amounts, where they grew massive amounts of sprouts to feed the German people out of these bomb-proof bunkers that they were growing all these sprouts in using those lamps, that it was a food supply the Americans couldn't destroy. So they could still provide the German people with vegetables throughout World War II. And the Americans never...
Greens.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, or chlorophyll, you know, whatever.
Yeah, greens,
yeah. And,
microgreens. We call it nowadays. The farmers market people would call it microgreens.
Thank you. Good name. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. So, and the Germans never knew about. I mean, the Americans never knew what the Germans were doing, and never knew how the Germans maintained their nutrition throughout World War II. But this was one of the ways it was done. And then, so what happened was Ming Tsai went to Germany to visit those bunkers, which either his father or his uncle helped to turn into these massive underground food production sites. And so there you go. If they could do that, yeah, Sprouts should have opened with that in mind, and just opened like that, like have a whole warehouse full of these places where they could grow the fucking sprouts and then call themselves that franchise. I mean, that would make so much sense. But yeah, someday you'll get rich and you'll buy them back and then do that, and then you can make the name make sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that in mind,
you notice it took like Axis powers to do that. They fucking the Allies couldn't fucking think of that shit.
Of course not.
They're like GMO corn, like, you know, dump a bunch of fertilizers. We can outproduce, you know, that whole thing where they said we'll outproduce McDonald's style. That's how we won the war. Yeah, that's all they could think of.
Oh, tell people about the fucking Canadians getting people to eat the lubricant, the machine lubricant.
Yeah, the canola.
Yeah.
That shit pisses me off. Yeah, so the canola oil that everyone eats, and pretty much all of American restaurants are based off this shit. And even the so-called healthy places like Trader Joe's will use it in there because it's cheaper. But canola oil was originally an industrial lubricant that they used on naval ships because it would penetrate the metal and the water couldn't wash it off as easily. So it was superior until they invented like synthetic oils. That was the superior oil for naval ships and military vehicles. So after the Second World War, when they basically, the Canadians and the Americans ramped up production and used all this farmland to start growing canola, and canola wasn't used as a human oil or a feed, even cattle feed, because it contains this acid in high amounts that damages the human system, the cardiovascular and the renal system. So they said, oh, we can't use it for food, but we need it for wartime. So they ramped up production. Then after the war ended, 45, 46, officially, right, whatever, non-officially, whatever, when the war was ramping down.
As I said, when proactive prosecution of hostilities ceased. Yeah, entered ceasefire.
Yeah, when hostilities ceased. Thank you.
Yeah.
So then they started saying, like, fuck, what are we going to do with all this oil? So the American and the Canadian scientists, agro-scientists, conglomerates came together and formed an oil company called Canola, which is the American-Canadian Alliance for Agricultural whatever products.
Holy shit, an actual acronym, like a forerunner of NAFTA and shit.
Yes. So Canola, it was a fake fucking plant. They engineered this plant, whether it was chemically, or at the time it was most likely hybridization. Then later on they did it genetically in the 70s and 80s. But they basically brought down the I forget the name of the acid. It's like riparic acid or something that's not good for humans or any biology. And they brought it down to the point where it was quote unquote edible.
Nemo says it's from the rape flower. He says rape flower. Where they get
it's called rapeseed oil.
Yeah.
Like in England and Australia, they call it rapeseed oil. So that's the more natural plant that they used. But to make it edible, they had to do the whole canola thing. the hybridization of it and lowering its content and all that shit. So when that happened, then they said,
or basically before that, they said, what do we do with all this fucking canola we planted? We can't sell it. We can't sell it to the military anymore because they don't need it for all the ships and all the shit. So they said, and then also the military towards the end, because they stole all the German info and scientists, they discovered, oh, we can just make synthetic oil. The Germans gave them that technology, synthetic oil.
Right.
Synthetic hydrocarbons came out. So they said, fuck, what are we going to do? We can't sell all this oil to like companies anymore for manufacturing. And they brought all those scientists together, paid them, and the solution they found is feed it to all the fucking plebes.
Oh man,
that was their answer. That was their answer. And ever since then, that's when heart disease became rampant and high blood pressure.
Cancer, diabetes, and all the bad health shit skyrocketed over the decades.
Came up from that. And then all the big fast food companies used it because it was the cheapest oil. And even all the restaurants I've ever worked at, they use it because it's cheap. It's even cheaper than margarine shortening, all that shit, like the artificial shit. So everyone uses canola in the whole United States, essentially, in Canada. And that's the basic oil, that everyone uses.
It's very rare that you'll find a fast food joint that uses lard or beef tallow or ghee. There are some you can find, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
So
we have them out here, like some people that use peanut oil and stuff, but they're like the most expensive places you can go.
Oh, of course.
Like hopefully non-refined peanut oil.
In-N-Out will use sunflower oil, which is slightly better. It's at least natural and unadulterated. Sunflower oil
is extra virgin. I've noticed like you got canola and there's extra virgin canola. Is that still bad? Or extra
what they mean by that
vegetable
is just cold pressed. It's just cold pressed oil.
Is that
and vegetable oil is a lot too.
Oh yeah, but if it's extra virgin, is that okay to consume?
It just means cold pressed. It's just the first press.
Yeah, it hasn't been processed as much. That's what I'm saying.
If it's canola, I try not to partake in it. I mean, sometimes I can't do anything about it, like if it's in a dip or something. But
yeah, cold pressed seed oils, that's okay. If extra virgin cold press.
Yeah, but I would say stay away from canola at all costs. It's not meant to eat.
I just saw on this, because I saw in the store extra virgin vegetable oil, extra virgin canola. I was wondering, how much better are they compared to the refined versions?
It's definitely better than because the refined ones are hexane extracted, so it's extracted with a solvent, and it's like that's super toxic shit, which is what all the cheap shit is. Because they basically do the first pressing for all the, the first pressing is all the good shit, and then they whatever bottle that up for the organic consumers or the those people that want more natural. And then they freaking use the basically the
bleaching
scraps.
And
yeah, they use the scraps and then they have to use like hexane and shit to like extract the rest from it. So,
good God,
which is a solvent. Yeah, so that's how we get all the cheap oil. And so I don't recommend any of the so-called vegetable oil. So
even if it's
oil
extra virgin cold pressed. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, it's seed oil. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way,
it's from soy. It's from soy.
Now, we are joined... Oh, I'm sorry. Continue, Nemo, before I say.
All right. Oh, so like soy... I saw soybean oil, but is that different? Like, is that different from vegetable?
No, it's usually the same. Usually when they say vegetable oil, it's soy with like a blend of like canola or whatever they have.
Yeah.
Whatever's there. Yeah.
Okay.
And do you have to use a neutral oil? See... When I look up recipes to make homemade chili oil, they always say, oh, you got to use a neutral refined oil, which is fucked. Like, can't you use a cold pressed oil at all? Because they say, because it will have a strong flavor if it hasn't been processed and bleached, like not neutral, to make your own oil, chili oil.
Chili oil? No, I think it's fine. I mean, it just depends on your taste, really. Like the hardcore chefs, they want neutral oil because they're like messing with all the spices and they don't want it to be affected. But it's not recommended in my opinion. I prefer to use whole. Like when it comes to anything from nature, you want it to stay as intact as possible.
So you've made chili oil before? Like I made. What oil did you use to do that?
Sesame. Sesame oil. I told you when we were speaking. Sesame.
Oh, all right. So you
Yeah.
can deep fry the spices in that sesame oil.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and even the Chinese, they actually originally they used toasted sesame oil, but when it became popular, that wasn't cost effective. So then most of the chili oil is made with, like whatever cheap oil that can carry the flavor without adulterating. So like canola or, like you said, soy. They use a lot of soybean oil because it's
I
cheap.
only use peanut oil, but I wanted to use.
I agree with that. Peanut oil.
I wanted to use but it's refined. I wanted to use a non-refined, but then
It's hard
I
to
look
find
up.
non-refined peanut oil. Yeah.
Then they say, oh, it's too nutty and it'll overpower the spices and aromatics that you use to deep fry in the oil.
Yeah, those are just like purist chefs. I disagree with that. I think that
I guess-
actually improves the flavor. Like if you
Just
can
add
tolerate
extra
peanuts and
spices.
stuff,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I'll have to do that next time.
But sesame is better. Sesame will accompany it better because we're supposed to
Non-refined
toast
sesame oil.
anyways.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, you.
They don't sell it in bulk way. You can only get it in small glass bottles for some reason.
Yeah,
The
it's
sesame oil.
considered premium. Yeah, it's considered.
Yeah,
premium.
yeah. Thanks,
But
man.
sesame is one of the best, like one of the most healthy plants on earth. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's become like just like with anything, the good stuff is made artificially expensive because they want to squeeze every penny out of profit, so they'll just go with the cheapest thing. Like that's the problem with this what is it called? Corporocracy?
Yeah,
Corptocracy?
I would call it, just add the word rat in there for the American version, because when I think corporocracy, I think more like the Japanese version. So for the Western version outside of Japan, call it corporatocracy. add the rat in there.
Exactly. Yeah, where it's just like everything is ran by the shareholders and shit, where it's like they don't give a fuck. They're just gonna squeeze every penny. Like
Oh yeah.
so like it doesn't matter if like we could grow sesame and it would be higher quality and our customers would be happy, and then you get to the end of the line where the stockholders or whatever the shareholders meeting, and they're like, but you could save 1 penny per liter if you went to this, and then they're like, yes 1 penny per liter, like yeah, we can't turn that down, so it's literally like that. It's just stupidity. So they'll go for the inferior product just based off of, literally, I'm not joking, margins of 1 penny per liter.
It's true.
Because they'll say, oh, it'll add up to $1 million by the end. It doesn't.
Well,
But
it may
$1
very
million wouldn't affect their bottom line, but they still, they say, no, too bad. We have to squeeze everything.
Oh yeah, they're ultra conservative with their money. Like they would kill their mother just to save $1 off their own savings.
well, that's a misuse of the term conservative. They're ultra rapacious would be a word for it.
Yes.
They're rapacious. Conservative means you're just trying to conserve. Someone who's trying to preserve
you know what
the
I mean.
environment. Yeah, no, I'm just for our listeners. Just for the sake of our listeners, to use the right vocabulary, a conservative would actually be someone who's trying to preserve the environment, for instance. Whereas, these people are not trying to preserve the environment. They're not conservative, even though in reality, we have to disambiguate by using the term conservationist as opposed to conservative because of the way they fucked up and copped the word conservative. So anyhow, so good. Brendan sees this. So John Warrington has joined us. So dear John Warrington, come on, John, come on to the call. You're in the text box. Come on to the call. Don't be shy. Come on, we love your voice. Come on. Then
I enjoyed listening to his older appearances on the shows. He has a cool voice.
Yeah. Tell him how you appreciate his perspective, that he's known about the situation before most
he
others.
was like, I was watching a 2009 episode where he's on, I can't remember the name of the show, but it's on his channel, and I was interested and surprised he was fully aware of the Khazarian rule of our world and who's running the show, and the groups of people that we got to be careful when we're mentioning. He was just fully consciously aware of all that back then. And I was surprised by that.
Yeah, so don't be shy, John. Okay, what's he saying now? Somebody read that out loud for me.
I told the police detective assigned to the case 2nd March 2022 that I wanted to abolish the monarchy before my video interview. Surprised it hasn't leaked to the media. I called it the new Star Wars, a reference to toast.
Okay, then. So, John, you don't ask for much, do you? It's like, okay, you didn't expect that to be taken well, did you?
Sorry, he has some context above about something about Harry and Meghan and Middleton.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with that.
Okay.
We'll have to get him on audio because we need some context.
That's right.
Yeah, elaborate this. Explain it to us.
Elaborate, as our man Nemo's trying to say. Yes. So come on, John. Come on. Why do I feel like I'm coaxing a child with candy? Well, I feel rather dirty here, like I'm trying to.
It's like herding cats.
Yeah.
Get in my van. I got candy.
Yeah, something like that. Have that feeling right now. Yeah. So
we'd love to hear your thoughts and points of views.
Yes. Come on, John. Come on. You're the man responsible for helping to preserve my legacy. It's like, Jesus, come on, John, don't be shy. Yeah. And like we said, come on. Guys with Down syndromes are getting married. Come on, you'll meet somebody.
That's sad.
That's shocking. It was shocking. I was like, man.
Do you know what their wives look like, Brendan, at all? Or got an idea?
I refuse to look.
I'm curious. I'm curious.
No, the one guy, the autistic guy said, "Oh, like he like made a reference to how big she was," and I was just like, "Oh, fuck."
Oh,
like she has like health problems because she's so big or something. And I was just like, "Oh," and I just didn't even want to ask. I was just like, "Oh, wow, that's crazy."
Oh my God, he rolled her in dough so he could stick his dick in the wet spot. Oh God.
Oh, yeah. So it's bad. It's bad.
And
poor guy.
Yes. Thank you. I'm going to lose that salmon burger that I ate earlier. It's getting ready. It's coming up now. Yeah, that's.
And the other guy, the Down syndrome guy, had the nerve to say, he said, "I'm gonna stay here as long as I can because I'm avoiding my wife because I got a 4-year-old at home." And I'm just like, fuck. Even they dodged their kids. Like, holy shit, it's bad. Like, holy shit.
Look, he's not so retarded after all.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
sorry for him.
Yeah, I was like telling him like, you can go home early, and he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna wait as long as I can."
Oh fuck!
Like leaving the wife with the kid. Like, fuck.
Oh man, that's awful. I'm like so anyhow, he says. So what is John saying now? Read it out loud for me, please.
I wouldn't regard the post as
Oh, you
legit,
do it.
although they are worth mentioning as a trend, as royal reporters have always been the most drunk, insane since 80s or before. Yeah, anything that gets reported about the royals is just total shite. Yeah, they're chatting shite. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Whatever, they just literally say whatever they want, like blah blah blah.
But,
You don't know what they're up to behind closed doors.
by the way, I would speculate that John, you're not going to make a lot of friends by taking a Republican stance. But for those of you who don't know, when it comes to Republicans and Democrats in the United States, the parallel in Britain would be the Tories and the Laborites. The Tories would be the Republicans, and the Laborites would be the Democrats. That's a loose parallel, but it actually runs pretty close. Even more extreme in Britain, really. But when it comes to the term Republican, it's not used for either of those parties in England. That would be like a third party where the concept is turning Britain into a republic where they've abolished the monarchy. So what John Warrington is a Republican. But John Warrington, I believe, is convinced that he is related to the nobles. And so, John, if you could come on to confirm whether I have the right impression of that.
Have we invited him to the call? Is he like?
Is he on the call? He's in the call. Well, he has to be because he's using the fucking text.
If he's in the chat, he can jump in. Sometimes
let's
the button.
Let's just really
noticed,
press him and call him.
Yeah.
I've noticed when I wasn't in the actual voice call, the join call button would appear then disappear.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know what's up with that. Maybe he's having that issue. That could be a.
I don't think so. I think he's terminally shy. So let me press the button for calling him. Oh, okay. And let's see if he responds. John, I'm going to call you. So let's see if I can do this. All right.
We greatly appreciate your presence.
Yes. Now, let's see now. Maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe one of you guys should do this because remember every time I've done this in the past, the screen goes
Oh,
white.
you get a white screen. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm already doing it, and it's just he's not answering. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Don't pressure him.
Yeah, well, we were doing our best. I mean, it doesn't hurt to pressure him a little bit. I think he can handle that. After all he's been through.
He's a big boy, yeah.
Yeah.
It says John Warrington unavailable.
Yeah, of course.
He denied the call. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, we love you, John, and I owe you quite a bit, and you're the man. And of course, yeah, you don't celebrate Thanksgiving over there because, I don't know, do the British celebrate some kind of holiday where they killed all the Asian Indians or something? They killed their own Indians in the millions. Fuck! So they're right up there with us. They got their own they should have their own Indian Holocaust Day. Fuck. Don't they have something similar? Or they're just they consider themselves too classy to celebrate a genocide?
Yeah, they would never. Yeah. They love
the
denying that
Americans
shit.
do it, yeah.
Holy shit! Yes, that's yeah. Leave that to those.
Yeah, I told you about how when I was there at the museum, they said England was the first place to abolish slavery, and they tried to basically say they were better than the Americans. We
They
were the
do
first
that!
to abolish slavery.
They do that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
As if like their previous history was like completely clean.
Oh,
and shit.
they'll make it like they're pristine. They
Yeah,
present themselves
okay.
as pristine. And in their comics, I remember in their comic books, and we're talking about the 80s and the 90s, their comics would like bring in characters like there was this one war comic called Bad Company, science fiction war comic, and the sympathetic black character is known only as Malcolm, and he helps the white newbie out, the white noob. He helps him, survive, and then he gets killed, and the white noob never learned his last name, because Bad Company was supposed to be a company of misfits that they weren't giving each other's backstory to each other. So basically he never knew his name, so he buried him. And then when he buried him, he put the on the marker he wrote Malcolm, and because he never knew his last name, he wrote X. So the character was Malcolm X. So they were presenting the black character as this sympathetic Malcolm X, and the British were always pulling shit like that to try and look sympathetic to blacks, as if, see, we're sympathetic to blacks, not like them whites in America who are all like Klansmen and lynchers and shit. So there we go with that. They've always
right, and then it's funny they reference like these obscure, like for Black History Month, they reference these like obscure Nigerians that they like let into the nobility. It was like one or two people, and they said he was a poet, and I was like thinking to myself, like, wait a second.
Didn't they show them in some Netflix series or some shit like that?
Yeah. They tried to highlight that we were progressive in the in the Victorian up to the Georgian times, and it's like, wait a second. Like, I don't think that's the case.
I mean, they treated other Europeans like shit, like the Irish and Germans.
Oh God, yeah, they would refer to them as white niggers or wiggers and shit. Wiggers, white niggers.
Yeah.
They treated their own peasants like shit. They'd torture them in their fucking dungeons and the castles in the old days. Horrible people.
Oh, yeah, what they did to Ireland is totally unspeakable, and they act like they deserved it or something.
Oh my
You know.
God, that's so.
And then they
awful.
still make the Irish the villains. They're like those fucking IRA, you know.
Oh, yes,
Like
that's right.
they bombed London. Like they have like a celebration, or not a celebration, but like a memorial. They bombed London. It's like, well, you guys like fucking fucked them up for like 1,000 years, and that's fine, right? That's cool. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Oh yes, it's that's I can understand why
Yeah,
why,
next year is the year of the snake. Okay. Zodiac.
What does that mean?
I mean, okay,
From dragon to snake. Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, what Nemo is wondering is do you feel that is symbolic of something? Nemo's searching for some meaning in what you say that.
Well, we can talk about it when it comes up.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Because
Yeah.
it'll be January. New Year's will be January this year. Lunar New Year. So
Yeah. I'm glad that
coming year.
I'm glad I didn't dive into monologue before John Warrington showed up, because I did want him to get a chance to participate as much as he's willing. Maybe with time he'll participate more. And then of course there's always the concern that we still might not understand him. Oh, and but we're happy for him to try. We're happy for him to try to explain his position. I think it's pretty clear. I think basically John is convinced he's related to the royalty. He would like to see the royal house of Windsor abolished, because he feels that that he suffered deeply because they don't acknowledge people like him, who we could call, in a sense, there's got to be a name
Royal
for
lineage.
Yeah, there's got to be a name for people who are of lineage that are not acknowledged. There's got to be a name for that. Why do I not know that name? If anyone out there knows,
I'll look it up.
Thank
I'm sure
you.
you've said it before, but
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate
you just delete a lot of shit.
well, it's like I've said before. Imagine the human brain as a goldfish bowl, and you're loading it with marbles, and there's only so many marbles it can hold before it cracks, and then you lose all your marbles.
True.
Yeah, that's what happens. And
You had marbles? What?
yeah, well, I wasn't your average human being, but I worked hard at cracking that fishbowl because I just couldn't handle all the marbles that I had. Yeah.
When I typed it in, I found royal bastard as a term.
That is what I thought. That's what I thought.
That is the term, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't want to use that because I didn't want John to think that I'm using it.
It's derogatory.
Well, it can be. In the, what do you call it? There's a term for expletive. I don't want John to think I'm using that in the expletive sense. Matter of fact, you can use that as a point of pride.
He would probably like it.
Yeah. John is a royal bastard. There we are. John is a royal bastard, and he's by the way, that can also be an expletive. But it's as in that guy's a royal bastard.
But it actually means an unacknowledged heir.
Yes,
that is true.
Thank you. And so that's thank you for looking that up. That's incredible. Good work, both of you. And so. Okay, like I said, just going to wait a little while longer before I dive deep into the night, and I think that both of you are holding so well with this, and we've gone so far. What about you, Heather? You still with us? Just curious, because she's still on the call. And I know our man...
I wonder how many more, offspring of reigning monarchy were born out of wedlock. There must be a fair few.
Oh, God, there's got to be hundreds. It was like Laura Lee Solomon
thousands.
said. Yeah, thousands. Like Laura Lee Solomon said, royalty, they're in a position to fuck so many people anytime they want that she said all of us have got to have a little royal blood in us, because we noticed on Facebook how many people were making that claim. And
the kings would have just been fucking any bitch they want.
Yeah, and who can blame them?
Yeah, wasn't there like a myth about the word fuck? It was like fornication under consent of king or something.
Hey, I like that. Fuck, I remember that. I remember that, but it was based originally on the French word for to strike. Like, we'd have to look that up, but then
I
it
think
became
it's an urban
acronym.
legend. I don't think that's true. I mean,
yeah,
but basically, but
it makes so much sense.
We're gonna fuck
the
our
movie
enemy.
Braveheart. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, to strike them. But if you see in the movie Braveheart that the king was able to, basically you would go request your to marry your wife. You'd have to, because as a peasant you're under the the feudal system. You have to go request your king to marry your wife, and he would have first dibs. It would basically be like, I could fuck your wife first if I want. So that was, so if he granted you consent, he has the choice to basically interrupt your freaking marriage. So that's why, it's just, that was how scumbag they were back then. So that basically means the firstborn was a royal, child.
And so thank you. And
a bastard. The first child would almost always be a bastard if it took or whatever. Conception happened.
True enough. And and
we got to see John Warrington become King of England.
No comment.
I'd like to see that. I know what he'd do.
You.
We'll have to ask him what he would do. Actually,
I don't think he can say it on air privately, though.
Well, John, you must be willing to say something on air about your policies if you had a political agenda. Yes, if you were placed upon the throne, what policies would
I just
you
know everything. Like, I'd be walking down in London, and it would just be metal would be playing. Metal music.
Yes, metal music would be playing. That's right.
Like, just like, okay.
Yeah, okay, we're not going to read that out loud.
Yeah, I bet. Yep, I don't doubt it. Yeah.
And
I think we scared him off, though. I don't see him,
it's
sorry, John, but
he's so shy.
I hope he comes back.
Yeah, come on, John. At any rate, so okay, and with all that being said, so you're both doing great. I'm going to take a break soon. When I take a break, yeah, I gotta, dude, I'm drinking a lot of tea, right?
Yeah, true that. But I'm about ready to pack it up myself.
But well, not yet. Okay, wait until after I come back from the break. Okay, you sound like you're doing good. Jesus Christ, and it's only 12:14 here. Jesus Christ, you're on my same time zone. This is like, dude, you've been up till like 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, but I'm trying not to make it a habit. Like, I need my rest, my beauty sleep. So, like, if I'm getting out gamed by these developmentally disabled people, then I really need to sleep more or something.
Dude, it's a holiday. It's Thanksgiving. This is the closest you're going to get to family that you really care about. You might as well stay with us a few more minutes.
Well, that's part of the problem. These fuckers are in the house, and I can't run around talking about killing groups of people. Yeah, exterminating groups of yeah.
Oh man.
Not that I condone such activities. It's just it just like, imagine listening to what we talk about, like half a conversation from one side with no context. I mean, it would be shocking to most people. I'd be like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's like, when I was living with my other friend, he would hear me listening to you all the time, and I'd be like, that guy I listen to, and he's like, yeah, that shit's wild, man. That shit's crazy. Like, he would never repeat it. Like, that's how shocking it was.
Oh my god. And so what did he feel about like, remember how Richard K. Cole Jr. and that whole crowd was trying to say I was racist and saying he hates white people? Your friend didn't seem to take that away. He didn't seem to take that as what I stand for.
No. Let's just say we're on board with it. Like,
yeah.
I come from like a country kind of town. It's everyone's on board with me. Yeah. Like
it's amazing to
there's
me.
a reason why I'm so desensitized to it. Like,
Yes.
we don't give a fuck.
Got it. And it's...
we had a colorful vocabulary growing up. Yeah.
And
yeah. Let's just say in high school I heard the term sand nigger a lot. It's a fucking sand nigger.
You mean explain to people that they
all,
were calling you that? Explain to people first.
Yeah, they would think I was white until they saw me like talking to my grandparents or something, and they'd be like, holy shit, you're a sand nigger. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's the kind of backwoods shit I've dealt with. Yeah. Or towel. There was this one kid.
Towel.
Because I brought like one of those kafia, those things, the like nowadays turban? It would be like, no, it was not a turban. It was like the scarf, like the Palestinian scarf thing. Like nowadays it would be considered taboo, but back then I just wore it just because I felt like it, as a scarf. And the dude was like, he's like, fucking towel. He just called me towel after that, like towel head. Yeah.
But by the way,
because they were playing like oh yeah, it was way after that, but it's because they're playing like Call of Duty and like they show that's like the enemy combatant.
Of course.
The dude with the kafi, what is that thing called?
Kafia.
I forgot the English name.
Kafia
scarf. Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of in the text box, our chat room, that dude 873210.
Kafia.
Yeah.
Kafia.
He knows what he's provoking here. He says, "Hi, Doug. How about Chef Martin Yang?" Because I used to complain about Chef Martin Yang, who's Cantonese speaking and from Hong Kong, and just he almost like made a dork of himself, almost turned himself into a racial caricature because he knew that's what white people loved, and he was this cook that was a television cook who just would go all the way with the bucktooth smile and acting like an idiot and hey everybody and talking with a exaggerated Chinese accent and
right.
It was just awful.
Martin Yan.
Yeah, Yang can cook. Yeah, Yang can cook.
On American television, whenever they have like Asian stars on there, they got to be like, oh, you got to be over the top Chinese and Japanese and totally be the stereotypical image.
Oh, it's awful. That's the way it was in the old days. I don't think that they tolerate that anymore, thank God. But maybe things will change now under Trump again, and everybody will be forced to go back to something outrageous because we're in a fucked up world, like you said. After I got older and Martin Yang got older, then his act kind of calmed down and he started acting at least a little more respectable. So I got over my instant revulsion for him that would otherwise it would be visceral. He would come on and I would just like, ugh, I would just shudder. But he's gotten better over the years because
he's like 75 years old now.
Oh yeah, he realized there's no point in keeping up the stupid act, and so. He's beyond that now, and therefore, and besides, he began to travel over the rest of Asia as well, so that he was then interacting with a lot of different cultures. So he couldn't keep up the bullshit anymore. He had to get serious because he was like touring Japan and shit. And you can imagine how these other cultures would respond if he was acting like an idiot over there with that. Oh yeah, fried rice. Everybody, everybody have some fried rice and shit. Oh God.
Yeah, I remember seeing that guy on PBS.
Yeah, and once you see him, you never forget him, even though you try. Oh God, you know what else I have to do? Get my before I go.
If you're gonna watch an Asian cooking show, watch Iron Chef. That's not bad.
And so Iron Chef was like on forever, right? That's a Japanese program.
Yeah, I think it still goes.
They brought it to America.
They brought it to America.
The Japanese version's the best.
Yeah,
of course.
And with subtitles, of course. Oh, you mean they brought it to America and actually had white people doing that shit? Yeah. That's right. So everybody's gonna hear some noise. I'm gonna reach around behind me and I'm gonna grab my heated poncho.
You gonna do what?
I'm gonna reach around behind me. Nothing obscene. believe it or not. And I'm going to get my poncho here, and we can see if I can do this without knocking down my tea bowl, because that would be catastrophic. Oh God, listen to him yawn. You poor thing. Oh my God.
Yeah, I have to sleep.
Yeah, well, soon. We'll let you as soon as I come back. Okay, so had to get my heated poncho out first, turn it on so it'll be nice and warm when I get back.
It looks like Peter Moon rubbed off on Romania. First openly gay candidate runs for parliament. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully they're doing that just to spite Peter Moon, because Peter Moon was going over there. Yeah, he was probably going through all that homophobic shit, you know, while crapping his pants on stage, doing the Tai Chi, you know, and everybody said, get him off.
Imagine someone sick. Yeah, no wonder they canceled that fucking show. Yeah, imagine some sick guy that comes out of a cave with dysentery and he's like, I'll show you Qigong. You know, the secret to health. And they're just like, fuck, you know, like he's gonna get everyone sick. We gotta cancel this shit. You know? Like they were like, we gotta cancel him now, you know, before he fucking gives us all dysentery.
Oh yeah, it's so yes, he's such
like
a
he was probably telling them, I know what'll fix this. More water in my ass. Colonics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt.
If I had access to my colonics right now, I'd be fine.
Yeah, that's.
And they're probably like, "Fuck, this guy's crazy."
Oh God, yeah. You know it. You know it. I mean,
he probably keeps samples from each fucking colonic he had in glass jars in a cabinet, and he goes through them all.
Oh no doubt.
See the consistency, yeah.
Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a small break. When I come back, I'm diving straight into monologue.
Wait, what?
Awesome.
I'm gonna take a small break. But when I come back,
you can't leave us on that note.
Well, he needs to, because I want to have something to eat when he comes back.
Shit soup.
Yeah. Oh God, tell people about that Danarola recipe of cow shit soup. That yeah.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about the Philippine stuff. Oh God. Like something Yeah, I was like scrolling through the doom scroll, and then the freaking balut.
Okay, so I'll go mute while you talk about that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, someone eating balut came up, and I just, oh God, that was fucking nasty, man. It's like fermented eggs that's like buried in shit.
Oh.
Some Filipino dish. It's horrible. It's horrible.
I didn't know they bury it in shit. I just saw a video of them like burying it on the ground in their backyard.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Literally buried under shit. Yeah, to help it ferment or something. It's awful. It's horrible. And a lot of the times there's like fertilized duck eggs and shit in there. So it's like they'll like break it open and they'll eat like a duck embryo. It's horrifying.
The fetus. Yeah.
Yeah, why the fuck? I don't understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't get how they could tolerate that. I just vomit. But they eat it like it's nothing. Like they say, they're probably eating it since they're children and they just get used to it.
Yeah, but
just their own snack.
Woo. Yeah, and then
if you're gonna eat that, you'd
it's gonna be tough.
Like, is there despite the disgustingness, is there actually a lot of nutritional value from eating one of them? Like nutrients and shit, rich in nutrients?
I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it.
You'd want to hope
that's like survival food. It was basically during like a famine or something, you like bury your eggs.
Like eating fermented fish and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was to preserve your life during a famine. Like, it's not like something to eat. You know?
Right. And I bet there's stupid tourists that come over there and think, oh, this is a delicacy. I'll try
it. They love that shit. Yeah, they'll just like be like, it's like a challenge, you know, like, oh, I'm going to eat it. And then they all get sick because it's just nasty.
The only way I could eat it, it'd have to be fucking battered in flour and sesame seed and deep fried. And dipping sauce covered in chili and soy sauce.
Yeah, I mean, even that, I couldn't even stomach it.
Fuck that shit.
It's just fucked up.
I won't eat anything fermented. I'll have fermented milk, like the Yakult thing that's made in Japan. It's very high in probiotic stuff. That's the only fermented thing I consume.
Let's see. John sent us something else. I don't know what he's saying. No statement. Professional separation. Solo Thanksgiving. Oh, maybe Meghan Markle is outside of, maybe they're like divorcing or something.
Good for them.
Oh, wait a second. No, it's some chick that made it up or something. Yeah. November 25th. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even need to search to verify the story. It popped up in my feed. Okay, got it.
He recently posted
something
regarding... Trump and Kim Jong-un
Yeah.
discussing
Oh yeah,
possible summit.
I just posted that. Yeah, like apparently they want to do that.
Oh,
Shags
that was
does
you.
sound like one of William W.'s friends. Shags thought it could be her. Okay. We need context, John. We need context.
But yeah, maybe Doug can explain later, or like if he gets what's going on.
But I was just, yeah, like the Europeans and the Japanese are like reporting on everything that Trump says. They'll just report on it because they're all paranoid. But it's like at this point, I'm so desensitized. It's like we already dealt with 4 years of this madness. It's like, it's just here we go again kind of thing. But I could see why the rest of the world's concerned, because everything's going to be more expensive if he starts a trade war with like the entire world. So yeah, it's fucked. And the Europeans are already under pressure from all the high cost of gas due to Russia. Going rogue, even more rogue than they were. So
more people are going to be forced to ride a bike.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough in Europe right now with the gas. Like they can't heat their homes without going bankrupt. That's what the Swedish guy, when I was visiting, the Swedish guy said, look, we can't even turn our heat on because it will bankrupt. Some of these people are on fixed incomes and it would bankrupt them. Like they'd lose their homes just trying to heat themselves. So they have to like basically do what Doug does and like bundle up with fucking heaters and shit. Like miniature heat. What is it? Like the most efficient way possible, like some kind of electric heater or something. Like a heating blanket.
Not even a fire stove's good enough.
Yeah, well,
Like some
of them have fireplaces. Yeah, they could do that. But a lot of the small flats in Europe, they only have like radiators, so it's like gas or water, heated by water or something. So that costs a lot, apparently.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, energy is expensive in Europe.
Yeah, here too. Well, not as bad as Europe, probably, but it's still bad. Fucking, I gotta be careful leaving my air conditioner on. Like I gotta turn it off before I go to bed.
Right. Yeah, it's expensive in California as well, but I think overall the energy is cheaper in America, like gas, natural gas, because we produce a lot of it. So I think that's a factor. So,
we fuck living in America.
Easier. Yeah, it's not worth the rest of the shit. It's just a bunch of fucked up shit. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, like, before you went full vegan, did you ever try Yakult?
Yakult? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not.
What are
actually,
your thoughts
fully
on it?
vegan. I'm not like fully vegan.
Okay.
But Yakult is good. It's like it's a special strain though, so it's like a singular strain.
Okay.
So it's good to an extent.
Yeah, finish talking what you're talking about. This. What is this called? Colt? Something? What is it?
Yakult.
Yakult.
Fermented milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go on.
It's a probiotic supplement that's famous in like Asia and different parts of Europe. But it's good to an extent, but I think regular yogurt is best because it'll have like a flora, like a multi-strain flora, like acidophilus. Really, the best one for humans is like the one that makes yogurt, the acidophilus and all that. So that's really the best kind of probiotic. Yeah. Yeah, lactobacillus and acidophilus. Yeah, that's the strain.
Okay. So what's this link you shared with us? Sammy Romero has joined us. So welcome aboard, Sammy. So let's spend some time with you before I jump into monologue. How much time are we graced with your presence tonight, Sammy?
Hi, Doug. I'll say about 20 minutes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Now, of course, my prayers for everyone, always, for anyone in your family who needs them. Are things improved?
Yes, they are. Thank God. It's just at the time. Influenza's no big. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
The temperatures can spike, and it's one of these things where, you just you try to ride it out with the best that you can. It's just it can get a little scary, but thank God everything normalized and stabilizes. So
excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, by all means, catch us up on whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and in terms of a situational status report, of course, whatever you want to maintain it as personal, but certainly, is your family recovering from the death of your sister?
I would tell you this. Yes and no. I mean, in a sense, the loss is the loss. It's just, it's just in stages. I think everybody is taking this loss a little different because it's unexpected, but it's just it's teaching me a lot in being patient with all my siblings and how they're coping with things. And sometimes the way people cope is it's not always, it can be interpreted as defensive or just rude, but it's part of how people mourn and how they cope with things, depending how the relationship was prior to the person passing. So I think that's one of the things that I've tried to at least be patient with some of my siblings, because I come from a big family, and unfortunately, not everybody's in the same as far as relationship. They're not in the same agreement, or I don't know, getting along. And you kind of also have to tell the person that is in that situation, that them forgiving themselves is part of also, moving forward, and it's part of being a human being. We're not all going to get along, and how fragile life is. It happens. It happens more than people want to admit. You go from there, and I try to lean on my faith and my paradigm and helping me in coping with the loss. But I had to be a strong pillar for also, some of my siblings that are really dealing with this loss, especially with the holidays coming through. The suicide rate right now is off the charts.
Yes.
Right now, mortuaries are very much in business is up right now, definitely.
Right.
Along with the election results.
Yeah.
And it's right now the funeral. It's a lot of death right now going on, especially with the holidays. This is not, a lot of people think it should be festive and a joyous time, but really there's a lot of people in this country, unfortunately, that don't feel the same way. Holidays do remind a lot of people what they don't have.
Yeah.
And you have to remain strong and kind of check on people and try to see life for what it is. It's death is just only the beginning. We're all one day going to transition, but like I told you, it's I've had to also be that strong pillar, at least from what I can, with my family, because I also lean on them as well in different ways, and it's vice versa. I don't ever try not to be transparent, and for family, and for the most part, you have to show vulnerability for them to reciprocate the same vulnerability back.
Yes.
But it's I'm taking it day by day, but I also don't like to get overwhelmed with that event in my life. And even with your transmissions, I was listening to your transmission today about the tariffs and overall the election and all the cabinet picks that Trump is making, and the deep dive that you get into with history, and it's great. I actually enjoy you breaking down things, especially with the historical context. But at the same time, it is not a subject that can be enjoyable, because it's a lot of it. It's like, damn, how much bad news can we take?
Yes.
We're fucked. But that's really when you look at history in the context, so when the U.S. decides to call something critical race theory, well, they're doing the same thing. They don't want to be reminded of what the horrific things they did. So let's call it critical race theory, and I don't want to feel shamed for what my forefathers did, or people that look like me. So I'm going to call it critical race theory, and that way, I don't have to be in amends with what we did. And at least when I say we, it's the country this country that exercises that they want to rewrite history, or they want to redact certain things, and this is what your program's called, critical omissions. And this is a pattern with this nation that we don't want to complete the circle of getting over things. It's just a pattern that we always want to follow, and it's hurting us, and it will continue to hurt us because we're not civilized. We're not. We don't encourage free thinking in the sense of coming up ways to change our society. When in which a lot of countries have, France being one of them. I mean, I don't agree with everything France does. They have certain views on sexuality that, I'm a little bit more, I lean more to conservative in the sense that, your business is your business.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they've drafted a new constitution to change certain things.
Yes.
And it's important because this allows new as far what I mean by what I'm trying to get to is immigration.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And obviously this is a controversial subject in this country where why are we letting these illegals come over? And it's always the southern border, and I get it. It's the agenda, but we can go on till next Thanksgiving about the subject. But in a nutshell, this country needs to be replenished with new minds, new way of thinking. The U.S. educational system is not the best, obviously. So a lot of people don't realize other foreign nations that may not be developed, that also doesn't mean their education is not developed. They do. It's a different a different type of environment where they have to pay for their education. Yes. But in a lot of ways it's better. So it kind of, the pool of great minds gets replenished. Obviously the prejudice and the racism here is not going anywhere, but excuse me.
No worries.
In the past you've drafted an outline how this can be fixed, with racial divides. This is the subject. There's also a subject where it's always been avoided as far as racial divides, as far as enclaves, ethnic enclaves, and I don't see why. I think, in my opinion, this is where I think the Democrats really lost the election.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than the Republicans winning, the Democrats really lost it.
Yes,
in my opinion,
I agree. Go on.
In my opinion, Kamala should have kicked the door down and said, "Let's talk about ethnic enclaves as far as territories.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?"
Mm-hmm.
I support the South wanting to protect their heritage and their monuments and marrying their cousins if they want to. San Francisco, Gaylandia, it's okay. But it's just a more pragmatic type of way, if let's just keep it real, and I think she would have done better, in my opinion, because the one thing I have to give kudos to Trump is he's bold. He's bold enough to go to a black university and sit down and defend his chaos. I have to give him that he he did, and this is where I think Kamala failed, and in her way of not coming up with so robotic and so much of a politician in the sense of more like a law enforcement type of politician, where everything was almost script. And you know, the U.S. public is a very dumb public in the sense of entertainment.
Yes.
We love entertainment. We love to be entertained, and Donald Trump, that's what he gives us. He gives us U.S. public their sloth, their rations of shit.
Yes.
You know? But you know, he's what he is he panders to the entertainment, and in my opinion, you know, I think what Kamala should have really kind of understood, or really what really happened, is she got jobbed in the sense that you know, Joseph Biden really gave the football to Trump in the sense of it's yours.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
True.
forfeit. I'm going to install her in pretty much 2 months before the election, and you're going to win, because she's not going to have no idea how to campaign.
Absolutely
And-
not. If he had just abdicated, stepped down, and made her presidentialist, then
Right.
she would have been able to run. Yeah. Okay.
A year ago
Yeah.
would have been great, because she would have gotten advice as you're going up against somebody who he's not going to out debate you. Obviously, you know, they're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. This is somebody that said that in a debate. This is not somebody who is an intellectual. This is somebody who's a race baiter, who campaigns on fear, on, you know, on his base is really the people that he hates the most. It's these inbred, white, quote unquote white, European rejects.
Yes, thank you. Excellent word. Yes.
You know, these were the so-called immigrants that couldn't cut it in Europe. You know, you know, you're talking about, you know, a polar opposite of, I love Brooke. Brooke's a sweetheart, but compare Brooke to, you know, George, the guy from England. What's his name?
Knight. Yeah, George Knight.
George Knight. Yeah. These two crackers are not the same type of cracker. One's, you know, Southern cracker, and one's from jolly old Britain. You know. But, you know, it's the same thing. I still love both of them. They're still the crackers in my soup, but they're different. You know, this is me just being playful, and this is out of love. But
they know that.
I have to compare. See, the very interesting about it is, when I break down and I talk to the quote unquote whites like they do with, you know, us quote unquote minorities, you know, it's you know, oh my God, how dare you, you know? But it's it's not really, because, you know, they all hate each other. It's just, what I'm trying to say is, if Kamala actually took a page out of Trump in the sense of really, I mean, the playbook's there, okay? If she really would have said what they want to hear, and really it's separatism. Because if anything, what January 6th didn't teach you is they don't really want to be included anymore. They don't want to be a democracy. They want to feel, they want to be the oppressor and the victim. The problem is you can't have both.
Yes, that's right.
So in a sense, you have to, this really all this is leading to war. Okay.
Yes,
really,
absolutely.
I mean, all it is leading to war. Okay.
Yes.
Whether it's going to be an issue of abortion or the 14th Amendment.
Yes.
Or wherever frame they're going to do it, if it's a national emergency, what's going to happen is, or an attack from another nation, whether, you know, it's the communists that strike at Taiwan. And the domino effect goes. And really, that's one of the things that you've talked about, where it's the sleeping giant of what might spark the continuation of World War II, because really it has never
Thank
ended.
you. Quite so.
And it's very interesting that Taiwan is the last remaining Axis power on the surface world. And what apropos could be is that the last Axis power gets attacked, as it did with the Japanese.
Yes.
You know, via them.
Yes. The preemptive surgical strike against Pearl Harbor in that case. Yes.
You know, so it's one of these things where it can come, where it pretty much circle. And I hate to talk about these stories because a lot of times I feel like I'm right. And it's just me, it's just me and my intuition. But a lot of what you talk about, it's based on history, that it's a playbook. It's a playbook. It's something that you've talked about, and even Colonel Kino has alluded to, where things may be different, but not really. Things, the pieces on the chessboard are still there. It's pretty much almost going to be 90, 80 years, but the chess pieces are there. They just have a little dust on them.
Yes.
But they're still functional, and they've just been dormant for 80 years, but they're still there. And as far as what we're going to be facing in the next 4.5 years is what's supposed to happen.
Yes.
I think, in my opinion, this is where I think, and going back to, Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
I think this is where she dropped the ball, and she didn't really dig in deep to not really pander to her base. She really should have went to the South and really should have got in the trenches there.
Mm-hmm.
And part of what I respect of Trump, I mean, I don't really care for either, but the one thing I did respect for Trump is he went in where he wasn't liked.
Yeah.
And that shows his will to understand the stakes. In other words, putting himself as a winner already.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say it. If I go to an adversary and I'm there and I'm confident and I display victory, well, that's already the mind or the mental aspect of the perception is if you can win that, you're already halfway there, more than halfway there. And that's what Trump did when he went to that HBCU. I believe it was an HBCU school. It was some type of a black college, but he did that strategically to almost say, I already won. You guys just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
And this is where I believe, this is where Kamala Harris was not advised right. She should have visited all the South. That should have been her first, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Because she should have, you need to let your presence known and really talk about things. But almost to the point of, please tell me what you hate about me. Please tell me. I would love to know. That would have been a great question.
Yes.
And she didn't because she wasn't advised right. And
That's right.
It's unfortunate, but you have to kind of see things for how it played out, where it was supposed to happen this way because the cards were there.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do with the timing of things. Change is happening, reform is happening, but the chessboard pieces are the same ones. It's just now it's different because we're dealing with a wild card now.
Yes.
A sense of somebody that's very easily influenced, somebody that can, or in a moment, do something or can say something that can trigger war.
Yes.
And and Donald Trump knows that. And unfortunately, that's not a good thing. We have to hold on and see what happens. But in a lot of ways, it's going to expose a lot of how unprepared we are, and we're not prepared. We're not prepared for a continuation of the Second World War. We're not prepared for another pandemic. We're still at when he left back in 2020. Things haven't changed, and unfortunately, we talked about inflation and the tariffs. It's going to get worse, and unfortunately, this is where I think the tyrant is going to come out in him.
Yes.
The fear of not being liked, the fear of his words are no longer, or his spell is no longer working. Because he never really came up with solutions.
That's right.
It's always based on chaos.
That's right.
I'll give you an example. The Dreamers, the immigrant Dreamers that has this program, he never says he's going to keep the Dreamers or going to provide a path to, residency. He just says, "Oh yes, the Dreamers. We love the Dreamers." And that subject when it's proper, but I'm thinking about it, but we love the Dreamers, but there's a lot of people that should not be here. It's always based on mystery. Oh, I told North Korea. What's his name? I was gonna call him Kim Jong-il.
Yeah, that's Kim Jong-un now. I think. I haven't been keeping track. Just Dictator Kim is fine.
Right, Dictator Kim. I mean, sorry. He must also be Martin Yang. That's my question. He at the same time insults him, but pretty much agrees with him in the way he likes being a dictator. Yes. So in a lot of ways, it's just we're dealing with somebody who really wants to be a dictator. Yeah. And a blind man can see that, but it's just.
Yeah. And everything all right? Yes, his environment. Yeah, no worries, I understand. And with that, just want everyone to know. Let's check in with Brendan. You can go to sleep, Brendan, if you wish. I'll be taking over after Sammy's done. So go ahead and just letting Brendan. Yeah, continue, Sammy. Yes.
Yeah.
Good to knock.
Okay, good to knock. Oh, say goodnight to everyone, Brendan, and say goodnight to Sammy as well. As well.
Yes. Yeah. Good to hear you, Sammy. That you're doing well tonight. And good night, everyone else.
Yeah. Good night. Okay. Thank you, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. Love you dearly. Okay, continue, Sammy. Yes.
Sorry, when I think of Brandon, I think he mulches in his pant pockets.
He's got pant cargo pockets that he's mulching in and growing fava beans in and shit. Yes.
Yes. Well, he's a healthy guy.
Gotta give him that. Yeah.
But, no, I do. I don't know. What's very interesting now is I wonder what makes me very interested now is how the world is going to react. Mm-hmm. Where we get to a point where we were the third world nation,
Yes.
Where we're North Korea and we're a threat to the world.
Yes.
Where we've always been. It's just. We do a great job of masking it. We do a great job of inflating our ego, but in reality, we've always been that nation that is a threat to the world, and we've just been tolerated. And now that you put a figure in power, and I think I really do believe honestly that what people forget is Roosevelt. Roosevelt the crippled Roosevelt. I forget his name.
Yeah, Frankie.
Frankie Roosevelt. Yeah, the crippled one.
Yes. Yeah.
He was never different. He was not different than Trump. Really.
Right.
What I always find it hilarious is, we how easy we forget how much of a tyrant he was.
That's right. Okay.
We don't want to villainize even the people that we know were terrible.
Yes.
We just don't want to believe these things. And you know, this is somebody who was a terrible man. And then again, we don't live in really reality. We want to we don't want to acknowledge these things. And unfortunately, this is what happens. We repeat the past.
Yes.
We're repeating this, and what's going to happen is, and you know, this sounds like a broken record, but we're going to reap what we sow, and a lot of it is our ignorance.
Yes.
And very interesting when you talked about the election results and how the numbers are coming back in.
Yes.
And the election was actually as closer than we thought.
Oh, razor thin margin. Yes.
It really speaks to the exhaustion of the U.S. public, of our system.
Yes.
Our system has gotten to the point where people are exhausted. People don't want to believe the lies, or really they're tired of the same lies. Because of the inequality, even in the Rust Belt, even in these so-called blue-collar jobs that don't exist. Our auto industry does not exist. We don't manufacture anything. We're a consumer nation.
Yes.
And a lot of these areas that, you know, these politicians campaign are really Rust Belts.
Yeah.
And the system is crumbling. It's been crumbling, but what we see is exhaustion now. The U.S. public's morale is not where it's at no more.
That's right.
It's almost where people are numb to chaos. People are numb to not understanding that we're a global empire.
Yeah.
See, these words like global empire that you talked about in these last, since I've really known you.
Yes.
All these words Kamala Harris should have used.
That's right.
Because she is no longer talking about the U.S. She should have been talking about an empire. And really talk about how we've dominated, quote unquote, and sell it. And
Yes.
she should have gone farther and really talk about how diverse and how much really our dysfunction is what's keeping us alive. And really, we just need to be separated. Our ethnicities we really do want to be separated. And a lot of people that are listening may be wondering, well, why are you speaking this way? Well, because it's obvious. And it's okay. But the thing about it is, we don't really want to admit it. And it's almost hilarious, because you have to laugh, because it's something that really should have kind of been put out there, really, as almost like a practical change, in the sense of, let's give, and this is really almost a pipe dream, really, but let's really try to, quote unquote, be a functional nation, and you know, and move forward, and actually be this democracy. And I just think this game plan that she used, really, she was doomed. She was doomed. And unfortunately, these 4.5 years are going to really show the divide.
Yes.
And really show that you put someone in place who, forget qualifications, is really insane. Who thinks words and demeaning people is power, and excuse me, and not being civilized and not understanding the power of words, and just pandering to uneducated people, or really just ignorant, because there's plenty of people that can read and comprehend. They just choose not to really excuse me, exercise their their brain.
Yes.
Yeah. And this it's really going to show now, because it's going to create crises that we never thought of.
Yes.
And you can take it from there. But
well,
go ahead.
I want to thank you so much for coming on with us, and I'm so sorry that you are dealing with the cough yourself. I think it's more a dry throat. It doesn't sound like it's productive. Yes. It doesn't sound like it's more like
just a dry cough. But I don't also want to go on and drowning about this subject.
Well, the one thing I can tell you is inescapably tonight I'll be talking about Mexico more than anywhere else. And honestly, I want people to understand that what we need to start perceiving Mexico as is as the bottom 31. They are really the bottom 31 United States that we have never acknowledged in one sense. Whether or not that ever becomes the case, I'm not advocating or recommending annexation. But go on.
Can I really add something?
Please.
Because what I really thought, what I really was hoping is, with Kamala in power, and also a woman president in Mexico. See, women could be catty.
Oh, it would have been beautiful. Kamala and Sheinbaum would have worked together, at least.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In a sense of civilized. What I mean civilized is, when you put two women in charge, they want to be the best representation they can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Especially even Kamala, she's a minority. Mm-hmm. She's an alien, pretty much.
Yeah.
You're talking about somebody even more of an alien than Obama.
Yeah, she's on par with myself almost. Asian, Indian, black, and she's
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it's almost where she this is my point, is her being so unique and so different. She should have kicked the door down. Yeah. She should have went to Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, all through the South. She should have, and I mean, could I say she might be risking her life? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, but.
Well, that comes with the territory. That comes with the territory.
Of course, but see, she would have got more respect.
Yeah.
See, she would have got more respect, and really, there was so much mystery to her.
Yeah.
We never got to know her husband.
That's right. That's right.
Who is her husband? I don't know.
Some Jewish guy, I know that. And for what it's worth, you mentioned about her being a minority. Presidentress Sheinbaum of Mexico is also a minority in the sense that she herself is ethnically Jewish, from what I understand. So it's kind of like they're both minorities. Yeah, both minorities.
I would have had her husband passing out bagels.
Yeah.
I mean, in the South at least. I mean, let's. I mean, I know I'm being comical, but I just don't believe she bought in, really, in a sense of the look, the show. Because, I mean, it's all about theatrics as well. we're Americans. We want to be entertained. Yes, you're educated, but that's not enough for inbred whites. No, they want to be entertained.
Yes.
Education don't really mean shit to them. You educate. What is education to people that are privileged?
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't mean nothing to them.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying everybody is no. Is, you know, uneducated hillbillies, no. Yes and no. But what I'm trying to say is her team never really told her, do you want to win? Or do you want to just, you know, be a celebrity?
Right.
You know, because if you want to win, you have to go really, you know, go in balls deep.
Yeah.
And really talk to people and really talk to them. Get to know them. Get to know your enemy. Get to know your opponent. And she never did.
No.
She thought she can skate by with celebrities, and it's
amazing she got as far as she did in terms of the number of votes.
The turnout really wasn't there. But
no,
like I told you, the minorities, and that's the thing about it too. There also were her worst enemy, in the sense of, but you know, the past is a past, and there's a reason why history is the way it's going. But you know, I have to go. But it was good talking to you, and I hope you enjoy your Native American Remembrance Holocaust Day.
Thank you.
You know,
yes, thank you.
Where we celebrate roasting a turkey from all these Native Americans that we, you know, massacred.
Yes.
You know, it's okay. You know, it's you know, it's tradition. We got to do something about this name Thanksgiving, because it's a little stupid.
Yes.
You know, I'm sorry. No, pilgrims were crazy. They were crazy. This is the reason why pilgrims were exiled out of Europe.
Yes.
But you know,
it needs to be celebrated for the right reasons, like Brendan said, like just your thanks for Mother Nature and the earth providing food for you, not slaughtering people.
Something, Nemo. Oh, and Nemo, your name is very ethnic, very Hispanic to me. Nemo, Albano.
Yes.
That's very.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just a nickname Doug gave me.
But still, Espanol, in the Espanol, the Albano means nobody, right, Sammy? It's like Mr. No Man or nobody.
Yeah.
But I had to add the L on there so it rolls off the tongue nicely. You know, El Nemo, El Diablo. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. But like I told you, it's one of these things that I was thinking about as far as elections, and it also kind of, in a way, it's good because change is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't wish it's going to be. I wish it wouldn't be this ugly, but it's for a reason. And we'll see. And I have to get going, but I wish you many blessings, and I hope you enjoy your holiday.
Yes, and I wish the same to you and Sammy. I love you. We all love you, and we all love your family. And stay safe and be well.
So much.
Yes, and your family's always in our prayers.
Thank you. Likewise.
Okay. That's Samuel Romero. Bless you, and bless his brother Isaac as well. And
who's John Doe? I forgot already who he's in the voice.
T-Tank Barry. That's T-Tank Barry.
Oh, T-Tank.
Yeah, which itself is a pseudonym, but we can share his real name privately. Yeah, so he's definitely a member of Team Dietrich, has been around since the beginning for a very long time, and very helpful, very supportive. So with that,
he's always supportive in every chat you live stream.
Yeah, very much.
One of your most loyal listeners. Yeah.
Yes, wonderful individual, and honestly, it just he's at any rate, we'll speak of T-Tank privately whenever he feels like speaking. I'm just glad he's with us. He's on the call now and just kind of keeping us company quietly. He's more like a passive participant, but I thought it would be nice to bring him onto the calls. And that way, sometimes he can interject if he feels like it. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to dive into monologue. Anything you want to say just before I dive into monologue, or shall I just dive right in, Nemo?
I got nothing right now, but I'll interject if I come up something when you're talking.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you so much, Nemo, and very appreciative of you. Okay, so to everyone, blessings on the night tide. The countdown to Thanksgiving is over. A Thanksgiving storm is ushering in the coldest air of the season amid pardons and pushbacks. A potent Thanksgiving storm will impact much of the United States this week with the coldest air in months, in addition to heavy rain and snow in some areas. Forecasts show the storm will roll through parts of the Midwest and South Wednesday night, which is basically tonight, when I was looking at the forecast earlier yesterday, and spread across the east on Thanksgiving Day itself, which would be today. The storm's exact path is still unclear, but 12 scenarios are in play that will dictate which cities will feel the brunt of the severest weather. Chilly air will also start to filter into the northern states early this week before a significant push of winter-like air becomes widespread on Thursday. Meteorologists say millions from coast to coast will be dealing with frigid temperatures by Friday. Meanwhile, 12 bodies were found in Sonoma County amid our own historic Bay Area atmospheric river floods and record rainfall, which we put a link into what those are in the chat room for our listeners. One body was found in a creek in Santa Rosa, another in a submerged vehicle in Guerneville. I don't know if anyone's identified those as of yet. There are, at this point in time, I believe 53 days until President-elect Trump is sworn back into office. A little over 100 days. And the best holiday of the year, in its own right, is, well, today. Surely Americans, there will be no arguing about politics over that turkey dinner this day's eventide, right? Right? In a brief ceremony on the White House South Lawn on Monday, opening this work week, President Biden, continuing a decades-old presidential tradition, pardoned 12 40-plus pound turkeys from the Thanksgiving table. The birds, named Peach and Blossom, named in honor of the peach blossom, the official flower of Biden's home state of Delaware, were hatched in Minnesota and traveled 12 days to the nation's capital. Biden, sporting a pair of aviator sunglasses, joked that Peach lives by the motto, keep calm and gobble on, and that Blossom abides by no foul play, just Minnesota nice. As President Biden has granted clemency to 3 other pairs of turkeys, Peanut Butter and Jelly, or I think Peanut Butter and Jelly might have been the full name of one of them, Chocolate and Chip being the other, and the other one named Liberty and Bell. I don't know why they were all giving convergent names with a connective in between them. Biden said, based on their temperament and commitment to being productive members of society, I hereby pardon Peach and Blossom. The turkey clemency came as questions swirl about whether Trump will make good on a campaign trail promise to pardon rioters who stormed our U.S. Capitol on the 6th of January in 2021, including, I am ashamed to say, numerous Californians, like David Dempsey of Van Nuys, California, who was sentenced in August to 20 years in prison after pleading guilty to assaulting a law enforcement officer with a dangerous weapon and breaching the seat of Congress itself. Amy Collins, a Washington-based attorney who represents several January 6th defendants, including Dempsey, told the Los Angeles Times, "We're all on our heels and preparing for anything, whether that is nothing happening or more individualized relief or a blanket pardon." Well, that brings us to another reversal of fortune. The U.S. Federal Reserve's preferred measure of underlying inflation accelerated in October from a year ago. The so-called Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, which strips out volatile food and energy items, increased 2.8% from October yesteryear and 0.3% from a month earlier. A good part of that acceleration, however, was due to the impact of higher stock prices on the calculation. While inflation is taking time to recede back to the Fed's 2% target, or if I believe that's the case, yes, if I remember the numbers correctly, the policy path ahead will be complicated by Donald Trump's economic agenda, which many economists, well, any economist will warn, will reverse America's multi-year climb out of the pandemic recession while reigniting hyperinflation. Indeed, Trump's plans, despite his promises to lower American fuel costs, are seen as causing a spike in American gasoline prices by as much as 50 cents a gallon come this summer. And if you're looking to buy that special someone a power drill for Christmas, better do it now. Stanley and Black & Decker said it's already considering raising prices in anticipation of the president-elect's promised tariffs. Today, Mark Zuckerberg, the chief executive of Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, met with President-elect Donald J. Trump in a rare face-to-face encounter, the latest attempt by the Meta chief executive to establish a positive rapport with Mr. Trump. Mark Zuckerberg is striving to repair his relationship with President-elect Donald J. Trump. The president-elect has long been critical of Mr. Zuckerberg's social media platforms, saying they censor conservative viewpoints. Mark Zuckerberg met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. This meeting, confirmed by 3 people with knowledge of the matter, was initiated by Mr. Zuckerberg himself, who has had a strained relationship with Mr. Trump over the past decade. Mr. Trump, who has long maintained that Meta has unfairly restrained him and other conservatives across its social media apps, has lobbed broadsides against Mr. Zuckerberg on social media and during stump speeches. Mr. Zuckerberg flew into West Palm Beach, Florida yesterday evening, or the day before yesterday by now, before joining Mr. Trump at his hotel and club, Mar-a-Lago, on what would be Wednesday, basically yesterday by the time that I'm hosting transmission at this point. And that's according to the people who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the meeting at all. The Twa men largely exchanged pleasantries, with Mr. Zuckerberg congratulating Mr. Trump on winning the presidency. After the early afternoon meeting, Mr. Trump and Mr. Zuckerberg plan to have a dinner at Mr. Trump's hotel later that evening. A Meta representative said, "It's an important time for the future of American innovation." Mark was grateful for the invitation to join President Trump for dinner and the opportunity to meet with members of his team about the incoming administration. But Mr. Zuckerberg's overtures come as the chief executive seeks to insulate Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, did I ever forget to tell you that, from any potential blowback from the incoming administration. Meta has long been a target of conservatives in Washington. Some in Congress have called for reining in what they see as censorship of the so-called conservative viewpoints, which are actually quite radicalized and reactionary. And Mr. Trump himself has personally called for Mr. Zuckerberg to be jailed in retaliation for, quote-unquote, plotting against him during the 2020 election. Wow. There's that lunatic paranoia coming out. You can imagine how bad it's going to get from this point forward. The Israel-Hezbollah-Lebanon ceasefire deal began today. Netanyahu's real motive for Lebanon ceasefire? To keep a free hand in the Gaza. Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah militants have reached a U.S. and France-brokered ceasefire agreement beginning today in a major step toward ending nearly 14 months of fighting as a region on edge wonders whether it will even hold, as periodic tit-for-tat attacks during the truce period could undermine the deal, reignite fighting, and impede progress toward any permanent ceasefire. It's an intricate agreement that requires a withdrawal of Israeli forces within 60 days, contingent on Hezbollah retreating north, and it shifts focus, allowing the war in Gaza to continue unabated. President Joe Biden announced the day before yesterday that Israel and Hezbollah had agreed to a U.S.-mediated ceasefire that would end the devastating conflict in Lebanon. More broadly, Biden said that the United States remains prepared to conclude a set of historic deals with Saudi Arabia to include a security pact and economic assurance for the region. Israel launched a major offensive against Hezbollah in September, killing top commanders, carrying out waves of strikes, and sending troops into southern Lebanon with the stated objective of allowing displaced Israelis to return to northern areas. More than 3,100 people have been killed in Lebanon since then. Israel agreed to a deal for a 60-day ceasefire after weeks of talks, a first step toward ending a conflict in which Israel has killed at least 3,100 Lebanese. Did I forget to clarify their ethnicity? Often in bombing raids striking densely packed residential neighborhoods. In the hours before Biden spoke, the Israeli Air Force conducted some of its heaviest strikes yet on Beirut, capital of Lebanon, and its suburbs. The war in Gaza, where at least 44,000 Palestinians have been killed in the war between Israel and Hamas, continues. Ceasefire talks there between Israel, which invaded shortly after Hamas was compelled to attack it on October 7th of yesteryear, killing 1,200 Israelis, have repeatedly failed to yield any agreement. In the Gaza, the Israel-Hamas genocide dust continues. The International Criminal Court issuing an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, last week, accusing him of war crimes in the Palestinian enclave. Key points to be taken here. Point. The ceasefire calls for an initial 12-month halt to fighting and requires Hezbollah to end its armed presence in southern Lebanon, while Israeli troops are to return to their side of the border. Thousands of additional Lebanese troops and United Nations peacekeepers would deploy in the south, and an international panel headed by these United States would monitor compliance. Point. Israel has said it will attack Hezbollah if it breaks the agreement. There appeared to be lingering disagreement over whether Israel would have the right to strike Hezbollah if it believed the militants had violated the agreement, something Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisted was part of the deal, but which Lebanese and Hezbollah officials have rejected. Point. The ceasefire does not address the devastating war in Gaza, where tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed and Hamas is still holding dozens of hostages. President Joe Biden, speaking in Washington, called the agreement good news and said his administration would make a renewed push for a ceasefire in Gaza. We can only feel relief at the implementation of a ceasefire this morning, or yesterday morning by now, on one of the 12 fronts that's been ignited in the Middle East by Israel over the past year. For both the Lebanese and the residents of northern Israel, even if it is not peace, the halting of war is already a significant step. Until the very end, Israeli aerostrikes targeted sites in Lebanon, including heavy bombardments in the capital, the heart of the capital, central Beirut, the day before yesterday, causing more panic in the country. At the same time, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu convened his government and secured the agreement from his far-right allies, who, as always, remained resolutely supportive of the military approach. The objection from the hardliners in the Israeli government, including centrist Benny Gantz, is that Hezbollah has not been fully eliminated despite being weakened, particularly after the death of its leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Whilst Hezbollah will retreat north of the Litani River and no longer be on the border with Israel, it has not disappeared and could become a future threat, undermining one of Israel's key war objectives. As for Netanyahu's reasons, the Israeli Prime Minister had several reasons for accepting the 13-point plan presented by these United States. France, the co-negotiator, is not very popular with Netanyahu, especially since it seemed to endorse the international arrest warrant against himself, which should put everyone's opinion of France several pegs up on the pegboard. There are the reasons he gave during his announcement day before yesterday night, on Tuesday, to focus on Iran, allow the exhausted military to rest, and ensure that Israel retains the right to resume hostilities if Hezbollah violates the agreement. Netanyahu emphasized that final point. But there are also other reasons. The first is to satisfy the American negotiators with Donald Trump's agreement. This allows him to avoid tension with the waning administration of Joe Biden and wait for better days with his successor, shall we say, a meat sock puppet of Israel, well, Trump is a Jew fuck. Let's put it that way. And especially, he's a cocksucker for its prime minister. The second reason can be summed up in one word: the Gaza. Hezbollah has linked the two fronts, Lebanon and Gaza. The Shiite movement is now retreating on this point, which is a success for Netanyahu. And above all, this is not the end of the war in the Gaza Strip, despite approximately 44,000 deaths, as according to Hamas, the almost total destruction of the territory in question. Well, they're keeping options open, or rather Netanyahu is keeping his options open in the Gaza, where, disregarding external pressure, he is carrying out what appears to be ethnic cleansing in the northern part of the territory, to say the least. Israel has not disclosed its post-conflict intentions, but Israeli leaders have indicated they will remain in Gaza for years to come. Some politicians openly seek to expel Palestinians. By pausing operations in Lebanon, Netanyahu is undoubtedly buying more time for his extermination campaign in the Gaza. For now, the agreement on Lebanon must work, but it's far from simple. Over the next 60 days, a delicate operation is underway. The Israeli army must leave Lebanon. Hezbollah will move north of the Litani River, and the Lebanese army will deploy in the south alongside United Nations peacekeepers. 60 days from now, the climate in the region will largely depend on Donald Trump's stance, particularly regarding Iran. The ceasefire in Lebanon is just a first positive step in a much more complex and volatile situation. But that takes us to the price of politics. Trump wastes no time in reigniting the trade wars. Donald Trump isn't in office yet, but he's already mobilizing to wage his trade war. On day one, he promises he'll slap high tariffs on Canada and Mexico and extra ones on Red China. After a year of elections worldwide, the coming months are set to be shaped by the policies wrought by those votes. Take as France. 4 months after snap elections, the gap between French and United German 10-year government bond yields is around the highest since the euro area debt crisis of 2012. Citigroup analysts say the spread could reach a full percentage point, up from about 0.8 of a point this morning, or yesterday morning by now. The reason is a political standoff over the country's budget that threatens to bring down the government as Prime Minister Michel Barnier struggles to reduce the fiscal deficit. The far-right national rallies party's Marine Le Pen has vowed to bring down his administration with a no-confidence motion if its demands are not met. And then there's the fallout from Donald Trump's American electoral victory. Earlier this week, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump promised to impose 25% tariffs on all products imported into the United States from Canada and Mexico unless both countries stopped illegal drugs and undocumented migrants from crossing into these United States over their shared borders. While it's unclear how new tariffs would be implemented under an existing trade agreement between these United States, Canada, and Mexico, the incoming president is wasting no time on promises to disrupt global trade. The threat was in line with one of the most eyebrow-raising policy ideas that Trump has floated for his second term: his proposal to put blanket tariffs on all imports into these United States. The precise details of the plan have varied, with Trump at different times floating levies of 10% and 20% on imports from most countries and 60% to 100% on those from the Communist Chinese. Trade is a key issue for President-elect Donald Trump, who has promised to slap new tariffs on goods from Mexico, Canada, and Red China, starting on the first day of his administration. Mexican Presidentress, or rather Mexicano Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum responded yesterday, saying that neither threats nor tariffs will solve the immigration or illegal drug issues in the United States. Sheinbaum added that the economic strength of North America lies in maintaining the business relationship between the two countries, which allows them to be more competitive compared to other economic blocs. Economists concur that if Trump follows through with his tariff plan, several common goods will get more expensive for Americans, including gas, produce, cars, and alcohol. Automakers are already being hit. General Motors shares tumbled 9% yesterday, the biggest drop since 2020. According to Wolf Research, average new car prices would rise about $3,000 if Trump follows through with his proposed tariffs. European car makers, whose lifeblood is selling in the United States and manufacturing in Mexico, have also been caught in the crossfire. Stellantis and VW, Volkswagen, are the most at risk among European Union automakers, according to an analysis by Bloomberg Intelligence, which calculates that the proposed tariff on Mexicano and Canadian imports could strip 6.4 billion euros, that would be about 6.7 billion US dollars, from earnings at Stellantis, VW, BMW, the Bavarian Motor Works, and Mercedes-Benz. Nadia Grant, head of global equity at BNP Paribas Asset Management, discussed how tariffs might affect the U.S. and Asian economies and financial markets. Of course, it's possible that tariffs don't materialize. BI auto analysts Michael Dean and Giacomo Reglin pointed out that Trump threatened tariffs on European cars in his first term, which triggered volatility in United German stocks, but they didn't come to pass. They write, this time they could be used as a bargaining chip to ensure better cooperation on immigration and drug smuggling between the nations, like because we know of all those immigrants just flooding us from Germany. I roll. Ultimately, the experience of markets this week demonstrates, as former U.S. President Barack Obama once said, that elections have consequences. Mark Cudmore, macro strategist at Bloomberg Markets Live, said, the key takeaway isn't which countries have been named and what size of tariff. It's instead that tariffs will be used freely and aggressively as the starting point for many international issues, and not just economics, under the Trump administration. This brings us to the search for buyers, which is upending our view of the web itself. You see, Google's Chrome is one of the most ubiquitous apps in the world, with more than 3 billion active users. And last week, the Department of Justice, the DOJ, stunned the Alphabet Incorporated company by asking a federal judge to compel the tech giant to sell off its browser. The proposal comes as part of the department's recent win in the antitrust trial against Google, when the court ruled that Google holds an illegal monopoly on online search. In online search, forcing a full divestiture of Chrome. The DOJ and a list of state attorneys general argued in a legal filing is mostly intended to enhance competition in the search market by prohibiting Google from self-preferencing its engine within the app. But such a judgment, if approved, could end up sending an electric shock through the browser market. On its own, Chrome has never been a massive moneymaker for Google. That's never been the point. Rather, keeping consumers using your online portal makes it easy to drive them to all kinds of Google services, from Gmail to Docs to YouTube to search, which in turn drives data collection and advertising and subscription revenues. Detaching Chrome threatens to eliminate Google's control over arguably the most important gateway to the whole goddamn internet. The company severely criticized the DOJ's wildly overbroad proposal, which also included an option for Google to divest its Android mobile platform. Kent Walker, chief legal officer for Google and Alphabet, said in a November 21st blog post that it goes miles beyond the court's decision and is part of a radical interventionist agenda that would ultimately harm customers and innovation. Setting aside whether a forced sale of Chrome is the right remedy or even a realistic one to address Google's monopoly, it's worth pondering who could even afford it. Bloomberg Intelligence estimated Chrome could be valued at around 20 billion US dollars. I'm surprised that little. As a loose point of comparison, what was then known as Facebook acquired WhatsApp a decade ago for around that price, when the messaging app had negligible revenue and roughly a seventh of Chrome's user base. Evelyn Mitchell-Wolfe, a senior analyst at eMarketer, speculated that US-based leaders in artificial intelligence might be interested. Coincidentally, The Information, that's a circular disseminator, reported last Thursday that OpenAI considered building its own browser. To quoteist Evelyn Mitchell-Wolfe, potential buyers for Chrome are very few. It's likely that any company with deep enough pockets to afford Chrome is already under antitrust scrutiny. Well, there you go. Only a monopoly can afford another monopoly. Josh Miller, co-founder of the browser company, disagrees. His startup's browser, Arc, has been battling larger incumbents like Chrome and Apple Incorporated Safari for several years, and Miller envisions many interested bidders keen on shaking up the market. He imagines a firm like Salesforce Incorporated could see Chrome as a complement to its enterprise software, while e-commerce players such as Shopify and Stripe might want it as some way to bolster their fintech the outreach of fintech. Miller says he'd even consider attempting to make a competitive bid for Chrome via private financing. Basically, he says it's a matter of who can, in his words, be creative about business opportunity, not who will want to buy. You'd be crazy not to take a stab. Well, there you go. When you have boundless amounts of cash, you can think like that. I mean, the rest of us are just trying to think of how much money we got left for fucking lunch. Yeah, well, there you go, man. Wish I were in his shoes. Brendan Eich, Chief Executive Officer of browser upstart Brave Software Incorporated, who helped start Mozilla in the late 1990s, warned on X that Chrome without search ad revenue is a money pit. Since users are not accustomed to paying for browsers, at least not since the days that Netscape retailed its Navigator program for 49 fucking bucks, any buyer would need to develop a replacement profit center. Citing Web3 offerings and premium features such as VPNs as examples in a follow-up communique, Ike explained, in his own words, "Sure, there are other ways to make money with a browser, but the big cost of Chrome, hundreds of high-priced engineers, and non-trivial Google Cloud infrastructure for builds and testing must be covered. Search ads are doing that cost covering now, and other revenue opportunities look too small or too futuristic/speculative. Perhaps the larger question, however, is whether any Chrome acquirer could retain its billions of users without the resources of Google and slick integrations with its services, the types of conveniences that helped Chrome leapfrog Mozilla's Firefox and Microsoft Corp's Internet Explorer in the 2010s. If users flee, would they jump ship to Edge, Microsoft's successor to Explorer, or Apple's Safari, both of which trail Chrome in market share? Or would they give a fresh look at a smaller option like Arc or Brave? To Ike, it's way too early to tell, given the court hurdles still on the horizon and the time it would require for Chrome to find an approved buyer and change under new ownership. Concluding that if a sale does come to fruition, he's optimistic it'll eventually represent a chance for many smaller browsers to thrive. Ike is quoted as saying, Chrome is a very large ship and it would take time to turn or to sink. That part's in parentheses. You can speculate as to whether he appended that or I did. Now, Walmart just joined Ford, Toyota, Lowe's, and others in rolling back all DEI initiatives. Which, of course, for those of you who do not know, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. So in other words, they're going full-blown white supremacist exclusive. I don't know, they all joined the Klan or something. Walmart, which trades as WMT, is joining a slew of other major corporations, including automakers Toyota Motor, which trades as TM, and Ford Motor Company, which trades simply as F, in rolling back its DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives after facing potential conservative boycotts. Imagine that. Trump takes over and now everybody's scared shitless to be diversified anymore. Fuck equity. We've got an elitist, white supremacist, exclusive class conscious piece of shit in charge. It is a really scary time. I call it Trump tariff acceptance. You see, that's equal to Trump getting away with tariffs. But history warning that Trump is headed for a fall. All charges have been dropped while a Harris poll raises questions about the popularity of one of Trump's key economic policy platforms. Consider the Dobbs effect, as Donald Trump's anti-trans rhetoric has sparked a race to update ID documents and abortions rose after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. See, in the heart of New England, where legal protections for transgender people seemed relatively secure just a few weeks ago, there's a growing unease. It seemed only logical after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade that abortion rates would go down and births would go up. Instead, the opposite happened. Abortions went up yesteryear, and the country's fertility rate hit a historic low. An affiliated case brings transgender rights, a major flashpoint in the American culture wars, to the nation's highest judicial body, just as Republican U.S. President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office on January 20th. You see, many transgender people and the parents of trans children are racing to update birth certificates, passports, and other legal documents to match their gender identity rather than their sex assigned at birth, out of fear that such changes will be banned once President-elect Donald Trump, who has promised several immediate anti-trans actions, takes office in January. Now, Donald Trump is the first Republican to secure a popular vote victory, marginal as it is, in the presidential contest since 2004. In 20 years. As such, he feels more confident than he did last time and has stated that America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate to issue a wave of draconian new policies through executive power once he takes office, instigating the Supreme Court's latest culture war fight, transgender care. I mean, we're on the precipice of the collapse of the Gulf Stream, climate change that will bring about the sixth mass extinction, a new global war. But hey, this is what we're worried about. You want to wonder why the American empire fell 100, 200, well, 1,000 years from now? You can look back on this and shake your head. Tennessee's law aims to encourage minors to appreciate their sex by prohibiting puberty blockers or hormones used to help them live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex. Their words. In a statement to Reuters, the Tennessee House of Representatives Majority Leader William Lamberth, a Republican who co-sponsored this measure, said that he is optimistic about the state's case. To quote his T, "This case is about protecting vulnerable young people who are experiencing gender dysphoria or other mental health crises from making the biggest mistake of their lives. These procedures are harmful, unproven, and come with permanent, irreversible, and life-changing consequences. States have a compelling interest in protecting minors from adult decisions they aren't ready for." Now, the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear arguments in an appeal by President Joe Biden's administration of a lower court's decision allowing enforcement of the ban, one of 24 such policies enacted by conservative lawmakers around these United States. The plaintiffs challenged the law as a violation of the United States Constitution's 14th Amendment promise of equal protection under law. Biden's administration and other challengers, including certain Doctress Lacey, whose bio I will articulate in a matter of minutes, contend that banning care for youth with gender dysphoria discriminates against these adolescents based on sex and transgender status. This is culture wars. They're really civil war in Cold War form. It's a cold civil war. The case brings transgender rights, a major flashpoint in the American culture wars, to the nation's highest judicial body, just as Republican U.S. President-elect Donald Trump prepares to take office on January 20th. Trump pledged during his election campaign to restrict gender-affirming care and transgender sports participation because, this is what we got to worry about while the world's going to shit. Tennessee passed its law in March of 2023 after a reactionary political commentator's criticism of Vanderbilt University Medical Center's transgender health clinic in Nashville went viral on social media, prompting Republican lawmakers to take action. A filing to the Supreme Court by the Office of Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti, a Republican, of course, justified the state's regulation by pointing to scientific uncertainty about the treatments, tightened restrictions on their use in some European countries, and first-hand accounts of regret and harm from people who discontinue or reverse gender-affirming medical intervention. Tennessee has warned of long-term side effects such as diminished bone density or infertility, like someone who's changing sex gives a shit. Although the law allows these medications to be used to treat minors for any other fucking reason, including congenital defects, precocious puberty, or other conditions. This all now lands before a radicalized reactionary court. The Supreme Court's 6-3 radicalized reactionary majority has steadily moved American law ever rightward on other contentious issues, including abortion, guns, and race policies. But in a landmark 2020 ruling authored by paleoconservative Justice Neil Gorsuch, the court declared that a federal law called Title VII, that's V11 in the Roman numerals that they actually use, that bars discrimination in the workplace, also protects gay and transgender employees. If the Supreme Court sides with the challengers, it could rule that Tennessee's ban is unconstitutional or that the lower court must reconsider the state law under a more skeptical standard, an outcome that would make it harder for states to pass laws restricting transgender rights. Prefacing another issue with the law being that it denies a small group of Tennesseans access to a fundamental interest, the rights of parents to make health decisions for their children, Yale Law School professor William Eskridge said that the court could rule that discrimination against people because of their gender identity is sex discrimination subject to heightened scrutiny under the court's precedents. Biden's administration contends that the law singles out transgender people to enforce gender conformity and discourage adolescents from identifying as transgender. Quite so. Noting that major American medical organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association support the therapies for adolescents when deemed clinically necessary in a filing to the Supreme Court, the Justice Department has said that the state has exaggerated the risks of gender-affirming care while ignoring its benefits. The administration having proven that under the law, an adolescent assigned male at birth cannot receive puberty blockers or estrogen to live and present as a female, but an adolescent assigned female at birth can. This is, or rather they said that is, sex discrimination. Quite so. The administration testifying that denying treatment for gender dysphoria can cause psychological harm, with studies proving that up to a third of transgender high school students attempt suicide in a given year. A federal judge blocked the ban in 2023 as likely violating the 14th Amendment. In a 2-1 decision in 2023, the Cincinnati-based 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals reversed the judge's preliminary injunction. But it really comes down for the individual to feeling at peace. suing Srpski and other officials to defend the treatments they have said improved their happiness and well-being, the 57-year-old Memphis gynecologist, Dr. Susan Lacey, who has her own medical practice as an expertess in hormone management and has an adult child who is transgender, is one of the plaintiffs who challenged this law in a case going before the United States Supreme Court on my late and Saint Cyrus's own birthday, Eve Day, as dated the 4th of December, and herself had been caring for transgender patients for several years in Tennessee when, in 2023, everything changed. In the span of a few months, the Republican-governed state banned healthcare providers from treating minors for gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is the clinical diagnosis for significant distress that can result from an incongruence between a person's gender identity and the sex they were assigned at birth. To Lacey, the swirling claims in the media and by some legislators that activists are carelessly pushing dangerous medications on vulnerable adolescents are not true and are meant to stoke outrage. Recalling the hype and hysteria as public debate coarsened over the issue, Dr. Lacey has gone on record to say, and here I quote as she, "Actually listen to the patients. Actually listen to the physicians who are providing the care. You're really seeing people that have a significant improvement in their lives. Why all of a sudden it's a problem is a little bit hard to understand. I think that it really comes from a sort of a political motivation to create an issue that people can rally around." Well, you've got it, sister. The Dr. Lacey herself began treating transgender patients in 2016. They now make up about a quarter of her practice. About a year after Lacey began treating these patients, one of her 4 children, now 23 years of age, came out as transgender. Deciding to join the legal fight against Tennessee's law was easy, as Lacey herself has said, not only to share her experience caring for hundreds of transgender patients, but, in her own words, the most prevalent thing that patients would say is, "I finally feel like I can think correctly. I finally feel sort of at peace. I realized there are many, many people who need this care, and there are very few physicians that are providing this care. But as a parent of a child who went through this, I was compelled from that standpoint." Represented by the American Civil Liberties Union, several plaintiffs, including 2 transgender boys, a transgender girl, and their parents, as well as the doctoress herself, Dr. Lacey, the Justice Department intervened in the lawsuit. Merrick Garland and his Justice Department, on the other hand, must never be forgiven. Concerning himself, of course, the United States Justice Department moved to drop the most grave of 4 indictments of Donald Trump handed up by grand juries in recent years, asking a federal judge to dismiss his prosecution for allegedly seeking to block the peaceful transfer of power in 2020. The 78-year-old Trump was indicted on charges of conspiring to interfere with Congress's certification of his electoral loss to now President Joe Biden. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, pointing to Justice Department rules against prosecuting a sitting president, made the request Monday. President-elect Trump, who pleaded not guilty in the case, has been convicted on multiple felony counts in New York State Court tied to hush money payments during the 2016 presidential campaign. Another federal prosecution over his handling of top-secret documents was thrown out in an unorthodox ruling by a judge he appointed at the end of his first term. And a Georgia state prosecution also tied to the 2020 election has been placed on indefinite hold. I mean, okay, become president and you could be a fucking serial killer and they'll just drop the goddamn charges. Okay, we have a quote being shared by John Henry Warrington. Thank you, John. Appreciate your participation. Let me take a quick look in the live stream and then turn back to the task at hand. I have been alive long enough to see presidents shot dead in the fucking street, civil rights leaders gunned down in their hotel rooms and horrible, horrible wars started on the wretched basis of disgusting lies. But of all things I have seen in my long life, nothing compares to Wednesday as dated the 6th of January in 2021. On that day, a terrible, singular day that is burned into our hearts and minds, an evil, broken sociopath who had been voted out of power by the citizens of these United States of America, including myself, did everything he could to hold on to that power and set the match that led to the most gruesome internal attack on this nation since the American Civil War between the states for rights. And when that attack was at full boil, the entire world watching with horror, the President of the United States, the son of a bitch who triggered it himself, did nothing to stop it for more than 3 hours. Instead, he hoped that it would prevail. Even the monster's ghastly family begged him to call off his rabid dogs, while brave, overmatched police officers were stomped into the pavement and beaten to death with American flags. Fucking flags! Goddamn fucking American flags! Used as weapons of murder. Members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, ran for their very lives. The monster's vice president was whisked away by the Secret Service so as not to be hanged. These are the people Peter Moon consistently and chronically defended as a raid on the Bastille. I'm so glad you're in pain, Peter. So glad you're dying. And I pray you live as long as possible so that you die cell by cell. Just watching the fact that I'm always still alive and comparatively ageless, certainly compared to yourself, while you die slowly, alone, afraid, and in terrible pain. Finally, after nearly 200 minutes of doing nothing but root for its success, we know that the America attacking Trump finally relented and tried to quiet all the dark voices that live inside his fat orange pumpkin head. We know he pushed himself away from his TV in the White House dining room where he was watching his attack unfold, and huffed and puffed his way to the White House lawn, where he recorded a message to the nation in which he ordered his Russian thugs, his Russophiliac reactionaries, to go on home, but not before telling them that he loved them. This foul, disgusting man told the people who took a hammer to our country and killed and beat on cops that he fucking bloody loved them! Once these gruesome thugs got the orders from General Mayhem to disperse, they packed away their ropes, their fucking flags, their bear-killing pepper spray, their zip ties to hold people hostage before they executed them, and the radios into their duffel bags and hightailed it the hell out of town. Again! On January 6th of 2021, Donald John Trump attacked our country and tried to incinerate our votes to remain in power forever. Fake electors were lining up in streets across our nation to overturn our legal election. Law enforcement officers were beaten to a bloody pulp. He watched all this and did nothing. It was appalling. It was terrible. But at least, there would be consequences. Because nobody was going to get away with attacking these United States of America without facing severe consequences. And hell, it would be the easiest case ever to make in the history of humanity. Hundreds of millions of people watched it unfold across the world after all. Unless your Attorney General is Merrick Garland. instead of moving with alacrity after his appointment as AG, while the political winds were at his back, and leveling the full weight of the law against this disgusting Russian asset, this traitor to the constitutional republic, Garland obviously decided to avoid the whole thing like Trump avoids vegetables. It got so bad that Garland was forced out of hiding by the press and many House Democrats 18 fucking months following the attack on America to give any indication he was moving at all on Trump and the so-called lawmakers who provided cover and aided in this breathtaking assault. Finally, while everybody leaned in close during a July 20th, 2022 news conference, this quiet little man said in an emphatic whisper that no person is above the law, before he presumably returned to his cave for hibernation. So we all got back to waiting. That's when I began to fret nothing would happen. Finally, on the 18th day of November in 2022, nearly 2 years after the attack on America, Garland, the alleged three-dimensional chess-playing grandmaster law and order expert, carefully considered the board and definitely put himself in check by pawning off his responsibility to somebody else. After Trump did the most predictable thing ever by announcing his crooked run for president to avoid prosecution, the pathetic little Garland appointed a special counsel named Jack Smith, obviously a pseudonym, like John Doe, to handle things. It is impossible to believe that Garland was the only person in America who didn't think Trump would run again, especially if it meant the possibility of saving his 2-ton orange ass. So why did he wait 22 fucking months until Trump made his run official to abruptly change course and appoint a special counsel? I have come to the grudging conclusion that Joe Biden was at least initially not much interested in seeing Trump prosecuted for his myriad crimes. There has been much reporting indicating as much. I am not saying that he was pumping the brakes on any investigations, but my hunch is he was hoping Trump's political life would die a slow and natural death in the months following the 2020 election, and he could get to the vital work of gluing this shattered country back together again. After all, this is what he ran on. It was an admirable enough notion until it became as crystal clear in the weeks and months following the election that Trump was not going away and, in fact, would continue lobbing bombs at us all, first from the White House and later the safety of his country club in Florida. The America attacking Trump was a clear and present danger to our country and needed to be jailed for the rest of his miserable, misspent life. My mother would always teach me never to sigh. She really thought that sighing was the height of uncouthness. We know now, Garland and Smith never laid a glove upon him. And on that 5th day in November of 2024, the America attacking orange jackal was reelected as the President of these United States of America. Our worst nightmare has come to life. On Monday, to kick off this work week, we learned that our so-called Justice Department was abandoning the 20 criminal cases it took them forever to file against the most dangerous person in the fucking bloody world. Less than 3 weeks after the most consequential election in American history, they waved the white flag of surrender. They were cutting and running. How appropriate for these white trash little weaklings. It didn't stop them from all their double talking, however, which frankly I could have done without. I have heard enough from these appeasers forever. I just wish they'd get the hell out of our lives and stay there. They have done enough damage to the United States of America. But no matter what kind of bullshit they're lobbing at us now to explain their way out of the terrible mess they've left us in, only one thing is true at this terrible moment in American history. Justice delayed is justice denied. Yet Trump himself could be in for a rude awakening, because even scaled down, Trump's tariffs will do a lot of damage. The last tariff increase ended up worsening the Great Depression. While Trump ran for re-election on the promise of lowering prices for customers still bruised by inflation, Goldman Sachs says the 78-year-old Republican's threats of Canadian tariffs will accomplish the exact opposite. U.S. residents face significant consequences from his proposed 25% duty on America's closest ally. Or, so said Dane Stuyven, the bank's head of commodities research. Trump's other neighborhood target, Mexico, is ramping up its warnings to Americanos. Mexico's economic minister cautioned that tariffs would cost these United States as many as 400,000 jobs. And beyond their warnings, both countries are readying retaliation in turn. All economists concur that across-the-board tariffs impede efficiency, depress growth, and kill jobs. The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimates Trump's full tariff plan would cost the typical household $2,600 United States dollars per year in higher costs. And the voters? Well, they say, meh. Why the disconnect? 12 reasons. First, tariffs are confusing. Not many people listen to the son of Adolf Hitler to find out what's going on. And most Americans mistakenly think somebody other than Americans pays for the tariffs because they're listening to Trump instead of Dietrich, Hitler's son. Second, Americans don't feel like Trump's tariffs caused any harm during his first term, right? Right? Economists versed in the unhappy history of tariffs know that Trump will overplay his hand and tank the American economy. To many Americans, however, tariffs are an arcane concept that Trump uses to heckle adversaries with little impact on everyday life. Former Labor Secretary Robert Reich, on Tuesday, the day before yesterday, explained that the impact of Donald Trump's new tariff plan would have on American families, predicting the countries that fall under the president-elect's tariff enforcements will, of course, retaliate. Speaking with the ex-President Bill Clinton administration official, well, that's Robert Reich himself. He was speaking on the latest episode of MSNBC's The Readout. That's R-E-I-D out, because of the hostess, Joy Reid, who noted that some economists say under Trump's tariff plan, the average American household is going to spend $2,600 a year. However, the ex-Labor Secretary Reich corrected the MSNBC hostess, saying that $2,600 family estimate was made in August, before we knew how large the tariffs are going to be. I know the actual per family estimated cost is certainly closer now to $4,000 US. Reid then noted that America's largest trading partners include Red China, Canada, Mexico, all of which fall under the MAGA leader's tariff plan, asking, if we slap a massive tariff, Robert, on those countries, what will they do? What might they do in return? To quote his Reich, well, they will do exactly what countries did in 1930. 1930 was the last time we had a big across-the-board tariff increase, and that was from Herbert Hoover. Remember President Hoover? That resulted in retaliatory tariffs. Other countries retaliating against us for putting tariffs on their goods. And those retaliations, those tariff wars, ended up worsening the Great Depression and leading to the Second World War. Regardless of the precise level at which the duties are set, and even if it is never fully implemented, the plan represents a dramatic departure from long-standing American trade policy. For decades, U.S. international economic policy has been based on the assumption that the gradual liberalization of trade between nations would create win-win benefits for all sides. Multilateral trade deals like NAFTA or the North America Free Trade Agreement and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, otherwise known as TPP, which I recommended so heartily and so emphatically so many years ago by now, were all designed to allow each participating nation to specialize in what it does best, lowering costs and increasing productivity for all. With the overall size of the global economic pie growing, everybody's slice of it will likewise continue getting bigger, and nobody would ever need to squabble over the crumbs. Trump and his protectionist advisors think that this approach is misguided. They reject the idea that free trade is an overall boon for the American economy and argue that, whatever its marginal benefits, a much more serious result has been the destruction of the American manufacturing sector, imperiling both millions of jobs and our nation's national security. They're also disdainful of the notion that it is Washington's job to spearhead large multilateral trade deals that benefit many parties, preferring to work in bilateral settings in which American power and influence can be brought to bear in pursuit of concrete and immediate economic gains for the American empire itself. But what exactly are these gains that they even hope to achieve? On this point, we currently have, well, no clarity whatsoever. Some officials involved in Trump's presidential transition have suggested that the purpose of widespread tariffs would simply be to raise government revenue and hence allow the American government to extend individual and corporate tax cuts that are due to expire next year. This, however, seems unlikely to be a sustainable long-term policy. The American empire has not relied on tariffs as a major revenue source for over a century, primarily because they result in highly regressive price increases, whilst stunting growth and provoking economic retaliation from other countries that lead to military conflict. It is World War. A more likely scenario is that the tariffs are intended to be, or will end up being used as, leverage in bilateral negotiations aimed at rewiring global trading relations in the American empire's favor. In other words, countries around the world would be coerced into making trade concessions to Washington to avoid the damaging effects of Trump's tariffs. The precise concessions demanded would likely vary from country to country, but the overall objective of American policy would be the same for all of them. Instead of win-win, it would be we win, you lose. However, Trump's tariffs would be, well, they would have harmful economic impacts on the American economy as well. Morgan Stanley has estimated that they will raise inflation by 2.5% and reduce growth by 0.5 percentile point over 12 years. U.S. trading partners targeted with them would therefore have a choice. They could choose to fight back, imposing retaliatory measures of their own to try to get Washington to reverse the tariffs. They might also try to band together in order to improve their negotiating leverage. Exempli gratiae, policymakers in the United Kingdom are currently debating whether to seek closer ties with the European Union they just Brexited from in order to create a formidable joint position in any negotiations with Washington. As I said, it is at this point in history we will begin to see that the Greater British Empire and the American Empire are truly an ocean apart. Breathe, Douglas. Now, let me remind myself to breathe. Now, on the other hand, countries could choose to save themselves the cost and trouble by cutting a deal with Washington fast, acquiescing in a new global trading order in which the American empire abuses its brute power to tip the scales in its own favor. This would be a world in which global markets would be fragmented, and everyone, probably including these United States, would emerge poorer on the other side. It also risks being a classic example of what economists call a beggar thy neighbor situation, in which countries make decisions to advance their short-term interests by harming other nations. The result, however, is often a cycle of reciprocal reprisals, leading to a long-term lowering of global growth for all. But there are also some reasons for American trading partners not to despair, or at least not too much. The tariff policy that Trump announced during his campaign is likely to be difficult to implement for legal, political, and bureaucratic reasons. In the end, this might make it less sweeping and extreme than Trump has threatened. First, it is unclear on what legal authority Trump could impose blanket tariffs on a single nation, let alone all of them in the world. Under the United States Constitution, Congress has the power to enact tariffs, and the president can only do so under specific authorities that Congress has delegated unto him. These authorities are designed to apply in specific situations, such as a national security, emergencies, not to enable the president to upend the entire global economy on a fucking whim. Unless they were approved by Congress, therefore, Trump's sweeping tariffs would be likely to face legal challenges. And one way to avoid those would be to adopt a more targeted approach. On the other hand, those legal challenges would likely take a long time to win their way through the courts, so they may not prove decisive. In the meantime, however, although Congress has long afforded the president great leeway to apply the tariff authorities it has delegated to the executive branch, Trump could very well face political pushback, not just from Democrats, but also from many Republicans for his planned abuse of them in such a blanket manner. The higher prices and reduced growth that tariffs generate would be likely to anger voters, a risky maneuver after an election in which inflation played a pivotal role. Broad tariffs would also cause turbulence in U.S. financial markets, the strength of which Trump saw as a key measure of his performance during his first term in office. Finally, starting a trade war with the entire fucking world would be likely to tax the bureaucratic capabilities of the United States government, including the Commerce Department and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, especially given Trump's declared commitment to radically reducing the size of the federal bureaucracy. Generating the bureaucratic paper trail required to legally justify tariffs is time-consuming, and negotiating new trade deals even more so. The attention and time of cabinet-level officials is also finite, making it difficult to manage the economics and diplomacy of multiple high-level negotiations at once. During his first term, Trump's trade policy ended up being less aggressive than was advertised. There is reason to think that the same will be true this time around. Instead, it is possible that he will take a narrower approach, focusing on the communist Chinese and several other targets that the administration sees as either egregious economic offenders or soft targets. Mexico, India, and the European Union seem to have particular reason to fear. Yet, even if pursued in this narrow form, Trump's tariff policy will make it more difficult for these United States and our allies to coordinate and address pressing global economic problems such as climate catastrophe and Red China's overproduction of goods for export. Instead, they'll be caught up in trade wars and exchanges of hostile rhetoric, which is not a productive place to be, whether economically or politically. And the mad, sad fact is Trump's popular vote win is one of the smallest in the history of modern elections. And while he enjoys a modicum of goodwill from voters now, that will quickly dissipate as he overreaches. I mean, the results were decisive. The president-elect won a second term by more than 2.5 million raw votes, and convincingly in the Electoral College. Republicans added 4 seats in the Senate and 3 in the House of Representatives to establish a new power trifecta. While there were no changes in each party's tally of governorships or major shifts in state legislatures, voters nonetheless solidified a Republican advantage at the state level. As a result, the returning president declared that he had earned a lot of political capital and intended to spend it. Now, I hope you all... No, I know none of you know. This is all referring, of course, not to today, but to the re-election of George W. Bush, the Jr., 20 years a fucking go. Actually, yeah, it's been 20 years, hasn't it? Jesus fucking Christ. And it's a cautionary tale, because Bush made the fundamental mistake of misreading his mandate and overreaching on ideas that the American public never signed up for. It killed his second term. Now, the biggest question in American politics is whether President-elect Donald Trump is about to do the same thing. Well, it sure fucking bloody seems like it, doesn't it? In Bush's case, his first error was treating a near tie like a route. Or a route in military terms. He had not really earned capital in the political campaign, as he claimed. He had eked out a narrow victory based on the afterglow of the post-9/11 war on terror, and by redirecting voters' focus onto cultural issues. So his capital had all the staying power of a crypto bros Bitcoin account. His second error was trying to cash in this phantom currency on something voters hadn't asked for and never wanted. Despite only 1% of Americans saying Social Security was one of their top priorities, 0% for Bush's own voters, Bush launched a quixotic attempt to privatize America's most popular entitlement program. It didn't go well. Of course, that debacle wasn't the only thing that cratered Bush's second term, but the rapid, angry voter backlash. The issue cut almost 10 points off his job approval rating in 3 months. Badly weakened him. And weakness is provocative. When you're down, oh, they'll kick you in the head until you're out. A politically enfeebled Bush found it harder and harder to overcome other setbacks, like the increasing quagmire in Iraq, a growing backlash to the cultural conservatism of 2004 on issues like gay marriage, and the fumbled response to Hurricane Katrina. The first, of course, I think of my own son. The second, of course, I think of Brooke Gibson being a victim of Hurricane Helene, all instigated by a single madman named Vinnie Barbarick under his criminal alias of Peter Moon. He left office, Bush Jr., with one of the lowest approval ratings ever. Is Trump about to repeat this sordid history? The setup is certainly there. Note the eerie similarity between Bush's electoral results and Donald Trump's. The numbers are virtually identical except for the fact that Trump's are even slimmer, more marginal, more ephemeral. A clear win, but hardly a crush. Nor would it be the first time a president fell into a mandate trap. They almost invariably do, because it's so tempting to claim that the voters love you and all of your ideas. And boy, does Trump love to claim all that. But whether hubris turns into overreach comes down to whether Trump and his team can accurately read what voters are asking for. While that's usually more art than science, this year the post-electoral analysis makes it crystal clear. The Research Consortium Blueprint finds that the top 10 reasons, or the top reasons voters gave for not supporting Harris, was that inflation was too high, that's plus 24, too many immigrants crossed the border, that's plus 23, and that Harris was too focused on cultural issues rather than helping the middle class, that's plus 17. Now, among swing voters, that last concern about cultural issues was the strongest reason. Polling firm Navigator Research confirms that Trump's best assets were voters' belief that he would secure the border and fight illegal immigration, and fix our economy and get things back to the way they were when he was president last time. The TLDR here, that's too long, didn't read. Trump can reasonably claim a micro-mandate to maintain low inflation, tighten the border, and ratchet back progressive culture a bit. That's pretty fucking simple. It's so fucking simple. If these motherfuckers knew how to read, they could read that. But they don't know how to read. That's why we're where we're at. So at the same time, Trump would be wise to remember a few important points. Voters prioritized the economy over immigration by a 3-to-1 margin. While voters thought Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris had gotten too woke, only 8% cited a candidate's position on transgender issues as any reason for their vote at all. And during Trump's first term, his child separation policy created an angry public recoil, with polling numbers at almost the exact same level as Bush the Jr.'s Social Security privatization scheme. In other words, instead of go woke, go broke, it's go too far, and your mandate can turn sour pretty fucking quick. Trump seems not to have gotten that. Voters' clearest message is, whatever you do, don't create another round of inflation. But that is exactly what his tariff plan will do. And his cabinet picks and messages to European allies seem to be signaling his intention to follow through on it bigly. If the president throws resources at border control and follows through on a targeted deportation of undocumented immigrants, he'll be on very solid ground with the bigoted electorate. But if he veers into cruelty again or follows through on mass deportations using, or rather abusing, the military itself, stalling the economy and bumping up inflation, he'll find himself standing on a sinkhole. Did I mention that he named the architect of the child separation policy, Stephen Miller, as his lead staffer on policy? Cut back on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion training. Yeah, DIE training. DIE is the Latin word for God, by the way. Cut back on God training in the federal government and leave it white supremacist exclusive and shit. No prob. Obsess about trans folks? Watch the worm turn. While Trump's stroking it out of his zipper. And guess what else is nowhere to be found on voters' priority list? Chaos, motherfuckers. Voters gave Trump a pass on the bedlam of the first term and the disaster of 2020, largely because they forgot about it in a post-pandemic haze. If Trump makes them relive it, they are unlikely to appreciate the reminder. So, if Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants communities to reconsider a lower priority policy like water fluoridation, sure. But if he undermines people's access to insurance through the Affordable Care Act, not so much. And remember that vaccines have prevented the deaths of more than 1 million American children in the past 3 decades? Trump will let RFK go wild, his words, on that at his peril. Also, Donnie boy, here's a hint. don't let Dr. Oz mess too much with people's Medicare. Just saying. Above all else, Trump should remember that he's facing the headwinds of history. Every midterm of the last 20 years has gone against the sitting president. The fastest way to make the backlash a certainty is to overreach. And that is exactly where he's fucking headed. And as more votes have been counted, Trump's victory, now at a measly 1.6% versus President Joe Biden's own 4.5% win 4 years ago, looks ever less and less impressive. Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, for example, suffered wipeouts after controversial healthcare reform agendas, while George W. Bush's second term was crippled early on by a groundswell of outrage over his effort to privatize Social Security. And there are signs Trump is setting himself up for something similar right now, before he's even in. This should worry Trump, because even presidents who entered office with far greater mandates have lost popularity rapidly when voters turned on their agenda. For MSNBC, Hayes Brown has writ that Pew Research hasn't found a massive surge in support for his policies, with only a bare 53% of voters open to his agenda, and even many of them turning against it when asked specific questions like on his immigration ideas, and that he has not won a majority of the country's votes, according to the most recent tally from NBC News. And much of the data available shows that Trump's win likely had more to do with people opting to stay home this year than any massive swing in his favor. And that the United States electorate will support the presidential candidate deemed most likely to represent change, only to move quickly to punish them for any sign of hubris. Every new administration since Clinton has seen its party hold a trifecta in Washington during its first year in office and claim a mandate to shake things up. It has not fared well in most instances, with the cited Brown ultimately concluding that the will of Donald Trump should never be confused for the will of all Americans. You see, Trump has lost his popular vote majority even as a poll has proven that 2/3 of Americans think Trump tariffs will lead to higher prices. On election night, with characteristic immodesty, Donald Trump claimed an unprecedented and powerful mandate. He certainly won the contest legitimately, if much more narrowly than many observers initially thought. His popular vote margin over Kamala Harris has dropped from around 3% on the evening of November 5th, or about 2/3 of Joe Biden's margin in 2020, to 1.58% today. That's about a 0.5% smaller than Hillary Clinton's national popular vote margin over Trump himself in 2016. To make some other comparisons, Barack Obama won the popular vote by 3.9% in 2012 and 7.2% in 2008. And George W. Bush won the popular vote by 2.4% in the very close election. The very close election that was basically handed to him by a corrupt judge that was appointed by his fucking brother in 2004. A stolen election. Unlike Obama and Bush, moreover, Trump did not win a majority of the national popular vote. Though it looked like he was over 50% on election night, the steady drip of late ballots has eroded his percentage to currently 49.87%. I'm looking now! With further slippage very likely before all the votes are in. Trump's win in the Electoral College was more impressive, though his 316 electoral votes were less than Obama's in either of his elections and just above Biden's in 2020. In Pennsylvania, the tipping point state that clinched a second term for Trump, his margin over Harris was 1.8%, not exactly any landslide. So by any measure, the claim of any unprecedented mandate simply isn't true. Trump won a very close election and will govern a country where a near majority of people have voted against him 3 times. Yes, his party won control of Congress as well, but in the House, the margin of Republican control, with 3 contests still undecided the last time I looked, is so small that Trump's appointment of 3 representatives to cabinet positions could make any controversial votes extremely difficult for House Speaker Mike Johnson until special elections are held, and very difficult even then. Given that precariously perilous hold on power, Trump might want to reconsider his current strategy of ruling Washington like a devastated and occupied enemy city with a cabinet largely composed of men and women who appear to hate the departments and agencies they are supposed to oversee, plus a governing plan that may rely on testing the tolerance of the federal judiciary for totally unparalleled assertions of supreme presidential powers. And Trump's MAGA base should also cool its jets a bit. There's certainly a degree of triumphalism in the air that really isn't justified by the electoral returns. Consider this take from Real Clear Politics columnist Frank Mealy, who suggests Trump follow the U.S. Civil War model for subduing enemies. This time around, Trump knows he only has 4 years to fulfill his plans, so he's moving with lightning speed to do exactly what Abraham Lincoln accomplished in his 4 years in the White House: unite the country by demonstrating strength, wisdom, and patriotism. Lincoln's Confederate enemies, to be clear, seceded from this union and launched a violent attack on United States military facilities that led to a conflict that killed over 2% of our nation's population, followed by the military occupation of what were deemed to be rebel areas. If Trump and his supporters believe that's the kind of mandate the 47th president has somehow been given by a minority of Americans, we are all in a lot of trouble. Especially since Trump kicked off the work week on Monday by declaring that evening he would impose 25% tariffs on all goods from Canada and Mexico and an additional 10% on Red China if they did not stop what he claimed was illegal immigration and fentanyl smuggling. But although he has called tariffs the most beautiful word in the dictionary, he'll eat those words, you just mark mine. About 69% of Americans think tariffs on imports will lead to higher prices, according to the polls I'm sourcing right now. According to the Harris poll, 2/3 of Americans know that Donald Trump's tariff plans will only add to rising costs if implemented, and many are planning purchases ahead of his inauguration, anticipating higher prices. This survey was conducted online within these United States by the Harris poll from 14th through the 16th of November of 2024 among a nationally representative sample of 2,112 U.S. adults. The sampling precision of Harris online polls is measured by using a Bayesian credible interval. For this study, the data for this population is accurate within plus/minus 2.5 percentage points using a 95% confidence level. The majority of Democrats, 79%, Independents, 68%, and Republicans, at 59%, all believe that tariffs will increase the prices of the goods they pay for in these United States. Nearly the same percentage of respondents said that tariffs will have a significant effect on what they can afford. The Harris poll raises questions about the popularity of one of Trump's key economic policy platforms. During his presidential campaign, Donald Trump called for a broad 20% tariff on all foreign imports and a 60% tariff on Chinese imports. In October, when talking about tariffs, Trump said, "You see these empty old beautiful steel mills and factories that are empty and falling down. We're going to bring the companies back. We're going to lower taxes for companies that are going to make their products in the USA. And we're going to protect those companies with strong tariffs. Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, who played a key role in Trump's campaign, will be the cabinet member carrying out Trump's tariff plans as Commerce Secretary. While Lutnick has been supportive of Trump's tariff talk on the campaign trail, he told CNBC in October that tariffs should not be put on the goods that these United States does not already produce. At the time, Lutnick said, "When you're running for office, you make broad statements so people understand you. Tariffs are an amazing tool for the president to use." Now, economists largely disagree with Trump's argument that tariffs will mean a significant uptick in domestic manufacturing. Companies will likely simply pass increased costs on to customers. Americans seem to think so too. Over three-quarters, 76%, of those polled said they believe companies will pass along the price of tariffs to consumers. Tariffs could cost American households an additional $2,600 a year, according to the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Multiple executives have already said tariffs will mean higher prices. Walmart's chief financial officer, John David Rainey, said there probably will be cases where prices will go up for consumers with tariffs. Lowe's CFO, chief financial officer, Brandon Sink, has said that tariffs certainly would add product costs. Price increases from tariffs would affect American households already battered from decades-high inflation that was seen in 2022. Though the rate of inflation has gone down significantly, prices remain high. Only 35% of Americans in the poll said they feel comfortable with their earnings and savings. John Grzima, CEO of the Harris Poll, said, "Tariffs look great on a campaign rally, but not in the grocery store or in the dealer showroom. Passing tariffs along in the form of higher prices will be highly unpopular and likely to dampen consumption." Nearly half of Americans, at 44%, told Harris that they are planning purchases ahead of Trump entering office in case he ends up implementing tariffs. And two-thirds, 62%, said they feel they have to adjust their 2025 financial plans for these incoming tariffs. The trend was particularly pronounced among younger Americans and people of color. The poll also showed some voters do not know how tariffs work at all. Although 78% of Americans felt confident they understood what a tariff is, only 48% correctly answered that American companies pay the tariffs. Nearly half of Republicans, 47%, being the idiots they are, that's why they're fucking Republican, incorrectly said that foreign countries are responsible for paying tariffs, compared with 32% of the much higher educated Democrats. God, Republicans are fucking stupid. Hey, if you're a Republican out there, eat shit, bark at the moon. You're one dumb son of a bitch.
Hell awaits them.
Yeah, thank you. Though tariffs appear to be more popular among Republicans because they're too fucking dumb, so dumb they think other countries will pay for something that's arrayed against themselves, just like when Trump said the Mexicans will pay for our wall. Like, that's like saying the prisoners will pay to erect the prison that is being built. That will come out of the prisoners' own salaries. And therefore taxpayers will pay nothing to build prisons. It's an insane proposition only an idiot would believe.
That'd be like the Chinese saying, "We'll get the Mongolians to build our Great Wall for us."
There, thank you. Beautiful, excellent analogy. Now, even with their idiocy at the forefront, just 51% of Republicans said tariffs will have a positive impact on the economy. 27% of independents and 20% of Democrats thought the same, which shows you how many, that's still a frightening number of idiots. Now, these findings may seem surprising given Trump's convincing win and his repeated pledge to impose tariffs. However, a previous Harris poll conducted in September for The Guardian found tariffs were not popular even among Republicans. Only 24% of those polled, 34% of Republicans and 16% of Democrats, being, averaged out, selected tariffs on all foreign goods as an economic proposal that would strengthen the economy. But this is what brings us back to what seems to be a emergently favorite topic, or at least topic of interest. The national treasure! Like the film with the idiot who, I can't stand, the Jewish actor. What the fuck is his name? Nick Cage. Yeah, national treasure. Bitcoin edition. The crypto plot against America's gold reserves. Here's a news alert. A Trump picks crypto conflict. Howard Lutnick's Cantor Fitzgerald recently invested in the crypto firm Tether. Trump's Commerce Secretary pick is getting closer to a crypto firm being investigated by the feds. President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Commerce Department is moving to deepen the ties between his company and the firm behind the world's largest stablecoin, Tether. Now, the crypto industry was one of the biggest spenders in the 2024 election. It practically single-handedly purchased a United States Senate seat in Ohio, turfing out Labor's most reliable senator, Sherrod Brown, with $40 million in advertising. And it convinced Donald Trump to make a 180-degree turn, a 180, with a big sack of campaign contributions. Now, back in 2021, Trump said crypto was a scam. Well, he would know. But now he has his own coin. His media site is in discussions to buy a crypto exchange, and he's fully bought into the claims that the industry is overregulated. So now that crypto has purchased a president, and along with him a great political influence, it's time to cash in. How might this happen? The basic idea is to turn the American government into the biggest crypto bag holder of all time. If the plan goes through, hundreds of billions of dollars of public assets will be spent or leveraged to buy 1 million bitcoins, allowing the tiny minority of Bitcoin moguls to finally cash out their holdings into real fucking money. It would be one of the biggest upward transfers of wealth in world history. At the Financial Times, Topi Nangle explains the various plans. One idea is to loot the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which is largely under the president's own control and has about $41 billion in net value. A much larger plan has been formally introduced by the crypto shill Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican from Wyoming. It's called the... I'm so sorry, Mother. I'm sorry I keep sighing. The Boosting Innovation, Technology, and Competitiveness Through Optimized Investment Nationwide. That's acronymous as BITCOIN. Get it? Boosting Innovation, Technology, and Competitiveness Through Optimized Investment Nationwide. BITCOIN. Bitcoin! That's the acronym Act. The Bitcoin Act! The Bitcoin fucking Act! Federal! A federal act for an illegal currency. And it identifies several public assets that might be drained. One idea is to reduce the capital reserve requirements at the Federal Reserve itself from $6.8 billion to $2.4 billion overnight. Another is to skim off the Fed's $6 billion in annual money printing profits. This is the last bank heist. After this, there'll be nothing left to steal. You'll all be left with nothing. And I'll laugh because I told you so. But none of you fucking listened. Don't listen to him! He's the son of Hitler! Have I ever steered you wrong? But the biggest part of the program is to revalue America's gold reserves. The U.S. government maintains a stockpile of about 261 million troy ounces of gold, or about 8,133 metric tons, in Fort Knox and other facilities. This is valued by statute at $42.22 per ounce, or $11 billion in total. But the market price of gold, at the time I'm talking at you right now, is $2,631 per every goddamn ounce. That's more than 55 times as much, or a total of 688 billion United States dollars, motherfuckers. Loomis proposes the Treasury issue new gold certificates based on the market price and use the resulting cash at current prices to buy up bitcoins. In total, her bill would require the United States federal government $677 billion United States dollars to buy up 200,000 bitcoins a year for 5 years until a strategic reserve of 1 million bitcoins would be accumulated. Are you fucking hearing me, people? Are you fucking listening? Are you fucking bloody opening your ears and that empty space between those ears in your skull to hear what I'm forewarning you about this Thanksgiving Day? That only Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, knows this is going to happen. And I'm the only one on earth who's telling you that this is the biggest bank heist in recorded human history, and you're all going to be robbed, and you'll all be left with nothing. And all of this is so revealing on so many fucking levels. Just the several levels we could cover now. The whole ideology of cryptocurrency is that it's supposed to be outside the alleged corruption of governments or the extant financial system. Instead of transactions taking place on platforms run by Wall Street and regulated by the DC swamp, fiercely independent crypto entrepreneurs would build new businesses doing something out in a fresh economic Wild West. So why on earth would buccaneering crypto people want the government scooping up 1 million bitcoins, or about 5% of all that exist? The reason is so obvious. So paper Bitcoin billionaires can cash out their holdings into real fucking money without tanking the goddamn market. Bitcoin wealth is much more concentrated than dollar wealth. While the top 100th of households own about 30% of United States dollar wealth, the top 10,000th of Bitcoin wallet addresses hold about 27% of the coin. And because one entity can own more than one wallet, and wallets can be hard to identify, it's probably even more concentrated than that. You can bet your sweet ass. As a result, the Bitcoin market is exceptionally illiquid. The last 24 hours saw roughly a piddling 660,000 transactions in Bitcoin, and something like 70% of Bitcoins have not moved in at least a fucking year. That is made worse by how expensive and slow Bitcoin transactions are. By way of comparison, Amazon.bomb, which has a similar market capitalization, has seen about 40 million daily trades of its stock over the last few days. Bitcoin has a nominal market capitalization of 1.9 trillion US dollars, the number of extant coins times the market price. But at present, if these enormous accounts were to cash out, the price would collapse. Crypto boosters themselves were worried that this would happen if the government were to sell off its comparatively tiny batch of 69,370 bitcoins, which it mostly owns as a result of the seizure of Ross Dread Pirate Roberts' Ulbricht's assets for attempted contract mass murder. Someone Trump wants to pardon, by the way. The fundamental value of Bitcoin is zero. Nada. Zip. Even by crypto standards, the coin is terrible. It is exceptionally annoying to acquire. Transactions are both extremely slow and cost hundreds of times more than a bank transfer. The coins are easy to lose forever, as has happened to perhaps 20% of all coins ever minted. And making new ones is wasteful on a world historic scale. The only reason its price is so high is a speculative frenzy fueled by it being the first major cryptocurrency, a fake aura of technological innovation, and a sort of cult around Bitcoin's mysterious creator, Satoshi Nakamoto, who I can guarantee you is no Japanese Yakuza or even Japanese. Therefore, for early Bitcoin adopters sitting on vast piles of purely speculative assets, there is an enormous structural need to get new suckers into the market, and that would be you! For anyone concerned about the corrosive role of money in politics, think about what this means. The crypto industry spent something on the order of $100 million in this election to install a puppet government that will lure sacrificial lambs to a digital asset slaughterhouse and make a handful of big Bitcoin hoarders generationally wealthy in the exchange. In his masterpiece documentary on the crypto ecosystem, Dan Olson points out it is certainly not a coincidence that crypto-adjacent products like NFT, non-fungible tokens, require you to buy cryptocurrency to participate. Every time an NFT, a digital token that has a unique one-of-one identifier differentiating it from any other blockchain token, is created, a new bag holder is minted. But the number of people who can be induced to pick up crypto to get a fake receipt, that is an NFT, for a grotesque ape picture you don't actually own is limited to a few idiots. In any case, most NFT transactions take its place on Ethereum because it is so much easier to use. But no one has deeper pockets than the federal government. No need to directly pick the pockets of suckers looking for a get-rich-quick scheme if you can pick everyone's pockets indirectly by looting a vast store of treasure held in trust for the American people. It's a logical endpoint for a technology whose sole meaningful use case is enabling criminal extortion and money laundering. Finally, carrying out the bank robber's dream of draining the value in Fort Knox. Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick is discussing receiving support from Tether for its planned program that will allow clients to borrow money using Bitcoin as collateral, as reported by Bloomberg News. This initiative will start with $2 billion in federal funding, your tax dollars, although it could eventually grow to tens of billions of your dollars. The firm has also struck a deal to invest in the crypto giant, as reported by the Wall Street Journal on Saturday, which gave Cantor about a 5% ownership in Tether, valued at as much as $600 million. Cantor, which is majority owned by Lutnick himself, holds most of Tether's $134 billion in assets in exchange for tens of millions of dollars of fees annually. If Lutnick is confirmed to his post by the Senate, he will step down from his positions at Cantor Newark and BGC Group. At least that's what he said in a statement after Trump announced his nomination. He would also hand over control of his company to colleagues at the firm. Lutnick's son, Brandon Lutnick, works at Cantor as a trader and previously interned with Tether in Lugano, Switzerland, where he reportedly counted the gold bars Tether keeps in a vault buried inside a mountain. Imagine that. Imagine that. The Swiss get to keep their gold, but you're going to lose yours. You know where it's going to go? Where do you think, you dumb fuck? Bloody fucking Switzerland. And you're just sitting there like an idiot. You make me sick. You make me sick. The fact that I am stranded in North America with you black and white savages. Among you fucking degenerate apes. While you allow yourselves to have what little gold is behind the dollar be taken away. And you'll be left with a worthless asset without an asset. How do you fucking even breed? Because understand that currently Lutnick works with Trump as a co-leader of his transition team, helping vet and choose candidates to serve in the incoming administration. That gives Lutnick significant influence over Trump's second administration, which is poised to be much friendlier to cryptocurrency than President Joe Biden's White House. Trump has made a number of promises to the crypto industry, including a pledge to establish a strategic national Bitcoin reserve. Tether told the Wall Street Journal that it is laughable that Lutnick's involvement would translate to influence over regulatory actions. Tether, known for its 1-to-1 ratio backing with the United States dollar, has become a preferred medium for criminals to move money and has repeatedly come under investigation for just that reason. In October, the U.S. Treasury Department and the Department of Justice began probing Tether for possible sanction and anti-money laundering rule violations. Sanctions against Tether would prevent Americans from doing business with the company. Good. Noting that it works with international law enforcement agencies to combat illicit activity, Tether told the Wall Street Journal in October that to suggest that Tether is somehow involved in aiding criminal actors or sidestepping sanctions is outrageous. Now, these groups include Russian arms companies, Middle Eastern terrorist organizations like Hamas, and North Korea's nuclear program. They've all used Tether and other cryptocurrencies. Now, newly unsealed court records, first reported by 404 Media, prove that the FBI is investigating a money laundering organization using crypto brokers to move money for major Mexicano cartels, including the Sinaloa cartel. The FBI believes more than $52 million in drug proceeds were laundered between 2021 and 2023. I guess Trump doesn't care about erecting any digital firewalls, so the Mexicanos can invade America and loot us with no problemo. And Trump's okay. I'm just at the end of it. I don't know where to go. Come on. At any rate, let's get a bit more personal then. We can talk about the rise and fall of Matt Gaetz in 8 Wild Days. I mean, that nomination stunned Washington, triggering a political roller coaster that turned into a bumpy ride for Trump's transition team. Gaetz blames McCarthy. After a flurry of nominations in recent days, Trump now has chosen most of the people he wants to serve on his cabinet, including Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of Florida, whom he named as his pick for Attorney General just hours after the former Florida Representative Matt Gaetz withdrew from the nomination on Thursday, saying he did not want to be a distraction for the Trump transition. Now, Gaetz's decision came as Senate Republicans voiced mounting concerns with him amid a swirling ethics probe into allegations that he had participated in drug-fueled sex parties with underage girls. Well, imagine that. Many members of the Senate had said they wanted to know more about the House Ethics report before voting in what was sure to have been a messy confirmation hearing. I mean, and it would have been no fun either. No drugs and no underage girls. Still, Gaetz said he blames one man for the pushback. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, the Bakersfield Republican. Now, Gates, a hard-right Republican who complained that McCarthy worked across the political aisle too often, played a central role in ousting him last year from the Speaker's position, and McCarthy has made his ire for Gates clear since then. In an interview with conservative podcaster Charlie Kirk late last week, Gates said of the Senate, "I was dealing with a politically motivated body." I don't think he was talking about the underage girls. "They didn't like me because of what I did." Maybe he is talking about the underage girls. "To Kevin McCarthy." Oh, okay. No, not the girls. "All of them were handpicked by Kevin McCarthy. They had an axe to grind, man. This is going to serve as at least enough of a basis to delay my confirmation as Attorney General. If the things that were in the ethics report were true, I would be under indictment and probably in a prison cell. But of course they're false." Now, Gates, who resigned from the current 118th Congress this month, also ended speculation that he might return to the White House. Well, to the House, I mean to say. Not the White House, but the House, since he was just re-elected to serve in the next Congress, because, his voters love him for being a human child sex trafficker. He said he will not return. I mean, if I had all those young girls to fuck at a whim, I wouldn't return either. I mean, what the fuck for? Why wasn't he just fucking the girls? I don't get it. Why are you in politics? It sounds like you're enjoying life already. I mean, anyhow, here's what you need to know before sunrise. 3 big ways Trump could collide with my golden California. 3 California constituencies may be on a collision course with Trump. Farmers, Hollywood unions, and EV drivers. By now it's old news. Trump's re-election promises to revive his rivalry with my golden state nation of California, the only former republic to be a state in the union besides Texas. At any rate, he's not only coming into conflict with California, but our elected leaders. Ryan is a journalist that I've sourced that has covered this in over the years since the first administration of Trump. And of course, I myself will continue reporting on the impact Trump's new administration will have on your lives and wallets in the coming years. But tonight, I want to get into some specifics. 3 different groups of Californians are bracing for Trump 2.0. Farmers, Hollywood unions, and electric vehicle drivers. Let's start with Hollywood unions, which are facing a triple threat: Trump, AI, and production slowdown. Trump's administration could give media executives latitude to take a harder line in bargaining. David Smith, professor of economics at the Pepperdine Graziadio Business School, told them, clearly there's going to be less protections for workers and less regulatory oversight for business practices. When that goes into effect and whether that is a priority for the new Trump administration are open questions. That's what he told the Fourth Estate. The Hollywood unions are anxiously awaiting an answer with big implications for Southern California's economy. Though the actors' and writers' guilds were able to secure contracts last year, technicians and craftspeople are pressing their own demands for a better deal. That means video game performers, visual effects artists, intimacy coordinators, the people who direct the sex scenes, and more. That brings us into porn. And by the way, the Animation Guild reached a tentative deal with Hollywood studios just the day before yesterday. The labor discord has been fueled by several forces, including the rising cost of living in Southern California, the outsourcing of jobs to other states and countries, and the spread of artificial intelligence technology that many see as a threat to jobs. Next, let's talk about Trump. Says he wants to end tax rebates for EV, or electric vehicular drivers. My Golden State's Governor Newsom plans to step in. Newsom wants to give EV rebates if Trump kills them. Governor Gavin Newsom is positioning California as a foil to Trump's plan for a tectonic far-right policy shift, laying the groundwork for resistance on everything from deportations to regulation rollbacks. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to end EV tax credits, but in recent months, he has softened his tone a little. After all, Tesla chief executive Elon Musk has his ear. Governor Gavin Newsom says California is prepared to offer state tax rebates for electric vehicle purchases if Trump ends the federal EV tax credit of up to $7,500 per car or truck. Here's how the tax credit works right now. The credits run as high as $7,500 per car or truck, but only those that are assembled in these United States, with a certain percentage of battery and other parts made in countries with which the American empire has trade agreements. Newsom released his statement the day before yesterday, saying he would try to revive a California electric vehicle tax credit that the state phased out in 2023, should the federal rebate be eliminated. In a statement, Newsom said, "We're not turning back on clean transportation future. We're going to make it more affordable for people to drive vehicles that don't pollute." Newsom's statement saying that the money could come from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is funded by polluters under the state's cap and trade program. But it has been reported that the fund pays for clean transportation, sustainable housing, renewable energy, water recycling, and other programs, and any new EV rebate would have to compete with those programs for the funds. Now, via a statement issued on Monday to counter Trump's tariffs threat that opened our work week, our Democratic governor delivered a plan that squarely touches on Elon Musk's Tesla, a rebate for electric vehicle buyers if Trump repeals a federal subsidy. Our true blue governor said that state-funded rebates could come from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is funded by polluters under the state's cap and trade program. But, as I said, that fund pays for clean transportation, sustainable housing, renewable energy, water recycling, and other programs. So, like I'm saying, any new electric vehicle rebates will have to compete with and take money from those other programs. I'm not quite sure I like where Governor Newsom's coming from, and this guy's going to be running for president someday. The Tesla chief executive, Elon Musk, a key advisor and financial backer of the incoming president, who's got his tongue inside of Trump's ears so far that he's cleaning it out of wax, has said he supports ending consumer tax credits for electric vehicles for obvious reasons. This brings us to Tesla's very dirty secret trail of muck and menace. Elon Musk's almost impossible math does not add up, other than to Tesla's mucky brown slick and other sins. A central part of the evangelism around Tesla is that the electric car maker will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by replacing internal combustion engines. But the company has been embroiled in conflict with local governments in Texas and California over its own air pollution problem. Despite CEO Elon Musk's claims that he has done more for the environment than any single human on Earth, the factories that produce Teslas have racked up mountains of violations over toxic waste spewing into land, sea, and air. Musk has frequently criticized regulations aimed to prevent the environmental damage that he says is necessary for innovation. That, while Elon Musk has big return-to-office plans for federal employees, and he's saying the quiet part out loud. Elon Musk publicized the names of government employees he wants to cut. It's terrifying federal workers. It's actually terrorizing them. When President-elect Donald Trump said Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy would recommend major cuts to the federal government in his administration, Many public employees knew that their jobs could be on the line. Now they have a new fear, becoming the personal targets of the world's second richest man next to Vladimir Putin and his legions of followers in either case. Because Trump and his cultists and the Republican insurgency are simply a Russian fifth column on our shores. Now, when President-elect Donald Trump said Elon Musk and his yellow house nigger Vivek Ramaswamy would recommend major cuts to the federal government in his administration, with all these public employees knowing that their jobs could be on the line, their sudden terrorism by this Russian fifth column run by an asset in the person of Elon Musk. Well, yesterday, last week, in the midst of the flurry of his daily missives, Musk reposted X posts that revealed the names and titles of people holding 4 relatively obscure climate-related government positions. Each post has been viewed tens of millions of times, and the individuals named have been subjected to a barrage of negative attention. At least one of the 4 women named has been forced to delete all her social media accounts. By the way, what we're receiving from Nemo is producing the battery for a Tesla generates between 5,291 and 35,273 pounds of CO2 emissions. That's about 3 times higher than the emissions to manufacture a gas-powered car. Thank you. I mean, that fucking says it all. This isn't environmental. This is anti-godly shit. These are the Edomites, people. They're out to completely destroy you, destroy our world. They're not to be trusted in the least. As a matter of fact, they are your enemy. Tesla is your enemy. The muskrat is your enemy. Now, as I said about these targeted government employees, these victimized feds who are simply doing their job and being terrorized by a madman with an unlimited amount of money. Why, it's similar to my being terrorized and all those around me by Stephen Outram, another idiot who can only dream of being but a muskrat turd, because he's done nothing in his life. Stephen Outram, except rim out Elon Musk. Now, all that being said, about these 4 victims I've just not named, although the information Musk posted on those government positions is available through public online databases, these posts target otherwise unknown government employees and roles that do not even deal directly with the public. Several current federal employees told CNN they're afraid their lives will be forever changed, including physically threatened, as Musk makes behind-the-scenes bureaucrats into personal targets. Others told the press that the threat of being in Musk's crosshairs might even drive them from their jobs entirely, achieving Musk's smaller government goals without so much as a proper review. Indeed, he's cutting down the government through terrorism. Everett Kelly, presidentess of the American Federation of Government Employees, which represents more than 800,000 of the 2.3 million civilian federal employees, said these tactics are aimed at sowing terror and fear at federal employees. It's intended to make them fearful that they will become afraid to speak up. This isn't new misbehavior for the muskrat, who has often singled out individuals who he claims have made mistakes or stand in his way. One former federal employee, previously targeted by Musk, said she experienced something very similar. Mary Missy Cummings, an engineering and computer science professoress at George Mason University, who drew Musk's ire because of her criticisms of Tesla when she was at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, said it's his way of intimidating people to either quit or also send a signal to all the other agencies that you're next. And he goes dark after the attacks. Last week, Musk reposted an account with the handle FENTAZL and the name Data Hazard, which describes itself as unincorporated think tank, focus, government efficiency, civil rights, victim advocacy. With a partial screen grab of an employee and her location, one of these posts reads, "I don't think the U.S. taxpayers should pay for the employment of a director of climate diversification, parentheses, she/her, at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation." Musk, who called himself super pro-climate in an X post last year, reposted and commented, "So many fake jobs." In other words, he's talking to himself like Richard K. Cole Jr. He's truly schizophrenic. The post has received more than 33 million views and a storm of negative comments. Some called the role a fraud job, and others demanded Musk's Department of Government Efficiency cut jobs like it. One user commented, "Gravy train is over." It appears the woman Musk targeted has since gone dark on social media, shutting down her accounts. The agency, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, says it supports investing in climate mitigation, resilience, and adaptation in low-income countries experiencing the most devastating effects of climate change. A DFC official said that the agency does not comment on individual personnel positions or matters. Musk also called out the Department of Energy's chief climate officer in its loan programs office. The office funds fledgling energy technologies in need of early investment and awarded $465 million to Tesla Motors in 2010, helping to position Musk's electric vehicle company as an EV industry leader. The chief climate officer works across agencies to reduce barriers and enable clean energy deployment, according to her online bio. Another woman, they're all women. He's attacking women relentlessly because the muskrat is a misogynist. But this woman serves as senior advisor on environmental justice and climate change at the Department of Health and Human Services. She was another Musk target. HHS, Health and Human Services, focuses on protecting the public health from pollution and other environmental hazards, especially in low-income communities and communities of color that are experiencing a higher share of exposures and impacts, because the whites just shit all over everybody else. The office first launched at Health and Human Services under the Biden administration in 2022. A senior advisor to climate at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the HUD or the HUD, was also singled out. The original X-Post said this woman should not be paid $181,648 by the U.S. taxpayer to be the climate advisor at HUD. Musk reposted with the comment, "But maybe her advice is amazing," followed by 2 laughing emojis. Like, there's no describing this idiot. There's no words for this prick. I reached out myself to all 4 federal employees who all these women have either declined comment or were simply unable to be reached. I fear that one of them has been murdered and that the other has been driven to suicide. I also reached out, therefore, to HHS, DOE, and HUD, Health and Human Services, the Department of Energy, and Housing and Urban Development for comment. And, of course, Elon Musk's own echo bubble, X, never responded to my email seeking comment. Funny thing, though, you can ask Brooke Gibson. He responded to her once about animal cruelty and then deleted his comment. Now, the AFGE, that's a government union. Therefore, it's a public union. The American Federation of Government Employees public union pointed out that as a federal contractor, Musk himself has benefited incalculably from government programs, with $750 billion fucking dollars per year spent on federal contractors compared to about $200 billion for the civilian federal workforce in its totality. That's why the aforecited Kelly said, we are a comparative steal, and we want to help clean it up as well. But they're putting people in harm's way. Musk has done this kind of thing before, and it's led to real danger for the people named out. I have myself reached out to multiple experts and academics who specialize in cyber harassment, doxing, and online abuse, but several declined to comment on the record for fear of themselves becoming Musk's target. How can we as free citizens allow a super wealthy Jew boy a South African Jew boy who's an illegal immigrant, to terrorize us from being able to speak our minds? How does this fucking work? Are we living in America? One of them said, what has happened is an incredible and horrific chilling effect. Another said they are not surprised with Musk's reposts, adding they are an example of a classic pattern of cyber harassment. By the way, the yellow house nigger, Ramaswamy, never directly responded to my questions about signaling out individual federal employees, but he did tell CNN, most federal employees, like most human beings, are fundamentally good people and deserve to be treated with respect. But the real problem is the bureaucracy. Our opponent is not any particular individual. Our opponent is the bureaucracy. Tell that to the white man who fucks you up the ass. The white man who's got his hand up your ass and is feeding you one-liners, you little puppet house nigger. Now, in a follow-up post, the FENTAZL account, which itself is anonymous, wrote, it goes without saying that you should not harass someone solely because they hold a senior government plum job that should probably not exist. But senior government officials are not mere rank-and-file employees. We deserve to know who is running our government and what they do. Now, Missy Cummings, who was also one of the first female fighter pilots in the United States Navy, said she felt an obligation to speak out, angering Musk when she was appointed a senior advisor at the NHTSA because her research and public comments were critical of Tesla's driver assist programs, and she had called for regulating the systems. And for those of you who don't know, the NHTSA is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So she's out there to protect you, and Musk is out there to take her out. Take her down, or if necessary, take her out. Musk targeted Cummings on what was then called Twitter, and his legions of fans followed. In an interview, Cummings said she received a torrent of attacks, including death threats, and had to temporarily relocate before she eventually moved. Cummings said she already knows of federal employees who have dedicated their lives to civil service, already quitting their jobs in anticipation of what's to come. He intended for them, for people just like this, to be intimidated and just go ahead and quit, so he didn't have to fire them and reward them unemployment. So his plan, to some extent, is already working. Somebody has got to speak out. I'm just not going to let him win on this point. Well, that's a female fighter pilot for you. And the return to office debate got a bit spicier last week with Elon Musk's latest promise to make the government more efficient. In an op-ed published by the Wall Street Journal, the billionaire appointed to head up the new DOGE, I'll call it DOGE, D-O-G-E, Department of Government Efficiency, along with his...
I think it's pronounced Doge, but call it whatever.
Yeah, oh, I know that correctly it's pronounced Doge, but I'm going to call it dodgy because it's dodgy.
Right. Don't give him the satisfaction. Yeah, it's dodgy.
Thank you. Along with his yellow nigger co-lead Vivek Ramaswamy, in this Wall Street Journal op-ed, this opinion editorial column laid out their plans to reduce the overall size of the government and cut costs. And one part of that blueprint included mandating a full return to office for all federal workers. They wrote, requiring federal employees to come to the office 5 days a week would result in a wave of voluntary terminations that we welcome. If federal employees don't want to show up, American taxpayers shouldn't pay them for the COVID-era privilege of staying home. In doing so, Musk and Ramaswamy seem to be openly announcing what some critics have long argued is a disguised impetus behind strict RTO, or return to office mandates. Job cuts. One survey this year of more than 1,500 American managers found that a quarter of C-suite executives were hoping that return to office policies would encourage employees to voluntarily quit. Talk about downsizing. After all, it's certainly cheaper than having to do layoffs and pay severance. Other CEOs have discussed potential attrition due to 5-day RTO mandates. Last month, Amazon Web Services CEO Matt Garman told staffers during an all-hands meeting that it's okay if people don't want to work in an office environment because there are other companies around. That led many employees to sign an open letter to corporate leadership noting his remarks were inconsistent with the experiences of many employees and misrepresenting the realities of working at Amazon. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy pushed back against allegations that the company's RTO requirement was an excuse to lay off workers and said the decision was not a cost play. The federal government is our nation's largest employer, with over 2.2 million civilian staffers. Until now, each agency has been able to decide what workplace policy works best for them. Of the total number of federal workers, roughly half work on site. That's according to an August report from the United States Office of Management and Budget that I'm sourcing. While remaining employees are eligible for remote work, the report has found that only 228,000, or roughly 10%, were in remote positions where there was no expectation that they work in person. And those who have the option to work remotely spent about 60% of working hours in person at various job sites. Now, it's unclear if Musk and Ramaswamy will actually be able to implement a 5-day RTO for federal workers. And of course, the question remains, will these CEOs return to the office themselves? That's yet to be seen. Donald Trump and the Tesla boss aren't the first to take a wrecking ball to government. They'd be wise to learn from China's tragic experience. Trump and right-wing allies like Elon Musk delight in portraying themselves as governmental revolutionaries. But they are hardly the first leaders to attempt to blow up a deep state they see as coddled, inefficient, and ideologically opposed to their agenda. They would be wise to consider the record of such assaults more closely. Takeist Mao Zedong and the Cultural Revolution, for example. Now, the tech billionaire Elon Musk has promised to slash government waste and inefficiency and balance the budget through his Trump-approved independent task force known as the Department of Government Efficiency, or acronymous as what I pronounce as DAJI, named after an internet meme, more correctly pronounced Doji or Doggy. But many of their examples of government waste are misleading. And worse, the simple math of their promises doesn't add up. On Musk's X platform, Doji's official account wrote, in FY 2023, meaning fiscal year 2023, the U.S. government spent $6.16 trillion while only bringing in $4.47 trillion. This is a government, you idiot. It's not a fucking business. They're not there to make a profit. The last budget surplus was in 2001. Under Democrats, no less. Imagine that. This trend must be reversed, and we must balance the budget. That's a reactionary obsession. Has nothing to do with reality. People all over the world live all their lives in debt and die in debt. And the world goes on. In other words, as Glenn Kessler wrote for the Washington Post fact checker, Musk is vowing to cut nearly $2 trillion from the annual budget. That's, their words, almost impossible if you take even a cursory look at where the government actually spends money. The three biggest federal expenditures are Social Security at $1.45 trillion, the Department of Defense and Department of Veterans Affairs at $1.1 trillion, and Medicare at $900 billion. Interest payments on the national debt are another $900 billion. And while you can make small cuts in some of these programs, all four of these categories are expected to increase over the next decade as the population ages. The remainder of the budget is everything else: Medicaid, food aid, grants to states for various partnerships and projects, scientific research, critical agencies like the National Weather Service, and the list goes on. For DAJI to meet its promise of balancing the budget absent new tax increases, and Trump has pledged to cut taxes on top of all this, pretty much the entire rest of the federal government that isn't defense and retirement programs would have to be eliminated. In other words, you wouldn't have a fucking government. You'd have a military and a welfare state for seniors. And that's it. DAJI has put forward a number of examples of government spending it considers to be wasteful, but aside from the cost of these programs being negligible, many of them are more useful than Musk is making them sound. Exempli gratiae. DAJI criticized a $2.5 million Super Bowl ad for the census. But in fact, as noted by the aforecited Kessler, for every 1% increase in mail-in responses the Census Bureau received, it would save $85 million sending workers door to door to collect information. So what appears to be a waste of money was intended to reduce spending over time. Hey, Elon motherfucker. You know who else was a disruptor? Chairman Mao. President-elect Donald Trump and allies like Elon Musk delight in portraying themselves as governmental revolutionaries. But they're hardly the first leaders to attempt to blow up a deep state they see as coddled, inefficient, and ideologically opposed to their agenda, and they'd be wise to consider the record of such heedless assaults more closely. The most dramatic similar experiment took place nearly 60 years ago in communist China on the Asian mainland, with predictably disastrous results. Megalomaniacal dictator Mao Zedong saw the bureaucrats in his government as obstacles to building a socialist workers' paradise. He suspected them of disloyalty and feared they would undermine his radical agenda of continuous revolution. And that's why one of Trump's own men, one of the king's men, or president's men if you will, says build your army. And he ain't talking about the one we got. Senate Republicans are a bit nervous about Tulsi Gabbard as intel chief, while Trump's Pentagon pick wants Christian nationalist boot camps for kids. This, while Russia's defense ministry threatened a response to Ukraine's recent attacks using U.S.-supplied ATACMS missiles on aero defense units in the Kursk border region. The Russian Empire has stated that Ukraine fired 5 of the U.S.-made long-range missiles on Saturday, targeting an S-400 battalion near Lotorevka, northwest of Kursk. 12 of the projectiles hit their targets, damaging a radar and resulting in casualties, according to the Kremlin. With Kiev's forces on the back foot in Vladimir Putin's 33-month-long war, one in which Russians have killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians, the outgoing Biden administration authorized the use of the missiles. Putin, who recently called in North Korean forces to fight for him, has resumed threats to use of nuclear weapons. Amid all this, Tulsi Gabbard's Vladimir Putin mania may be catching up to her. Punchbowl News reports that Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators have privately discussed wanting to get their hands on the former congresswoman turned right-winger's full FBI file. Donald Trump's choice to head the U.S. intelligence apparatus has a spotty history of troublesome positions on our foreign policy. Particularly problematic for Senate conservatives are Gabbard's positions on exonerating whistleblower/traitor who committed espionage, Edward Snowden, in tandem with her history of parroting Russian talking points. She has also promoted straight Russian propaganda, like the conspiracy theory that the United States has secret biolabs in the Ukraine. The implication here is that while it is public knowledge that Russian agent Alina Branson seemed to really be focused on Gabbard's presidential campaign, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent senators might be worried there are more problematic surprises in the file. Republican Senator Mike Rounds, a member of the Intelligence Committee, told the Fourth Estate, "I start out saying, okay, this is an individual the president wants on his team. But now let's talk about information that maybe the president didn't have, of information that comes up, and at that stage, do we advise the president to look elsewhere, or do we offer our consent?" Fellow Senate Intelligence Committee member Susan Collins has said that Gabbard is a nominee that illustrates the importance of a full background check, a public hearing, and the constitutional role of the Senate. Of course, Collins has the integrity of discount toilet paper. Republican Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa described the choice of Gabbard for intelligence chief as interesting, and Texas Republican John Cornyn said, "I have no doubt that she's a patriot, having served in the military. But those are responsibilities in the position of trust for the nation. We need to understand and get all those answers to those questions." Gabbard was also placed on a Transportation Security Administration watch list earlier this year, meaning she's basically on a no-fly list to a degree. The TSA's Quiet Skies list adds additional security checks for customers. Gabbard claims the move was retribution for being such an anti-establishment threat. Sources tell the American press that it was more likely that Gabbard's various foreign travels and activities triggered the algorithm that put Trump's intelligence pick on that list. In a statement to the Fourth Estate, the TSA did not confirm Gabbard's inclusion on the list, but did say TSA's Quiet Skies program, which is not a terrorist watch list, leverages USG intelligence information and databases to apply screening measures to a limited number of passengers for a limited period of time. Simply matching to a risk-based rule does not constitute derogatory information about an individual. They're always covering the asses of these foreign spies. While none of Trump's appointments have fared well under even the slightest bit of scrutiny, Gabbard may be the next person to tumble. Meanwhile, Fox News personality Pete Hegseth, who President-elect Donald Trump has nominated to be the potential next defense secretary, recently called for radically transforming the public educational system in order to accommodate a Christian nationalist vision. In the interview promoting his own book titled The Battle for the American Mind, Hegseth agreed with host Toby Sumpter, who said, "I think we need to be thinking in terms of these classical Christian schools are as boot camps for winning back America." Using overtly militaristic language, Hegseth has said, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "That's what the crop of these classical Christian schools are going to do in a generation. Policy answers like school choice, while they're great, that's phase 2 stuff later on, once the foothold has been taken, once the recruits have graduated boot camp. We call it a tactical retreat. We draw out in the last part of the book what an educational insurgency would look like, because I was a counterinsurgency instructor in Afghanistan, and kind of the phrases that Mao Zedong wrote about. We're in middle phase 1 right now, which is effectively a tactical retreat where you regroup, consolidate, and reorganize. And as you do so, you build your army underground with the opportunity later on of taking offensive operations in an overt way. I mean, this guy is plotting the overthrow of the United States government and quoting a communist revolutionary, Mao Zedong. What have I been warning you people about? That the Republicans haven't chosen the color red for no goddamn good reason. Mark Coate pointed out that the conversation of public schools to the far-right Christian indoctrination spaces is already underway in some red states. She observed that Oklahoma Education Superintendent Ryan Walters is mandating that all schools show students a video in which he attacks the radical left and woke teachers' unions and delivers a lengthy prayer for the protection of Donald John Trump, who he says is the Messiah. She also noted that Walters has already proposed spending millions in taxpayer dollars on putting Trump's branded Bibles in public school classrooms. Now, by the way, I'm referencing or sourcing from the Salon writer for Salon magazine, Amanda Marcotte, or Mocote, according to whom she highlights Hegseth's remarks in a November episode of the Cross Politic podcast. In that podcast, which is hosted by two men with close ties to far-right chattel slavery apologist, Pastor Douglas Wilson, who says that, hey man, slavery was great. It was the only way to keep the black man regularly employed. And it's not like some black Uncle Tom saying this. Pastor Douglas Wilson is one white son of a bitch. And they all said Hegseth called for an educational insurgency, using communist terminology, of classical Christian schools. This must be that new commune Christianity I've never heard about. To quote as she, so far, this flagrant violation of the Constitution, which, by the way, separates church and state, just adding a note there, hasn't worked. The state attorney general stepped in and declared that Walters cannot mandate the viewing of his propaganda. Some school districts refused, though it's quite possible others gave in out of an unwillingness to fight with Walters to defend their own students. More importantly, this is just an escalation of an all-out effort by Walters to turn Oklahoma's public schools into exactly the boot camps, building up the army of Christian nationalists that Hegseth and his cronies imagine. And you know who they imagine they are going to be serving? The so-called Christian, Holy Roman, Russian Empire, the Third Rome of Orthodox, motherless Russia, which is an unholy empire if ever there was one, excommunicated by the Orthodox Church itself. Now, here's a news alert that's not being, well, it's not breaking, but it's broken. In every sense of the term. Trump's tariffs will hit hard, and the American policy of regime change in mainland China will backfire. Prices will go up on the $1.3 trillion worth of goods these United States imports from those countries. The tariff threat, Tariff Man is back. Donald Trump roiled the markets with more tariff threats. Trump is threatening sweeping new tariffs on imported goods from Canada, Les Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States, and the Communist Chinese Empire, solidifying a key campaign promise that can only have major impact on world trade. Now, on the tariffs themselves. On Monday, President-elect Donald Trump opened the work week by promising that these United States will inactively charge a 25% tax on all goods from Canada and Mexico starting on the first day in the office of his administration. Similarly, Trump said that Red China will face higher tariffs on its goods by 10% above any existing tariffs until it prevents the flow of illegal drugs into these United States. In a post on Truth Social published the day before yesterday, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump said that his incoming administration will impose a 25% tariff on all goods entering these United States from Canada and Mexico on his first day in office until they stop drugs and migrants from crossing over their borders with these United States. And in a separate post, Trump threatened that he would also seek to impose an additional 10% tariff on all products from Communist China on the Asian mainland. This policy change, if enacted, will wreak havoc on America's supply chains and industries reliant on goods from this country's closest trading partners. Although Trump has repeatedly said targeted foreign countries pay these tariffs, they are in fact paid by companies that purchase the imported goods. And those costs are typically passed on to you, the American consumers. Most mainstream economists believe tariffs will be inflationary and will cost the typical U.S. household well over $2,600 a year. As I said, that's conservative. Robert Reich has proven it'll be $4,000 fucking bucks. My own take? Trump's iconoclastic embrace of tariffs on imports from U.S. trade partners is at this point well known, as is the fact that he often uses the threat of exaggerated tariffs to gain concessions from those partners. It took just a couple of social media posts for Donald Trump to rattle markets across the world. He vowed to slap an additional 10% tariff on goods from Red China and 25% on all products from Mexico and Canada, all part of his mission to clamp down on migrants and illegal drugs flowing into these United States. The biggest uncertainty centers on whether Red China will reprise a playbook used during Trump's first trade war. And so, there's 3 things you need to know about why his plan has so many fucking haters. In reiteration, framing this proposal as a response to the ongoing fentanyl crisis, President-elect Donald Trump made his first specific threats to limit global trading, announcing an additional 10% tariff on goods from Red China and 25% on products from Mexico and Canada. Point. European and Asian stocks fell, reflecting worries that Trump's policies will hurt U.S. exporters. The Mexicano peso and Canadian dollar weakened. S&P, or Standard & Poor's 500 futures and treasuries, were flat. So long, the basement bounce. The basement bounce didn't last long. Just one day after markets cheered Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary as a Wall Street-friendly choice, someone that might even tame the threats of harsh tariffs, the incoming president reminded everyone who the boss is. Trump cast the tariffs as necessary to clamp down on migrants and illegal drugs flowing across borders, and the market reaction was swift. The Canadian dollar dropped to a 4-year low. The Mexicano peso sank to its weakest point since 2022. While U.S. trading was more restrained and Europe was left off the hook for now, it's still a warning sign for anyone who rushed into the market's riskiest fringes. No profit, no problem has been the mantra for traders who bid up a basket of loss-making technology stocks by almost 14% over 6 sessions, the most since February of 2023. Per Shoki Omori, chief desk strategist at Mizuho Securities Company in Tokyo, the impact from the Bessent appointment was overestimated by traders. Even if Bessent tries to handle the deficit, Trump in the end has ultimate power to impact the U.S.'s fiscal situation. It'll be a volatile 4 years for global assets. To Andrew Sliman, a portfolio manager at Morgan Stanley's investment management arm, the gambling spirits that have been on display reflect, in part, what typically happens in the honeymoon period following the election of a new president. Sliman told Bloomberg TV, once they start to put to pen and paper, you realize that not everything is perfect. That's when the market tends to pull back. President-elect Donald Trump on Monday pledged big tariffs on the United States' 3 largest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and Red China, detailing how he will implement campaign promises that will trigger trade wars. Trump, who takes office on January 20th of 2025, said he will impose a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico until they clamp down on drugs, particularly fentanyl, and migrants crossing the border, in a maneuver that would appear to violate a free trade deal. Trump also outlined an additional 10% tariff above any additional tariffs on Red China in some of his most specific comments on how he will implement his economic agenda since winning the November 5th election on promises to put America first. Yeah, put us into the ground. In a post on Truth Social, he said, "On January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders." While migrant arrests reached a record during President Joe Biden's presidency, straining U.S. border enforcement, illegal crossings fell dramatically this year as Biden instituted a new border restrictions and Mexico stepped up enforcement. More than 83% of exports from Mexico went to these United States in 2023, and 75% of Canadian exports go to our American empire. Trump's threatened new tariff would appear to violate the terms of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement on Trade. The deal, which Trump himself signed into law, took effect in 2020 and continued the largely duty-free trade between our three countries. Canada and these United States at one point imposed sanctions on each other's products during the rancorous talks that eventually led to the USMCA, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Trump will have the opportunity to renegotiate the agreement in 2026 when a sunset provision will force either a withdrawal or talks on changes to the pact. After issuing his tariff threat, a Canadian source familiar with the situation said that Trump held a conversation with Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in which they discussed trade and border security, cited source saying, "It was a good discussion and they will stay in touch." William Reinsch, a former president of the National Foreign Trade Council, said that Trump could be counting on the threat of tariffs to prompt an early renegotiation of USMCA. To quote his T, "This strikes me as more of a threat than anything else. I guess the idea is if you keep hitting them in the face, eventually they'll surrender." Well, this brings us to the Dominion of Canada specifically. Canada is a close number 2 in terms of trade partners. In 2023, the U.S. exported $354 billion worth of goods and imported $418 billion worth of goods from Canada, according to the Census Bureau. That year, 78% of Canada's exports went to these United States, while almost half of its imports came in from these United States, according to the CRS. As of 2022, the U.S. was also one of the largest sources of foreign direct investment in Canada. Canada is the biggest supplier of crude oil, natural gas, and electricity to these United States. According to Comtrade data, the country also supplied more than $56 billion worth of vehicles and vehicular parts, as well as billions of dollars worth of plastics, machinery, wood, charcoal, and aluminum, among other goods. As is the case with Mexico, many automakers have plants in Canada, including Ford Motor Company, which trades as simply the F, GM, and Toyota Motor, trading as TM, that participate in their supply chains. Late on Monday night, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke with Trump, according to Reuters, which reports that they discussed trade and border security. A source familiar with the situation told Reuters, which trades as TRI, by the way, "It was a good discussion and they will stay in touch." Trump's announcement sparked a dollar rally. It rose 1% against the Canadian dollar and 2% against the Mexicano peso, while share markets in Asia fell, as did European equity futures. S&P 500 futures fell 0.3%. Now, Elon Musk wants to slash trillions in waste. I mean, good luck, motherfucker. Elon Musk can't balance the budget. Elon Musk can never balance the budget. I mean, $12 trillion. That's how much Elon Musk, co-chair of President-elect Donald Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency, which I purposefully mispronounce as dodgy, has said he can cut out of the annual federal budget. Musk and his faggot partner, the Yellow House nigger, Vivek Ramaswamy, have suggested that they can achieve this through mass headcount reductions across the federal bureaucracy by cracking down on spending unauthorized by Congress and large-scale audits of federal contracts. Their target wouldn't be entitlement programs like Medicare and Medicaid, they say, but waste, fraud, and abuse that nearly all taxpayers wish to end. If you could actually cut this much, it would wipe out the United States' $1.9 trillion deficit and put the country into surplus for the first time since the 2001 fiscal year when Democrats ran the show. But let's be clear, there is no way in hell Musk and his coon cadre Ramaswamy are going to be able to identify $2 trillion in annual spending to cut. And they certainly will not get anywhere near that number without congressional action. To see why? Let me see if there's a simple chart of projected federal spending in the fiscal year of 2025, which began on October 1st. Began October 1st. Okay. Well, here we are. Let's see. Image. Aha! Yeah. I won the lottery. No, I didn't. Thought fuck the chart showing up, dude. But it's like, I don't know how we're gonna get people to see this. Jesus Christ. This is like, okay. Let's see now. Direct program, office management. Let me move this up a bit. Let's try this again. All right. U.S. federal spending, treasury, fiscal data. Let's see, how much has the U.S. government spent this year? Well, I guess this is a good place to go. It's pretty good, but okay, budget request, budget of the United States government. That's a PDF. America's Finance Guide, sponsored. Yeah, I'm trying to look for a good chart for everybody involved, and I don't think I can find one. Let me see what I can do. Give me a moment here. And in the meantime,
Want me to look it up? Just tell me what you're looking for. I'll look for it.
Okay. Chart of projected federal spending in the fiscal year 2025. Okay. Beginning October 1st. Okay. Now, let me do something with this. Okay. Give me a second here, and I'll see what I can find as well. We're doing a double search for everybody so they can just visually grasp the situation. I hate to even waste time doing this, but it's not a waste of time. It just has to be done. So,
what year again? Sorry.
You give me a second here, and I'll repeat that. I think. I'm waiting for this thing to come up here. So right. Here we are. Give me a second. I'm looking for the projected federal spending in the fiscal year 2025, which began on October 1st. Okay. There we are. All right. Okay. Into this, and let's see what we can find, people. Let me take a look at our live stream. Good numbers. We're holding them. We got 2 hours left. Not nearly enough as far as I'm concerned. There's always far too much to cover. Okay. Let's see now. Oh, man. Don't do this to me. Oh, come on. Oh, you fucking idiots. Okay. Let's see now. Okay. Okay. All right. Now let me look at images. Okay. Let's see this. All right. No, not getting good charts. You finding anything?
Well, from when I typed that in from an AI overview, the quick results is the budget also includes $11.4 billion in discretionary funding, $4 billion in mandatory funding, investments in climate resilience, high-speed internet access, and domestic semiconductor industry.
Okay. All right. So give me a second here to look for something. And, okay.
It
Go on.
requests $7.3 trillion in total federal spending. Mandatory spending, $2.3 trillion increase. Directionary spending, $0.9 trillion decrease.
Okay. All right.
So over $7 trillion in total.
All right.
For the request.
Okay.
Of the federal spending.
Let me see if I can find any good charts for this.
Yeah, I couldn't find the chart, only the results through AI search.
Okay, there we are. So it is what it is. Let me see. So let me see what I can find for people. And we're going to try this again. Pie chart. Okay, our chart federal year. And see what we can find. Okay. So, okay. All right. Maybe this will help. And this takes us to another paywall. They really don't want people to know this stuff. They really, yeah, they really don't. It's like, yeah, they're hiding this shit. Okay, general funds. Okay, there we are. Okay. Okay. I got it. I found it.
Nice.
Okay, I think. Yes, I found it. Okay, well, this is a governor. Okay, general funds, and this is Illinois state budget. Oh, fuck, this is for the state of Illinois. It's not federal. Jesus, man, it looks so. Federal and expenditure fiscal year 2023, we found that. 2024, here we are. Proposal for SFYs. Yeah, all I can say is that we're not having any luck finding a simple budget pie chart for you, and that's probably because they are, it's so sketchy now under Trump. They've probably thrown everything in the bin. So let's just put it this way. Without that to back you up visually, you're just going to have to listen to what I'm saying. Now, they're saying YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So let me know if you can hear me, people. Need you to respond on this, okay? And basically, I want everyone to know, and let me know if you can hear me on the stream as opposed to on the call.
Yeah, I can hear you on the stream.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm using the current fiscal year, but you'll see something similar in any given year. The biggest single program is Social Security, which would be grouped with its companion program, Supplemental Security Income. Trump has promised he will not cut 1 cent from Social Security. So that's roughly $1.6 trillion out of the $7 trillion budget that's completely off the table. The next largest is interest payments on federal debt accumulated from prior deficits. Musk's America PAC, or Political Action Committee, has bafflingly listed this as a form of government waste, but failing to pay any interest on past debt would constitute a United States default at the national level and likely lead to a national and probably global financial crisis and worldwide recession. While we can reduce future deficits and pay less interest in the future, we're obligated to pay interest on debt we've already accumulated. That's what we would require of people who are responsible adults, right? At any rate, thank you for this data treasury, fiscal data explains federal spending. So do me a favor and put that in the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And this is, so that'll give people some idea of something, and, you know, everything helps. All that being said.
Over $500 billion.
Yeah. There you go. The next largest target is interest payments on federal debt. As I said, accumulated from the prior deficits, and I explained why. We got to pay what we've already accumulated debt on, or simply, like the Bolsheviks when they took over Russia, repudiate the national debt, at which point we become a pariah state and a true hermit kingdom. So there's nothing to save here either. Already we've ruled out over a third of total spending. Next up is defense spending. Now, Musk and Ramaswamy highlighted wasteful Pentagon spending in their Wall Street Journal op-ed, their opinion editorial column, so this money could face some cuts. But Trump massively increased defense spending during his first years in office, and his congressional allies, like incoming Senate Armed Services Chair Roger Wicker, the Republican from Missouri, have proposed trillions in additional spending to counter the communist Chinese empire. Trump's attitude toward the defense budget, as with his attitude on so many things, vacillated wildly during his first term, so perhaps he will side with Musk and Ramaswamy and seek out to lower defense spending, but that's far from guaranteed. So if defense spending is off the table, which under Trump it almost certainly will be, because he plans to use the military against us, meaning he can't mobilize the California National Guard for mass deportations, so he's going to have to send in the military and basically invade California. Well, if the defense spending is off the table for just such reasons, we've ruled out more than half the fucking federal budget. So what would they likely cut? They might look first to Medicare and Medicaid, which are responsible for over $1.5 trillion. Musk and Ramaswamy insisted that these are not their targets, but it's hard to see how they'd avoid that. For one thing, there are places where Medicare in particular overspends, where policymakers in both parties want to crack down. Its practice of paying more for care in hospitals than at smaller facilities is a prime example. For another, Trump proposed massive cuts to Medicaid last term. Then there's non-defense discretionary spending, a grab bag category that includes all spending authorized through annual appropriations bills rather than mandated by other legislation. The biggest category is transportation, which pays for things like air traffic control and national highways. Next up is veterans care and benefits, support for science, public health/research, law enforcement, and education, including federal support for K-12 schools, each receive around or a little over $100 billion annually. This category has been cut to the bone since the 2010s as it is, and it's hard to imagine Musk and Ramaswamy going up against veterans or cops. Finally, there's other mandatory spending, not broken out in any of the charts that I can reference online because I can't reference any fucking charts at all that are available to the public, which really ought to tell us something that we really wouldn't want to know, but including a whole wide array of safety net programs. Huge chunks of this feel politically and practically off limits. Military retirement and veterans' benefits, which fall under both the non-defense discretionary and mandatory parts of the budget, seem politically impossible to cut, and even civilian employee retirements would be difficult to cut back, given that employees have paid into these accounts themselves for years. The Children's Health Insurance Program, the CHIP, CHIP, and foster care have long enjoyed bipartisan support, Trump and J.D. Vance have proposed expanding the child tax credit, making savings there unlikely. That leaves programs like food stamps, the Affordable Care Act, health insurance credits, and unemployment insurance. I mean, that would be beautiful. I mean, cut unemployment insurance and nobody gets unemployment when everyone's losing their jobs. I mean, oh, that adds up beautifully. That's 2 plus 2. I hope everyone understands how sarcastic I'm being. Anyhow, I'm just left at a loss with what I'm confronted with. Let's suppose that Musk and Ramaswamy decide to really go for it. They're going to cut non-defense discretionary spending in half, maybe by shutting down all scientific and health research and kindergarten through high school's aid. They're slashing Medicare and Medicaid by a quarter, and they're eliminating food stamps, ACA or Affordable Care Act credits, and unemployment insurance entirely. No unemployment. You're fucked. You're gonna die. These, to be clear, are all cuts that would require congressional approval, and that Musk, Ramaswamy, and Trump could not achieve through executive action alone. Furthermore, they're cuts that seem politically impossible to push through at all. For the sake of argument, let's suppose that they bundle a package. I mean, with what I've just articulated in the barest basics, doing the math, even this unbelievably ambitious package would allow, well, it would amount to a little over $1.1 trillion annually. It's barely halfway to Musk's stated goal. The notion that the federal government is hopelessly bloated due to waste, that every reasonable person wants to eliminate, is an appealing myth, but it's nothing but a fucking myth. Government spending overwhelmingly goes to wildly popular programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits, and the defense budget. You can't make much of a dent in it without touching those areas, and once you touch them, you're going to get immense backlash. But take Trump's threats of U.S. military action in Mexico seriously. Trump's policies will impact small businesses. President-elect Donald Trump is threatening to impose sweeping new tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and Red China as soon as he takes office as part of his efforts to crack down on illegal immigration and drugs. In a pair of posts on his Truth Social site Monday evening, Trump wrote that, on January 20th, as one of my first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States. That means that under Trump, small businesses face higher costs, labor shortages, and strained profit margins. The gap between the president-elect's claims and market's expectations may offer temporary reprieve, but small businesses must prepare for turbulence. Because President-elect Donald Trump is making good on at least one of his campaign promises, slapping tariffs on imports from the United States' biggest trade partners. Indeed, the Trump administration is on course to launch a military operation into Mexico next year. We need to start preparing for that. In fact, having now won re-election, Trump appears to be moving toward doing just that. In other words, all the signs are, that the incoming Trump administration is preparing for an actual war against the drug cartels in 2025 that goes well beyond the war on drugs of the past. I mean, Ronald Reagan's zero tolerance? Ha! Forget it. pledging to keep those taxes in place until undocumented immigrants and drugs are blocked at the country's borders. Late Monday on Truth Social, Trump wrote, "On January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders." And in a follow-up post, he announced a 10% tariff on red Chinese products coming into the U.S. until fentanyl and other drugs stop entering our country. Red China is the dominant source of chemicals used by the Mexican cartels to produce fentanyl, according to U.S. authorities. In 2023, more than $1.3 trillion worth of goods came from the three countries, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. In September of 2024 alone, the last month for which data is available, the three countries accounted for 41.6% of total trade. Any tariffs imposed on foreign trade will certainly raise prices for consumers, since companies, by and large, will raise prices on goods to account for the extra costs. Goldman Sachs, which trades as GS, estimates that Trump's latest tariff proposal will generate slightly less than $300 billion in revenue and boost the effective tariff rate by 8.6%, which would raise personal consumption expenditures, the PCE, by 0.9%. But a lot is still unclear about Trump's tariff plan, including whether he's bluffing or not. As Goldman Sachs analysts so noted, Trump's announcement seemed reminiscent of his first administration, where he repeatedly used the threat of tariffs as a negotiating tactic. It's also unknown whether all products would be targeted equally or whether some carve-outs would be made. But when Trump's tariffs are enacted, likely through executive order, here's what will be affected. A stark reality check looms for America's 33 million small businesses. While campaign promises suggest dramatic economic shifts, market indicators tell a different story. This disconnect between political rhetoric and market expectations creates both uncertainty and opportunity for SMB, the small and mid-sized businesses, which represent 43.5% of United States gross domestic product and employ nearly half of our private sector workers. While Trump touts lower interest rates, aggressive tariffs, and mass deportations, the reality will look different. Markets are anticipating more restrained changes. It is this gap between ambitious promises and realistic expectations that will most affect small businesses. So what does all this mean for American small businesses caught in the middle? Well, interest rates, the Fed's independence versus political promises. Despite presidents historically having limited influence over the Federal Reserve, Trump has repeatedly promised to lower interest rates if he returns to power. He also claims that U.S. energy independence, achieved primarily by drilling domestically, will curb inflation. The reality is that the Federal Reserve acts independently of political pressures and is not beholden to any presidency. The recent quarter-point rate drop in November was an exception rather than a trend. With inflationary pressures still looming, the Fed is unlikely to lower rates as quickly as Trump hopes. Furthermore, achieving the true energy independence is not only improbable, but also disruptive to global markets. For small businesses, borrowing costs remain high, currently around 6.5%, compared to under 3% in November of 2021. A Trump presidency is unlikely to reverse these market trends. Inflation continues to limit consumer spending power, and mortgage rates already increased following the election. With tightened consumer spending and limited presidential influence over the Fed, as Chair Powell remains steadfast, Interest rates are only going to dip if inflation metrics change dramatically from here. Elevated borrowing costs will continue to hinder SMBs, or small and mid-sized businesses' ability to secure affordable loans and grow. Coupled with persistent inflationary pressures, this points to a stingy winter season ahead. And then there's those tariffs, a hidden tax on small business growth. Another Trump 2.0 promise is a massive increase in tariffs, 10 to 20% on all imports, with even higher rates for Red China. The assumption is that discouraging imports will drive domestic production. However, history proves just the opposite. Even a more modest 10% increase in tariffs will raise inflation by 0.8%, disrupt supply chains, and elevate costs for American manufacturers and consumers alike. Higher labor costs will amplify these changes, impacting everyone from everyday consumers to corporations. Markets are preparing for the worst, but expecting more modest tariffs, especially in key industries. During Trump's first term, tariffs on thousands of products led to $80 billion in new taxes, creating significant burdens for businesses and consumers. The cumulative impact amounted to $380 billion in 2018 and 2019, marking one of the largest tax increases in recent years. If history repeats itself, as it always does, small businesses, especially the 75% of which depend on imports, will face rising operational costs, supply chain challenges, and reduced profit margins. Even a modest tariff increase could squeeze SMBs, forcing many to pass higher costs onto consumers or absorb the losses themselves. The worst-case scenario for small businesses is clearly Trump's tariff tantrum, but even modest tariffs will strain profit margins. In the run-up to the November 5th election, Trump floated plans for blanket tariffs of 10 to 20% on virtually all imports. He also said he would put tariffs as high as 200% on every car coming across the U.S.-Mexico border. He also voiced his intent to formally invoke the USMCA's, United States, Mexico, Canada's agreement's 6-year review provision upon taking office. Currently, it is expected in July of 2026. He'll make it sooner, which effectively is breaking his own law, effectively rendering himself someone who does not uphold the very laws he legislates. This brings us to los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States. In 2023, Mexico was the United States' biggest trade partner, narrowly beating out Canada, according to the Congressional Research Service, or CRS. That year, the U.S. exported $322 billion worth of goods and imported $475 billion worth of goods from Mexico, according to the Census Bureau. Likewise, the United States is Mexico's biggest partner. 80% of Mexico's exports head towards these United States each year. Canada is ranked in second place with just 3% of exports, followed by Red China, the United Germany, and South Korea, according to BBVA research. Now, according to the United Nations' Comtrade database, the United States' biggest imports were vehicles and their parts, accounting for $130 billion. Other major imports include computers and electrical equipment, beverages, furniture, petroleum and coal products, and fruits and vegetables. Exempli the Trump tariffs are coming for wine. American restaurants will die. And Mexico's Presidentress will impose retaliatory tariffs in response to Trump's plan. Mexico's finance ministry said of Trump's tariff pledge, Mexico is the United States' top trade partner, and the USMCA provides a framework of certainty for national and international investors. At a news conference held yesterday, the Mexicano Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum, declared that her Mexico would strike back against Trump's tariffs by imposing Mexican levies of her own in retaliation to those threatened tariffs proposed by President-elect Trump in the newly outlined plan for the start of his administration. warning the economic consequences would be dire. To quote Xi, one tariff would be followed by another in response, and so on until we put at risk common businesses. Most at risk would be automakers, including General Motors, which trades as GM, who have factories in or source materials from both countries. Reading aloud yesterday from a letter she intended, or still intends, to send to the U.S. President-elect after he vowed to slap 25% tariffs on all goods from Mexico and Canada, Sheinbaum said cooperation would be a better way to curb the flow of migrants and illegal drugs. At her daily press conference in Mexico City, Sheinbaum said, one tariff will be followed by another in response, and so on until we put common companies at risk. The main exporters from Mexico to the United States are General Motors, Stellantis, and Ford Motor Company, which arrived 80 years ago. Why put in place a tariff that puts them at risk? If you're wondering why all this matters, leaders from Mexico, Red China, and Canada have all argued that the United States and their countries mutually benefit from cooperative trade agreements. So to catch you up quick, on Monday, Trump said he would impose new tariffs to stop the flow of drugs and migrants. Point: a tariff of 25% on all goods. I guess that's John Harry with a notification here. Thank you, John. A tariff of 25% on all goods coming from Canada and Mexico will take effect on January 20th. Imports from Red China will face a 10% tariff above any additional tariffs. In terms of a state of play, the Chinese and Canadian governments also responded to Trump's plan, saying that trade cooperation is mutually beneficial. Per Reuters, that's a point here. Per Reuters, the Chinese embassy spokesperson Liu Pingyu said in a statement that no one will win in a trade war or a tariff war. Point: the U.S., Mexico, and Canada have a free trade agreement as of July 1st of 2020 that substituted the NAFTA, North America Free Trade Agreement, and promises reciprocal trade supporting high-paying jobs. So zoom in. In a Tuesday letter to Trump, Sheinbaum said, among Mexico's main exporters to the United States are General Motors, Stellantis, and Ford Motor Company, which arrived in Mexico 80 years ago. To quote Xi, why impose a tariff that would jeopardize them? Such a measure would be unacceptable and would lead to inflation and job losses in both the United States and Mexico. Now zoom out. Sheinbaum also addressed Trump's plan to deport millions of undocumented immigrants at the start of his term. And this is where things get important. To quotist, how would I say this? She presented, if I remember correctly, of all things that Americans would never be aware of, she brought up the subject of gun reform. Here's the point. President Sheinbaum explained that a surge in weapons in Mexico and the flow of drugs to these United States is an Americano health problem, a public health problem. It's an American public health problem, not a Mexican problem. It is, in fact, the other border problem. American guns going to Mexico. 'Tis the link between America's lax gun laws and the violence what fuels immigration. The ready availability of guns in America is often discussed as a domestic policy matter, but it is also an international issue. On a sun-scorched prison patio in a sprawling border town. There was a 23-year-old inmate who once calmly explained to my Tong brother, meaning my gang brother Beaver, how he trafficked hundreds of guns a year from the United States to Mexico. He never bothered paying American citizen straw buyers to purchase the weapons for him. Instead, he would go to one of the many weekend gun shows around Dallas and take advantage of the so-called gun show loophole to buy firearms from private sellers without a background check or any proof of citizenship. He would drive back to Mexico with about a dozen guns hidden in refrigerators and stoves in the back of his truck and sell the weapons in his hometown, a few hours south of the Rio Grande. His most requested weapon was the AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, famous for mass shooting massacres, which he could buy for as little as $1,000 and sell for 5 times that much. He became richer than he had dreamed, buying a house and new trucks and motorbikes. To quote his T, "At the beginning I felt bad, but you get used to it. It's the way you can have a good time. You sell weapons, you earn money, and you have fun." He got caught only because his cousin informed on him after an argument, and he is now, or was, serving a 9-year sentence back when my gang brother Beaver was talking to him. He's probably free by now. You see, guns from America inundate Mexico, arming those brutal cartels that they have drowned the bottom 31 states in blood, destroyed families, and driven people from their homes. Over a 6-year period, the Justice Department traced more than 74,500 firearms seized from criminals here to there in Mexico, the bottom 31 states that the cartels have drowned in blood. All of them armed, every single one of them, every single weapon recovered, traced to these United States, where they were either manufactured or sold on after being imported from other countries. And many more weapons are still in the hands of cartel gunmen who commit dozens of murders every day. A 2013 study by the University of San Diego and the Igarapé Institute estimated that between 2010 and 2012, some 250,000 firearms were purchased to be trafficked over the southern border. The gaps in regulation, like the gun show loophole, make it impossible to know the true numbers. In contrast, in Mexico itself, there's only one legal firearms shop in the entire country, run out of a military base in the capital, Mexico City. Buyers have to apply for permits showing at least 6 forms of identification, including proof they have no criminal record and a letter from their employer, and the process can take months. As Presidente Trump rages about the dangers of drugs and criminals seeping north from Mexico, he should consider how America exports its own deadly products and the devastation they cause. As I said, there's no other word for it. It's America's guns that are basically, how would I say it again? It's just, well, the only way I can say it is they're destroying families and driving people from their homes, to put it mildly. Let me try and gather my thoughts on this in such a way as to present to you the gravity of the situation. Trump announced that he would send the military to the Mexicano border. And states have already begun mobilizing their National Guard troops for deployment. If there is going to be a buildup of forces, more resources should be used to stop gun smuggling, operations against the firearms traffickers, and searching of southbound vehicles. In states such as Texas, an undocumented migrant is not allowed to get a driver's license, but anyone, even a member of the MS-13 gang covered head to toe in jailhouse tats and without any papers whatsoever, can walk into a gun show and buy a semi-automatic rifle. Organized crime groups are taking advantage of this every goddamn day. In turn, criminal death squads use these guns in mass killings all across Mexico, a factor driving people to seek refuge across the border. The website Political Asylum USA says the biggest reason why some Mexicans are afraid to return to Mexico is because of criminal organizations, mostly drug traffickers. Of course, Mexico cannot blame American guns for all of its violence. Corrupt politicians and police officers have, well, they often work with gangsters down there. Slums with unpaved roads and a lack of hope provide a stream of willing recruits into the cartel armies. But the availability of such potent weapons gives Mexican mobsters the ability to overwhelm security forces. Cartels buy .50 caliber sniper rifles, which are amazingly on sale in America, and have repeatedly used them to attack police and military vehicles from a distance. Hitmen weld Kalashnikovs made in China and the Czech Republic and sold in these United States to murder in Mexico. Cartels have workshops where they convert semi-automatic AR-15s into fully automatic weapons. Working in an environment of crime in Mexico for over a decade, my own Tong Brotherhood has witnessed the devastation these weapons cause more times than I myself could ever count. At a stoplight in the city of Culiacan, my gang bro Beaver saw the corpses of 5 police officers whom assailants ambushed and sprayed with more than 400 fucking bullets. He's been involved at crime scenes where the assassins killed their targets firing hundreds of rounds that mowed down innocent bystanders, including children. Seeing a head torn apart by bullets is traumatic, but the human cost really strikes home with the screams of the mothers, the brothers, and the wives crying over the corpses of their loved ones. The problems of gun violence, drug trafficking, and immigration are international in our interconnected world, and we need to work across borders to solve them. Just as Mexico needs to fight the brutal cartels that drive people to flee north, the United States needs to slow the southward flow of this devastating iron river that is bleeding Mexico dry. Okay. Checking into our excellent connection, it says. And of course, we're holding acceptable numbers. Everybody do tune back in. There are at least 700 licensed gun dealers along the U.S.-Mexico border. And the illegal firearms trade in Mexico generates more than $100 million in annual revenue for U.S. gun makers. According to the Center for American Progress, every year, guns that were initially sold in these United States are used in thousands of crimes in Canada, Central America, and the Caribbean. It's the piracy of the 21st century, and it's estimated that some 1,200,000 American guns are smuggled across the southern border each and every year. The region that's been hit the hardest is Central America, where gun laws are relatively strict, yet homicide rates are among the highest on earth. Gang wars, massive state corruption, and murderous criminal syndicates are to blame for the violence, but Americano firepower facilitates it all. Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras do not have substantial gun industries of their own. The governments of these countries rely on imports from abroad to supply their militaries and security forces. Most of the guns otherwise in circulation on the street are illegal and unregistered, and many come from sellers in these United States. According to a GAO, Government Accountability Office report, 70% of guns recovered by authorities in Mexico, for instance, were originally sold in these United States. Most of them in Texas, my own Golden, California, and Arizona. 49% of weapons recovered in El Salvador came from these United States, compared to 46% in Honduras and 29% in Guatemala. Mark Ungar, a political science professor at Brooklyn College and an expert on the region's gun violence, has concluded that, unlike other forms of contraband, American weapons don't just pass through Central America, but engulf it in storms of bloody violence. This violence, in turn, has fueled a refugee crisis. Since 2014, more than 150,000 unaccompanied immigrant children from countries in the region have fled to these United States seeking some form of asylum because their families were massacred by Americano guns. Harry Pinate is an American advisor to the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, based in San Salvador. He told the New Republic magazine, "I feel as bad about guns going into Central America and Mexico as good, hard-working Colombians feel about cocaine going into the United States." In the summer of 2009, a 63-year-old professional bass fisherman from Florida named Hugh Crumpler III was arrested for international arms trafficking. For years, he'd been buying weapons legally at gun shows, then reselling them to individuals from Latin America who wanted to smuggle the guns back to their home countries. Crumpler was what's known as a straw buyer. He said later in an interview with Univision, "I developed a group of customers, and it dawned on me one day that they were all Hondurans, and they all seemed to want the same type of guns, and they all seemed to want more and more." And by the time he was caught, Crumpler had resold roughly 1,000 guns, including Glocks and AR-15 assault rifles. He eventually agreed to cooperate with American authorities in exchange for a 2.5-year prison sentence. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, some of the guns Crumpler sold were used in crimes in Honduras, Puerto Rico, and Colombia, including at least one homicide. To get guns across the border, traffickers often disassemble the weapons and stash them in pieces, in other objects, like microwaves, toys, or appliances. Criminal syndicates are usually behind the larger transactions. Crumpler, the man from Florida, sold his guns to a group of undocumented Hondurans living in Orlando, who received tens of thousands of dollars through wire transfers originating in Honduras to pay for the weapons. One of Crumpler's buyers told him that, as he later put it, "I was dealing with the 2 largest gun-dealing families in Honduras." Other times, criminals carry weapons south in backpacks. Per Carlos Garcia, an expert in the Salvadorian American gang MS-13, sometimes there are specific small-scale missions that the gang members arrange to buy the guns easily in the United States and then travel back home through Mexico with them. Weapons preferences vary, of course. In Mexico, semi-automatic rifles are in high demand. Half of the guns from the United States recovered in the country are long guns of the AR-15 or AK-47 variety. Central American gangsters like 9mm handguns. A popular purchase from Crumpler's trove was a semi-automatic pistol known in the region as a motopolicias, or cop killer, because it can fire armor-piercing bullets that penetrate their ballistic vests. The investigative journalist Alex Yablon published his interview with Jose Luis Hernandez, a 32-year-old Honduran from San Pedro Sula, who now lives in Los Angeles, in The Trace, a nonprofit newsroom covering gun violence in America. When he was 16, Hernandez traveled north and attempted to cross the U.S. border. He said it was a case of forced migration. Local gangs were pressuring him to join their ranks. "You live like a prisoner in your own house. Everyone's terrified. No one even wants to go to the police because the gangs will find you out and kill you." He failed to reach the U.S. on his first trip, was sent back home, and attempted another crossing, this time traveling on a network of freight trains in Mexico known as the Beast because they're so dangerous to ride. After fainting and falling onto the tracks, Hernandez lost an arm, half of one leg, and part of his left hand. It took a year for him to recover in a Mexican hospital before he was deported back to Honduras. In 2015, he joined a group of disabled Honduran refugees who called themselves the Caravan of the Mutilated, and together they made it to Texas and were eventually granted asylum. Hernandez emphasizes that in Honduras, It seems like the hitmen and gangsters have better weapons than the police. The violence crosses from here in the United States to Central America. It's the opposite of what the politicians say. Gangs and guns? Those all go south. So to quote his Le Grand Madame Scheinbaum, if even a small percentage of what the United States allocates to war were instead dedicated to building peace and fostering development, it would address the underlying causes of human mobility, meaning mass migration. That's the Presidentess of Mexico trying to talk sense to the madman in the north who's not even yet in the Oval Office. Economists concur that Trump's overall tariff plans, likely his most consequent economic policy, will push U.S. import duty rates back up to 1930s era levels, stoke inflation, collapse Sino-American trade, draw retaliation, and drastically reorder supply chains. They say tariffs are paid by the companies that import the products subject to the duties, and they either pass on the costs to consumers or accept lower profits themselves, which no one is in business to do. Trump frequently refers to countries paying as consequence of his tariff plan, saying on Monday that Mexico and Canada will pay a very big price. Now finally, Trump supporters in rural areas are in for a nasty fucking surprise with the farmer's folly per immigration policy. California's farmers backed Trump. They supported Trump, but his proposed mass deportation will decimate agricultural workforces. Now the true cost of labor market disruption is that all their workers will be deported. I mean, buyer's remorse is rampant since Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency barely won the election. Muslim Americans in Michigan who supported Trump are now begging Biden to save Gaza from escalation from Bibi. Wall Street executives are alarmed by Trump's tariffs. Hispanics in South Florida are freaking out about the mass deportation scheme. Why weren't they all paying attention before the election? The American Immigration Council estimates that it will cost $315 billion to arrest, detain, and deport all individuals living undocumented or under a revocable temporary status. Not to mention, the disruption to labor markets will be enormous. If Trump accomplishes even half of this campaign, the employment market will feel the strain. Many industries, including hospitality, agriculture, and construction, depend on immigrant labor. During the height of the pandemic, immigrant workers helped fill critical labor shortages, prompting job growth and curbing inflation. Removing this essential workforce will lead to severe labor shortages, hindering profitability and growth potential for SMBs, small and mid-sized businesses across all key sectors. Trump's extremist policies will mean a challenging environment for small businesses, higher costs, labor shortages, and strained profit margins. Historically, small businesses have shown resilience, yet adapting to higher tariffs, elevated interest rates, and reduced immigrant labor will require rapid adjustment. Right now, it's the farmers who are already sounding the alarm about Trump's plans to carry out his promises to jack up tariffs and deport 10 to 15 million immigrants. Apparently, they thought Trump was bloviating and didn't really mean to carry out his promises. That's a common talking point on the right these days. I thought Trump meant what he said. Rural America has always been the foundation of MAGA Republican support. In 2024, Trump won rural voters by an overwhelming margin of 64% to 32% over Harris. Moreover, Trump won over 77% of the popular vote, on average, in the nation's most farming-dependent counties. Trump's loyal supporters in the nation's farm belt are, justifiably, worried that Trump is going to badly damage their $1.5 trillion industry. His extreme deportation plan is causing widespread panic among farmers at risk of losing workers and business. Agricultural output will decline between $30 and $60 billion if Trump's signature deportation policy is carried out. The soybean and grain dependent Midwest is especially at risk, since that part of the country needs the federal government's program that allows certain companies to bring foreign workers into the United States to fill temporary agriculture jobs. The forced removal of migrant farm workers will badly hurt Nebraska. A study released last month by the National Corn Growers Association found another failed Trump trade war with Red China could cost American soybean and corn farmers as much as $7.3 billion in annual production value. The study's authors have predicted, and here I quote as they, "This burden is not limited to the U.S. soybean and corn farmers who lose market share and production value. There is a ripple impact across the U.S., particularly in rural economies where farmers live, purchase inputs, utilize farm and personal services, and purchase household goods. Those concerns are justified since soybean sales alone to Red China precipitously declined by a whopping 79% in the first 12 years of Trump's presidency. According to the Nebraska Farm Bureau, Trump's trade war cost Nebraska farmers $2 billion. By 2020, a whopping 40% of farm income came from government handouts. That bailout cost the U.S. taxpayers $28 billion. California farmers, some of my own Golden California and state nation's most enthusiastic Trump supporters, will see their workforce decimated by the incoming president's plans to carry out mass deportations of immigrants in the country illegally. According to estimates from the Federal Department of Labor and research conducted by UC Merced, University of California at Merced, at least half of California's 162,000 farm workers are undocumented. Sans sufficient workers, food would rot in the fields, sending grocery prices skyrocketing. If farmers do not have enough workers and food is left to rot in the fields, grocery prices will spike. Farmers foolishly hope that the Trump administration will either focus its enforcement elsewhere, support a workforce legalization program, or make it easier to hire temporary guest workers under the H-2A visa. Here's how the farm workers feel. Farm workers and their advocates are anxious, both at the prospect of mass deportations and a huge expansion of guest worker programs that in the past have spawned complaints about shorted paychecks, unpaid travel time, and unsafe housing. Remember, these are the farm workers in disambiguation from farmers, the slaves in the field, the chattel. Perhaps the most extreme promise in Trump's second term is the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has stated that more than 11 million undocumented immigrants will be deported within 6 months, a logistical and economic nightmare that will deeply impact industries reliant on migrant labor, obviously, or they wouldn't be here in the first. Somebody has to be paying them. And it's your economic system, which Trump will now destroy. The Los Angeles Times has reported, and here I read therefrom, and yet farmers are not railing in protest. Many said they expect the president will support their workforce needs, either through a robust legalization program for workers already here, or by leaving farms be and focusing enforcement elsewhere. Farmers are also pushing the government to make it easier to import temporary guest workers under the H-2A visa program that allows farms to hire seasonal agricultural workers when the domestic labor supply falls short. Farm workers and their advocates, though, are anxious about both deportations and an expansion of guest worker programs that previously have resulted in complaints about shorted paychecks, unpaid travel time, and unsafe housing. Democrats need to oppose the inevitable taxpayer-funded efforts to bail out farmers hurt by Trump's tariffs and immigrant deportations. If rural voters wise up and start voting out their elected Republican officials, we can revisit. But there's no reason for Democrats to repeatedly protect rural voters from the consequences of their own misguided electoral decisions. The MAGA Republicans' misguided policies won't only harm the rural areas of the country, they will also jack up inflation. The deportation of 10 to 15 million immigrants will cause the cost of food and housing to soar. The imposing tariffs or taxes on food imported from Mexico and other U.S. trading partners will also cause grocery prices to skyrocket. What we have learned is that a large majority of voters believe that the country is on the wrong track. Late deciders broke for Trump, and they did not like inflation, and they wanted something different. They're going to get something different, and they won't fucking like it. The overwhelming majority of undecided voters only pay attention to politics long enough to cast their ballots. They are not watching rallies or news broadcasts at all. They are irritated by political ads and throwaway mailers. This is why searches of, "Did Joe Biden drop out?" soared on November 5th, even though he wasn't running. I mean, how ignorant, how out of the loop, how oblivious can you fucking be? What we have learned the hard way is that we have a low information swing electorate that is busy living their lives and simply votes on a whim. The election was decided by a tiny fraction of disengaged voters who just felt bad vibes about the economy and the country. You see, unlike the logic Sammy Romero was trying to apply before I went into monologue, there be no grand theory to explain why Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency won their very narrow victory. Three things are missing from the Dem discourse. One, scope of the losses. Know now that 2024 is the literary 1984, the prophetic novel. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. So begins 1984, author George Orwell's frightening novel about citizens under the thrall of a dictatorship. Big Brother is watching you is a threat and a warning to the populace that is surveilled by the all-seeing eye of the telescreen that tracks their every move while also pacifying them with cheap entertainment and state propaganda. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength, are the watchwords of the shadowy, thuggish regime in Orwell's cautionary tale of tyranny rampant in a future world where courage is quashed while complacency and compliance are expected and enforced. Flash forward to today's bleak political landscape. The fictional dystopia of 1984 was an imaginary world, but an authoritarian regime will become an American reality in 2024 if Donald Trump returns to the White House. Trump has long had a fascination with political strongmen in such countries as Russia, Red China, Turkey, Hungary, and North Korea. He has made remarks about using dictatorial powers to close the borders and drill for oil on his first day back in office since he won in November. George Orwell warned long ago that there is no such thing as dictator for a day when he said, "We know that no one ever seizes power with the intention of ever relinquishing it." In Washington, a Washington Post column last fall headlined, "A Trump dictatorship is increasingly likely. We should stop pretending." The conservative foreign policy expert Robert Kagan wrote, "How will Americans respond to the first signs of a regime of political persecution? Will they rise up in outrage? Don't count on it. He added that if most Americans can go about their daily business, they will not care. Thus, this land of the free is now becoming a land of totalitarianism, American style, where millions of citizens happily trade their freedoms for the blandishments of a flag-hugging con man promising to make America great again. Today, there are millions of citizens walking around America who would have been gladly goose-stepping around Russia if they had lived there during Stalin's rise to power. Trump depends on their cultish allegiance or their cow-like indifference. America has endured a long series of traumas since the 21st century began in 2001. That year was defined by the 9/11 terrorist attacks that led to the ill-starred and ill-conceived Iraq War that began in 2003, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Americans and Iraqis and fueling more tension in the Middle East. The COVID pandemic of 2020 brought this nation to a shutdown and fueled conspiracy theories that fester to this day. When Donald Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden, Trump and his henchmen howled that the election was rigged, setting the stage for the right-wing riot in Washington on the 6th day in January of 2017. Such assaults on the psyche of this nation have provided fuel for the raging fire of Russism in America, and Trump seems all too willing to fan those flames of repression, revenge, and retribution. At a campaign rally in Ohio on March 16th, Trump saluted as the national anthem was sung by a choir of convicts who are imprisoned for their crimes during the Capitol Hill riot 4 years ago. Before the recording of the singing Jailbirds was played for the crowd, an announcer called the prisoners horribly and unfairly treated January 6 hostages. Trump echoed and inflated that rhetoric in Ohio at a recent rally in Rome, Georgia, calling the January 6 MAGA mob unbelievable patriots. Trump has vowed to pardon members of that mob when he becomes president again. Such freed felons would be perfect recruits for bully boy brigades of street fighters against dissenters during a second Trump administration. Just as the Soviet despot Joseph Stalin had his Judeo-Bolshevik NAT'L commissarocracy in unholy Mother Russia, and the communist Mao Zedong had his Red Guard terror troops in mainland China, a dictatorial Donald Trump will have his cultish cabal of criminals to do his bidding against any opposition. George Orwell wrote 1984, but his words were a warning for 2024. All tyrannies rule through fraud and force, but once the fraud is exposed, they must rely exclusively on force. Now, 2. How media struggles to explain a second Trump win. It's easier to yell at Dems. And finally, 3. As I was saying about Sammy Romero attempting to make logic of the insane, there be no grand theory. It might be uninformed voters' vibes. Most certainly all 3 are true, but number 2 is the biggie, because its application, the media struggling to explain a second Trump win by blaming the Dems, is so wide. People are confused by, upset by, outraged by the Trump cult, and they don't know what to make of or do with those feelings, and the easiest course is vent about Dems. Full stop. 2/3 of contemporary political commentary. Incontrovertibly, the bad vibe election, exploited by Trump, was caused by Trump himself. He persuaded his own followers that the country was in the worst shape it's ever been, including the Great Depression, and that the previous election had been stolen from them. Democrats were upset and frustrated that he was out there lying about all this. Bad vibes all around. In the end, the election was decided by the small slice of voters who just felt the vibes and had no idea where they were fucking coming from. They just went with the general vibes they heard and felt in passing and believed it was necessary to throw the bastards out. Explaining a Harris win would have been easy. Voters rejected Trump and his ilk, just as they did in 2020. A Trump win seems more difficult to explain. Everyone knows who he is now. Surely the majority would reject him, even if he won the Electoral College. But instead, Trump not only won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote, albeit by a razor's edge. That razor's edge got him through the weakest link in the chain, the crack in the wall. And now we get a zillion media think pieces on what Democrats did wrong and what the ideological fights are between the center and the left. The explanations are not cut and dried. They never are. But it's also not difficult to see that swing state voters rejected an administration they felt didn't help them. As for what they knew about Trump, well, I hate to break it to you, but the vast majority of swing voters only pay attention to politics long enough to cast their ballots. They are not watching rallies. They are annoyed by political ads and ignore mailers. This is why searches of, "Did Joe Biden drop out?" surged on Election Day. Logically, voters who didn't even know who was on the ballot were probably unlikely to cast a ballot for the candidate they didn't know, meaning Harris. They did know Trump, and they knew their perception that the economy was better, mostly because prices were lower during his term. Those swing voters who did know enough to have the right candidates in mind, but not much more, went with a gut feeling of some sort. In an environment where the current administration is unpopular and people think the country is on the wrong track, that vote wasn't going to Harris. Plus, isn't Trump a great businessman or something? I've just deconstructed that to death. These are the stories you only rarely see in the media. It is uncomfortable to learn how swing voters actually make decisions. The fact that they don't decide who they're going to vote for until the moment they enter the voting booth. It is also uncomfortable to think about how much money was spent trying to sway their decisions when they came down to a gut feeling or something they only saw in passing. We spend a lot of time and money trying to catch them in passing. Eventually, more data will help us sort out what happened. In the meantime, all of the media explainers would do well to consider that there might not be some grand theory of what happened at all. Maybe we just have a low-information swing electorate that is busy living their lives and votes on a whim. It's just not what we want to see from inside our political bubbles. But the consequences of all of this are profound. As with so much else, Trump has exposed the flaws in our democratic system as well. Flood the zone with bullshit, and the people who don't pay attention until the day they vote will probably go your way. Trump has promised to reduce gas prices to less than $2 per gallon and interest rates to 2%. The Republicans don't have any plans to lower gas and grocery prices. Those low-information swing voters will soon be disappointed to learn that everything else will, everything, period, will get more expensive. Everything will get more expensive. All the Democrats have to do to win in 2026 and 2028 is obstruct, stay united, and do the work. The Trump coalition is a minority, and they are expecting big cuts in the cost of living. Many will be very disappointed by 2026 and ready to flip. Blue Wave 2026 and Blue Tsunami 2028. Now, here's the sources I consulted. Newsweek, with Donald Trump's deportation plan causes panic among the farmers. Put that into live streaming. Hi, shout out there to Amy Como, who has decided to join us. I finally found a hot transmission site. And there goes our friend Amor Fati. Much love from Mexico. Mexico needs sincere solutions like the rest of America with these Americano problems. Yes. And shout out to T-Tank Barry. Yes, I do need your fiscal support. I need some more money sent my way, most certainly.
Mexico's got to get rid of all those cartel gangs that's taken over the government.
Well, United States government is planning to do that for them by sending in the military. We'll see what happens.
They should have done that fucking years ago.
We'll see how that works out. That'll be interesting and entertaining, to say the least.
Instead of invading the Middle East, just invade Mexico and fix that shit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I'm not in. Bloomberg I sourced, Donald Trump's deportation plan causes panic among farmers who can't find enough workers. President-elect Donald Trump's threat of mass deportations risks hurting U.S. agriculture, dealing an additional blow to a sector already struggling with labor shortages and bracing for trade disputes. And finally, NPR. Here we are. Some in the U.S. farm industry are alarmed by Trump's embrace of RFK Jr. and tariffs. And that's going to take us into a whole nother fucking show when I'm back on Sunday night. We've got 45 minutes to cover what I can. You see, Trump's appointment of the anti-vaxxer RFK Jr. to his cabinet has scientists fearing a catastrophe for public health. So let me give you the link to that in the chat room. I'm putting all of this in the chat room right now. I think that can easily be sourced by anybody who wants it, including people who are on the call with me. I'm not bothering to put it into the text box for them because they're also in chat. You see, President-elect Trump won landslide support in much of farm country, but his embrace of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services, which includes the Food and Drug Administration, will disrupt America's $1.5 trillion food industry because of literally the absolute worst scientist of all time in human history who killed millions upon millions trying to grow food in the snow. And at 150 million fucking killed, he's now popular once again. In a tweet he posted shortly before the election, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took arms against the Food and Drug Administration and its scientists, decrying the agency's aggressive suppression of such worthless anti-COVID nostrums as ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. He wrote, "The FDA's war on public health is about to end. If you work for the FDA and are part of this corrupt system, I have two messages for you. One, preserve your records, and two, pack your bags." Now, Donald Trump's nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as his Secretary of Health and Human Services, which oversees key public health agencies such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Food and Drug Administration, and the National Institutes of Health, would give Kennedy the power to turn his threat into reality. That has sent a chill through the scientific community. Serious scientists are understandably dismayed about the damage that Kennedy and Trump could do to the nation's public health infrastructure, indeed to public health itself. Kennedy is an overt anti-vaccination agitator, among his many other pet pseudoscientific positions. He has called the COVID vaccines, which have saved millions of lives worldwide, the deadliest vaccine ever made. He has pushed the long discredited claim that the double MR, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, causes autism. A 2005 screed alleging the link, published jointly by Rolling Stone and Salon.com, was so stuffed with falsehoods that it was retracted by both publications. Kennedy has voiced the unmistakably Judeophobic claim that the COVID virus was ethnically targeted by a mysterious, sinister force to attack Caucasians and black people while sparing the Jews. He has asserted that chemicals in the environment are turning children gay or transgender, a position he shares with the conspiracy monger Alex Jones. Kennedy has elevated threats to the livelihoods of scientists who have resisted his brand of balderdash from the implicit to the explicit. He has talked about firing hundreds of government-employed researchers as a method of remaking the government's scientific establishment. The hostility he displays toward government scientists isn't new. In a 2021 book titled The Real Anthony Fauci, described by the veteran pseudoscientist deconstructor David Gorski as a conspiracy theory extravaganza, he absurdly portrayed Fauci, one of the most respected public health officials in America, so hated by Peter Moon, as a powerful technocrat who helped orchestrate and execute 2020's historic coup d'etat against Western democracy. as if Fauci were a politician. Fauci's presumed crime was advocating social distancing and mask policies in the heat of the pandemic. Never mind that the person in charge of the government's anti-pandemic policies at that time was Kennedy's own new patron, then President Trump. Kennedy's attack on Fauci got taken up by House Republicans as part of their long campaign of slander against scientists involved in COVID research. Because the Republicans, you know, want us all to fucking die. Because they're Edomites. Edom means red. They are the redlings. To be sure, a few nuggets of legitimate science peek out from within the depths of Kennedy's worldview, as is often the case with conspiracists. His critique of the FDA's war on public health also blamed the agency for ostensibly suppressing clean foods, sunshine, exercise, and anything else that advances human health and can't be patented by pharma. At an anti-vaccine gathering in November 2023, when he was running for president, Kennedy called on the NIH, National Institute of Health, to take a break from studying infectious diseases such as COVID-19 and measles, and to pivot to the study of such chronic conditions as diabetes and obesity. Such a policy, however, would be based on false premises. The NIH hasn't downplayed the importance of diabetes and obesity. One of its subsidiary institutes, the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Diseases, is a key source of funding for clinical trials into diabetes treatments and for obesity research. If Kennedy wishes to increase such funding, that's all to the good. But to reduce or suspend funding for research into infectious diseases that have an acute impact on public health, as though all this research is part of a zero-sum game, will be catastrophic. Kennedy's appointment will advance the ideology-based anti-science policies of the first Trump term, when COVID research was stymied for 3 years. History provides ample evidence of the consequences of allowing ideology to govern scientific inquiry. The best example must be the reign of Trofim Lysenko, who gained power over the entire scientific establishment of Soviet Russia, beginning with Stalin's regime and continuing under Nikita Khrushchev. Lysenko benefited from Stalin's suspicion of and hostility toward scientific experts, whom his henchmen denigrated as enemies of the people, for the defense of pure science for the sake of science alone. Few scientists have caused more death and suffering than Trofim Denisovich Lysenko. He was a greater Soviet agrobotanist whose ideas around genetics, i.e., he didn't believe in the genetics, led to supermassive famines across multiple decades when Joseph Stalin promoted his ideas across the empire. There's more to the story of Trofim Lysenko and the Greater Soviet Union's most disastrous era of science than you probably realize. Everyone involved in the biocultural field knows of Lysenkoism regarding the USSR's failed theories of genetics, but Trofim Lysenko's lifelong body work were driven by a perfect combination of history, revolution, political theory, power, and personalities. Lysenko's impact on Russian biology was a direct result of crafting science and scientists in service of Vladimir Lenin's new Greater Soviet man at a time when the international scientific community was making tremendous progress on genetics and biology. But to Lysenko and Joseph Stalin, the real science was in the potential of plants and animals to behave like model Soviet citizens. That led Russia and its scientists down a path that derailed progress for decades. But what if Lysenko's theories on the inheritance of acquired traits actually have merit? That's what RFK Jr. has asked. Thus, a resurgence of support for Lysenko has gone beyond the grim history of science to look at what we know about altering the expression of DNA and how a human's experiences in life can even affect their grandchildren. The truth is that modern genetics has little to nothing to do with Lysenko. But the specter of his pseudoscience continues to haunt the disciplines of genetics and biology and the sciences as a whole. So he's becoming popular again. Why? Well, I'm going to force you to look at that. The Russian famine of 1921 to 1922, 8 million deaths. The Greater Soviets famine of 1930 to 1933, up to 24 million deaths. Holodomor, the mass starvation of the Ukrainians when the Russians ransacked the nation and sacked all their food and took it back to Russia to eat. 1932 to 1933, up to 15 million Ukrainians dead, killed by Jewish commissars, who took all the food to feed the Russians. The Kazakh famine of 1930 to 1933, up to 3 million deaths. And finally, the Zhongguoren Dai famine, the Chinese Great Famine, 1959 to 1961, up to 100 million deaths. When I was a child, there was a saying that my school monitors would use whenever I was being a picky eater in the school cafeteria. They'd say, "Eat like a dog, Doug! You know there are starving children in China!" Which meant either, you should be grateful to have someone who can give you this food because some other kids don't, or something more like, this is the food that could be going to a starving kid. And if you don't eat it, you're literally taking food out of a starving child's mouth. You're killing some kid in China if you don't eat this. This shit. In my school cafeteria, every entree was served with a side order of shame. Public shaming, no less. How do you like your shame? Mashed or au gratin? I mean, I don't want either this Thanksgiving, thank you. But this wasn't just my school cafeteria, this was everywhere. Because that's the thing adults said when anyone's kids wouldn't eat. There are starving kids in China. It was even in a Christmas story, for fuck's sake. So my impression of China as a child was this just destitute wasteland littered with starving children eating each other. I imagined them sitting at a dilapidated table, slicing up a single bean like that Disney cartoon made in the Great Depression. We only got one bean. It was only later that I found out there really wasn't any major food shortage in Red China. They were fine. So, what the fuck was that all about? It was because 60 years ago, in the decade before I was born, there were very much starving kids in China. Have you ever looked into the Great Chinese Famine of 1959? Because holy fucking crap, dude. It's estimated up to 100 million people died from starvation in between, well, the years between the spring of 1959 and the end of 1961. Some 100 million Chinese starved to death, and about the same number of births were lost or postponed. So we could say, legitimately, 200 million people died. Now, at just the 100 million mark alone, that's 3/4 the number of people who died worldwide in World War II. Well, at the 200 million mark it is. In one country! In 3 years! So, take a look at
That
this.
Chinese famine, was that under Mao?
Yeah.
Zedong, how you pronounce it? Zedong.
Yeah. Mao Zedong. Just say it easily,
Yep.
Mao Zedong. That's fine. And here you go. Let me give you this, and I want you to take a look at that. I'm going to put that as well into the chat room. And I want everyone to take a serious look at that, people, because it's fucking mind-blowing. There's no words. And when you see this chart, let me get back into the call. And, I mean, just look at that graph, and here's what I'm going to point out. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a
They
screen
hit
share.
rock bottom after 2020, they show.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's going on now. But let's take a look at the this. So, do you see where I'm screen sharing here?
Yep.
Okay. China's population is declining, but okay, forget now where it's just going down for the first time. It
Yep.
fell, you know, by roughly 850,000. That's a lot in 2022. But really, they won't even miss it. So far, that ain't shit. They'll suffer. They'll feel the crash later. But for right now, that's just what you would call a tremor
Tip of
before
the
quake.
iceberg.
Yeah. But then you look here. You see
Yeah.
annual change in population in millions, 1960. Look at that
That's huge.
negative drop that you've got. Just the population didn't just die. This is a mass extinction event.
Mm.
This is like the total opposite of everything else throughout all of China's history. That's like unimaginable. You know, it's negative tens of millions in terms of orders of magnitude.
How did the Chinese people not completely say just like fuck communism, let's destroy it because of that after that famine? Like, why would they still continue to obey by that political regime?
Because think of communism in Ethiopia. Afro-communism caused the same thing in Ethiopia. You remember the Ethiopian famine and how we all saw the starving black kids in Ethiopia for growing
yeah.
up. It's the same communism. And what happens is hungry people will conduct mass suicidal desperation attacks. Hungry people will launch a bonsai charge. But starving people can't. They're too weak.
Yeah.
Starving people are simply too weak to pick up anything, let alone a gun.
But, yeah. So like just like a decade after or two, like none of them could have done nothing.
At that
Like to
point,
get back at them.
At that point, the government was just too oppressive. For one thing, there were
Okay.
too few Chinese left. They'd all starved to death. So the government could
Yeah, I
easily
know. It's
control.
just I don't know how the Chinese people like just remember that right now and just start fucking wiping out their fucking communist government.
Because
looking
they
back
don't
in the
remember
past.
it now. The government's destroyed all
They
records
need to
of
be
it.
informed. We got to like give them that information
That's-
against the CCP's will.
That's right. And understand that what happened is the Chinese Communist government totally controls their internet. But really,
Yeah.
it's no different from here. Just like they don't remember that, they have no knowledge it ever happened. Americans think they won World War
It's
II.
wiped out from their history in
Yeah.
China.
Yeah, that's right. But Americans,
Shit.
yeah, but the Americans are in the same mental state. They think they won World War II, so there's not much
Yeah.
difference, is there? It's like,
Oh, that's just very infuriating.
it is.
I want to see the Chinese people fight back.
I understand. And if, you know, we'll talk about it more in the future. It's, but in a very real sense, we have to accept the fact that people get the governments they deserve. I mean, Australia is run by Rupert Murdoch, and you know yourself, Australians deserve it.
Yeah.
America's run by Donald Trump, and you know, Americans deserve it.
Yeah.
It's where we're at because, you know, we got what we deserve. But this story isn't about the Great Chinese Famine. This is
Right.
about one of the people responsible for it. A scientist whose backwards ideas about plants also helped cause the Greater Soviets famine, the Kazakh famine, and the Holodomor are the mass extermination in the Ukraine, which made the Ukrainians hate the Russians and the Jews forever. And this guy who, incredibly, is rising in popularity in some places, thanks to proponents like Robert Kennedy Jr. Now, in 1924, after a series of strokes, the founder of the Greater Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died. In his wake, Joseph Stalin stepped in to lead the country. And by stepped in, I mean destroyed the old leadership by charging them with bogus crimes, systematically arresting them, and having them all mass executed at once, along with various bureaucratic shuffling and denunciations. It became known as the Great Purge, which any event in history described as a purge is generally not a good time. And when they add the word great to it, they're not effusing. But Stalin had big ideas to reshape the Greater Soviet Union based on his own nationalistic brand of Marxism he called socialism in one country. Basically, Lenin was most concerned with spreading communism around the world, but Stalin wanted to focus on strengthening the Greater Soviet Union. At this point, the Industrial Revolution had been going on for decades, but Russia had really fallen behind Europe in that regard, especially around agriculture. So Stalin started a series of 5-year plans to help industrialize the country. He was worried that if the Greater Soviet Union didn't modernize, then communism would fail, allowing its capitalist neighbors to destroy the empire. Which, by the way, this 5-year plan thing he started basically continued until the end of the Greater Soviet Union itself in the 1990s. They weren't all 5 years, some were 4, the longest was 7, but when the Greater Soviet Union fell, they were in the middle of their 12th plan. But in many ways, it worked. They saw massive economic growth in coal, oil, and steel productivity, but it was brutal. Factories had strict goals that were almost impossible to meet. And the punishment, if you failed to meet your goal, you didn't just get fired. You were branded an enemy of the state and imprisoned or executed. So, like, layoffs are bad, but hey man, that's worse. But then he wanted to collectivize the farms. That was another big part of his first 5-year plan. He thought that if the country, the empire, was going to industrialize, he would have a lot of mouths to feed. So he wanted to increase the agricultural productivity, and he thought the best way to do that was turning all the individually owned farms under the authority of the state. That was the communism talking. The rounding up of millions of farmers and taking their land and labeling them as enemies of the state if they didn't comply. That was the nationalism talking. Yeah, there was a specific group of wealthier farmers called kulaks that he focused his ire upon. About 5 million of them were mass deported. Sound familiar to now? Or simply disappeared. He killed them all. Imagine you've been running a farm for generations, growing and selling your crops, and then the Greater Soviet Army shows up. But yeah, because of all that, there was a lot of resistance. Some farmers would even kill their own animals and destroy their own crops rather than let the state have them for free. That itself caused disruptions in the food supply, but far worse was that when the state took over these farms, they changed how they ran them. Again, they wanted to increase productivity. So to do that, you've got to do things differently. And Stalin had just the guy in mind to find this new way. Stalin was impressed by the ideas of a prominent scientist named Trofim Lysenko, a man whose policies would lead to waves of famines across multiple countries. Lysenko was born in Ukraine to a peasant family in 1898. He only learned to read and write at age 13. He graduated from the Uman School of Horticulture in 1921 and the Kiev Agricultural Institute in 1925. There he worked on plant breeding experiments at an agricultural station. His first published papers appeared in 1923, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born. He didn't know any foreign languages and had to learn everything from translations. Now, anywhere else in the world, that might have been an issue. But the fact that he had limited access to international science developments. But in the Greater Soviet Union at that time, that was considered a plus. They wanted to promote homegrown scientists, and the more underprivileged their background, the better, because they were all about the working class. Like, Trump and his populism. He was sent to a breeding station in Gyanje, Azerbaijan in 1925 and worked on legumes. That means beans. He was trying to get them to stop making people fart. I mean, Jesus Christ. Again, it's like, of all the things going on in the world, why do these regimes focus on the weirdest fucking shit? But it was an article published in Pravda, the Communist Party's official newspaper, in 1927 that launched his career. The article covered a paper he had published that year that proposed a new way of increasing plant productivity called vernalization. Vernalization is when you artificially expose plants or seeds to cold temperatures to help stimulate flowering or increase seed production. Exempligration, or for example, as he claimed in his paper, that he took winter wheat seeds and exposed them to cold temperatures, which made them more productive in the spring. But his research was deeply flawed. It wasn't done with proper controls or run through statistical analysis. And it's not like people didn't know about this method. Farmers had been using it since the 19th century. And botanists had studied it for at least a decade, 10 years before Lysenko. So he wasn't groundbreaking or anything. But the Greater Soviets leadership liked his beliefs, and they liked that he was a hardcore communist who hated the West. So Stalin appointed him a director of the Institute of Genetics, which he did not believe in, of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, and president of the VI, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, All-Union Academy of Agricultural Sciences. So he was like the guy. And as the guy, he wielded his power like a good authoritarian and made an enemy out of anybody who questioned his research. And what happens to enemies of the state in Stalin's Greater Soviet Union? They were all imprisoned or executed. His biggest critic was an agronomist and geneticist named Nikolai Vavilov, who ended up dying of starvation in a prison camp. Okay, so what were these beliefs? What had the Greater Soviets leadership hung their hat on with this guy? First of all, he rejected the science of genetics in its entirety, specifically as developed by the German Gregor Mendel, a Roman Catholic priest as well, MEMqədy, and Thomas Hunt Morgan. Probably not great when the director of the Institute of Genetics doesn't fucking believe in genetics. He thought this brand of science was idealistic, impractical, and a product of bourgeois capitalism from the American side and fascism from the German side. So, or they'd call it clericalism because he was a Roman Catholic priest. Like Andrew Carnegie decided how genes should be passed on or something. Lysenko instead followed the work of a Russian naturalist named Ivan V. Minchurin, who, in turn, believed in a neo-Lamarckian form of evolution. Now, Lamarckianism is named after the French naturalist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who theorized in 1809 that physical changes in organisms during their lifetime can be transmitted to their offspring. This was in the early stages of evolution. They knew that species changed over time, but they weren't quite sure why. This was one of the ways they tried to explain it. Like they would argue that giraffes grew long necks because they would stretch their necks, trying to reach the highest leaves, and because they stretched their necks so fucking much, their offspring were born with longer necks. You know, that's kind of like saying that Nemo and I cruise for a lot of porn, so our kids they're going to be born with really big dicks. Well, basically, Lysenko believed that the environment alone shapes animals and plants. So by putting them in a proper setting and exposing them to the right stimuli, you can change them in any way you want. Kind of like, you know, a claymation molding machine. So like if you have a cookie cutter, you just make what you want out of living tissue and shit. So as head of Soviet's agriculture, he set out to educate Soviet crops to sprout at different times of the year, as opposed to, you know, the seasons. This is why he did things like soaking them in freezing water. He said that future generations of crops would remember these environmental cues and inherit beneficial traits. Of course, the thing is, you know, fucking impossible. As Sam Kean wrote in the Atlantic magazine in 2017, it's akin to cutting the tail off a cat and expecting her to give birth to tailless kittens. So that we're all on the same page concerning genetics, all plants and animals have genes that determine traits passed on to their offspring. Exempligration, humans have around 25,000 to 35,000 genes. And each gene has a special job that the DNA in it tells it to do inside a cell. Genes are also in pairs. Each parent has 12 copies of each of their genes, but each parent only passes along just one copy of their genes. This makes up the genes you have and helps determine things like your hair or eye color or how tall or short you'll be. But Lysenko didn't believe in genes. Instead, he believed that you could plant crops extremely close together and they wouldn't compete against each other because they were of the same species or class. Like working class crops. He thought that the amount of milk a cow produces was determined by how well the cow was treated and not its genetics. Good milk comes from happy cows. Some logic to that. Oh, and he claimed that cuckoo birds were created by feeding birds hairy caterpillars. Lysenko even bragged about how he could grow orange trees in Siberia. In case you don't know it, those grow in Florida. It's really different down there. He promised to boost crop yields nationwide through supermassive farms with crops planted extremely close together, and he said they wouldn't compete against each other because they were of the same species or class. See, that was the thing. His theories echoed the language and ideology of communism. Like, growing plants together was the same class as class solidarity. Or getting cows to produce more milk because they were treated well was similar to treating workers better, which
He's just like going completely against nature.
Thank you. And you notice what I said about happy cows, but that's supposed to be similar to treating workers better, which the Soviet Union never did. And because they were so obsessed. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it might affect the quality of the milk, but it's not going to increase the yield if you make them happy.
Thank you. And because they were so obsessed with proving that communism was superior, even the natural order of things, against the laws of nature itself, Stalin implemented Lysenko's ideas throughout all of Soviet agriculture. The result? Almost everything grown according to Lysenko's methods died or rotted. He told farmers that planting each generation of seeds closer together than the last would get them used to the reduction in growing room, and then more could be grown in smaller plots of land. But this caused crops to compete for nutrients and root space. The result was stunted growth. Farmers were also told to dig really deep into the soil, up to 2 meters, compared to the 10 to 20 centimeters they would previously dig. But you know why this was useful in communism? Because these served for their mass graves after they failed to produce.
Right.
Then they became the fertilizer for the next generation. So there's a logic there. The reason for this, supposedly, was that it would bring up fertile soil. But instead, it buried fertile topsoil, and the crops suffered as a result. Sure, Stalin is to blame for the famines that killed at least 70 million people, but Lysenko's farming practices prolonged the famines. Deaths from them peaked from 1932 to 1933. 4 years later, there was a 163-fold increase in farmland using Lysenko's methods, and the food production was even lower than ever before. During the early 1930s, between Russia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan, we're talking about almost 150 million people died, ultimately, over several generations impacted by what I'm describing. But then in the late 1950s, Red China faced its own catch-up moment where they wanted to get as industrialized as the rest of the world. So they used many of the same policies that Stalin did because, again, they were actually kind of successful economically. Unfortunately, this included Lysenko's ideas as part of the package. And this is kind of where I started this phase of monologue. Estimates of the Great Chinese Famine go as high as 100 million people, with at least 50 million dead on the low end, which even that would double what the USSR went through in terms of their original famines. And it's easy to hear a number like that and just tune out, but some of the stories from that time are just horrendous. Millions of Chinese peasants resorted to eating tree bark, bird droppings, and each other. Mass cannibalism ran rampant. Which is why my parents' generation, all those years later, were talking about starving kids in China. It was bad. Dudes and dudesses. Take my fucking word. Stalin died in 1953 in the middle of his attempting to start a world war on the Korean Peninsula. And their new leader, Nikita Khrushchev, who had murdered him to prevent that world war, supported Lysenko at first. But other Soviet scientists emerged and started to deconstruct Lysenko's lies. And they brought to light how he used his political influence, or rather abused it, to denounce anybody who criticized him. Nobel Peace Prize recipient and physicist Andrei Sakharov spraketh to the General Assembly of the Russian Academy of Sciences in 1964 and countered Lysenko's ideas, at one point saying, "He is responsible for the shameful backwardness of Soviet biology and of genetics in particular, for the dissemination of pseudoscientific views, for adventurism, for the degradation of learning, and for the defamation, firing, arrest, even death of many genuine scientists." This was the beginning of the end for Lysenko. After that speech, the media started to spread anti-Lysenko articles that caused him to be disgraced, and he was removed from his directorship in 1965, the year before I myself was born. He died in 1976. And yet, he's kind of gaining in popularity again. There has been a recent trend in Russian science, a kind of rethinking of his role in the famines. According to the book titled Lysenko's Ghost by Lauren Graham, Lysenko's rehabilitation is due to sympathies to Stalin, the growing influence of the Russian Orthodox Church, which I said is now excommunicated from the rest of the Orthodox world, and the rise in popularity of postmodern epigenetics. As I mentioned earlier, we have thousands of genes, but not all of them are active at once. Some get turned off or on inside cells, and the study of these changes is called epigenetics. One thing that turns a gene off or on is environmental cues. And these environmentally driven changes can even pass from a parent to its offspring. In other words, the way you live your life, the choices you make, can actually affect what genes you pass on, well, to your kids. That sounds exactly what Lysenko was saying. And to some people, this is validation of his ideas. But if you look at his work, it shows that he didn't project epigenetics in any important way. In fact, he claimed that genes did not exist. The whole basis for epigenetics is that they fucking do. Plus, epigenetic changes that pass from parent to offspring tend to disappear after a few generations. They're not permanent, which is the opposite of what Lysenko believed. But the main reason Lysenko's ideas are becoming popular again is because Lysenko was extremely anti-West. And Russia is in a very anti-Western phase right now. Since science is a bedrock of Western culture, Lysenko is presented as a hero to Russians because he stood up to Western science. Which, I mean, I get that, but isn't there somebody else you can look up to who didn't contribute to, mass fucking cannibalism? Now, to be fair to Lysenko, he didn't personally kill 150 million people, and the famines that did weren't all personally his fault. There were mountains of bad ideas and mismanagement that led to those disasters. His were just the bedrock on which they were built. So, is it fair to call him the worst scientist of all time? In terms of body count, inarguably, you'd be hard-pressed to find a scientist whose ideas have killed more people. But the worst in terms of doing a bad job of simply being a scientist? Yes! Definitively! He started with a conclusion and changed the facts to fit what he wanted and then suppressed the peer review process. That's like how science works. He stopped science from working. The principal target was genetics, which the Stalinists derided as pseudoscientific trash and subjected to a one-sided political battle, as the dissident Soviet biologist Zhores Medvedev wrote in his lengthy examination of Lysenko's career, smuggled out of the greater USSR and published in these United States in 1969. To reiterate, Lysenko's key theories harked back to the 19th century naturalist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who held that environmentally acquired characteristics could be inherited by offspring, a theory that was exploded by the experiments of the German Catholic priest Gregor Mendel in the 1850s and 1860s. Disastrously, the results of his dominance over Soviet science included repeated crop failures. The final estimated toll of famines under Stalin came to well over